military officers who give those commands and follow through on those commands can be court-martialed, whatever the fuck it is, if they don't follow the rules of war. And I'm not talking about rules of engagement. Rules of engagement are different than rules of war.
So define it, TC. Break it down.
In terms of, I'm driving. I'm not gonna. I don't want to be quoted on it, but we know what the laws are.
No, but help me on this, because like I was giving examples of taking out transportation depots and the systems of communication, and so what's acceptable to cripple a country to its knees? Like, what would you do?
I'm not an attorney.
No, I'm not. I don't practice the law of war. I'm just curious, like, how do you do it?
Yeah, I was going to answer it
and try to do what you need to do. Go.
Yeah, based on my layperson's understanding, right? You can target infrastructure that's being used or in place. Those can be considered legitimate military targets, even if they're also being used for civilian purposes as well. So a military target like a hospital, right? So you, as an enemy combatant, cannot go in to a school and say, I now commandeer this school and now I get sanctuary from being targeted military under Geneva Conventions because it's a school. No, you've effectively turned that school into a military target. So when you're talking about locomotives or if you're talking about transportation and that type of thing, and it's being used by enemy combatants to effectuate war, those become legitimate targets. Laws in this country, like that's what stops us from being the very tyrants that we seek to eliminate from.
I never said anything that you said. I said
you were promulgating targets.
I never said carbon bomb, you fucking idiot. Goddamn, you're dumb. Fucking strong, you faggot. Said they should have hit the IRGC harder. I never said anything about civilians. I said they're a casualty of war, and it sucks. But the same thing that Israel's doing in fucking Gaza is just
to make our decisions. I'm assuming they go in always thinking that what they're doing is to win, right? Be winners, regardless of what we're doing. There's no way they're not going to do it. That's kind of like that's the counter argument to what you're saying. Unfortunately, we're there to win. It doesn't really matter at what cost, actually, in some sense. Do you see that at all or not? I know you're going to.
I agree with you. I agree with you that no other international party can hold America. That's correct, right? We answer only to our U.S. Constitution. However, our U.S. Constitution place certain demands that America is bound to through international treaties like the Geneva Convention and makes it the supreme law of the land in the U.S. That's in the Constitution, right? And so if the Geneva Conventions that the U.S. is party to in that treaty says that we have to engage through distinction and cannot just go in and say, oh, that's just the casualties of war, collateral damage. Oh, well, no, if that's the case, then when those guys went...
And is not the Geneva Convention, and nor does it overshadow or trump, excuse the pun, our Constitution whatsoever.
I agree with you on the second part. I disagree with you on the first part.
No, it's not. Firstly,
the international treaties
does
not trump the Constitution.
This was the point. John, you fucking...
I'm engaging with Abby for a second.
Fucking long enough.
All right, so hold on, Sean. Let me respond to Abby specifically.
That who would hold
Abby,
accountable
while I
the U.S.
disagree
armed personnel?
that the United States
is not
treated to international constitution.
Where was the Geneva Convention violation when Obama instructed his fucking...
I'm not fucking defending Obama.
I'm not talking about you're defending it, you dumb faggot. You fucking said, oh, well, the people that stop it be the armed service personnel. But where the fuck was the court martial? Where was the goddamn trial for the fucking armed fucking, the military, the fucking airmen who were instructed to take the fucking drugs and airstrike fucking U.S. citizens? Where was court martial? Where was the Geneva Convention fucking trial where they had to go in fucking before tribunal because Obama instructed them to fucking drone strike U.S. citizens? You said they wouldn't pull the trigger. They surveyed armed personnel and they asked them, would you fire on U.S. citizens? 70% of them said yes. They said during martial law or lockdown or a severe situation in the United States, they would engage U.S. civilians as combatants and fire on them. What the fuck are you talking about?
Are you done, dude?
You're a fucking idiot. You said,
Are you done?
The military would stop them in the Constitution. Well, they didn't fucking stop them when Obama said, hey, drone strike that motherfucker. Did it. I want to see where the fucking court-martial in the trial was. You dumb fuck faggot.
Okay,
Stop strawmanning. I never said carpet bomb anybody, faggot.
You got your point out.
Goddamn dumb cunt.
Now that's easy. Everybody,
I'm gonna be able to match that level of idiocy. But I'll at least try and respond. So there, and I'm driving. I'm happy to grab the sources once I'm done driving. In the Iraq War, I can't remember exactly what the situation was, but apparently there was some situation in which a few of our soldiers went in and.
No, it was in California. It was a guy who killed a cop too. Don't forget about that.
Our guy.
Fucking black guy. There was a black guy that was running roads.
I don't have to hit you for this.
In California, and they drone striked him on U.S. soil. You fucking retard. I'm not talking about Iraqi combatants. There was a black guy who went and fucking murked a fucking cop. And they
Burned his house down. He was in a log cabin and they torched the building and they roasted him.
Where was the tribunal? Where was the court martial, you dumb fag? Where was the fucking airman that said, I'm not going to do that because it gets the fucking Constitution?
You know what's interesting about all of this is that ideologically, I kind of align with what TC is saying to an extent. I do think Gaza was wrong, and I do think killing civilians is bad. But unfortunately, because we needed and did go into
Yeah, they have free elections in Iraq now.
Okay, because what we were going to do in Iran.
Full of innocent people. Wow. That's innocent people. Wow. That sounds like black supremacy and black fascism to me.
It's what Reagan threatened, correct?
If no one would have held us accountable, they all would have been fucking happy when the IRGC was completely eliminated. Just like everybody's going to be happy when Hamas is eliminated 100%.
Let me ask you, since you put this on the table, Senior, what do you think the unintended consequences of that action would be? If we did do what you're suggesting, which is to flatten Iran, what do you
I
think?
think that's what he said, though.
I thought he said,
No, he said flatten fucking IRGC and the 10% would support them.
No, right. No, he wanted the bomb.
Yeah, he said all the ones that are part of the IRGC are the 10%.
No, that's not what he said. That's not.
I need clarification. He said, yes, that's exactly what I was saying. Because they said,
Let
don't
me
talk
ask
more.
you, Senior, did you say, I thought you said you didn't care much about the civilian casualties.
They said the casualty.
No.
Okay, there you go.
So what's the balance here? What did you want to see?
If I'm going to be asked, well, what sort of overwhelming force would I be having would have satisfied me from the beginning? Jokingly, I would have said level all of Tehran. Or, at a very minimum, every address that we had for where someone who was at the IRGC lives, the whole fucking building came down.
Yep.
If there's a guy in the IRGC who lives in your apartment building, it all comes to the fucking ground.
Okay, and what are the unintended?
We can't fight no fucking body now.
Yep.
We look like
They look weak.
we look like the fucking Iranians are able to hold.
Yeah, but man, Infinity, the point is, like,
They surely didn't care about the damage to the Israeli civilians on October 7th with their proxies. They went in and they hit civilian targets like universities and hospitals that don't, foreign treaties, legislative, the supreme law of the land is the Constitution. So it needs to be clear on what you were saying.
To a treaty, it becomes the supreme
It
law.
does not become the supreme law of
Do
the
you
land.
want me to
The
get you a chapter and verse?
I will tell you what part of the Constitution
Israel's the size
makes
of
it very
fucking New Jersey.
clear that the Constitution
they've been
is
claiming
the
that they
supreme
were going to bring
law
up on
of-
war crimes and
Oh my
fucking
God.
throw him in the Hague and shit
So,
like that. It's never gonna happen.
the supremacy clause, so if we want to talk about what part of the Constitution, we can go through Article 6 and we can talk about the supremacy clause. Treaties that are made under the United States are supreme over state
Yeah, you're not
laws,
going to win this.
but
season.
not over the Constitution.
Abby,
And we can- yes,
you're not
sorry.
gonna be able to debate me on this.
Yes, she can. Yes, she can.
Okay,
I
thank you.
agree.
How many years have you been practicing law after?
This is a moot point here. We both agree.
Okay,
The
thank you.
international treaties do not trump the Constitution.
Thank you.
if the dimwit allowed me to speak earlier, he'd be able to understand what I agree with and what I
You said
disagree
they were
with.
co-equal.
Where I the Constitution.
Come on, TC. TC. What are you calling a dimwit, TC? That's just ad hominem projection, TC. Come on, TC. No ad hominem projection. Please, TC.
Why are some people ganging up on TC?
We're agreeing on it.
If
But it has to go through the threshold.
why are you having a debate with 10 people on one guy? Like, because he's being asked 10 of you. It does irrelevant. Just ask one at a time.
He said that the armed personnel
I don't care. Just have one
would
at a
not
time.
they would not fucking violate the Geneva Convention, and that they wouldn't
I don't care.
commit fucking
You
war
want me
crimes.
to care?
But
Just
then
take one
Obama
at a time.
drone striked an American citizen in California.
Okay, great. You know what? I would have fucking shot him too.
So would I. So would I. Where you going with you, Brad?
Conducted a drone strike on U.S. soil. You
He
are
said
a
they
liar.
would look at their superiors and said,
There has never been a lethal drone strike on U.S. soil. You are a liar, sir.
What, Bree? What, Bree?
There has never been an illegal drone strike in
I didn't say
U.S.
it was,
soil.
illegal.
I said lethal.
Oh, lethal. Yeah, there has.
No, there hasn't.
Yeah, there has. There was a guy that was in the fucking law in California.
You're a
He got they drone strike you.
You're a liar.
Go look it up, retard. You're also drunk.
That's U.S. soil to you.
California?
Is a U.S. base U.S. soil?
Yes, 100%. So is embassies.
Is it territory?
Correct. Yes, 110%. Yeah, Guam. U.S. Marshall, Marianas Islands, American
Okay,
Samoa.
great. Why don't you let TC finish what he was originally saying? Then you guys can rebut.
Yeah, this is hard to do because
And the U.S. Virgin Islands.
But I'm going to put this in the chat now so that we can read it. This is what I was saying. I don't disagree with you, Abby, that it does not trump the Constitution. But the Constitution is clear, and I posted it in the chat. I'm driving. Any questions on that, you can take it up with the Constitution. It clearly says, all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land. Take that and shove that up as Sean.
But it also is very clear that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land.
Yeah.
Treaties have to be self-executing. They have to either be self-executing or they have to be which means they're implemented by Congress, or they have to have legislative action.
And the one that we're talking
TC's
about
equivalent argument is when the Muslims say, "Oh, well, the contracts are wrong," so we don't accept it.
In 2013, Christopher Dahmer, a former LAPD officer who killed 4 people, including law enforcement, waged a revenge campaign against the department, ended up in a California mountain cabin standoff, but no drone strike was used to kill him.
Like, conservatives, we have to do better. Like, if we're going to be as dumb as Sean, at least mute him so that we can correct the misinformation that's spewing out of his mouth.
Can I leave it at this with you?
At the very least, we can have some credibility and mute him when he's spreading bullshit.
Although the treaties will have certain status, they can't supersede it.
Again, TC, please stop with the ad hominem projection, TC. You keep projecting your ad hominem onto Rich, and Rich is making valid points.
Probably more relevantly than most people, because I know that I'm an American citizen. I have the Constitution. I joined the Army, and I was under the UCMJ, Uniform Code of Military Justice, which stripped me away of having my constitutional rights because I was now underneath the UCMJ, but also because I was a medic. In order for me to be a medic on a battlefield, I had to take the Geneva Convention license. I am certified to be, but like, I have my Geneva Convention card, I have the Constitution, I have the UCMJ, and like, y'all are completely, and dude, I'm 100% on Abby's side with this thing. Like, if you were a civilian, the Constitution.
That lasted 42 minutes.
Let me ask you, Brent, and people who have served
45 minutes.
Because I do want to get a real world example. So just real quick, if there's a person in a house, a high value target, right, in a house. And what is the rule there? Like, what are we doing? Like, this is,
Well, that would be like when
That was for Abby, not Bree.
we cornered Uday. He was with his family in like one of these little small palaces. We got surrounded it. Like they had people that were in there, plus his family and all that shit. And we were taking fire from them. We surrounded that motherfucker, and we got tired of it. So yeah, we dropped a J-Dam on that motherfucker.
So is that a war crime? Like, are those people in prison?
No,
And
But
who's
TC
gonna
said
enforce
they
the
wouldn't do
orders?
that.
That was my question to TC.
we do that. So in
Yeah, that was
HVT,
the whole Brad.
okay, dude, chill. I'm talking. All right, chill. You can talk after me. Just take a breath. Romani type. Yeah, we will take out the house. We will take out the children. We will take out the wives. We'll take out everybody if we have to. If that's the last and best option to go, we didn't drop fucking bombs on top of an apartment building because Black Panthers were in it. Like, spare me your outrage. So this HVT, if they're an asset that we deem that has to be killed or removed from the field, yeah, they're gone. So are their children. And unfortunately, because war crimes are determined by, to be honest, the winners. If you really want to know, to be honest, the winners. If you really want to know the truth,
I guess the difference is that was like a sick event. You know, it's one person versus say 100,000 people.
Look at it this way,
Is
man.
that the difference, Brad?
Yeah, it's one person plus they're not like an enemy of the United States or combatant against the United States is not granted the same constitutional rights you may be. Hence why we still have Guantanamo Bay waterboarding, having people stand up and stretched out for days on end, tight little boxes, having to shit in their own hands. These things, they get a little murky on it. The UCMJ does govern us, but if Top Hat actually says, go ahead, it's cleared, Top Hat's going to get what they want. They're going to execute virtue signaling court. That's it.
How about like a scenario? Let me just throw it out a little bit bigger. And if we want, we can throw in Rich's scenario there of a nuke. Let's say there's a gathering, say, of 500 people to, 800, and they're all like in a factory working on various
Nuclear
activities.
physicists.
And we go in there and we just completely, bomb the fuck out of it. We're still in the clear, because the whole point, like I was mentioning in TC, is if there's a way to win the war, we're gonna do it, Brad. I mean, it's just the way it is.
Correct. That's what we did in Japan. We targeted resources. Like here's a simple construct of how the military operates. We'll attack you from the front. We try to dominate the skies and we take out your threat aerially because we don't want the aerial threat to exist. And then what we do is we hit resources. We cut off your supply lines. We cut off where you're going to manufacture your bullets. Who manufactures those bullets? Civilians. We're going to bomb them. We did that in World War II. We did it in Vietnam. We did it in Gulf War I, and we did it kind of in Gulf War II. So the U.S. has a three-tiered bomb attack.
Did it with the ballistic missile facility in Iraq.
Jesus, Rich. And if it's at sea and it involves a sea armor, it's not fucking your video games or your fucking Hollywood movies. Like, war is war.
And we win at all costs. There's no, honestly, there's nobody going, well, because so-and-so is there, we can't do it if it's not, unfortunately, that's just the way it probably goes down, right? I mean, I don't know. Beam is going to come off the mic. Beam, I know you're there. And,
but no, it's not.
Matt,
it's more or less.
Against this or what? Come on.
No, it's the problem is that now you have these groups that embed themselves in the civilian population. So think about this. Would you, every American in this room, let's say Iran blows up, LA, and Karen Bass doesn't get there. We're coming in. We're going for blood. We're taking scalps. Now, all of a sudden, the IGC, all the Houthis and whatever ABC alphabet group that wants to exist under them, they're going to hide amongst the civilian population. Do you think your sons and daughters deserve to die because of a war that was, regardless of how you feel politically, but your sons and daughters should have to go in and fucking go through room by room? Fuck no.
Matt, real quick, you mind if I...
We're not going to... The whole idea of war is to...
or kill enough of the other side until they surrender. That's the end goal of war. How you do it doesn't matter. Really,
the issue that we had with TC's exact statement was that they're bound by the U.S. Constitution, and our armed personnel will not do that. They will not violate the Geneva Convention. And it's like, no, we do this all the time. Like Brad said, we bombed the fucking ballistic missile facility and killed civilians in fucking north of Tehran. We had no fucking problems or qualms with doing it. But he's like, oh, that's a war crime. People like Brad would never pull the trigger. Yeah, the fuck Brad would. Brad gets the fucking command, pull the trigger, he pulls the fucking trigger. Because that's what he's supposed to fucking.
Yeah, I would probably pull the trigger. Depends on the
Of course you
scenario.
would. If a guy controlled the ballistic missile and they said push the button, you push the button.
Oh yeah.
If you were a Minuteman, you would do the same thing.
But I mean, here's the other thing too. Like we abide by it, but I mean, fuck. You're talking about like the Germans wanted us to get rid of shotguns because they thought that was such a horrifying weapon. Like really? We abide by a lot of rules. Like we generally like Abu Dhabi, whatever it is. The prison up there, we had that was torturous and people paid the price. We have various other black sites that now exist in other places. So you just don't get to have your like feel good feelings and your virtue signaling, because I hate to tell you this, the other side is going to kill you. Like you may not like the grittiness of war. This is why it's a calling, not you're not forced into it in the United States. You get to call up and you get to go do it, and you better let the men and women that can do it and sleep okay at night, you better let them go ahead and do it, because quite frankly, you're not prepared for that kind of fight.
This is just a side note. Out of curiosity, because I'm just going to try to, this Beam is not going to do it, or maybe she will here in a minute. If we didn't have a army or military or any kind of defense, how quickly, this is kind of a little bit off topic, but I've always had this question, how quickly would we be invaded on the mainland, do you think, Brad? I've always wondered this.
What, you mean if we didn't have the ponds on either side? And
yeah, like anywhere, I guess.
Like if we were in Europe, we would have been invaded multiple times already. If we were like Poland, yeah, we would have been fucked with a long time ago. The U.S. is saved by topography, it's saved by distance, and it's saved by,
rednecks with shotguns and beer and pickup trucks.
How quickly would we be, like the mainland, like if all of a sudden, like we woke up the next, tomorrow, and all of a sudden, for whatever reason, we don't have any military, I don't know what happened, but how quickly would China just be like, fuck this, we're going to the mainland?
I don't know if China really would. It's dangerous crossing. They got to cross the pond. They have to find an entry point. And by then you'd have a civilian population that was armed. Yeah, they could probably launch some missiles. They could do some damage. But would they be able to suppress the entire territory of the U.S.? Fuck no. I mean, you would have to get mechanized units. You'd have to get supply lines over the Rockies. Fuck, good luck with that one. You're going to have, if you decided to come from the West, the East, good luck with that, because you got fucking Europe sitting right there that would fucking actually go ahead and start knocking on their door, along with some of the South American and Central Americans. They would start fucking putting out, an arsenal.
So kind of like
you need the Arctic though, Brad, to be fair, right? So that's why we need Greenland. I'm being honest.
How about Russia? Would Russia move on us, or like so here's the thing, like it kind of goes.
There's 120 guns for every 100 of Americans.
So Matt, I think
we have more guns than people.
Right, hold on, what the hell are you talking over, man?
I know, but Matt, I think you asked a question that you should ask.
You asked a question, I was answering.
I didn't ask a question. I'm not asking a question right now. I'm actually doing a follow-up. Okay, so I'm just trying to think. Okay, so first of all, now you made me lose my fucking train of thought.
They would take Taiwan, Japan, Hong Kong.
Okay, my question is, how quickly would that happen? So are we saying it would happen, right? Or we're saying it wouldn't happen?
A total invasion, Matt, or takeover?
God damn it. Okay, my point is, this kind of goes to the favor of people who are like, anti-war, anti-military. If they're not going to do anything, then maybe we don't need a military. That's
right. Except with batteries and beavers back.
Go ahead, take it. Go for it.
Okay, so Matt, a takeover would probably take, year and a half. If you were really talking about really invading the U.S. maybe 2.5 years, 1.5 to 2 years, to get your resources to set up logistics. Like, people don't realize how big the U.S. really is. I know a lot of you don't, but trust me, it's fucking massive. Its terrain is so diverse. You go from desert to fucking tundra. Yeah, we'd probably lose Alaska. Hawaii would probably be taking over parts of California and probably stop at the Rockies. On the East Coast, they'd probably get to about the Adirondacks, and like the Appalachian Trail thing, and then they'd probably stop there. Just because it's so vast. That middle prairie is not something you want to contend with. Like, fuck, it takes you 2.5 days to get through Texas. That's just one fucking state. And that's driving at 85 miles an hour. Try moving a mechanized unit of like 100 fucking men, supplies, resources, fucking water. Like, you have to know where water supplies are. I mean, shit, these guys would be drinking from cobalt ponds in the back of fucking, electric plants, and then they'd be fucking dead. So, I mean, it's...
So is our military mostly to be overseas doing our business, not mostly protecting the homeland?
Oh, we have a really strong... We have a strong protection, dude. Like, it's massive. Like, our defenses...
What you say?
Oh, our defenses are massive. Like, trust me, no one's invading us. Not for the next 100 years.
I just play like a devil's advocate role here, because like if we're safe here in the mainland and we don't need it, like if we didn't have a military, then why do we have a military?
Well,
That's the next question going to be.
Hold on.
Like if we're okay here, like what the hell? Like
It's
we're
a
just sitting
deterrent.
here, no one's going to do anything. Go for it, King.
Well, Matt, I had a question. Maybe Brad can answer this, but the only vulnerability, and it's not really a vulnerability, but the Arctic is the area where the Chinese have tons of ships right now, or at least tons of interest in there. Same with Russia. I mean, it is an area where the U.S., Canada will get attacked first, but the fact is we're right there. So it's an important area that I think that's why Greenland is so important. And that's why other presidents, including Truman, have looked at Greenland as a strategic stronghold. And it's probably the only chance that any country would really have to try to come to the U.S. Doesn't mean
King, you're under the impression that we would be pretty invaded by China. That's
No, not quickly. I'm saying that's the only place that would stand even a 1% chance to try would be that area.
Okay.
Because Greenland is protected by the Danish, which in 5 minutes could be destroyed, right? So I know we have bases there and stuff like that, but we don't have our full strength there that we would have on the West Coast or East Coast. So to hit the mainland U.S. is going to be really rough. But if you're going to come in through the Arctic, you may have a shot at least.
This is a really interesting thought experiment. I know it was kind of off topic to what we were just talking about, war crimes and what have you, but I've always just been wondering about that, because if we're, maybe, just maybe, I'm just playing that part out, that maybe...
She's not taking the bait, man.
I know, well, you try to get me off the mic. I'm trying to find something here to support the people who think that we should have less military. And if our mainland...
All right, Matt, tell them that they're going to kill all the plants. They're going to kill all the plants and all the flowers, and she'll come up.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, Matt, why is the U.S. Army older than the United States of America?
Way older? What?
Yeah, the U.S. Army is 1775. The United States of America is 1776.
Not lying on that.
Okay.
1 year older.
Why?
Well, the answer is because it took the military to make the United States. And the reason we have the United States is because we have a military that will fuck shit up.
That's true. No, I don't disagree. Chaos wanted to jump in here. Go ahead, Chaos.
Slumdog Millionaire.
Is that Chaos and Chillism?
Yeah, it's a Slumdog Millionaire Chillism, Chaos.
Andrew's
bumped
it.
Yeah, so it's a really good topic. It's a good topic. Like talking about stuff. I do think that America can't be invaded at the moment. I feel like you guys have a really good geological advantage, which would prohibit any force at mass like accumulate and attack. And a couple things. I think Matt, you asked how why does America have a huge military? I think I want to draw comparisons to Rome. I think Rome, and it became from a local regional power. The superpower, the military just expanded completely. I think you could draw similar parallels with America as well, where after World War I and World War II, I think it became from a regional power to a superpower. I think we could draw parallels like that. So that's another thing I want.
USA, 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 USA.
So, is there anybody here that thinks that we should have less of the military? Just out of curiosity.
Still try and look at it.
I just want to see. I don't
She's
really
sleeping, bro. Her night because of
Amazing she's not chiming in.
Well, that's because
Well, I'm not chiming in because
I felt guilty that last round. I mean,
Hey, I wasn't trying to bait you, Bima, but I actually have a question, Bima. Do you have, and you don't have to answer if it's too personal, do you have family members that are in the military or were in the military?
yeah,
Stop it.
the man that I'm with served almost 20 years.
And so what's your impression of the military?
Well, it's shit.
Do you think it's shit, the guy that served?
Yeah, he does. And he recognized that when he was out serving in war, when he was over there, and he was told what to do.
Where did he serve?
Alone. He served in Iraq and Afghanistan. He went to both. He did both. At first, he was in the front lines. He did a bunch of stuff, but it was we could talk to him about it. But ultimately, he saw that there were different narratives that were being played from the recordings of what, they would record news articles and news stations here, send them out there, and then they would play them over there. And when they'd be playing them, the narratives of what U.S. was being, what we were being told back home was completely different from what he was experiencing out there.
Also, what would play? Like, would it be curated just for military, or would they like CNN or Fox or?
Right, all of that stuff.
All of what?
All of CNN, Fox.
So how is that curated differently for the? How is that curated differently for the
because
military?
Because it didn't match what he was experiencing. He wasn't against a bunch of terrorists that were trying to kill. And he wasn't, him along with all of his members there, they were experiencing something much different. And
so anecdotally, he had a different experience.
Right, he had a different experience.
Was he in a command position?
At one point,
like a captain level?
No, never, no. He couldn't get that far because he was causing too much trouble. He's like me, he's hard-headed, and he's a good person, and he refused to do things. But they knew that he was a good person, that he wasn't refusing to do it out of, I don't want to follow command. It was a genuine, I can't do this. I can't morally do this.
So what happened? Was he court-martialed for it?
No, never. Everybody that was always in a bigger command position than he was, they would try and do whatever they could. He tells this story of them taking him on long rides, having conversations with him, putting him in different positions where he wouldn't have to do the things that he was asked to do in other positions. He got into land nav because of it. They took him out of the front lines, and then he got into land navigation. And
he wasn't in a command position, and he wasn't privy to those levels of strategic.
You would have to talk to him. I don't know what
Brad might do.
I
ask this than me.
Yeah, there's something misaligned.
Okay, well,
I'm not saying.
I'm not going to try to.
I gotta ask the question so you can chill.
That's fine.
There's something that doesn't add up because that's not anybody's experience in the military. No, if you refuse an order, that's trouble. You're getting an article.
Well,
and they don't take you out for a ride and go, here, you can have a new job. You don't get these things.
Right, just like I'm sure people in prison don't have weapons and phones and
television. But your story doesn't make sense.
Right?
All of us that serve,
would you agree that people don't have cell phones but they do?
That has nothing to do with one. That has nothing to do with it. You're just making up a story.
Okay, then I'm making up a story. Then don't talk to me about it. It doesn't matter. Just because.
But your experience is wrong. Like, it's flat out.
Right.
I hate to tell you this. He either didn't serve,
I
or he
appreciate
didn't.
you, but you can't just say that.
You can't say that he protested in the fucking military. You don't do that.
He was in the mess
You
hall,
can't
bro.
say that. You understand that? You can't just say it and believe it to be true. I mean, sure, of course you could say it, but it doesn't make it true. And you say it as loud as you are, or as loud as anybody else is going to be, it doesn't make. Okay, sure, that's fine. You can deny it all you want. If it's too difficult for you, to process that something like this happened, then that's fine. Listen, I have no desire to prove myself to people on Clubhouse or to try to prove somebody else's real life experience wasn't the truth. Like it's just.
I want you to find a military. I'll shut up. Any veteran on here who served, I want you to tell me. Military and get to drive out. When's the last time you got a cushy ride by an 06 to fucking go on and talk about your life choices?
Maybe you guys aren't good people. Maybe you guys are just trash
He was a
human
tier
beings.
1 operator. Don't fucking forget it. Put some respect on his fucking name.
Especially out of a combat role. Like, fuck.
Well, I know that you're scared, but it does happen because we do have good people, and we even have good people serving in the military. We do have people that are in command positions that are still good people. We do, and that's the fact of the matter.
Entire military shit. So then all of us, and then you went on to proceed to say that you're salted.
No. The concept. No. I don't think that the people. No. The system, Brad. The system.
I'm gonna call cap on it. The story doesn't add up.
That's fine. You can call whatever you want. I don't care. It's not gonna make it that it didn't happen.
I got beat off the mic. My goal. I accomplished it. Thank you, Beaver.
What's crazy is that I feel like you guys are so disconnected that you think that this isn't the experience of so many people and so many soldiers that we had to add. No, not that. I'm talking specifically that there was. Hold on. Brad, it absolutely did. Okay. Okay. Sure. Okay. Well, guess what? Guess what? I have evidence where he can prove it to you. How far do you want to go? Like, you're just, it's stupid. It's no point. But I mean, and then what? How far is he gonna? He's gonna dox himself up. It's like, I mean, I understand that it is. I understand. Okay.
That doesn't. I call cap. I call him out. I'll say, if that's the story he told you verbatim, then he's full of fucking shit.
Mina, can he come on the app sometime?
Yeah, he doesn't lie.
Can he come on?
He did was telling you that story, girl. Can you hear me?
I promise you, he doesn't lie.
Bree, if you were active duty and you protested, what would happen? During the break?
Dude, the only time that I ever we had a war crime in my unit is this one captain. He lost 3 squads in all of 2 weeks, and from this one guy that was making courtyard IEDs. Well, he ended up getting the guy at the end of it on the last. After that, they figured out where he was at with the command debt and all that crap. They found him, and they handcuffed him, and they took him out, or zip tied him and took him out to the desert, and he walked up and shot him in the back of the head, execution style.
Yeah, what's the punishment, Bree, if you
he went 11 work. Can I answer?
Yeah.
Because he told a kid.
Bro, we don't need a whole story, your fucking life story.
He told a kid.
You protest.
You need to shut the front door. You need to shut the front door.
You throw the brigade and be court-martialed. That's it.
No, he told a kid to shoot the guy first, and the kid would not do it.
Believe your stories, but fuck, we don't have
Second Cavalry It was a war crime. It happened in 2008.
Even when he's sober.
Okay, Machiavelli even trying to talk. Who are you? I don't know who you are. Go for it.
Bro, I mean, like, dude, like, if you want to know the truth of it, he disobeyed the order, but it was an unlawful order. He did not go to jail. The captain went to jail for killing the guy. You ask a question, then you don't want the fucking answer.
No, he asked if a person protested why they were active duty. What would be the punishment?
Take a guess, man. Take a guess at this brother.
Somebody trolling you, man.
Wait, is that BB?
No, it's not. Dog, take a guess, man. Take a fucking guess, bro. Who else was black that was in the space that was infamous, bro? Who else? Who else used to set Clubhouse ablaze?
No worries.
It's starting to creep me out a little bit, but yeah.
Matt, it's my passions, man.
Oh, fuck. I literally go there, but I'm waiting for him.
It's me.
Oh, shit.
I'm back from the dead.
Crazy. I was wondering if you were still out there, but that's pretty cool, man. Welcome back.
Oh, man, oh, no, man. I'm just back for a short time, not a long time. I see you guys are fighting. I like this. Continue.
All right, man.
No, we weren't fighting, and I just wanted to clarify to Brett too. Brett, I don't want you to think that I was saying that you or the people that serve for trust. That's a please hold on. That's not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying. What I was saying was that the way that the system is and the way that it preys on people and ruins people's lives, that's what I was referring to.
You're just saying your boyfriend shouldn't lie.
I feel that the people, do you know, Rich, you're a piece of trash. You honestly are always a piece of trash. No, you are trash. You are trash. You are, no, the only person here that's trash, Rich, is you, okay? All you want to do is start trouble, try to humiliate people. It's just trash. It's just trash. So, no, it's so annoying. He's so annoying. So that's what I'm saying. The way that the government ruins people's lives and targets and people that are in the military, I feel that the large majority of them are victims. That's what I was getting at. I just wanted to
So I loved every day that I was in the military. Were there shitty days? Yeah. What is it? The greatest job I ever had? Absolutely. I would give anything to go back and go hang with my brothers. I miss them to this day. Yeah, there was bullshit. There was politics. There was fucking dumb shit all around. Getting issued fucking broken down equipment. Waiting on fucking orders.
Hurry up and fucking wait.
Yeah, hurry up and fucking wait. Fubar, fucking fucked up beyond all recognition. Snafu, situation normal, all fucked up. Like all of that and a bag of chips. But the idea that now I call Cat because in this day, I have been on Clubhouse for a long time. We have found people who have said, fucking, they were SEAL Team Delta fucking Rambo operators from fucking Marsac, and that they were snipers all in one fucking time. So many times on this app, and it's so much in real life, and that I'm like, even guys who have served, I just kind of take it a step back now and just like watch what they say, watch what they do. I can honestly tell you, and I'm saying this as not a mean guy, nothing harmful. Whatever it is, whatever story people want to tell, it's their story. There is no fucking way in a combat zone that you, let alone in the rear, wherever you're at, on a base, you're going to tell some officer or a gunny or a chief or what does the fucking army have, whatever those idiots have. You are never going to tell them, no, I'm not going to do something, and you're going to get played. You're going to get kid gloves on. It just doesn't happen that way. And I'm just telling you, you may be telling the story wrong. I'll accept that. But if that's exactly verbatim what he told you, there's a lot missing on that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I can accept also that I think that this is an extreme exception. I think he's an extreme exception because he's just a very different individual. He's not like most people, and he's just I don't just all together he was different. So I don't doubt that, and I don't think that it wasn't good for me to tell this story at all, because I think that hindsight, it shows weakness, and it's just a bad idea overall. So yeah, I'll just put it off to I lied and the story was bullshit. I think that's fine. I don't care. But ultimately, I still will hold to everything else and say that I think that the government targets young minds, ruins lives, and is trash overall. I think I'm happy that you had a good personal experience, and I'm glad that the brotherhood, and that's good for you. But I know way too many people, way too many lives who have been completely ruined, destroyed forever, and affected generations. I can't ever. I work for the National Purple Heart Museum. So you could just imagine what that was like, right? Documenting the soldiers' stories over time, and to talking to people up close and personal for a long time. I worked inside. Well, I'm not going to dox myself, but there's a lot of. I'm in a military area. I'm just going to say that, okay? And the exposure that I've had to people and conversations, I'm telling you, maybe it was one too many for me, but that's. And I mean, overall, I just don't think the military is a moral actor for exactly the reason we're talking about before, right? And this is what Matt wanted to get me off the mic for. I don't think all of this stuff about leveling. Listen, no law is going to tell me what to do when it comes to self-defense. So no UN document, no constitution, no, nothing. As long as it's declared, definitive, objective, objectively factual, identifiable, confirmed, clarified, verified fact that it's self-defense. Once that happens, you've lost all sphere of protection, any type of limitations, any type of. You're done. Anything goes at that point for me, right? Much different. But with that being said, also, I am not going to ever advocate for a nation, right? Because we remember that we're ruled by the ruling elite, and that the large majority of us are just people trying to live from day to day, to harm innocent people that specifically had nothing to do with the ruling elite's decisions to do whatever they're going to do. You can't kill innocent people, and to your way, you can't kill innocent people in some sort of attempt to attain moral legitimacy. It's never going to happen, right? You identify the aggressor, you identify the situation, and you take care of it. You don't cause more innocent people to die. I reject largely war theory. I think the war theory is trash, and I think we need to update our compass. But at the same time, like I said, don't think that I'm a pacifist, because I'm not a pacifist. As soon as it becomes self-evident that this is self-defense, pray.
Great question. I don't know. We can keep going back and forth. I was kind of curious. Is there anybody here who is just pro-war, just gung-ho, any?
Do you really have to fucking ask this question, Matthew?
No, I gotta ask it.
Seriously, I'm on stage. You gonna ask dumbass questions?
Well, I don't know.
You should just address Rich and be like, Rich, okay.
Okay, what are you? Okay, go ahead and answer the question.
Oh, yes. I'm for wiping out every fucking combatant on fucking Earth and just decimating all the fucking combatants.
So you're for any war, we should get involved in any war. What?
Oh, somebody muted me. Sorry.
Okay, so you're for any war. You want to be involved in all the wars that go on.
Oh no, I'm not like a war hawk. Want to go out and just fucking strike, but I'm saying any enemy combatants, like if they pose a fucking imminent threat to the United States, we should kill them all.
Okay.
And then we should like invade fucking Paris and kill them.
Right.
Yeah,
go ahead. Yeah.
Young men go to war, young men that don't know each other because of old men that do know each other. We need to make these old men that want to start the wars that send young men in, we need to put them on the front line and start this shit. Back when kings used to be on the battlefield with their men. Like, we need to go back to that kind of shit. Because, like, right now, you're literally just sending the youth to go kill the youth because of old fucks that want to make money off of the war machine.
I'm going to be honest, you kind of pissed me off because you went back all the way that far. Like George Washington didn't lead his men in the war, you son of a bitch.
It's a good point.
Well, where are our leaders that do that? I mean, George Bush. You didn't see George Bush in Battle Rattle.
No, but you saw Schwarzkopf.
Hey, I love me some General Schwarzkopf.
George Washington was a straight.
You're not gonna have a president lead troops into battle.
Should that be a required?
Gangster president ever in life.
Who's that?
There will never be another president who was like, fuck that. I'm going to stand on the front of the boat while we cross this icy river. And I'm going to look gangster as shit with a cape on, showing a flask on with the red, white, and blue. Nigga, it ain't nothing more gangster than that.
That's true. Good point.
With the teeth pulled out of slaves.
And he had a big old musket ready to blow.
Marshall, you raise a good point. I mean, should our presidents be on the front line? Would that change the whole dynamics of war for them if they're out there doing the business too? I mean, I don't know. What are your thoughts, Marshall?
Let's go back to the ancient world. Fuck it.
Okay.
Realistically, it would probably bring in some kind
I want a war map.
moderating. Probably bring in some kind of a moderating influence because they would have to be there and fight themselves.
Exactly.
But no, realistically, modern president not getting back in the field. The last president we had that led men into battle as like a general thing, like as a full commander, was Andrew Jackson. But you also had Zachary Taylor, who was a general. Eisenhower was a general. Right? Now, they might not have done any fighting themselves, but that experience certainly taught them how to manage the military as well as United States expectations internationally. So, should they be on the front lines? No. Should we require some sort of military training? Probably not going to pass Congress, but I have a feeling if you had military training, you'd probably use the military a whole lot less.
I'm not going to lie.
That's a surmise, historical guess on my part. Brad, what do you think?
I want Trump on. He's on the phone.
Brad's on the phone first.
What's up, Marshall?
I disagree with because George Washington caught fucking bodies. Like, this nigga was dropping niggas in the field. Like, bro, this wasn't no regular. Bro, as far as I think George Washington was a fucking alien.
Wait, Machiavelli.
I think this nigga was an alien. George Washington was dropping niggas in the field, bro.
Wait, hold on, Machiavelli. Based on what you just said, are you saying he was dropping slaves in the field?
Yo, you know what I mean? Stop being fucking.
Oh no, I was just curious.
No, he was pulling the teeth out of slaves to use them as
Bro,
bolts.
he was fucking blicking people, bro. This man he was shooting niggas. He was shooting motherfuckers off of horses, bro. He was blamming motherfuckers, bro. There was nobody more gangster than that. Whose president caught a body?
Yeah, but we also
has caught a body recently.
We also have to keep aware. At the time, he was not president. He was just a regular general. Like, not even King George III at the time led his
Eisenhower
to battle. I mean, Eisenhower didn't lead troops into battle. Eisenhower commanded them.
No, not as president.
Not as president. The last time you had somebody who commanded men in battle, I think, was Andrew Jackson in the War of 1812. Right? Like, you had other presidents that served, like George H.W. was a fighter pilot.
Dude, he was in the Texas National Air Guard.
No, I'm not talking about W. I'm talking about H.W. H.W. War II.
I'm throwing my hat.
Before you
I'm throwing my hat into this ring. I agree. I think that presidents should be on the front lines. Why? Because it forces the presidents to be physically fit, and it will also force a representation to men of how we're supposed to fucking be. That's also going to set a precedent for men in America as well.
I threw it into AI. So, sitting presidents to lead troops, the only one was George W. Bush as president, right? He led the Continental Army to put down the Whiskey Rebellion in Pennsylvania. Presidents who led troops and saw combat before presidency was Theodore Roosevelt, who led the voluntary cavalry known as Rough Riders. Andrew Jackson served in the Revolutionary War and commanded forces during the War of 1812, but he wasn't president at the time. Ulysses S. Grant led the army in victory in the Civil War. William Henry Harrison commanded American forces at the Battle of Tippecanoe. Other presidents with combat experience, Harry Truman led troops as an artillery officer in World War I. JFK, John F. Kennedy, served as Navy lieutenant in World War II, known for his actions in PT 109, and H.W. Bush was a Navy pilot who saw combat in World War II. Several other presidents saw combat or were in the military during wartime, including James Monroe, Rutherford B. Hayes, James Garfield, and Dwight D. Eisenhower, who commanded Allied forces in World War II. There you go.
But again, it goes back to old men that start wars that know each other, but young men are the ones that don't know the person that they're fighting on the other side. But no, we're shooting bullets at each other. Like, it's young people fighting young people because old people that do know each other. And, war is going to be a bitch. It really is. And, Chapter 1000, Military Order of the Purple Heart. I'm not talking shit when I'm talking about the military. I mean, dude, it was the worst thing going through it, but the thing that, like Brad said, I want to go back to so bad. Like, it was shit going through it. But it's the thing that I missed kind of the freaking most.
Because it's a man thing, nigga. It's a man thing. Bullets, gunfire, you smell that gunpowder. I wasn't even there. I wasn't even fucking there. You understand?
Did you say it's a manfinity? He's here.
Use 1% of the interest.
Yes, every battle ever is based on
infinity's
proven track record.
Until they billionaire. And what happened? I put it into the garbage.
There you go.
Why? What comes in a non-kosher way?
Wait, welcome to the stage, LC. How are you, Al?
All these women
Fantastic, Naveen. How are
who
you?
does not modest things for money.
Wow.
Hey, I would
Either they're gonna end up with cancer eventually,
if I didn't ask him
and all the
what does he think of the
dreams that
Trump
they
right
had
now?
will be cut.
I gotta get
Will
your
be very, very miserable.
because you went
All
hard.
the government, all of
Oh, yeah, I was like, whatever happens is going to happen, and they're going to expose the ugly of the world, whether you like it or not. So be ready. And that's what he said. So I don't understand why motherfuckers
An image of Joe, and on the left side of the screen was like a panel where they put information on ivermectin, calling it a horse dewormer, and for some reason they put a horse icon. They literally took a little image of a horse.
Bro, this is the problem with people.
What?
Dude, it was so fucking and got so bitch made. They forgot what America was really like from the beginning. Nigga, we came from the days of the Wild Wild West. We came from the days where people rode on horses and shit. There was
Randy say slightly different.
unexpected repair could wipe out your savings fast. Protect yourself with a home warranty from Cinch Home Services. In the end, people are awake that something happened during COVID that was unholy. So that was an important victory. And this hantavirus story, if it is just people talking themselves into a frenzy, fine. But if officialdom is playing games again, they are probably playing them for a reason. And we need to know what that reason is, because hantavirus is not a natural for this role at all.
Well, it's easy to strip people of their rights in an emergency.
Exactly. I mean, the Moderna vaccine story from 3 days ago is crazy, dude. How can you even begin to say it's a coincidence? Maybe it's a coincidence, Moderna. Maybe this just happened to happen within a week. Maybe it was a slow news day on accident. Maybe they didn't stifle the news for 3 days to let the hantavirus story go wild. Maybe they didn't do that.
Well, I think people need to understand that whatever else it may have been, the COVID pandemic was the debut of gene therapies dressed up as vaccines. That's what
changed the definition of vaccine.
I know they did.
It's wild, huh?
It is wild, because if they had said to people, we're going to require you to take a gene therapy, people would have said, huh?
What's the value of the gene therapy? Assuming steel manning the argument, you get some badass mRNA treatment. Like, what's the good upside of it?
Well, you want to know?
Yeah.
From the point of view of the vaccine making industry, it is the ultimate cash cow for multiple different reasons. It streamlines the process of creating a vaccine, and it cuts right through the regulatory apparatus, because the argument that they're going to make is, we tested the platform, it's safe, so we just loaded a new gene in. The only thing we have to do is test that new gene and the antigen it produces. As long as they're safe, then the whole thing is safe. Now the fact is, none of it's safe, and it can't be made safe. Anything you load into that mRNA platform is going to be dangerous. It's going to do the same damage to the body that the COVID shots did, and it's going to show up in the heart.
I want to show you guys this post from Jack Posobiec. He tweeted, "What if instead of a vaccine, we just were able to get exposed to a weak version of the virus that enabled us to build the antibodies we need to fight the real thing?" Of course, Jack's point was actually going on in the world. They see this post from Jack, and they are so far removed from the context of the real conversation around this technology.
Johnson & Johnson.
No.
It wasn't attenuated virus, but it wasn't mRNA, right?
It wasn't mRNA. No.
It wasn't attenuated virus, but it wasn't mRNA, right?
It wasn't mRNA. It was DNA. But the question is, what language did you write the gene in? It's still gene therapy. In the Johnson & Johnson, they wrote the gene into DNA. In the Moderna, they wrote it into mRNA, but it's almost the same difference. Now, the mRNA platform has a special vulnerability, but you can't. Maybe I should tell you what that vulnerability is. May take it up because it's basically just coated in fat. Your cells are made of fat. Like dissolves like. It goes in. So the problem is, by design, that shot tells your cell to make a foreign protein, in this case the spike protein. That foreign protein ends up on the surface of the cell, and your immune system, when it sees your cell making a foreign protein, it thinks virus. Why? Because that's the only place it sees that. It's a viral pattern. So what does it do? It destroys the cell that made the protein. Now, if that cell is in your muscle or your liver, not a big deal. If that cell is in your heart, it's a big deal, right? Your heart is not supposed to have a viral infection. They're rare. Your body decides, well, killing off heart cells isn't a good idea, but leaving virally affected heart cells isn't a good idea either, and it kills off those cells. That's where your myocarditis is coming from. And myocarditis itself is misleading, because what myocarditis means is just heart inflammation. This isn't just heart inflammation.
And pericarditis.
Right, but these are itis, inflammation. It's not inflammation. This is inflammation, which is the symptom of damage to your heart, which has an extremely low capacity for self-repair. So why is it that a soccer player is running down the field and his heart gives out? Because he's got a wound in his heart he doesn't know about. He's running under pressure, and suddenly something gives way.
Real quick though, you said the heart doesn't usually get viruses.
Yeah.
Can you explain more on that? Is this like your immune system just won't let it happen, or
no? It's very well protected, right? Your heart, it's really important that it not get viruses. So you would expect the protections to be turned up. It's also pretty well insulated, right? Your lungs aren't. It happens, but it's very serious when it happens.
Right.
To clarify, you're saying OG vaccines, they would put the pathogen in the body, and the pathogen would be a virus, and your own body destroys its own healthy cells, and that's supposed to knock up to create an immune response.
What if it's built in? And so, so I don't know if
that would cure cancer, wouldn't it?
Well, cancer's a different matter. If you have a terminal disease, and we've got an mRNA shot that might address that disease, you might be willing to take that risk. Right, the risk of the shot might be low enough, and the benefit of the shot might be high enough. So,
let's just address the theoretical nature. If they were to create the addressing mechanism, as Ian was asking, targeting for destruction cancer cells, specific cancer cells, because not all cancer is the same. They inject it into your arm or whatever. It floats through the body, but specifically only attaches to the cancer. Your immune system that destroys those cells. Is that possible? Your immune system that destroys those cells. Is that possible?
Now your immune system already has a tremendous amount of capacity. Sometimes it doesn't. That's when we find out about it, right? Yeah. When the thing isn't properly addressed. So yeah, and I would cautiously say I don't trust these people. I'm not necessarily going to buy what they tell us about how effective the thing is, but I'm open to the idea that in extremely dire cases you might be willing to take such a shot, but I'm not open to the idea that it's a vaccine, and I'm not open to the idea of preventing infectious disease because the platform itself is terminally flawed.
So we're going to go to Rumble Rants and Super Chats. One quick last question, though, is how much information can be delivered to the cell? I mean, could they reprogram a cell could they repair damaged DNA or RNA?
With the mRNA platform?
Yeah, so imagine they took like a stem cell of yours, they had like a perfect DNA strand or whatever. Could they inject it into your body so that it tells the cells to reproduce perfectly, so that basically destroys the aging process or ends the aging process?
Well, we're not going to end the aging process, and we'll have to talk another time about why that is. They're
biological reasons or biological
reasons.
Oh, let's talk fundamental. Could they make the cells reproduce perfectly again? Like it's a damaged cell, but they give it the perfect information.
Well,
program it to reproduce.
You're kind of coming at the story upside down, because the promise of gene therapy was very much like what you're describing, right? The idea is you might have cells that are doing the wrong thing for some genetic reason, and if you could get genes taken up into these cells, you could get them to do the right thing, and you might cure a disease. It never panned out for reasons like this addressing problem. Right? The problems never worked, and so the huge investment that we biologically put into gene therapy never turned on that investment.
Yeah, but if you were able to do like one clinical test on, say, like 5 billion people, you get all of that data at once to solve for this. You dispatch various batches to key regions, make everybody. I mean, could you imagine if something like that happened, where they were doing a mass clinical test like that?
Yeah, but
billion clinical trials all at once.
Between the year of 2021
and 2024. And you're like, how do we get the data? And they say, well, it's going to take 20. It's from the 80s. And you're like, why can't we get this accuracy problem right? So only if we could test it out 5 billion times in a short period and get all the data. We're going to go to your Rumble Rants and Super Chats. So smash the like button. Share the show with everyone you know. The uncensored portion of the show will be up in about 12 or so minutes at 10 p.m. Rumble.com/TimCastIRL. In the meantime, what say you? HS Disturbed says, just found out I'm pregnant with my 4th child. I'm 42. My last pregnancy was 10 years ago. Please pray for us as I attempt to bring another God-fearing patriot into this world. Thank you so much. I love you guys.
That's so great.
Amazing.
Congratulations.
Absolutely. Oh, you're going to be so excited when you get another baby. I just know it. Running around. J Dirt Biker says it's because Lindsey Graham is a progressive Republican, which is still a progressive. Glenn Beck covered that today. I am surprised Ian didn't mention that.
Or is he progressing too? That's what I care about.
Off a cliff.
Maybe. Time to regress, Lens.
Monkey King says, wow, Brett even cut his hair for this interview. Thank you, Tim. Did you?
No, I had someone else do it.
Correct. All right. K-Toth Swiss says, feeling bad for stupid people is what got us here, Brett.
The This is tough.
Do you press the red button or the blue button?
What is that a reference?
You know this one?
No. Oh, you mean the sweating?
With the what? There's a red button, a blue button. If more than 50% press the blue button, everyone lives. If more than 50% press red, anyone who presses blue dies. Moral dilemma.
Yes, it is one.
And everybody just says, like, just press the red button.
There's a big leap of human evolution some 300,000 years ago where they discovered the first human bone that was actually looked like it had been repaired. Before that, if someone broke their leg, they were just left to die. And that was very bad for us as a species. Once they started taking care of their weak and their wounded, we evolutionarily leapt. So we're sort of in a situation like that. I mean, I think that's your argument. I'm trying to steel man your argument. My argument actually is that the transhumanists, and there's lots of people who fall under that banner who wouldn't label themselves that way, but the transhumanists have sold us a bill of goods, and I think many of them have lied to themselves. And the story that they tell themselves is that there are people who are so broken, there's just nothing we can do for them. And they're half right, okay? Once a person has gotten through development, it's very hard to help them. Before they've been damaged in development, it's very easy to protect them by delivering environment that looks like their ancestral environment, so their body knows what to do, their mind knows how to develop, and that's what we ought to be targeting. So I just want you to separate two questions. What do we do for the broken people on planet Earth today? And the answer is that's going to be a tough one, and we're going to be less successful than we would like by a lot. What can we do for the generation that has yet to emerge? Everything, and it ought to be our obsession. Right? We can start dealing. You don't need to have children who need orthodontia. We know how to solve that problem. We're just not admitting it. Right? It's solvable. Right? It has to do with the feedback. When you chew as a child, you put information into your body, and your body reshapes your jaw based on that information. All of this giving children baby food and formula, and maybe,
What do you mean? Like, my baby doesn't have teeth.
you know, right? But your baby, and you should go to Mike Mew for the exact advice on what to feed when. But your baby naturally wants to chew on things, right?
Yeah, she does.
And if the instinct is, oh, they don't have teeth, it better be pureed, then what you're going to do is...
Frozen strawberry and a little net,
Yeah.
net thing. That stuff's awesome.
Yeah, she's got one small tooth. Come watch food. We're back over to eat. She started freaking out again, wanting to go back to watch the jazz band. We were like, she likes music. So we went to the Guitar Center, and we showed her the piano. Dude,
You had piano.
yes, and when we told the man we're going to buy it, I picked her up and put her in a chair and started reaching for it and yelling and complaining. And then she watching her back, refusing to go into her seat because she wanted to play the piano. So we're very excited.
Dude, yes.
And then
Is it already delivered? Is it all in the house now?
Yeah, it's
You delivered all the time?
we had it for 2 or 3 days.
Love it.
And she just goes bing, 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 bing.
That's so
And
cool.
she's mashed it. She's once. So it's pretty obvious she loves music.
That's fantastic.
I mean, Alice and I both play guitar and sing, and so she sees us and we play music for her. So we've
Yes, about a microbiologist. I often wonder how small they are, but
At least now you
the question of music is fascinating at an evolutionary level. And I will tell you, it goes all the way back to Darwin. Darwin talking about it.
What's going on with
And
that?
this is a place where
First free church on
I have a long-standing annoyance. It started to that it was like a musical cheesecake.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And so this is a giant mystery where we can't admit that the answer is it's for something really frickin' important, but we don't know what it is. And I have my own hypothesis, but let's just say the fact that all human cultures have music, the fact that both males and females participate in music, that every human being until recent times has had their own, but you want to hear it again. That's why you disagree with which part?
not all music is the same, and some things people describe, like Ben Shapiro says rap isn't music. He's unmoved by it. He doesn't connect with it emotionally.
I'm not defending every piece of music or every genre of music.
But so the emotional communication through sound.
Speech, for instance, it's like an evolution of music.
I would argue that vocal rap is. I understand it as music functionally, but it's actually it's nails on a chalkboard to me.
Yeah,
it fills me with rage.
Right.
Like I will strike the person doing it. You know what I mean?
So let's just say.
I feel that way about spoken word.
Spoken word poetry. Yeah, I do too. I'm not a fan.
No, it's probably not spoke. Sorry to interrupt.
I mean, it's not the occasional piece.
We have a couple more minutes. I'll get a couple of these, and we'll come back to this for the uncensored portion because this is fun. Freedom Stripe says, I know Brett is not a big fan of Trump, but he must
is so far and away better than having a empty suit puppet or a demented old man or any of that stuff.
in Syria. So while I agree he was the better candidate on the war things, and I think it is fair to point out we didn't want him to start a war. And I'm not saying it's a view, but just generally speaking, I mean, we all knew the possibility, the probability was decent.
Well, I think we'd be at war either way.
I think there's a very good chance that that America's waging of foreign wars facilitates our peaceful existence here.
I think in a very, very bad way. I want to say it's on fire, but I don't want to imply that it's good.
Defense production is a great way to lift an economy, and being at war.
The general stealing the resources from other places to inflate our own economy.
Well,
and I don't mean currency-wise. I'm saying we took Venezuela. We've now got spy planes over Cuba, just like we did before we took Maduro out. So Trump said imminently we will take Cuba.
Right.
The goal is, I think the economy was really, really bad. There's a plethora of factors involved. But I think largely it's, okay, it's time for a war again and take other people's stuff so that our economy can be better.
Did you see the thing about how lithium was found in Appalachia?
First Century which I co-wrote with Heather, and if you are one of those people like me who likes audiobooks, Heather and I read the book for the audiobook. So if you want to hear us tell you what it means, you can hear that too.
I'm Ian Crossland. Follow me on the internet, Ian Crossland. I was actually talking to Brett about graphene a little bit before we went live on the Discord show. I'm doing a documentary with Jim Tour and the folks at Rice University about graphene and all sorts of banging nanotechnology. So go to graphene.tv, sign up for the mailing list for that goes live, you'll be notified. Follow me at Ian Crossland.
I want to clarify. We talked about graphene.
Well, technically, every time you're breathing smoke, you're breathing it in. Did you know? That's right. Let's start funky. Follow me over to the Greg's right next to I can't wait to get down.
I'm going to become a Twitter at Libby Evans, and tomorrow my podcast drops with Jan Ekman and Chloe Chung, all about crazy things happening in China and how we should watch out for them.
Have you ever smoked DMT? I haven't. I want to ask you about mass population reduction and the mass genocide of people over the past several years, which will be available at rumble.com/TimcastIRL in about 10 seconds. We'll see you there.
Ashley, go. Plant the device.
The time she's like, I don't understand. No shit. We know you don't understand. You're fucking dumb. Literally dumb. The dumbest of the fucking doornails, but yet you mob these rooms that have hundreds of people in it. And I don't understand why. Like, the only reason I go in is to listen to how dumb they are. So when I encounter these dumb people in real life, I'm not shocked and appalled because I hear the dumbness here on Clubhouse. But I don't understand why. You see, like them, I just don't understand why. People listen to them as if they have the authority on any information that comes out of their mouth because they are some of the most ignorant, dumb people. Dude, Band, though, has become so Islamophilic. Like, he sits there and he talks about Islam the way Tucker Carlson does now. So it's really interesting to see how everybody has shifted so much. What was his name? Goat, right? That was his name?
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm. He used to be a friend, to pretend to be a friend of the Jews, but he never was, ever. Hi, Guy.
Well, I said this from the beginning. Being a blackface anti-Semitism is not a good look. It's never worked out very well for anybody.
Work on Clubhouse.
You just come and park in the rooms, but if you look at their engagement of the chat, it's just the same people arguing with each other.
True, because every now and then I do jump in the chat.
Hey, I got a general question. BB, doctor, alumni, feel free to answer it.
Oh, I'm an alumni.
Oh, my apologies. Didn't mean to mispronounce your name, ma'am.
It's okay. You're fun, dumpster.
Thank you. You know, me personally, I don't have no issues with Jewish folks. I don't, personally. I'm a Catholic man. And, you know, but I don't understand what the problem is that a lot of people have against Jewish folks. You know?
You're fun, dumpster.
Thank you. You know, me personally, well, why? They ain't doing nothing to y'all.
No, I got nothing to do with me being so. I just hate the Jews, man, because Nick Fuentes told me they fucking control the government and they control the media and they push the homosexuality in the goddamn schools. They want all our kids to be Chinese.
So you listen to white men, like
I listen to Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Dave Smith. Dave Smith is a goddamn Jew. He told me, fuck the Jews.
I thought it was mainly black urban males that are spreading awareness of, the transgender movement. I mean, they're the ones fucking them the most.
No, ain't no goddamn China boy.
They're the ones fucking them the most.
I don't like to go on the goddamn slide. I ain't no goddamn homosexual.
Hey, calm
I
down,
support the Jews, man. Let me tell you something, dumpster, right? I watched a documentary of goddamn Hitler, right? And they translated his speech. He was like, but when you hear this shit in English and they translate it, I'm like, Hitler ain't really that bad of a guy.
Hey, are we gonna be here to troll or are we gonna have a conversation, sir?
I'll be for real, man.
I don't think he's trolling.
I was gonna say though, it kind of feels like he's making fun of how stupid all of this is.
I ain't making fun of. Listen, man, Nick Fuentes told me, fuck y'all motherfuckers, and he brought very good points. I'm like, you know what? Nick Fuentes is a goddamn virgin, but you know what? This virgin, he might be gay. Who fucking knows? But he makes some fucking sense. Fuck the Jews, man.
Oh, so you.
But you sound retarded, bro. Like, honestly, like, how do you, I don't even know how you chew with that fucking mouth. Like, you sound like you're missing teeth, everything. Like,
and now you're gonna come here and make fun of the Goyam. The Goyam.
This guy said the exact same shit the other day. The same.
I'm the smartest guy in the room. The Goyam's retarded.
You shouldn't beat the
This is what they do. This is what the Jews do, man. They just think everybody's beneath them. Fuck you, baby. We're not beneath you. We know what the fuck that's like.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
No problem.
Thank you.
No problem.
This is a goddamn honor to have my. Wow.
Because you're a good guy.
You know what? I'm actually.
Well, thank God I made a mistake there. Holy shit.
Oh my God.
I'm a Catholic man, okay? I have no ill judgments towards Jewish people. I don't have no ill judgments to atheists. I do have concerning issues with Islam, but because the direction that they're going is directly targeting Jewish folks, Christian folks, and anybody that doesn't pertain to that. I have never met a Jewish woman or man in my life that gave two fucks that I'm not Jewish. They just go, I don't swing that way.
That's a good point. That's a good point. And, I was just starting to like you guys. You gave me mud. I was like, holy shit. Like, I'm starting to like the Jews. But then you moved me to the fucking audience.
No, well, Luke's here. He hates Jews. He hates Jews.
Oh, no, I actually hate the Jews, but then I like the Jews because BB gave me fucking mud, and then he put me down.
I'm sorry. If you don't mind this.
No, it's back. Fuck the Jews.
Greetings to everyone on the panel.
You understand.
I just want to correct something when it comes down to Kitty. I apologize if I offended you regarding the whole friends thing.
He's a fucking Hamas.
I don't mean that I'm not friendly. I'm just saying that we're acquaintances.
Do you understand the limit?
Not that we're enemies. So
She don't sound like she likes you very much.
Yeah, it's because I said we're not friends on this app, we're acquaintances, and she's taking it way too seriously.
Understand this, Salumi, as long as
I didn't mean like that we're not friendly.
we're not going to be friends if you hate Jews. Got it?
It's nothing.
Kitty,
I don't hate
with
Jews.
titties
I don't know
like
what
that,
you think
I
a Jew
might
is.
become a Jew. I ain't gonna lie to you. With titties like that, you can make a nigga do anything.
But I just want to be clear: if you're being passive aggressive because of the comment, I didn't mean it that way.
Listen, man. When I see titties like titties, man, it makes me want. I don't want to be an anti-Semite no more. Fucking.
When was the last time you saw some titties, Sam?
I'm a Semite, so I can't really be anti myself.
I kicked that dude down.
In the Middle East.
Wait, I like Sim better than Illumi. Like, Sim he could stay.
It was another Illuminati.
You fucking stole my name, you piece of shit. You fucking Hamas lover. You get fucked in the ass by fucking Hamas. It takes your fucking pieces of shit.
Amen.
Fucking piece of shit.
Use the good girl.
Islamic fucking terrorist piece of shit.
Stop doing your shit, Illumi, and that way people that have cool names like Illumi won't have to fucking beat the shit out of you. And I won't have to titty slap you in the face.
There is only one Illumi, and Illumi
It's
cannot
not
be
you. It's not you.
mimicked.
You're a fucking piece of shit. It's not you.
Well,
Fucking
I'm not here to shit talk with a woman that I don't even know.
Oh,
So
Islamic terrorist. Oh yeah.
if I wanted that, there's $100 I'll go down to the Vietnamese
Stole my fucking name.
massage place and I'll get a happy ending.
I don't think you know how to talk to women.
What the fuck just happened?
I think I probably have a
No, you have
pretty
a
good
pussy.
record
That's
with
what
women.
Are you married?
have a pussy.
You have
You get fucked. You get fucked. But
What's up, BB?
Not proud.
I ain't not.
Be friends until you're nice to Jews.
You can't even define a Jew. What are you talking about?
In the Middle East, do you
you
understand?
can't define a woman.
Yeah, what is a woman?
Yeah, tell him, ask him.
Yeah, what he said. Look, he had a lion in his flag. He was okay. He had a lion.
Confused that she's your cousin. There must be someone who sounds like Kitty or looks like Kitty, and I'm confusing them.
Okay, he is from England. I am from America. Do you know where America is? Do you know where England is? They're different countries.
No, he thinks you sound like Dickie.
There we go. What's her name again?
What's her name?
Nikki. That's what it is, bro. It's
I never
tripping me
met
the fuck up, man.
Well, then just get off the app. You can delete it.
Sounds
Just
nothing like
just hold down the Clubhouse app on your phone and go delete. And just delete it. It'll be fine.
Rafi. Yo, I just woke up. What the fuck is going on? We changed the title and Sparks started.
Jews. I stay awake tonight, Rafi. I have a lot of work to do, so I needed some friends to keep us entertained.
That's all you. Whether we have a fucking China man, a fucking Hindu man, or a Paki who came on stage with me.
Yeah. You're pretty accurate. And an Islamic terrorist.
Me, a Chinaman? I'm a Semitic man.
We have a Hamdullah Louis and who's the Bahuti.
I could be going Jackie Chan on motherfuckers. Like,
I'm
not just start
what
no
you wish
shit
you
with
were,
us.
Just
call me Bahuti.
I'm what you look in the mirror and pretend to be.
What the fuck is Bahuti? You know Bahuti?
It's like, what is it, like rubbing on my boo-hoo-hoo-tee? What? I don't know.
I know. Wait, my sister reacted on him. He's good?
I don't know.
Probably don't have an ass with me.
He's got, you get cracked in your ass by fucking Islamic terrorists, so shut the fuck up. Bodhi,
There's a lot of homosexual in doing this.
you are a homosexual, yes.
This
you
person is sexually frustrated.
Oh, what the fuck? You, yes, this person, meaning you. But we're not talking to you. We're talking to Bodhi. Hi, Bodhi. Who the fuck are you?
Greetings, Bodhi.
I'm a individual who ascended with Jesus and he made me come back to earth to save you all. So
can you start with the Islamic terrorists?
I like their stuff on
TikTok.
Thanks, bro. Yeah, the Jews fucking killed Jesus, by the way, just so we all know.
Goddamn Jews.
Yeah, we have a rule. We try to mostly kill you. That's the rule. Just like how the Muslims have. No, you can't leave it once you join it.
No, what happened? The actual Earth is Jesus existing forever, giving us heavenly experiences and enlightening us for all eternity. And then these fucking Jews who were pissed off because he wasn't their God came and killed him.
I don't think you're.
We're stuck in that dumbass.
Oh, we got a bunch of Hellenized heathens pretending to be Jews. They can't define what a Jew is.
I'm a Catholic man here, dude. Don't disrespect our direction, buddy. Have some decorum, my guy. Have some decorum.
My guy, are you in a what branch are you, my guy? Because I can tell.
How do people continue to repeat that narrative that the Jews killed Jesus?
Because
they did. Romans was put in the Bible by Paul, who didn't fucking exist before 2022. So that we would remember that the Jews killed Jesus and it wasn't the Romans.
Why'd you guys drop the movie?
Please show me a picture from before 2022. Bible. Do that for me.
Wait.
I want to time
I was going to tell the guy.
Yeah, it's
United States Marine Corps, sir.
Be careful, Rafi.
Can y'all control this? I don't even know who this person is.
It's ridiculous. He was killed by Italians.
Little block right there. Just
Hey, sir. I was going to tell that alumni guy.
Hey, Rafi and BB, just take note that he just said he's blocking me. So if you're gonna have him on your stage,
Who's blocking you? Who's blocking you?
no, it's just the fake ass piece of shit.
I don't know, girl. You gotta be careful. He's gonna stop wearing your wigs and your underwear soon.
Yeah, but
I don't know what these guys are smoking, but shit, man, you need to change your plug, bro. Change your plug.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yes,
you asked me a question, and United States Marine, sir.
United States Marine? Okay. Just the way you're talking, guy, and all that, I can tell you're military. Air Force, tactical aircraft maintenance.
Dumpster fire? Okay, I'm adding you right now.
Are you maintenance or are you combat?
Combat.
Okay.
I'm not even fully expressing myself right now.
Baloney, do you understand?
Hoorah, man.
Yeah.
What does the Air Force say, like the equivalent of hoorah?
Fly,
fight, win. We're going to
Air Force says it will.
Yeah, we do that. But it's not like a thing. It's just no slogan. It's only flight, fight, win. That's it.
What about kamikaze? It's now flight, fight, win. Kamikaze it must be.
Well, they like the planes and the pilots to come home. Yep, that's all around supporting the air mission.
Wait, Illumi, did you fight in the United States military?
Fight? No, I didn't fight
You
anyone.
weren't in my military. You were in another. Yeah, you were in. I heard him say we, Kitty. I heard him say we.
He's in the U.S. Air Force.
Are you sure?
Yes, he just said it.
Okay, fine. I'll like you a little more. No, he's just infiltrating. Don't let him ride. He's trying to learn and take that information back. Okay.
Yeah, that's a pretty anti-Semitic comment.
Piece of shit.
It's the only kind I'm pretty sure you like.
Christians. You act like you love Jesus, but you hate Christians.
Huh? Which Christians? Who's worse? First of all, I don't hate Christians because of Palestine. Some of my best friends are Christian. But when we're talking about Christians among each other, the Orthodox Church anathematized everyone. Everyone's an anathema, so they're not going to paradise. The Western Church literally, responded with the same. The Orientals anathematized that. They're all saying they're all going to hell. Each of the churches pretty much is saying the other one's going to hell. You're really gonna come and talk to like the external?
Pretty much explains. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. Do you understand that? Do you understand that, Lumi?
Yes, we understand that, and that's the case for Moses and Muhammad. You have to believe in them because their way is the only way to eternal life.
Call him Mekael. Call him Muhammad. Call him a fucking terrorist. Don't call him a dumbass. He can
and the Jews.
I just want to say they're only because they're women, and I'm letting it slide.
Raped a little girl, and he thinks that Jesus is just a prophet.
None of the guys get any ideas.
That's not real, and you need to know that.
Kitty, all you need to know is how to make me a sandwich.
Okay, you can kick him down now, Ralphie. It's fine. He's a dumbass.
Alright, I guess he's your bitch.
100%.
Go ahead, Ralphie.
Man, so's BB and so's dumpster fire. That's something that you're not.
That's cool.
We can't behave a Looney.
No, don't call him by my name. He's Mekael.
I'm
He's
chilling.
a piece of shit. He's a
I was hoping to have a conversation, not get chewed out by a bunch of chihuahuas. You know what I'm saying?
Stand him.
Kitty, hold on. Sir,
Spaghetti Lines OS. Welcome back.
sir.
E7 or E6?
E7.
Okay.
Sir, what direction do you want to go in this conversation? You want to put fruit to the conversation on the title, sir?
Sir, whatever direction you want to take this, sir.
Well, what do you think of the title? What do you want to? Do you think people hate Jews?
Sir, if you don't mind me asking a question, define a Jew, sir.
Hey, Kitty, patience, honey, patience.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, sir.
Well, what everybody calls a Jewish, the culture. Because there's a lot of people that have issues with the Jews, and we used it more direct. So, what do you think, sir?
Sir, if you're talking about the demographic we call Jews, or commonly known as Jews, it would be up to that individual. If you're asking me to stereotype a whole community, I can only do that based on my understanding of the rabbinic Jewish tradition and their values. Sir.
Thank you for your input.
You want me to answer?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Anyone who believes in Yahweh other than an angel is stupid, and anyone who believes Yahweh is God is a Jew, and I fucking hate Jews because they're stupid.
You're a dumb.
You want a Shem angel? How about you only experience Shem angels?
Sir, direct your frustration with me. I'm the one asking you the question.
No, bitch interrupted me and said some dumb shit about me, so I had to put her in her place.
Oh my, thank you, asshole.
I'm sorry, you guys are speaking to E7 NCO in the Marines, so I don't know why you guys are not talking so precise.
Sir, here I'm a civilian, my guy. I'm a civilian here, my guy, just like everybody else.
It don't matter, man.
Well, maybe other people who aren't you should talk to me nicely. Because you were talking to me nicely. What's up? Just yet, and then I'm going to help them exist. I don't know.
I promise you that.
I'm trying to answer your question. You're interrupting me while I'm answering it.
Can you give me 10 seconds?
I'm going to interrupt you while you're talking?
Sir, you're pretty quick to be aggressive towards a group of individuals or talk about a group of individuals that don't share the same vision of how we practice our religion. I'm a Catholic But we also understand what the passage is also spoken of. And in that passage says that God himself wants individuals to find him and to believe in him and his son. And not force someone into that route.
Okay, so let me ask you a question then, Dumpster, because where you're going, you already said something wrong, so I have to clarify how your justification goes. Okay, Yahweh is a name. That's what we always grew up knowing. God does not have a name. So the fact Yahweh exists means that's a personification God took on for a short period of time that we don't associate God with because that's not who he is as a true person. That's just an angelic part of him or a piece of him that we don't need to accept. That could be evil for all we know.
From water to air, I understand.
Cool. Well, start understanding more. Be with me and let's fucking free ourselves. I don't know why I said ourselves.
Don't direct your frustration to a group of individuals that don't seek Jesus Christ as a godly image. You know,
I see Christ Jesus. I don't care if he died on the cross.
Is there permission to interject?
Guys, this isn't a board meeting.
I'm listening.
I prefer
if I'm come across
chain of command, honestly. The cities never understood structure. But anyways, you are a Catholic.
I'm not running a board meeting. You can jump in where you can. Just be a little.
You're an NCO. You're not running a board meeting when you're out there. But okay, you're leading. You're a Catholic. The Jews, Rabbinic Judaism, their religion or their institution or temple preaches that they executed Christ via stoning and that he is a deceiver and he manipulated the people and he's guilty of worshiping foreign idols and that as a punishment he is eternally in hellfire suffering the worst of torment. Now, in light of Jesus Christ being the way, the truth, and the light, and that the Jews are going to be around until Christ comes back, you're Catholic, so I guess you believe it at that point. So, in light of that, it makes sense that an enemy of Christ is an enemy of the truth.
No. Why?
Relative to those who believe Christ is the Messiah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but some Christians are like live and let live and they don't care.
Correct.
But fundamentally.
Yeah. Those are going to go to
fundamentally, if we're the kingdom of God and they're the enemy, and they declare themselves enemies of the king, that makes them the enemies of all subjects of the kingdom of God.
Generalization, making stupid generalizations. See, okay, look, there's two kinds of people in this world. There are people that are happy with making broad, sweeping generalizations about everything, and that believe the television and media, regardless of what side
they're on. The only person that is more stupid than Illumi on this app. That's a fact.
And then there are people
that is a fact.
That question was
well, you can say you're silent. It's okay.
I understand what you're saying, and I get what the meaning is, but I'm not gonna hold another group of individuals responsible. Yeah, I'm not. You know, the way I practice might not be the best. I might not be the best Catholic, sir. But I'm not gonna hold a grudge against the Jewish people for what happened to Jesus. Simple as that.
Yeah, we're not holding the children to the iniquities of their fathers. I mean, God can do whatever He wills. However, if them Jews profess what the rabbinic or the institution professes, then that would make them self-confessed enemies of Christ.
Wait, wasn't it the Romans?
No.
It was the Romans.
This is not about persecuting someone over the guilt of killing Christ or crucifying Christ. This is about rejecting the anointed one, the Messiah. So you can go ask any rabbi, if someone were to reject the Messiah when he has come, what should be done with him, and what would his step be? And they'll give you the same answer.
But Illumi, look, I know really some of the best people in the world, okay, Jews. I know really good people that are Muslims. I know really good people that are Christians or profess to be Christians. I know horrific people that are in each one of these groups as well, right? There's good people and bad people in every single one of these groups. Why would you generalize like that? It's like that is the stupidity that fucking destroys the entire world. You know, it's that kind of thinking that's dumb.
Can you tell me what I'm generalizing?
Well, I guess what you're saying, now, okay, correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying the Jews, if they don't believe in Christ, then they're an enemy of Christ. Okay.
No, I didn't say that. I said if they follow their institution, which says Christ is a deceiving liar and that he enticed the Jews towards the worship of foreign gods or false gods, and that would make him an idolater, and he's in eternal hellfire, damnation, suffering, the worst of torment.
Yeah, but that's no different from every single religion in the world. Or
I don't believe any religion is espousing that they killed Christ and that he is condemned.
No.
And that he is in an eternal hellfire. Which religion does that?
No. I disagree with you. Look,
well, you're going to have to provide the fact of the matter.
Let me finish what I'm going to say, and you can disagree with me. Okay. What I'm saying is,
so there's no truths. You don't believe in facts or truths.
No, I believe that what you're trying to do is simplify the world. You're trying to say all Jews think a certain way, or all Jews within a specific synagogue or a specific.
I said rabbinic Judaism. I believe
rabbinic Judaism. Rabbinic Judaism is pretty darn broad. Not everybody there believes the same thing, and I'm sure there's like millions and millions of rabbinic Jews who probably don't give much thought to Jesus, who he was or who he wasn't, or anything like that, and so they don't necessarily have a problem with Jesus. But there probably are some people, and maybe there are some, certainly there's some Jews within Judaism who have a problem with Christ. Just like within Christianity, there's a whole lot of Christians, a lot of Southern Baptists, who say, okay, the Jews think differently from us, but we kind of admire them in a way because they're God's chosen people. And then there's some Christians, look, my grandfather, right, World War II, he was 15 years old, he signed up, Irish Canadian Catholic, he signed up to go fight the Nazis, right? He was a Christian, and in his religious ideals, he used those to go and try to liberate Germany and, you know, to help try to free the Jews and the Slavs and everybody else that was getting picked on the Germans. And there's also Christians, Germans, that can call themselves Christians, who are killing Jews in the name of Christ. So the world's just not as simple as you fucking make it out to be. That's what I'm saying. There's good people and there's bad people within everything.
Sir, I don't think you understand what is being said. Perhaps you're not understanding the words that I'm saying. Simply, I made the statement that if a Jew follows in the tradition of rabbinic Judaism and confesses the notion of Christ being a false Messiah, and at this point in rabbinic Judaism, if you're claiming you're awaiting a Messiah and this isn't Christ, you're practically guilty of believing that, because he is a person who has claimed to be the anointed one. And hence, even if they don't say it out loud or they have the ill sentiment, they're still saying he's a liar. Now, that would be, that's all I'm saying. I'm saying people who believe in that notion that Christ is a liar would be an enemy to a Christian. Now, an enemy to a Christian does not mean you need to engage in hostility or you can't have some sort of contract. But nevertheless, you need to understand that these are people who are directly in animosity to Christ.
Okay, so that's fine, but I don't think, them believing that Christ was not God's son doesn't mean that they have it out for Christians, doesn't mean that they have it out for Muslims specifically, all of them in a sweeping generalization. It doesn't even mean that a lot of Christians believe that Jews have it out for them.
And I'm sure a lot of the Germans in Nazi Germany were good people.
Well, that's. I mean, there were probably Nazis within Germany.
With what I chose, I'm going to disagree with that, but I'm going to say that their initiative or reason for doing it wasn't wrong, because the Jews we have that rule the world today, all we know
don't rule the world. They don't rule the world.
Listen, they're everywhere in our higher political agenda.
I actually will give it to them. We do rule the world, and I think it as a compliment that such a small population, people.
Rafi, don't.
Such a big population.
You're stirring the pot.
I love it.
So I'm going to explain what happened.
It shows me that we're so much more smarter than you, and you guys are so dumb that we can rule the world, and I love it. Thank you.
No, it doesn't show you're smarter. It shows that if the Romans wanted to, they can come from the same place the Jews came from and destroy all of us. So if he doesn't know that, then I guess he doesn't know what he's talking about. Do you know that, Rafi?
I honestly wish. Thank you. I appreciate it. I actually take it as a compliment now.
All right.
I don't take it as anti-Semitism. I take it as a compliment. Thank you, guys.
You know what all you fuckers need to do? You guys need to. You guys need to study up on some Buddhism. Is what you need to do. Everybody in this room.
You guys have to realize how we got to stop ruling you. Apparently we're ruling. I love it.
Fuck off, Rafi. You cocks don't know anything.
I love it.
So what I was trying to say is that the Jews actually came from a place called the North, and we don't know what the North is. So if we look at other that happened, if we look at the Crusades and what happened to the Christians, is that Norse pagan people came nowhere and started living on their land, attacking them. We have no idea where they came from. You can't say they came from Greenland. That place doesn't fucking have that many people.
I have a question.
It has its own.
What do you even talk about?
Bodhi, where are you? Tell me how much rent do we owe you?
How much rent do you owe me?
Yeah.
Bro,
we're obviously
taking to seeing Jesus in his real earth.
We're taking up a lot of space in your head. We're taking up a lot of real estate in your head, so we must owe you something.
Nah, that space is small, so it's fine. It's complimentary.
I just told you what you owe me for rent, bro. I just told you what you owe me.
What do we owe you? Tell me what we owe you.
It's something to do with.
I get to see your reaction when you see Jesus on his earth. That's what you owe me.
So what do we owe you?
Your reaction when you see Jesus. That's what you fucking owe me.
You got it, pal. You got it. Okay, I'm sorry you were hurt. I'm really sorry some Jews broke your heart. I'm sorry some Jewish guy fired your father. I'm sorry your mother didn't get a job because some Jewish woman got it. Who knows the origin of your... Every villain has an origin story. Hitler's origin story was he didn't get into an academy, blamed it on Jews. So what's your origin story? How did the Jews fuck you over?
Well, I first want to give him a dolphin and show me where a Jew touched him. That's my main thing.
Well, the first time the Jews fucked me over wasn't with the Jews, it was their damn God. And he was like, fuck you, Rob. I'm going to go be a god. That's what happened. That's when it fucked up.
Who was that? Jesus? Because Jesus was Jewish.
That was Yahweh who did that shit.
What made Jesus
the predestination of Jesus. Rob brought the soul for all the animals. Jesus brought the soul for man. And Yahweh came in and fucked us all over.
Are you trolling or are you being sincere?
I'm being sincere. Jesus brought your soul, bro.
Body. And you know what's the best part of it too? Not only we live rent free in your head.
Dude, this guy's an embarrassment to other
Christians. With you. That's even the best part.
This guy's an embarrassment. Hey, Rafi, this guy's an embarrassment to other fucking Christians.
Oh, he is.
He is an embarrassment.
He worships
He needs to acknowledge that, the whole message is that they find him. And like you said to Randy, the funny part is when you see Jesus, see, that's disrespectful. That's very disrespectful. Have a little bit of, of composure. You might not agree, says all this shit to you, I hope he turns you around and says you already know what happened.
Yeah, I just gotta say something. Jesus was circumcised. He was a Jew.
Thank you, Rafi. Thank you for the.
Yeah,
thank you for a little bit more.
Yeah, you worship a Jew.
And anybody who will.
Circumcise yourself, you prove no
point. How do you feel worshiping a Jew? But seriously, how do you feel worshiping a Jew? Even though, like, you believe in Jesus, right? You know he was Jewish, so you're worshiping a Jew.
Yeah, it's not. He hasn't really fully thought it through. Okay, he hasn't really thought it through.
You know, the entire situation is just such a fucking tragedy, Rafi. If you really are objectively scholarly about this, yeah, you had a god down on the southeastern part of the Mediterranean, small group of people wandering around, mostly a bunch of sheep farmers, you know, and they had Yahweh, and then you had one small group of these guys, Jews, right? And the fucking Roman Empire decided, hey, I'm going to adopt it. Without like really getting permission or telling the rest of the Jews that we're going to spread like one specific branch of it, and then they spread it all over the fucking place. So not only did the Christians steal the religion that originally belonged to the Jews, but then after they stole it, they said, and I grew up Christian, right? And I'm trying to be as objective as I can. Not only after they stole the idea, spread it around, mutated it and changed it, brought in a new hero, but then they killed the Jews and the original people who studied and have the origin of this religion, and they said, hey, you're not believing our newer version of the one that we stole from you, and we're going to kill millions of you. It's a big fucking, it's a tragedy, and this is what humans do to each other. We tell ourselves stories, we tell ourselves that my opinion is the right opinion, anybody who thinks differently from me is evil, we're all narrow-minded, and then we group people up and we kill one another, and the whole fucking human situation is a goddamn fucking horrific story.
Matthew, I'm worried.
I was next. I interrupted him when he was talking, and then I was going to talk next. So I got to be next. How are you next if I was talking before you were talking?
How am I next because of this? Boom. That's called a fucking moderator badge. It's called a moderator badge.
Because he's a Christian that believes on Jews, he's got the moderator badge. That's how it works. How easy is that?
You know, and I will bring that guy back up. But the thing is, how can you come up here, project yourself as a Christian, and then criticize others for the direction that they go in life? You know, at least in their religion. You know, and then it just dumb fucks the shit out of me. You know, this is the individual that say he's preaching on behalf of Jesus Christ. The very Jesus Christ that I love. He is my Savior, and I will never denounce him. You know, you guys might not agree with him, but I respect you. You might not have love for the guy. That's fine, because I still respect you. Because to me, he's everything. But that does not mean I have the right to come down and tell you that, you know, you guys a bunch of fools because, you don't see salvation through Jesus Christ. You know what? I'll pray for you. That's all I can do. But I'll still be your friend. Where's that guy at so I can bring him back up?
Well, there you go. And I think this is a good illustration of, like, you go into any group of people, I don't care who it is, you're going to find good people and bad people in every single group of people in the entire world. Muslims, Jews, Christians, black, white, Asian, China, go travel. It's you're going to find that. And I'll just land there, and I'm fucking taking off. See you guys.
Yeah, Matthew's another interesting character, I have to say. He always has something that he runs.
It just frustrates me, you know. Other Christians have come up here, you know, hell, they might be more swagger in the scripture than I am. Hell, they can decipher paragraph, all the way down to the literature. But the thing is, reality is, I'm not going to seek ill to you ways. At least it might not be my way of seeing it or agreeing with it.
Tiger's not allowed to believe anything. He can only believe in communism.
That is true. He got you there, Tiger. He got you there.
He's got a king, the ruler. He's got a...
I think they are barbarians and they don't rule over anything. And in our world, they practically don't exist because they have people. They have none. They didn't even have a nation state for thousands of years. So I don't understand this Rafi guy. He's talking so big about himself. And it's dumb. It's really dumb.
What? Sorry, I missed that.
I have no idea. He's speaking.
All I know is, I grew up in Los Angeles, California, as well as other places. And one time in my life, I was fresh out of high school. I moved out of my family home, and I was just doing real, real bad, man. And I ended up almost at a situation where I was living out my car. Two people that opened their doors was an American Jewish kid with Israeli parents and two Israeli students that came. I started to go to college with. It happened twice in my life when I was like 18 and like 23. I just came on hard times. And for all the nationality, I'm Arab, Greek, Christian, and for all the people I helped from all different colors, faiths, backgrounds at that age, like my Jewish friends were the only ones that opened their doors and said, "I need to stay with me as long as you need to get back on your feet." Like, and for that alone, anybody ever tries to harm a hair on their head, yeah, we're smoking that pack very quickly. We're gonna piss on his grave, all that. I'm not playing around. So, I look at people how they treat their friends, man. I don't know if you ever had an Israeli friend. Hey, man, some of the most ride or die, they're not afraid of shit. Like, if it's a bar fight, they laugh at that. Like, they'll shoot. Them and their brothers and sisters, they help shoot their way out of situations just to survive. So, I just never had friends like that here in the United States. It didn't exist. Thank you, Rabbi, for that. I really do appreciate that. Thanks for opening it up for us. That's a heartstring story right there. Oh, Rabbi. So, I did a little bit of that chat GBT, and I pulled a textbook key code out of BB's asking. I said, I have a retarded friend who's a Christian who's looking down on the Jews. I said, is that right? And you know what it said? Let me tell you what old ChatGPT said. ChatGPT said. It said, if a Christian is to hate on Jews, they are fundamentally rejecting the earlier identity and the family of Jesus, which goes against all formality of what Jesus' preaching was directed to. So when I have brothers and sisters that come on here and try to look down upon the Jewish culture and the religion itself, I tell you what, you can make a guy grab a lot of blood pressure. It's what's cool now. That guitar engine of funding these podcasts and these news networks, like they created an anti-Jew algorithm. Like they created a very sick trend. Like they did it to an extent of you go into a room and it's like 100, like 200-300 phones on, all being worked by AI to repost things and have fake accounts so they can manipulate the algorithms. They spent a lot of money on this, and that shit, that shit really had a big difference. I mean, you know, like, right? It was just the minute October 7th happened, like, it was already, like, it was ready. It was, like, built already, ready to go. And then afterwards, that's when all the disinformation campaigns came. And then you had, like, all the neo-Nazi shit in America kind of coming up, like, making these little cornball-ass, little white trash white boys kind of pop their head up, where years ago they were afraid to, because too much of the general public didn't recognize what they're called.
I mean, Ravi, definitely the way I sound, I could be one of those white trash boys.
Rubber. You have to.
Well, I mean, white trash is like a, you know what I'm saying, like a Nazi, like, you know,
I'm messing with you, my guy. I'm messing with you, my guy.
That's all I mean. You know, I don't like Nazis because of me just growing up in the jail system and shit, like out here. Like, I got a lot of, like, I always had to make an example out of them, because when I was younger, they used to, like, look at me weird and try to, like, smile and do little bitch shit because I was with the blacks. So
did you make them your gum? Did you make them your gum?
I'll just say that, you know, I got active and I got off on it. You know what I mean? So
yes, sir.
Yeah, I shut the yard down a few times behind that. So, you know, that's why I don't like them. You know what I mean? But that's just.
And see, Robbie, I'm gonna tell you my opinion real quick. I think what's happening right now is when something happens, society wants to find a reason to blame. Yeah. When something like the situation in Iraq that needed to basically happen, and then, I mean, we've been on for months talking about, and we know the literature, the history, the culture, the chaos, and everything that's happening. And finally, we're now at that stage where this is what happened. And now we're chugging through the action, trying to get to the climax. And now everybody that is scared, I call it scared, because, you know, now they're seeing what's happening. Now they can see the change to be taking effect. And so they need to start finding a blame. You know, obviously now they're blaming Israel, and now because they, you know, their statements of claims are getting debunked. Now they're blaming that it's the Jews. And, you know, what's next? You know, someone has to have a blame. And right now I'm calling the Jewish people the flavor of the day.
It's not that. First of all, the first hour, do you remember when there was another attempt on Trump's life during the correspondence?
They put a hit on his head. They already
correct, but do you want to hear, like, the first thing that the Arabs, the Muslims came in, like the Jew haters, everybody, they were running rooms. It was the Jews, because Trump was about to sign a deal with Iran. The Jews are trying to stop him. So they blamed that hit on the Jews right away.
Well, that's really low IQ. Try to put that.
But this is how quick they were to respond to that. That's how fucked up it is.
Iran is a terrorist. Iran is just a simple terrorist proxy that has fucked up the Middle East, and it goes against the asset and power of the United States. Military force, political engine, and petrodollar. And they are a mechanism for China to play their little war games to destabilize everything that the U.S. has in the Middle East. That's what that is. So, you know, that China, Russia, Iran, you know, alliance is what Trump is trying to beat out of trade and power. And that's why he took Venezuela. That's why everything's going to be better. And, you know, once we start revitalizing the infrastructure there, all that oil is going to go to Galveston. It's going to boom the economy. There's a lot of great things that are happening, but these pieces of shit have to be taken out, man. It is what it is, man. Like, they threaten everything that we have. I mean, you know, it is. You know what? You want to know what's crazy too, Rafi? What's really nuts? And it shows how you can't just do business with China and think you're safe. So Kuwait in the last 3 years, Rafi, Chinese to come and redo infrastructure, digital infrastructure in the country. They put up AI cameras. They put up security surveillance equipment in commercial properties like hotels. They had all the security in the ports monitored by Chinese software and technology, right? And then of course, the Russians have the drones, and they have satellites in space, so they're able to coordinate with they use the assets that they have as far as government wise to help their technology build in Kuwait. The minute the war started between Iran, all of those security cameras, the speed cameras, the AI facial recognition cameras, all the data was getting mirrored to the IRGC from Kuwait. All of it. So when the United States contractors that couldn't stay on the base, right, when they had to go live in like private apartments away from the base to kind of blend in, they were using all these traffic cameras and everything to follow them. And then they were sending drones to the apartment complexes they were staying in, or the Airbnbs and the hotels. So they spent all this money to try to, we're going to have better technological infrastructure. And now you just gave them full transparency of your nation to your enemy within a day. It's a sick game, bro. It's a sick game. They're playing, they're trying to disrupt our power over there, man. That's what they're doing. So enough is enough. They gotta be stopped, man. Fuck that. Enough is enough.
I agree with you.
I think Vogue's going nuts with the gifts over there, dude. Freaking. Like, I don't know if you're blowing like kisses at me, like. What? Robbie, you got a freaking cheerleader. The whole time Robbie's going, you're just sending gifts. I'm just over here dying, Chloe.
I'm just having fun.
No, I agree, Robbie. I just want to see. I just want to see a good economy come back to the Middle East, man. I don't want these assholes to have any leverage over anything anymore. Enough is enough. Like, I think it will happen. Robbie, think about this. So before Kamimi, bring in. Look at the growth, the GDP for Iran. Look at the economical growth. I mean, look at it. I mean, the data's there. I mean, you can just go back and see the growth under the Shah. You can see it, and if most of the IRGC gets out, well, to say fully out of Iran, I would say you have a better chance of winning that Powerball than that actually happening. But I think it would be contained. It would be there but contained, and that's just me personally feeling.
The IRGC, they're like the KKK in America. It's gonna exist, but they're gonna do it quietly. They're gonna go to rural areas. They're not gonna be in those metropolitan areas running shit anymore. They're gonna become all like poor and second-class citizens. They're gonna have their ideology.
Yeah, I agree. They're gonna be like you said, the KKK in America.
Or a new coup, or if we're lucky, like just a new part of the army just pokes their head up to say they're taking over the country, and they call it something else, but they don't go to civil war. They just kind of rebrand it and shut the fuck up and listen, and not cause so much problems.
But look at Iran, dude. What I'm trying to say is, modernly, the growth of the economy of Iran, the people will benefit so much more. They'll bring back value to their currency. And also, I mean, they have a good market platform of oil, which competitively Iran can really promote its economics and GDP very rapidly. And that's my personal opinion. But what's happened? But the IRGC, the IRGC has been starving its own people. so Rabbi, you know exactly what I mean. Then they start fucking windmilling. Hey, look, bro, I thought you said you can fucking fight. I thought you said you're the guy on the block. You're over here fucking windmilling and can't do shit. That's what we're seeing right now with the IRGC. Is, you know, fucking Israel and America fucking blasted a fucking face. Now the IRGC is just fucking windmilling fucking fists, hitting whatever they can fucking land on. And so that's how we can tell they're weak as fuck.
No, I just kind of want Trump to do one more good round and just bomb the shit out of him one last good time, though. I mean, I would have done it by now, but, you know, I want him to bomb one last good time, bomb him, fucking really, really hit him hard. And then you watch how things change. They only understand one thing. You know, I mean, the economical crunch that we're doing to them, it's big, but the only way that works is if China comes in and says, look, we've lost enough money in this situation, shut the fuck up and go meet with Trump, and it is what it is right now. We can always re-strategize under a different administration in the next so many years. Like, there's tactics that China can do to just tell Iran, hey, it's time to shut up. So, give them your nuclear waste, and it is what it is. So, you know, China will come in because China is their banker, and China's losing the most money by this strait being closed than any nation in the world. So, that's the way the blockade can work, but I think he needs to bomb the shit out of them a little bit more, honestly.
I say,
Trump. Yeah, I thought he was supposed to go to China. He was.
Yeah. Go meet with Xi Jinping. I say that if Mr. Paladin doesn't show up, I will gladly give my vote to G-Lo. I nominate you for the president of Iran.
Thank you so much. I'll just pass it to Pahlavi though.
Okay. I say Rabbi and G-Lo. Rabbi and G-Lo.
Well, I'm not Iranian, so I don't think I'm going to be allowed to take the seat.
But you're Western, so, you know, we need that Western influence.
Yeah. I'd rather be in the Gulf, like the Arabian Gulf. I don't want to be there.
I always said, for there to be complete change in Iran, especially after having the Islamic State, if a woman comes to rule, that just shows that there's already a 180-degree flip. Just for a woman to be a president or somebody to rule. Just to them, that's going to be a shocker for all the men that were Islamic.
Oh, that's going to be so fun to see.
This is like, you know, that's 100% flip.
Oh my
There
God.
wasn't a woman president yet in America. Imagine a person right away in Iran on that flip.
Yeah, and imagine that Pahlavi's daughter, you know, it would be a queen.
Well, if they went to the length of reestablishing a monarchy, yeah.
If that's not listen, he's a transitional leader, so it could very well also be a republic. If people, you know, the majority votes for republic, that could be people could vote for monarchy. People could also vote for constitutional monarchy. You know, we don't know. We don't know. Yeah.
Constitutional monarchy, exactly. Have like a parliament system too and everything and all that. So
exactly.
Yeah. No. I mean, you know, they have rights. I mean, it's not like Iran doesn't have a royal family. They do, you know, but you know, it all depends on who you talk to about it, I guess.
Yeah. Everyone has his own opinions.
But I mean, you know, I know there's Shia here that are sick and tired of the IRGC. They don't like them, and both Persian Jews here in LA. Like we have a supermarket called Sabzi here, and there's always both. There's the Jews there and the Muslims. And I swear to God, I left my wallet inside of the cart like a dumbass, and I was getting ready to get on a plane to Kuwait. If that shit happened in any other store in LA, my identity would be halfway to TJ or something. Two older women
the same time and gave it to the cash register. So, you know, they're a really good population out here, man. So I want to see that their country get improved. But, man, these people who are in power over there, man, they're death cult worshipers. You know, they're...
Thank you, Ravi.
No, I mean, I always have my lawyer's Persian. Man, what the fuck? Shit.
Aren't we all either paralegals, lawyers, dentists, or something?
I kid you not. And he came from he himself is not religious, but his background was Shia parents. And I asked him that about Shia. Yeah, how do you know? And I'm just like, I know Armand, I know. And I tell you, best fucking lawyer I spent to get out of trouble, man. Because I truly was innocent of the charges they wanted to throw at me. When I got him, everything changed. Best fucking lawyer. Best. Smooth. Knows how to dress too. My DA liked him. Like, because my DA was a woman. One going against me. So when she saw him, she was like, oh, you got him now? Yeah, bitch. Shut up. You don't want to go to trial, bitch. Figure it out. And that guy was the best lawyer. And Arvon and Derry, man. You ever get in trouble in LA? Holler at Arvon, man. Best lawyer in the city.
Yeah.
And the food too. I mean, fuck, man. Iranian food's very good.
It is. I mean, if I say myself, yeah, it's not bad.
No, it's not bad. It's some of the best food in the world.
You guys talking about that Kubi Day?
Yeah, all that stuff. The way
Or
the
masatsi.
that they bake, the fucking bread, all the bread they bake. Oh my god, the way they make bread. And then I like the rice that they make with the pomegranate and the saffron. Oh my god, I can eat that shit for days, like war rations. I can just eat it.
Me too.
I remember in London, it was a little restaurant back in the day, man, good Iranian restaurant. I used to go there and shit. Like, I literally I get a whole bucket of that rice, man. It's no joke. It was a very serious addiction. And then the raisin cookies too. Oh my god.
The raisin cookies, right?
Yeah, little smaller ones. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't know how to say it. Yeah. Okay. Very nice. Oh my gosh. Sabzi in LA is one of the best supermarkets. It's an Iranian supermarket. One of the best.
Have you ever had the green plums with a little bit of salt?
Yes. Years ago. It's funny you say that.
They're so good.
Yeah, they are very good.
They're like sour.
Yeah.
Very good for the belly.
There's like a dish with like lamb that you guys make with eggplant, but I forget the name of it. And I used to have like a little spoiled ass Saudi friend from a very, very predominant family called Al-Alayan. And whenever he'd come, he's like, you know, Eric, go to the Iranian. Just go. Just take the card and go. Take the car in the card and go. Every day. Every fucking day. Like, because I was the only one he could trust with his cars because I don't drink. He's like, go. I'm like, how I said that? I'm going. Go right down to fucking La Cienega, go to this Iranian restaurant. I think it was called Daraband or something.
Daraband. Yeah, you know what it's named after? Daraband is a place in Tehran, in the north upper side of Tehran, where it's like a park with a bunch of restaurants and waterfalls, and you can sit in between these waterfalls and have food and shisha and drinks, and and the water's just flowing underneath your feet, and you see the waterfall, and it's amazing. That place is called Daraband.
Okay, so that's okay. Now you're teaching me something that I know. Thank you.
Derbent. I know Derbent very well.
Yeah, Daraband.
One of my partners from Derbent, he speaks Farsi, Hebrew, Russian, English.
Wow.
Yeah. And
you ever
It's
seen
Kafka's region. So yeah.
Kafka's? I know that region.
He speaks like 5 languages. So it's funny because we do deals sometimes with Persians. And he just sits there and listens, but he doesn't say that he speaks Persian. And then he goes to me, he's like, okay, they want this, they want that, so be prepared, they're going to be asking for this. He right away tells him. But he translates into Russian.
Oh, he's being tricky.
Mm-hmm. I take him in a lot of meetings with the Persians, he doesn't ever say, but like, he speaks fluently, like, well, Kafkaz, well, even like their language, like the Tibet language is very close to Persian. Very close. So we gotta be sneaky.
Yeah, we actually have Iranian Afghazis, and they're usually more white skinned, maybe even blue eyed, maybe even blonde.
You also have from a region called Cuba. Close there. Cuba, they say.
Cuba?
Yeah, Cuba.
Could be.
It's close to the belt.
Oh, cool.
I've been wanting to Kuwait.
Iran war or the coming, because they're building up state at the end. However,
seeing the problem here because it's not being reported and what's happening, and so they're like, hey, you're assuming they're going to do something. What if they don't do anything? They want to be like, are you going to do the same thing in North Korea? Hey, they have a nuclear weapon. Let's take them down. Let's make sure they can't do it. Like, where does it lie? And so I think his lack of communication, and we kind of say, okay, hey, you bang up Israel, we'll knock the shit out of you. So kind of say, hey, we got your back, but you lead the show. Is also
Israel was going to lead a lot of this. It might just.
No, that was the plan. But then I think Trump. Here's what I think. And again, someone leaked what happened in the Situation Room, and if it's true or not, we don't know. But nobody's directly answering the administration whether it's true or not. It sounds like, basically Netanyahu presented the information, and Rubio and others said it's the same. To Trump said it's the same old bullshit. The Israelis kind of need some intel about severity that may be true, may not be true. At the same time, Trump has been talking about since 2001, or even before that, in the 90s and 80s, about, destroy Iran. Like, Iran is the biggest threat. He's been talking about that forever. So, for people to say, like, oh, he never talked about this, he has consistently talked about that, even in his first term, when he assassinated Soleimani and things like that. So, I mean, it's important to understand that, I think when Trump saw that and Israel's going in, and he thought after what happened in Venezuela, we can go out and I will get, like, America will get the glory on this. I will get the glory on this for doing it. He probably told Bibi, hey, step aside, let us run the show here and do it. And then when it didn't give the results that he wanted, now he's like, oh shit, well, okay, let's do it. Because I really do think if it was thought out, the first thing you should have done was close the Strait of Hormuz and then go in there and be like, oh yeah, now you want to get oil out? Fuck you, and do it. So it really doesn't make sense. I will say this though, if you read the New York Times thing, Raising Cane talks about, hey, this same plan was presented to other presidents who were ready to go, and the only issue they had on this was will the American people be able to so let's go ahead and do it. If you read the New York Times article.
So I know there's a lot of discussion about how Trump is whipped by that. Now that you see the Sunni countries and Israel and the United States of America appear to have all allied in this war on Iran. That Iran has been this thorn in the side of the Middle East, or any of these other countries that are participating not only in the war but also giving us where we have our some of our bases. Maybe I'm just saying things people haven't thought about yet. It's just what I've observed.
But Joe, one thing to is before all this happened, did you notice how, when Biden was president, Saudi Arabia wouldn't even call or talk to him? And that's the reason why somebody earlier was saying, oh, look at the gas prices and all that. It was like, well, okay, but Saudi Arabia wouldn't even talk to him to help lower, to increase production or do whatever, right? So you actually have, right now, I'm hoping Trump tells the Arab nations, because everyone's telling the U.S., oh, do this, we got your back. Instead, he should just say, hey, Saudi Arabia, you just take him out now. We'll close the Strait of Hormuz, we'll do that stuff, you take him out now. We did our part, you take him out. Because Saudi Arabia, it sounds like, wants Iran gone. And you have these allies in the region who want to do it, which is going to be fascinating to see how this plays out and what France and all these other countries, how these Middle Eastern nations treat them, knowing that they weren't willing to get rid of Iran. Because Iran is hurting these nations just as much. And it'll be interesting to see how this all folds out.
Clearly, okay, go ahead, Edward. You want to jump in here? Jump.
Yeah, I just know because news outside of the United States look at Israel as being the lead other nations because they know that they're actually in the Middle East. The House of Commons put out an article recently talking about the fact that they look at the United States as backing Israel, but Israel, their military, their everything, is really the lead of this particular war, even though some people think that it's pro
Trump mentioned this, that, you know, after they would leave office, they're like, man, I wish I did something about Iran. I wish I did something about Iran. And clearly, when we took over Afghanistan and Iraq, I think that was only staging for the inevitable taking on Iran. So it's unfortunate, though, because it's not popular. Gas prices going up. People, elections will always come back to the same issues. What have you done for me lately? What are you doing for me now? Trump, at least probably 25 years. So, I don't know. I think the polling's really bad. And because I'll tell you what it is, because I'm kind of in the tweener generation, is many younger Americans kind of, you know, it seemed like we were on the verge of that in 2019 with the economy. Many Americans felt like re-electing Donald Trump would bring back that type of economy. Now, he's done a lot of long-term stuff, $21 trillion in investments. However,
gas prices, where I was saying, you know, what he's, in some ways you could call a genius doing, is he's did you hear this thing where he's saying he's going to he's going to eliminate the federal tax on gas? Right. So, right. So that's going to take off 30 cents on it, right? And then you're going to go and say, well, okay, 30 cents reduction, but look at the gas price, it's still high. And then the question, okay, Governor, I'm asking states to do the same thing. Reduce the tax you're creating on it. And now it's like, when the states say they won't do it, it's like, why won't the Democrats reduce, the Democrat governors of the largest states in our nation, why won't they reduce the costs? Why won't they do that to help the cost of living? It's, in some ways, Joe, it's charged only 20 cents when federal was charging 30, but instead you guys chose to charge more and then try to blame Republicans for it? Like, come on. Right? So, you know, I mean, that could be a move that changes things. Just being out.
I don't know if it's enough. I think we need to see significant change in the direction of the economy.
We will. And, you know, I think and there's going to be some major impacts, I think, in the next couple of months. You're going to see economically from the job market and things like that. I mean, actually, jobs are picking up in some areas. I don't know if you read that last jobs report based on what was expected and what actually happened.
So, do you think the war will be concluded by the midterms?
I think the war will be concluded by early June. And the reason I think that is, I think the war will be concluded in terms of the way we're doing it. I mean, technically the war's over, but we're dealing with this conflict and this continued, you know, kind of blockage and all that stuff right now. Because I think this whole conflict should be closed up by early June. I think Trump going to to China also has something to do with this. And I think you're going to end up with a solution to all of this sooner than later.
Man, I like your optimism, but let me tell you, it appears to me like a war of attrition. It reminds me of an internet war. You know, nothing ever really gets solved. It just drags on for days, weeks, months, and years. And it's until someone's willing to actually stop. I think Trump had the idea that they would cry uncle right away. And it appears like they have no interest in actually ending this because they know they can wait it out. I think one of the flaws that our country has in, you know, threats from our opposition and our enemies is that they know they can wait it out for the next president.
Yeah, but can they wait it out? I mean, here's the thing, right? If you're blocking them and you're controlling what's coming in and what's coming out in terms of food and all that stuff, how much can they really block off, Joe? I mean, how long can they survive? And that's the question.
I don't think they can, Joe. I think that I was saying this earlier. I don't know if you were in the room, but if they have to cap their oil, and I mean their GDP's been destroyed for a year, but if they have to to finally cap that oil, they're gone.
Well, I think about it. They also can't get oil. I mean, now they're trying to send oil via trains to China and other places. Like, how do you get it to your customers? How do you get it out? So now you have this surplus you can't get rid of, because if you try to send the ship out, it's going to be dead. It's going to be destroyed.
Came up with a concept called 10% of the budget should be on things that are unrelated. It was called 70-20-10. 70% of the time on core business, 20% on adjacent business, and 10% on other. And he proved mathematically, of course he's a brilliant mathematician, that you needed that 10% to make the sum of the work work.
Now's the time to rise up against your government. Well, who's the leader now of Iran right now? I think that's kind of the part that is misunderstood. Who would the people even rise up against?
Some like cardboard cutout. It's not
well, Joe, I mean, I think we made a mistake because we had an opportunity when the sun was there to offer them Lindsey Graham and others. Like, just Trump didn't want to part of it.
I mean, it's the economic war that we're going to have to do now. Did you hear me in the room earlier just talking about?
I should for me. I'd love to.
So he's kind of shackled, effectively shut them down, really shut them down, so that they hit rock bottom and the people erupt. And this new way that we approach warfare that's allegedly it's more civilized, so we don't take their bows and their infrastructures and their communications and their electronic grids. And I mean, we're not going at. They were going after their competitors to stop the oil production. They were going after their competitors to stop the oil production coming out of these other nations. And it's just interesting geopolitics.
If we came out of the oil industry,
because I also think
and then started a venture capital firm,
that whole region is looking just at them, but
if we came out of the
where their weaponry came from, who's still behind them or helping them. There's got to be a resentment towards China to some extent from in that region. I mean, that's another factor. But for us, I just think we're going to have to go full court press on the economics, different than just the stranglehold, the sanctions. It's just that didn't do enough, obviously. But you just have to hope that they have no ability to fund that nation, and that may be where that uprising comes from. At the beginning of the war, it was all about regime change, and that was the loud message that was going out, and everybody was behind it and thinking we had great success with it, and we were on the heels of achieving it.
Just
and now
finished
you're really not hearing it.
Here in Austin, Texas, I got to say it is extraordinary, the innovation they're doing, the technology that they're developing to take people who are paralyzed, that ALS were not able to do, and give them the ability to could
last quite a while. Like, what does victory look like? I guess it's a peace deal or some sort of agreement with them. And according to what he said today, was it's a non-starter. They're not even offering to resolve it.
They're never going to surrender. I mean, this is not Imperial Japan. They're not surrendering. I mean, that's not the jihadi way.
The jihadi thing, you go out as quote-unquote martyrs in a sense. You know what I mean? Is that where we're at? I mean, I don't know.
Hire me as your social media manager. So number one, you're going to fill out this are celebrating the death of their kids because they're martyrs. I mean, it's like a sick culture that feels that way. But yeah, this is not a culture that will surrender. They'd rather win is by the only way you end this is by winning. An agreement's not going to end it. You're never going to get an agreement.
I just put the euro excuse proposal here. Cute, but you really could have put this towards your first property in Dubai for the people? Yeah, of course. Come, let me show you. This is Greens, the first little community by Danube where prices start at just 3.5 million dirhams. First, you pay 10% down, and then.
It seems like how do you?
Well, I mean, you force them to cap it. Can we seize it? Because that's the lifeblood.
But even then, like we're saying, they'll just, I guess they'll just die. I mean, I don't know. That's kind of like I'm trying to say, like it could be a war of attrition, like Joe's saying. Like if they're willing to go 5 years, I'm sorry on a number, and have their population just literally die off or something. I don't know.
All the
And then
inventions
like
we
they
previously
say
had were
actually
kind
won.
of
Because
a
now
tool for doing something. So we invented fire.
we're still there. You know how that goes?
Watching some cool shit over here. We have 125 people watching the NBA. How many?
I agree, but it's also interesting. I was looking at a quote from George W. that said, he's talking about September 11th, that the war could be 75 years. It may take a long time to process this war.
Whatever the value they get on the back end is so much higher. And here's a better way they can track it. You don't have to guess.
We have been at war with
I don't see companies going the way of online marketing. And when they start embracing social media marketing, it's really going to explode. That's a decade from now, but
this may continue on or on.
So, if it does, and it looks like it probably will, my fear is, though, this is such an easy election talking point. Say, look, elect me. I will end the war. Well, we saw Obama do that, and he didn't end the wars. So we know very well people will just run to get elected on this. However, this is an easy win to bring over all the dove voters that don't want war.
Right. And by the way, it's a good point. How does Marco Rubio and Vance juggle this if it's still going, Joe? I mean, there's no way that this can still be going as we approach 2028. There's no way the Republicans will win if we're still in this mess. I mean, in the mess, when I say mess, I meant mess at that point. You know what I mean? We're not in mess. 17, 18, and then of course, all these other years, they should have sat on their hands and they would have won. But
Bitcoin wins first. See, that's why I'm not against I have been for many years. It's clearly on my record. It's actually part of this being planned by the Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell wing. And this has been the thorn in the Republican Party's side for a year.
But Joe, that voter, like that independent voter or that moderate R that is turned off, the problem is that their alternative is the socialist Dem. It's not the moderate Dem anymore. I mean, that's the problem. And the Dems are being dumb because maybe they could scoop this up if they presented themselves, in the middle or something with the independents. But they're taking over. Look at the different primaries around the country. Look at the Michigan primary. So like the Dem primary, Haley Stevens is like a moderate Dem. Not an offensive Dem, and she's running against a whack job that may win.
You get like a Clinton, Abby, or like someone that's somewhat, like
the way I can be
moderate,
unique is I've just been creative and reveling in being young and just being a little crazy. So, for example,
I'm just saying, like, they could scoop it up, but unfortunately, they're being taken over by this extreme progressive side. I mean, the Michigan primary to me is such an example of it. If this Abdul or whatever the fuck his name is ends up with that, I mean, hopefully Rogers will beat him and the R's will keep that seat, but so you're a voter in Michigan. What's your alternative? You're pissed off at the Republicans. You're going to vote for Abdul, whatever. I mean, what's his name? I can't even remember.
on his head.
I'm sorry to bring up Michigan, but it's like a good example of it.
That's the guy with the rat on his head.
People ask all the time.
That guy.
It's impossible for it to
He's extreme.
What is your claim to fame?
No, I think he's a doctor. Wait, but there is a reverend somewhere, right?
Yeah,
For a brother or something, it's a reverend or a brother.
It should go like right there along. I don't know who it is, but I want to respond to you, Abby. Look, I definitely agree with you that the alternative vote, and that's the only thing the Republicans got going for you, is that the
I'm Troy
Democrats
Aikman.
are
As an investor, I look for assets that
Last month, after more than 21 years
they don't go
working as a sexuality educator at the Gaynor School, I was fired. You may hear that I was fired for a retweet. Well, Chicago business owner.
Live to see Republican Party become low propensity, about 25. I vote and nothing ever changes. Or what is my vote worth? Or, you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and look, I don't agree with any of those talking wins. All they need to do is get us some wins. You know, the SAVE Act, which clearly the establishment Republican Party is not going to break up. You know, there are certain things that need to be taken care of. And then when there has been popular legislation, we fumbled the communication side of it. The Epstein law, the most popular law to pass in the last 10 or 15 years. You had all these legislators sign on it, and Trump's White House completely fumbled the rollout of the communication side of the Epstein files. So, man, it's been a rocky, optics-wise, it's been rocky for the low information voter. Do you get where I'm coming from?
Do you think,
I'm ready to get my second basal treatment.
What we use is an insulin or a transplant. You have bandages on that for quite a while.
There's no recovery time. I can write to work. You're not left with any scarring or time off work. It's just some micro needles in your scalp, and you're on your way within a few minutes. Really not any pain at all. It just goes straight pinch.
Every person that comes into this step,
We snuck into a conference where each ticket is worth $70,000. This is the Milken Conference in Beverly Hills, where people like Elon Musk, George Bush, and some of the biggest investors in the world show up every year. We got invited to private free events nearby, so we knew we had to go. We drove then we started talking to different founders and investors and told them about our event, a platform most people file patents in minutes. The response was crazy. Some of them wanted to use it, others wanted to invest, and one guy liked it so much that he invited us to another private event that's happening to be Houston. So we're gonna go and follow this out.
We're relying on, we have social media anons like us here talking, trying to, you know, when election season comes up, to pluck one or two to our side. But it's clearly not the establishment
so we talked
Republican
about
Party
Modi'in,
that
which is a great
is
option for
intended
you,
to try
and
and
I'll help you out.
constitute.
Now, why did you work with me? Well, my name is Alex Weiner. I'm one of the first persons in this city in September 1996. I know the city like the back of my hand. And I know all about the archaeological sites, the tourist sites, and the history of this place. I moved here with my family and my siblings years ago, and I...
However, how does that significantly influence the millennial and the Zoomer generation? We had it captured that we could have ran with the younger vote, with crossover voters. However, what has rolled out over the last year and a half, and I don't just blame Trump, I blame the Republican Party, the Mitch McConnell, the Lindsey, I can go down a list. I'll tell you, when John Thune was put back in, had the opportunity then to change the course of
in terms of like a dynamic leader, but Johnson I think is dynamic.
Yeah, well, I mean,
he's from your world. I mean, you can disagree with me. Always got your world. I mean, you can disagree with me. Always got a good.
Yeah, he's good as a neutral. You know, he's not votes and deliver wins and send them over to the Senate, and they would die in Mitch McConnell's Senate. You remember how many times that happened? The same thing. Yeah, I mean, the Republicans in the House are voting on bills and delivering
delivering them to the Senate, but the Senate's not taking up anything. The Senate's not moving on anything. This is, and they want to chalk it up and say, well, we don't have 60 senators and stuff like that. Well, maybe voters start to tend to say, well, why isn't Trump's administration doing more to? Do we have no way to peel off Democrat senators? Is that how bad it is right now? That we're so gridlocked that we can't get any.
And whether Susan Collins can hold on. I was saying this in a room. We were in the room yesterday that all of New England, there's one Republican in all the states in New England, and that's Susan Collins. Everyone else is a Democrat. Every House member, every senator.
Arguable if she's a Republican.
I mean, but that's all you got in all of New England. Every one of those states.
Yeah. And a lot of this has to do with the Republican Party.
I mean, I think, who's the one guy that was sort of an enigma? Sununu. Right? That they had a Republican governor.
Yeah, so we ever get over that hump.
If I had to speak about what's going on in my community, I would say that for all of the people who left or don't really believe in the Republican Party anymore, there's a lot of black people that's coming to the Republicans necessary evil, in which a lot of us, I ain't gonna say don't really understand, but we don't have I didn't have the context, and I'm no measurement, but a lot of us only really know what's going on in our community. And when it comes to the whole Iran thing, we get it, but that's not really something we really pay attention to, So the loyalty, especially the ones who have been so loyal to the Democrats, to that side of social media, now they like, man, fuck the Democratic Party and everything they stand for. Let me try Republicans. And then when you actually get somebody who does what they say they're going to do, even if he got into a war, even if he says something, or he may misquote something every now and then, he's done enough so far where we can say, okay, well, he said he was going to do it. At least he went and did it. And he's winning over a lot of black people, and slowly but surely. So you have, it's two elements. Number one, he's a black person, and number two, he's a Republican. And when you combine those two elements together, that is what makes him attractive. For example, the guy out in Texas, he don't talk like us, but he's a black guy. He's aligned with Republican core values, and he's not afraid to really say that, or conservative core values, or whatever it is you want to call it. But the stuff that's coming out of his mouth sounds exactly like what black people traditionally care about. Even the ones that are batshit crazy, they just hate Trump so bad because they're brainwashed. But yeah.
I mean, are you familiar with why he gets so much hate from black
Byron Donalds?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Darkseid is the ruler of Apocalypse, and in theory, his power far surpasses Superman's. But on Earth, he has suffered defeat before. At this moment, the hornless Steppenwolf staggers back to his feet, burning with rage as he glares at Justice League. Completely unaware of the danger behind him, Aquaman strikes without hesitation. His trident pierces straight through Steppenwolf's chest. Superman follows up with another punch. Wonder Woman leaps into the air, gripping the God-Killer sword, leaving no time for anyone to react. And with a single strike, she decapitates Steppenwolf. The severed head rolls across the ground and comes to a stop, right at Darkseid's feet. Until the moment of his death, Steppenwolf never understood why his master didn't lift a finger to save him. The truth is, 300 years ago, Darkseid personally invaded Earth. As molten lava carved glowing patterns across the surface, then he revealed 3 mother boxes, preparing to conquer the planet completely. War erupted. Atlanteans, Amazons, humans,
The old gods joined forces to surround Darkseid. A Green Lantern fell first, killed instantly, sent flying by a single kick. As Darkseid moved to claim the ring, Amazon arrows struck him, and the gods combined their power to deal him a devastating blow. Ares nearly split Darkseid in half with his axe, then finished by kicking him away. If his forces had arrived in time, Darkseid would have died right there. 300 years later, he sent Steppenwolf back to Earth to reclaim the mother boxes, but what Steppenwolf never realized was that he had already become interests they might have. I mean, it could solely be ethnic, business considerations. And if not Sanders Goldstein, you're going to say that, or people will say it. And it's such bullshit. He's in Florida. I mean, my question was if the black community will rally around, I picked him. You could pick, a different black conservative in another state. But he just happens to have a state where there's a very high population. He's all bad.
I don't really care what he has to say, but he's very, obviously he's fucking Jews, and he's a weird guy. But, he's been somewhat of an online, he's had a lot of support online with a lot of very vocal people, and a lot of the, I feel like, these guys, in real life, kind of way. I literally know nothing about the guy. I don't know how good the guy is. So I won't comment.
Byron Don is from Southwest Florida. Lee County's demographics is 60% white, 24.5%. 7% black. That was Byron Donald's. I don't know. Relies on having the black more support when he already hails from a predominantly white Michigan.
Isn't that like Naples and Centerville, Fort Myers, that whole area? Yeah.
As y'all know, I've been following Byron Donald for a long time. He's big into finance.
Respect to foreign policy. Like he's just. It's like, I mean, we can look at Tim Scott also. Like, I happen to think.
Our social media influencers, a lot of these guys are paid whores. They're going to slander him. If somebody, and I don't know that he could be, somebody who's pro-Israel, doesn't matter, but he's going to get slandered no matter what because people like him are running against him, and that's just a sad reality. And it's just something I've observed, and I don't know how. The disconnect for me is I don't know how perceptive the black community is to these kinds of smear campaigns against him, and how that would affect him.
I don't know. Where's he in the polling? Do you know?
I personally.
Yeah, Donald.
He's the leading in the primary. No, I think he's got it. I think it's in the bag. I think you might as well already put his picture up in the governor's house.
Who's the Dem running against him?
That's a good question. I'll pull up the names. There is a guy that has made some news. So Jay Collins, Paul Renner, and then the Jim Fishback guy, which y'all were talking about earlier. Yeah, he's kind of a weasel. And then the Democrat candidates are David Jolly, in Jerry Demings.
What is Jerry Demings? Sound familiar? Was he the mayor? Or no, I'm thinking of someone else.
Hey, is the room quiet? I just got back in here.
No, we've been talking.
Okay, hey, how's it going, Joe? I hope all is well.
Long well, buddy. We were just talking about the Florida governor race.
Okay. Interesting. What do you guys think is gonna happen with DeSantis afterwards?
I don't know. He's I mean, the fact that he went against Trump kind of, I feel like, hurts him. I don't know. I don't. He's not my governor, so I don't really pay attention to say. Like, I would have to. Why are Floridians voting for him? I don't know. They obviously like him. I don't see what it is that they like.
I like DeSantis. I think he's done well. I mean, I don't know if you remember the debate between him and Gavin Newsom. Did you see that debate or no? Or anybody?
I remember seeing highlights of it.
I mean, he did pretty good. I mean, that's against, Gavin Newsom. So, I mean, I don't know. I actually think that DeSantis would be a little bit more harsher than Trump, if you want to put it that way. Because the guy actually knows what he's doing. He's actually like. But I get what he's doing. The attitude of I don't know how to put it. Like my impression of him is that he's
You sat on the floor.
He's too much of a politician.
City Hall.
Which in a way.
Pepe, I want to comment on what you said. My phone had died. For the people that said that he seems like an Uncle Tom.
It's highly dependent on. It's not the traditional American Uncle Tom stuff. It has more to do with you have this guy who's like a conspiracy theorist. He's just like hates Jews and Israel, and he ended up coming up with a lot of these nicknames for him, and then of course I think this guy is he doesn't hate Israel, so he has money. But he basically online he gets a lot of hate from at least that I would see from the black community, the quote unquote America First community, who like whatever group of fucking people, and they call him all kinds of names because he's getting APAC bucks basically, and it's and I do think it's unfair. You have this grifting piece of shit Fishburne, who I really he says that he's America First, and he's we got rid of Israel, America would be perfect. Like he's just fucking retarded. It's just total fucking grifter. But I think
Pepe, one more thing, just again to clarify, so it's very clear. AIPAC is a bundler. They do not write checks. Checks are written by American, Jewish, and Christian citizens that support a particular policy. However, in someone like Byron Donalds, he's running for a state office that has AIPAC, by the way, when they bundle, it's only for federal congressional, not any state elected office, and not the executive branch. So money that he's getting right now to run for governor are coming from constituents, or it's coming from people that happen to be Jewish by religion. So all of a sudden, like, should he not take checks from Italians or not from Jews? Like, it's just such bullshit. They're his constituents. We are constituents. Should I not give my governor money in his election? My governor happens to be Italian, by the way. Like, I'm going to support him.
No,
What
we're
does
running
this have to
against
do
Fishburne.
with the state of Israel? It's retarded.
Yeah, but
It's a
Fishburne.
state election.
Yes, but Fishburne would accuse you of being a Zionist.
Well, I am one, but what does that have to do with me supporting my governor being against crime in my
I
state?
know. This is why I'm saying it's super disingenuous. And
Like, it makes no sense. It makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, no, it
and
makes
only
no
stupid
sense.
people would follow that. But even if you want to make the argument that someone's running for Congress, that it is a bundler. It doesn't write checks. It takes people that are interested in a particular issue and bundles their money. That's it. And each person writes your own check, and only up to $5,700, because that's all you're allowed legally to write.
Yeah, but this is the reality, though, is that this is, okay, hating Jews has become like a cool, it's what the cool kids have been doing for, the last couple of years. I think it's dying out, honestly. Everybody's sick of it. It's boring to listen to. But if okay, you have a grifter that rides this little wave like Fishburne. He's like, oh my god, you took the Zio bucks. Oh my god, you fucking traitor. You're not America first. You Jew loving, Israel loving piece of shit that just wants money and don't care about everyday Americans. That's this whole spiel. Now, I don't think that the average person is going to buy into his bullshit. But, I mean, that is the attack that they're going to go with. And, in a way, it does have real-world consequences when they do these attacks. But if we look at the Florida, who's voting in Florida, it's going to be a lot of fucking old people, depending on which part of Florida. But, of course, older people have a much higher turnout. This Bishop guy, he's not going to but he was bullshit. He had to deal with the slanderous attack. Every politician takes money from every fucking people. This is where I find it really disingenuous. So you can be like, I'm
The moment the girl stole the Iron Man arm from the lab, it instantly attached itself to her arm. Then she stepped onto one of the Iron Man boots, and the other automatically locked on and tracked itself onto her foot. By the time the security guards at the door realized what was happening, they were starting to see the girl already wearing the entire suit. This was a university lab's attempt to recreate an Iron Man-style armored suit. Unexpectedly, it fit the girl perfectly the moment she put it on. At her command, the boots blasted out intense flames. Before the guards could move in to stop her, she shot hundreds of yards into the air, disappearing so fast that even the exhaust trail was gone in minutes. The girl was thrilled to have first experience flying. She activated the built-in voice assistant, only to discover the system was far from complete. It was just a beginner-level training AI. Amy told it to navigate her to Chicago, but the little thing started introducing Chicago's famous landmarks instead. It was clearly a very primitive artificial intelligence. After smacking itself on the head twice, it finally managed to set a flight route to Chicago. Then the suit drifted across the water to the sky. The people in the small town were left speechless. Amy, meanwhile, calmly skimmed over the water, clearly having gotten used to the suit already. She was only 2 manual mode, but the power was already critically low. Before the switch to happened, her left arm was detached on the spot, causing her to completely lose balance and crash onto the ground fully advanced. She could only carry the pile of broken scrap metal home and figure out how to repair and improve it later. What Amy didn't know was that the moment she walked through her front door, a mysterious person had already set their sights on her. Coming from a poor family, Amy tried to ask the owner of a parts shop to let her buy some components on credit, but he flatly refused within seconds. Even her elite MIT credentials didn't change his mind. Just then, the mysterious person from the day before appeared and pulled out cash to pay for Amy's purchase. The moment the girl stole the Iron Man arm,
I'm 100% on board with that, and I do think that that's where there's this with a lot of these people on the far right. You're going to get I would say like 90% of the people that are quote unquote on the far right are they're grifters. They're pieces of shit. Like you really they never get along with other people on the far right. They're like one of the things that made me not be on the far right was being around the far right. Like I
just thought they were just like such despicable pieces of shit. Like some of the worst people I've ever fucking met, really. Like
So what do you consider yourself now?
I mean, I would consider myself like I'm actually, I would say, rather moderate. You know, I'm somebody who's not very conformist, so like I'll hear a narrative where we're told we have to believe a certain thing. That, you know, maybe one of the most controversial things would be that like all groups of people are the same and they have the same potential, and it's just like no, we don't. So you can tell me that, like, for example, we import smartest people from Nigeria and India, which, you know, genetically, for example, they're yeah, it might be cultural too, but we're importing people where we selected for it to be the most intelligent. That somehow we, for example, people of European stock in the United States are going to be able to compete with them. No, we're not. Ashkenazi Jews tend to do better than us, and, you know, East Asians, whatever. African Americans tend to fare a lot worse. I don't. This whole like equality narrative that like evidence of.
But how does that form your vote, Pepe? Like in your state, okay, in your statewide elections, in your congressional elections, what are your issues? You have water issues. Big time water issues. What do you care about that fiscally is going to happen in your state? Is going to happen? You care if your tax dollar pays for a new stadium or not? I mean, like, what do you care about?
I look well past that, and like my brain has been stuck on the whole thing about the inequity equals inequality, and there was a study that came out the other day, for example, that showed that African Americans, for example, fare a lot worse on average than white Americans. But if you control for IQ, they do as well as us. What a fucking shocker. And this whole equality, what's really bothered me is that when you try to like deconstruct everything, there's not much of a difference between different groups of people that have they've evolved from each other for tens of thousands of fucking years. There's no difference between men and women. All of this bullshit. But it's just like, but there obviously fucking is. You want me to just nod my head in silence and pretend like there's no difference in groups as a whole. That yes, there are women that can beat the shit out of the average male. There are black people that are much smarter than, you know, 3 of my brains combined. That's fine. But there's this thing where people always want to place people as the fucking oppressor. And one of the problems I have with the far right, for example, if I was going to look at like the National Socialists, somehow, you know, once you get rid of the fucking Jew, everything is fine. Everything is dandy. We will be these strong, tall Aryan kings who will conquer the fucking world. But no, that's never been the fucking case. Like, you guys have always, I mean, we can look at the British. You know, you had a bunch of fucking Normans that came in and conquered them and dominated them and treated the English as second-class citizens. There's never been this fucking Aryan unity or groups of people that were ever fucking equal. It's never fucking happened. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Somebody.
See, I'll jump in there. One thing that I was going to comment on earlier about, you know, black people calling him Uncle Tom and stuff like that. So you're typically going to have 2 types of people that are going to look at him in that type of light. One of them is a Democrat for life, and that type of black person, they can't even explain to you why they're a Democrat. But the answer to that question is that because they were programmed that way. And they're programmed that way so much so to where, and when I say program, I'm talking about by their parents, the grandparents, the culture, things of that nature. And they're programmed to the fashion that if you vote Democrat, you black, and if you vote Republican, you white. And it's the most idiotic way of thinking. And thousands of black people, probably hundreds of thousands of black people are waking up to this. And deficit disorder, attention deficit hyper disorder, and all of them goddamn disorders. And these are the things that are being uncovered that black people didn't even know they cared about because they didn't know. It kind of became so much a part of their life that they didn't even realize it was a problem. And now that these things are getting unearthed and they're getting answers to their question, other than what parents usually say, which is what you just mentioned, Pepe, racism. Like racism is the answer for everything. And it's like, it can't be the answer for every single thing because now it puts me in a position where I'm defeated and I can't do nothing to change my own situation. So there's a major shift where people who would look at a ballot agree with that, and it starts to build up a mental momentum where the colors are going down. And now I'm looking at just the words, Republican or Democrat. Then when you step outside of the national perspective and you look at it from a state perspective, you start to see how people like Mamdani is behaving. So that starts to paint a picture of what the Democrats look like. You see how Virginia just got all these damn tax laws. You see how Minnesota looks. And this is what the more educated black, we'll call them black buyer, if you will, where they're buying into who they're going to vote for. This is what they have to look forward to when it comes to voting Democrat. So it's kind of a combination of, I don't want to deal with that shit, meaning Democrats, but also, well, it's another thing is, damn, I can't believe my parents had me thinking this way. So it becomes more of like a disgust type of thing, like, how the fuck could I be so blind and not view these people just because they were Republican? Okay, well, let's start at the top. Trump is the head Republican. Shit, he laid the tariffs out. Yeah, he might have lost the court case. I may not even understand it, but goddamn, the shit worked. And he said that prices were not going to increase because of the tariffs. Damn, that shit worked. He's actually doing what he said he was going to do. You know, before the Iran war, he stopped all of these wars. Okay, we actually got somebody in here who's doing what they said they're going to do. Then you spin the plate. Oh, Kennedy. Kennedy is over here finding out vaccines are hurting people. Oh, shit, my kid got ADHD. Maybe that's the reason. Like, it's coming home into black people's living rooms as to one possible reason why they might be in the situation that they're in. So now when you start going around and you start hearing people like Jasmine Crockett who say things like, nobody want to go out here and be a farmer. You don't want to be a slave. So you're associating farmers to slaves when there's a huge shift in the black community where thousands of people are now becoming farmers. So now Jasmine Crockett is literally offending her own base. It's just some of the most idiotic ways of communicating that they're pushing black people away. And the Republicans are like, well, this is what we believe in, you know, in a unified approach. So it's a combination of both as to why I say black people are transitioning from the Democratic Party and they're taking not only just their vote, but they're taking their loyalty to Republicans. And 9 times out of 10, they're not going to get it back for at least another 5, 6, or 7 generations. Because the same approach that our parents took with us, we're going to take the same approach with our kids. We're going to say, don't vote for them. You see how crazy they is? Look at how their kids, their kids believe that self-expression is walking around with different colors. They believe that you can be born as a him, her, z, zer, they could be cats, they could be like all of that shit is going to be associated with being a Democrat. And it's just never going to work out. So I don't see them bouncing back for a long time. But,
there's a lot of euphemisms like the colonizers, whatever they use. And they basically, it's just like, once we get into power, it'll be amazing. and we know where the far right will do it to other groups. Solve a problem. It's just you're literally doing the easiest thing. You're just like blaming somebody else for the problem, and you're just going to do with a lot. But Edward on this app, I think he's a very decent, moral man. Very conservative how you're going to run your own life. I think you would want to an individual to listen to. But I'm a rather nihilistic person. I don't see things the way I used to. I mean, when I would engage with Black people, for example, I was known very disrespectful and just kind of like how I get treated. But at the end of the day, I realized it's just like I don't know that how like some of the biggest problems I see in the United States. Like we can look at a lot of the division we see in this country. It's going to come from people, large donors, and countries that do not have our best interests in mind. It could be because they just have their best interests in mind, whether it's Israel, but countries that want to fucking take us over with their religion, like Qatar. How do you stop the paid whores in our country from being influenced by these people? Like this Dan Bilzerian bag, a leader of CARE. And this guy he's of Armenian descent. And he's somehow like they'll sell their own people out, even their fucking families out, in order to make it.
We start an issue at a time. So the question from Abby that kind of got us going down this path was, what is your top issue? So if Abby was to ask me that question, my number one issue has been for a very long time immigration, illegal immigration, also too much legal immigration, and I know I'm further extreme on that than many people on stage, but I want to see a moratorium on immigration. My second biggest issue is the economy, and my third biggest issue is abortion. Abortion's murder. So I can rattle off what my top political issues are of the day. What are your issues, Pepe? Like, what's your number one political issue that you would like to see changed in our?
First, not to be divided, and for us to continue our course. I understand we're at a very special place in time where after World War II, we were not competing with Japan and Germany to the same extent that we are now. A lot of countries have industrialized that we've had to compete with. But for us, like, you could say it's a lofty goal, and I would say somewhat not realistic, but my whole thing is for people to live the American dream. If I had to sum it up, that is literally for Americans to live the American dream. That is it. That is literally, if people could do that, any of the shit regarding race, any of this stuff, like it doesn't matter. Can we continue on in this country with our children having, I don't have children, which is, I'm kind of ironic I said that, but could the people that inherit this country have a better life than us? That is literally what motivates me. Simply as I can put it.
Do you think that's kind of why we're fighting?
Go ahead.
The idea of, the American dream that would mean something different to everyone, right? It's subjective. Right, Heather?
To an extent.
Yeah.
All those platitudes. So, but I think I don't want to gloss over your very first point you said, though, which I thought was great. You said unity. I'm paraphrasing it. You said you don't want us to be divided. You're saying as a country, domestically, that was your very first point you said.
Yeah, I do think we're a very divided country. We seek to, whether it's politically, by race, by whatever, we we do seek to fight in a very tribal way, where I don't see this as being a good thing. And people like me, I say somewhat reactionary, are going to, aside from personal stuff at least.
In my position, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
To get along with the Democrats and the people on the left, and that's partly why where we're at today. I think these people want to kill us. I don't even think they want a country with us. Seeing what the Democrats in Virginia are doing, where they're going to lower the age, or they're floating the idea of lowering the age to get rid of the Supreme Court justices, the Virginia State Supreme Court justices, just because they ruled against them. These people are awful. And
you're
I don't think
absolutely
there is unity. Yeah, I don't think we can have unity. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not willing to capitulate whatsoever with these individuals on the left. The people on the left I see as wanting to destroy us.
Give me my
eyes. I don't just mean us as our country. And I don't really. That is where the biggest thing comes in. How do we deal with these people? We're so divided.
Gold, I can see it.
I don't know if there is
I think Trump's began some of it. The defunding of some of the universities. These ideas really spread when parents send their children off to college.
Yes, sir.
Yubas, come forth. Many people grow up with family that's very loving, but all these crazy ideas about 72 different genders and shit like that. It's now throughout the internet. I mean, there are other forums where you can
People who will never be released from prison.
decentralized culture. And I think that's really what we're kind of adjusting to is I'm an older millennial, and I think many, others that follow that we grew up in a centralized culture where we largely had, may there be differences regionally or also racially, things like that. We largely watched a lot of the same, we've all watched MTV, we all listen to the radio. That's why we see that we watch the same movies. There's cultural references that affected us certain
$13.
However, today, our culture is decentralized. The internet has a lot to do with that. And I don't think it'll ever go back to that. I think it'll be best of 20th century realm, centralized culture. So, I think we're kind of adjusting to it. And we're flopping around like a fish out of water, trying to figure out the path forward on how do we get a direction with our culture.
Were there advertisers on Twitter that Linda Yaccarino will come and say, you gotta stop, man? Or,
my top three would be immigration, abortion, and education. And I kind of tie immigration and education together because
I'm reminded of
I have a lot of friends in the recruiting staff and everything business. And one of the things that I learned was that anytime the U.S. talks about a skill gap, all of these other countries will create a curriculum throughout kindergarten through 12th grade, and they will literally produce the talent that the U.S. needs. And it's like, well, if other countries are doing that, why the fuck can't the U.S. do it? If we have other people,
I'm not saying they can't do it. In one sense, for the benefit of the American empire. The fact that we are such a gravitational pull to see our economy, that doesn't show their sensitivity. I don't know what does.
You got India, pretty much
using his talent so that way they can go to America.
And you know what, Sword? A number of the professors that are at, like, at our top business schools are Eastern European. They're not U.S. born and educated. If you take a look at the professional staff at our best business schools that are producing ultimately our business leaders in the country, and our corporate giants coming out of those schools, they're not taught by Americans.
So we essentially outsource our education as well, not only our jobs, but our education. The thing is, we could produce those people here with people running this country. The problem is that if we try to use the same teaching methods that they use overseas, or go back to the methods that we used to use, that might be too harsh, and the left would claim it wasn't inclusive, or that it was racially motivated, or that it was somehow based in racism. And
Alan,
part of
their responsibility is born to for exiting itself from academia in the 80s and 90s.
Well, Marshall, they can't survive in a university right now.
I didn't say that.
With what is being taught in urban areas, and specifically go back to something called New English Tree, fucked it up. My aunt is a...
Then blame parents for that.
Yeah.
That's a parenting problem.
Not
if parents were more active instead of making excuses for their kids and telling teachers that their children didn't need to learn, it would be a lot different.
Okay.
Marshall. The 2 points you made, I agree with. Yes, the right ran away from education, and yes, parents need to do more. Absolutely. You and I are in agreement about that, but that is tangential to the argument. The argument is, my point was that if you try and impose standards that actually make a difference, you get so much complaints from the left that you can never make those a reality. And we're going back, and look, I'll give you an example, because actually that's a good point you brought up.
Alan, it's not just friends, it's teachers. I have a friend who's a teacher.
I know.
They used to teach in the Rio Grande Valley. She wanted her students to write 4-page essays, and the school district told her she could only make her students write a half-a-page essay. Part of that's a problem. Part of that's a participation problem.
Yes, but
they all
what the students are participating in is crap. That's the
emotional learning.
Now,
I don't disagree. I'm saying it's partially crap because the parents aren't paying attention.
My point, God damn it! Tennessee was 49th in the station, in the country. They threw out all of the bullshit from all of the latest teaching methods and inclusion and everything else, and they went back to, remember, hooked on phonics. They went back to that, and they're now in the top 25. From 49 to top 25. If you're aiming to
we left one place off the list. But on this very spot,
Alan, I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying the key decision makers aren't paying attention.
I want to interject after Alan.
Yeah, thank you. I know, but I'm making a point. A specific point. And you're going off in left field.
Okay, then please connect it. What am I missing?
Hold on. I wanted to interject. We got Joe B on stage. She knows more about education than I ever will. However, look, Marshall, blaming the parents is overlooking that largely about 15 to 20 years ago, there was an agenda in many school districts to change over the administrators into these gay agenda that we've watched play out. This stuff about the different sexualities and genders started in schools. It wasn't like parents had an option to vote on it. They forced it on the kids, bro. This is an agenda we're dealing with.
It's also school boards. School boards get elected. Wait, hold on, Marshall. School boards get elected. Boards of regents get elected. Marshall, school boards get elected. Boards of regents get elected. School superintendents get appointed. Governors appoint heads of education departments in states. It becomes political. And then you try to survive as a Republican teaching in these jurisdictions and in these places that politically have a school board. That, I mean, look at some of the videos coming out in North Jersey where they passed these policies, and take a look at who's on those school boards. Okay, so I mean, but
where I was born.
However, they're political. They're political, and if you're a Republican trying to teach, you then also get outed by students that don't like your political opinion on something, and next thing you know, you're in the middle of a scandalous situation because your politics are different, or are conservative. I mean, there's just story after story of this.
I'm not denying that happens. I'm simply saying the check on that is parents at school board meetings and people throwing out the bombs in elections. And if they don't throw out the bombs, no wonder they get bad curriculum. You then also have to look at the state. You also then have to look at the state.
Boards of regents are elected in states. There's statewide elections. The boards of regents, correct? So you can get saddled.
Having one where I live.
Okay, you can get saddled with some pretty bad regents that then make these decisions. I mean, like, even if you have impassioned parents, I mean, you also have school boards. It becomes super political. I mean, to go look at the bigger cities in our country. Look at New York City, what they're going through in their schools. Look at California with the ethnic studies that they call.
Marshall, I am very involved. Marshall,
that's not the point I was making. I had a friend who was a teacher for 15 years. And I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I wanted to comment on what you said, Marshall. So, I will be honest with you. So, like, they do the school board meetings now are via Zoom because they don't like to let the parents go in the schools anymore, even to like volunteer for like our kids' events. I mean, like Halloween parties or this or that. Like, the parents are not allowed in the school. Okay, talent shows are not allowed in the school. So Zoom, and I'll be honest. Via Zoom, there's like only like 5 of us that are in these like once a month Zoom meetings for the school boards. But I can tell you that this like curriculum that every year they roll out the same bullshit curriculum and they just word it different, but it's the same thing. And I mean, I'm heavily involved, and there's like, I feel like the parents don't. Maybe they're just not.
You've definitely seen this gymnast on your For You page. This is Sydney Smith, and she proves you don't need a powerhouse logo to fold your legs into a perfect W shape and hold it like it's effortless. It didn't look human, it looked impossible, and just like
to say about that.
Where the gym is
cool. Try and afford our lifestyles. I mean, also there's a little bit of responsibility when people take taxpayer money. That they need to be accountable, and I realize the parents have to do it. However, we can easily blame the school districts and the administrators for doing this. We haven't put enough emphasis on getting kids increasing their actual test scores in reading and things like that. I mean, it's only gotten worse the more money we throw at this shit.
Which is why my criticism was never money. It's a criticism of participation. If people, for whatever reason, decide not to participate, then they get the government they deserve, not the government they want. And yes, people just please just let me finish.
No, but what if
please just let me finish? Like, I
is government in education?
Oh,
That's not my place to decide, and that wasn't the point I was trying to make.
Hold on,
It
is
Come on, I got interrupted. I was trying to make my point. Can I make it?
No, we're having dialogue. It is our place. You just said, hold on, if you're going to hold the parents accountable for their participation, how can you then say, well, it's not my place to have any say it?
You're speaking out of both sides of your
Okay,
mouth.
may I finish? Because you would get the end of my statement, and maybe we would agree if I was allowed to finish the thought. The thought is, instead of having 5 parents,
the only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother, he that
in our system. And yes, parents are busy. Yes, there are one-parent households. But if there are only 5 parents in that room, and if when teachers try to assign and raise standards, that the school board shoots them down because the parents complain that their kids are getting held high standard, then how do you produce children that are able to survive? Because I'll tell you, going through the system, it doesn't work when people don't participate. And the answer can't be that our choice is somehow left to people that don't have any time. If it's 5 people in a room, like Ann, who, by the way, Ann, I haven't said this in a while, but I always admire that about you. You always put your money where your mouth is. If Ann's the only one showing up for her kid, and the teacher wants to do something so hard.
I need your comments. I need your shares, please. And since no one on this app actually organizes anything,
how do you make that change?
I got the answer, and I'll pass it to Ann right after this. She wants to say something. You said Ann always puts her money where her mouth is, except when it comes. Other than the money being attached to the school, wherever that head count is, it should be given to Ann, where she can send her child to where she wants to send her child to be educated.
Something violent agreement.
Voucher. Yeah, so I'll pass it over to Ann, but she's not able to because of how government in many states, now I know some states have fixed this with the vouchers, but many states it still is not flexibility.
There's a party tonight.
Ann is an involved parent. She goes out of her way to make sure that's done. She doesn't make excuses, right? More parents like that mean school system.
Hello, I'm Brian Trent. I'm president of Fison. Fison is a real estate fund located here in Texas. We operate in Texas exclusively. We're a small company. We're a family-owned company. My son, after graduating in Division I college football, works as our vice president of marketing. You may have already talked to Micah. If you haven't, he's always available to take your calls. Another important member of our team is Jonah Hansen. Jonah is a wonderful young man. He's very sharp.
Things that are,
out of line, ahistorical.
Yeah,
is this
I
legal?
think my biggest issue is they do this emotional learning, and it's very cringe. But yeah, and so there's people that are not aligned. It goes against the values. They don't want to.
the only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother, he that was.
Basically, all the teachers, majority of them, they are okay with teaching this kind of stuff. And the ones that aren't left.
Yeah, and my friend left. When she was not allowed to assign a 5-page essay double spaced for a student, she quit. Because you can't,
where the gym is.
In my state, where I live is the fourth region that's the most people in public assistance, but it's also the most underprepared for college. And it's because our standards are low. As George W. Bush said, and he was right, the bigotry of low expectations tanks students.
Here's the thing. All
is true. But if you look at Eric Weinstein, and what happened at Evergreen College, it was a great college. The students loved it. Everybody was getting along, and they got a new dean, and it poisoned the college. All of a sudden, you had all of these protests. And they ended up getting kicked out. They were one of the him and his wife were one of the highest rated teachers at the college.
Yeah, what happened was
it doesn't matter if you're an involved parent. It doesn't matter if you're spending point. All of those education systems overseas, they see what they need to compete, and they make sure their kids do it.
How do we fix that in our country?
Say that again. It's not just the universities; it's K through 12. What do you do?
Yeah, I got that point. I'm asking, what's the practical answer to the problem?
Practical answer is you need to get those people out of the education system, and if that means homeschooling, as tragic as that, isn't going to go after them the way the Biden administration did. They need to go after the school boards and create.
The federal government needs to do the job of the public.
What do you mean, the federal government? No, I mean is to get the left ideologues out of the education system. Period. Out of the education system. Period.
I don't disagree with him. I just want to know how he solved the problem.
No. It's a valid question. And my answer to that is, remember, Republicans in the early 2000s started raising hell at city council meetings. And by doing that,
it's not exclusion level, it's the city level.
I feel like it's the Federal Reserves.
The Federal Reserve doesn't have anything to do with it.
Such like an oppositionist to just like regular conservatives and regular maybe libertarian values. Is it a personality thing? Is it like a Republicans complaining about the Democrats? I'm just really confused.
This guy called me crazy. Come on. I'm trying to have a genuine conversation here.
Because out of all the people on this stage, there are 3 people that actually contribute. Simply maybe 4 or 5 out of everybody in this room. Marshall's one that actually goes and knocks at doors. The rest of us either bitch about it at Clubhouse or go to RNC meetings and fund, I guess you would say, priorities and in order to achieve those elections. But out of everybody on this stage, Mark's the only one that was part of the agenda. I do agenda, yes. That don't mean that you're.
Why do you think?
Have you ever door knocked?
I door knocked for Dave Cormick this last election. I flew to Pennsylvania.
Have you ever door knocked? Have you ever tried to resist the liberal elite intellectual Democrats? Hello?
But have you ever door knocked? You wouldn't get past my door. Letting you know.
Oh, it's hard. Door knocking is not an easy thing to do, by the way. I look up to Marshall he's good at it.
And while I give Marshall all the credit for his efforts, and you too, Abby, door knocking is not the only metric by which we judge whether or not a person can have an opinion about this, nor does every person reveal everything they have done in this.
That was good.
So we can eliminate that as the reason why you should or should not listen.
But I know, Joe and
That's not why we centered this on me. We centered this on me because what this face decided to center me.
Marshall,
I was not the conversation.
You know, Marshall, I give you the utmost respect. No, I give you the utmost respect for your back.
A significant percentage of our vote. A significant percentage of our vote.
Yours or my contributions, but Marshall literally turned his district down.
Figure out what your political priorities are. You might figure out what your party is and why you may need to take a blue district and make it red.
I think a lot of people are misled about where things are going. And I don't know where you guys are at with Trump and him being taken over by Israel.
Sweetheart, lovely man, whoever the hell you are, you're like way off on what our conversation is.
No, I was asking questions. I said I don't know where you are.
Well, you don't know, so that's not actually what we were talking about. We were talking about priorities.
No, Young, you're doing the fucking Glenn Beck thing where you said,
yeah, you did. You absolutely did. Yeah, but you can keep your Jew hating like to yourself. Can we go back? And do you think it's solidly turned now?
No, it's at the presidential. And so they asked about the president. I was told them that I voted for the guy.
Did you hand out anything a brochure about him, or just the local? Like what physical paperwork did you get?
A local congresswoman and a state rep and a state judge.
See, when we handed out for McCormick, we also handed out for Trump. Like when we knocked, we had documents. We had like a flyer, and we had a flyer for McCormick, but we also had a flyer for Trump.
No, we don't mix it together here in the way we do it.
How does Brad attribute you turning a county or a region blue from red, and it occurred during a presidential cycle? I'm just curious, where's the connect the dot for me? How are you responsible for doing that?
Oh, where's District 15 turned red? District 15 had typically been held by a Democrat. The Congresswoman Monica Cruz managed to turn it red for the first time.
We wrote on which wave? What cycle was that? Which year?
Oh Lord, I think it was 2018. Shots with Trump, but like her at least local appeal is that she's managed to pass 4 bills, a couple for veterans, one for like water and drainage farmers, and one for like medication. And it's been the first time somebody in the Rio Grande Valley has passed a bill for the public in 40 years. So by turning the congressional level red, it would also help us promote the president. Now, while I never directly promoted Donald Trump, the ability to get people to vote red on a congressional level meant they had to go past the presidential level and stuff like that, you have a greater chance of getting them to vote red to stop the ticket. If they're going to go down the ticket and vote for Monica, they have to pass Trump. And likely, if they're going to vote for Monica, they're going to vote for Trump. So that's how my work connects. Brad, thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
From my understanding, though, typically voting is down ballot, not up ballot, right? I haven't really heard too much.
No, I'm not saying that it's not. I'm saying like getting somebody to go down ballot and think Republican. Stats and political behaviors show in voters that they're more likely to vote at the top of the ticket for that party if they're going down the ticket to vote for the same party. You're more likely to vote for Trump if you're going to vote for Monica, basically.
How many votes did she deliver? Like, what was general? What do we are? 20,000. You got 20,000 votes on her.
So her first win was by like 5 points. Her second win was by like 8 points, and her third win was by like 12.5 points, something like that.
And she's still in office. She's been doing well.
Yes, sir. Like I said, she passed bills. She's the only girl up in the Rio Grande Valley to pass legislation for the valley in 40 years. Since our former Congressman Ruben Hinojosa, who was tied in real well with the establishment in Congress, both Republican and Democrat, was able to get stuff in the Rio Grande Valley.
Marshall, if Donald Trump were to give you a call and offer you a job to work in his administration, maybe shaping policy, would you join the Trump administration and work for Donald Trump?
Hey, Abby, what's your question?
So I'm trying to find on my phone went to people's homes. We had an app that really kind of told us everything about each house and their voting patterns, and
So
like you weren't going blindly. Like we had a lot of
so there are several apps.
I'm trying to.
There's one we have called Added Impact. There's one we had called Campaign Sidekick. There's one I use called I360.
So wait, what you're saying is you wouldn't work for Donald Trump because you don't actually like Donald Trump. Got it.
Yeah, so I360 worked for that one. I helped manage a state rep or a state senate campaign. We had a lot of Trump within our state senate campaign, so I'm like not as big a fan of it as I was, say, 5 or 6 years ago. I find Numenor and the Avid Impact Act app in Texas to be a little bit more accurate than, say, I360. But I360 is still really good software. So yeah.
Do you use it to knock on the doors?
For those unaware, what this means is like when I go to the door, I click on their house and it says, for example, Mr. and Mrs. Gonzalez live here.
And that's like 1 out of every 3 doors because you knock on 3,000 doors just to get 1,000 conversations, right, Marshall?
So, Abby, did that answer your question?
It sort of. I mean, we had a lot more info than just that, and pretty much targeted those homes that we, that was a high percentage. We were going to have success with it.
That's our software too.
Yeah.
Like I'm in the persuasion model, so I'm getting independents and moderates. But once we transition to a GOTV model, all I'll be getting is the base.
That's interesting.
The worst part that I did about I360 was the fact that you would like go 1 or 2, and then the next house it wouldn't match the data that was in there. It would just be like.
I found that too. I found that the data in I360 in Texas often did not match the people.
That's interesting. Brad, were you going door to door for Donald Trump? I didn't know you were actually going door to door using software. How many conversations at the door fronts did you have, Brad? Did you beat Marshall? Did you beat Marshall?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's interesting. The other thing that we talked about in some rooms, no matter what state you're in, my state has ballot harvesting. So we did.
Mine does too. We call them police chaos where I live.
And that really made a difference. I mean, we were able, and this last cycle, the Republicans really took advantage of the harvesting. And I think that helped really bring in a lot of votes. So, how many?
Wait, Abby, before you go to that next question, could we just jump back to education real quick? I didn't get to say what I wanted to say about education. Because through property taxes, we collect $1.2 trillion a year, and Department of Education has a budget of over $200 billion a year. And so when we're trying to figure out what's wrong with education, it could be all that property tax money that the liberal elite Democrats collect on the backs of every American every single year to fund their communist teacher unions. Sorry, I didn't want to jump past that little point there.
Right. No, just we can't avoid it though, right? Like,
of course we can avoid it. We can make state law and we can do what I was doing and just ignore it.
get rid of property taxes?
In my state, no. The government in my state is funded 3 ways. Through oil and natural gas sales, through property tax, which is a quarter, and through property taxes, which seem to increase ever more, but which the state legislature seems to be on a path to eliminate, which means the Texas government loses a lot of funding.
Easy read.
That means the communist teachers lose all the funding. That'd be great news.
I'm not saying we can that allows like no income tax and have an income tax. I got an idea. How about banning public search?
Well, guess what? They decided not to represent me in the EEOC case. So I had to do all the work myself. And that's fine because these unions are nothing but integrated into the organizations themselves. They protect and conceal to keep the scam going. We need to shut down 80% of the government. It's the industry, the education industry, these fake Republicans like Marshall and Brad here who go around and act like Republicans, but they're really just Democrat shills. I meet these guys all the time here in Illinois. They don't fight the Democrats. They're fake Republicans. They're nothing but liberals themselves. Marshall proves it day after day here. Brad the Viking Warrior here on Clubhouse is the same thing. And that's all they do. They're just grifters. They're not really conservatives. They don't care about fiscal conservatism. They don't care about eliminating the liberal elite intellectuals who are ruining. All right, I am complete. I am complete. I've landed my plane.
People who don't like Lindsey Graham. It's one of the interesting. We had an interesting election in South Carolina. People trying to depose Lindsey Graham. There was the Project 2025 guy, Paul Bands. It ran into a lot of people in this state suddenly deciding they don't like Israel, which is interesting. Probably not reported on much, but it's a lot of people specifically trying to get Lindsey Graham out for that reason. But the usual normal reason people don't like Lindsey Graham is that he's kind of a rhino on other topics. So, Alice, do you have any?
Doesn't he yield a decent amount of power in the Senate? I mean, as a constituent, we had let me just say this: we had Harry Reid for years, who was just awful. And you had to hold your nose. I mean, he ran against a very like fringe Republican, and a lot of Republicans did not want to support that candidate. So they kept Reid in office, but he also, and just like Graham, I mean, he ended up as a majority leader. So this small state that we are, population, had this incredible power in Washington. So we kept him in. I mean, I would think in South Carolina, Graham is pretty senior in the Senate, and there's definitely an appeal to that, correct?
There are videos where people will go to his hometown and just boo for 7 minutes straight because the accusation is that he spends only 1 month of each 6-year term actually interested in South Carolina. I'm not saying I believe the accusation, but the accusation is pretty true. The accusation is that he will lecture the people of South Carolina when there's a hurricane about how people have it worse in Israel. And actually, the election got pretty ugly. It's just a very small.
He's pretty focused on Iran, though. I mean, it seems to me his foreign focus was a lot more on Iran.
The truth is, no one likes Lindsey Graham. Nobody in his voting district. Nobody in the country. Everybody hates Lindsey Graham.
Speaking, Lindsey Graham is more focused on geopolitics and foreign policy than he is states. You have a right to complain about him, and as such, like the people do have a right in Carolina. However, he has pushed like various Republican agendas across the finish line on a national as well as geopolitical level.
The guy takes orders for F-45s over the telephone calls when prank calls call him and they say they're from Turkey and want to buy jets. The guy is a Raytheon salesman. Hello?
I wouldn't listen to people on Clubhouse that tried to campaign on Clubhouse to win a fucking seat in an office that they fit. I'm just going to throw it out there.
I will.
That's the great thing about ad hominem projection. That's a you problem, Brad.
That's not ad hominem. That's what you did. You got crying from some Clubhouse. Don't dodge it now.
Anyway, I asked him what the state dog was, because I had just seen something on TV about that particular dog. He knew right away. And then he just started telling me stuff about South Carolina. Like, he's not so far into a state. I mean, I guess I agree with you. His focus, and he was on foreign affairs for so long. But has he produced for the state of South Carolina? I mean, just...
Yes, he has. He's extremely parochial. So
extremely parochial? The guy's indebted the country $40 trillion. He's ruined the nation. He's a traitor. He's a schmuck. He's an F word. He's a P word. An F word and a P word. You can figure it out, right? F word, P word. That's what he is. F word, P word.
As a consequence of being such a senior member of the side,
means that the state gets a lot of things. In the same way, that John Cornyn being a senior member of the Senate means that John Cornyn is able to bring the meat home for Texas. Right? Senators, to a really big degree, should be parochial. Right? They should.
Parochial? House of Cards with Kevin Spacey. That's who we're talking about. F word, P word. A P word. He's a P word and an F word.
Chosen by the state legislature usually was to represent the trading interests of the state. Right? So senators really do have a place in representing the large business interests. And
yeah, he works for Raytheon. He takes orders over the phone direct for new fighter jets, personally.
Are you not getting me ignoring you? Right? I'm ignoring you because what you're saying doesn't matter in your own thing. Like, at least have the decency as a former candidate to wait till somebody's done speaking. So all I'm saying was it's extremely important for the people of South Carolina to consider the seniority of Lindsey Graham and what he brings home to the state. I'm not saying he's a perfect guy. I'm not saying he's a guy that cares about domestic issues super well. But I am saying the senators should be parochial. They should care about their state. And if you have a senior one, they can bring a lot of meat home for the public. And that should be considered when people think about getting rid of them. If you get a junior member, they're a backbencher for years.
Wouldn't you say, Marshall, that people in Senate that are involved in foreign affairs, like you can make the same argument about Tom Cotton too, that most of their public persona is about their position on foreign affairs. And would people argue he's not good for his state? You know,
if I were to ask you what are the top earmarks and pork products that came out of the Congress people, you won't even tell me who it is and how much and where. I already know these numbers. Number one pork product was in Jersey for $150 million by a congressman. If that's the type of meat you're talking about bringing home while the national deficit skyrockets past $40 trillion and monthly annual interest payments exceed $100 billion. $100 billion. That's $3.3 billion a day.
Currently, you also have his whole disaster relief. Granted, I think it still wasn't accurately done, but he did bring that money going home. And his water infrastructure project that he brought that massive, I forget how much money, he put that at the top of the list and made sure that was going on. So Carolina does owe him some because he doesn't really necessarily forget him. His primary focus is always when he takes a soundbite, it's always on foreign affairs. And I agree, he should.
Yeah, he hangs out with Reza Pahlavi and goes to his little soirees. Oh, you don't like the truth about Reza Pahlavi and Lindsey Graham's relationship? That's okay. P words and F words. You all know he's a P word, right? Lindsey Graham's an F word too. F word and a P word.
This record for governor in South Carolina is Nancy Mace in that race.
Yes, she is.
That's right. My sister in the long gray line, Nancy.
Character in the state politics.
Nancy.
Quite eccentric. But I think she's a positive.
In others. Wait. Here's the other thing, Joe. With it, get rid of Lindsey Graham. Who replaces him? Who's the power dynamic that has as much pull as he does?
Okay, so that's what we're going to talk about. Lindsey Graham has significant challengers. Lynch is a businessman from South Carolina that is significantly challenging him. He's got two others, Paul Dans and Patrick Herman.
Paul Dans getting out.
Yeah, he's good.
He supported Mark Lynch, right? Mark Lynch is now moving up. Right now, it appears like at least Lindsey Graham will have a significant challenge. But what makes this different, hold on, in previous years, Lindsey Graham has never really faced it.
I agree with all that in the campaign world. But without Lindsey Graham, think about this. Would Trump have been able to push his agenda through? Lindsey Graham has been one of the...
Lindsey Graham has been a heel in Trump's presidency.
A lot of things that... like Lindsey Graham has been able to stave off he helped in staving off 2 fucking impeachments. He's also been one of the course boys. Like, to be honest, like you put a junior senator in there, Lindsey Graham, you take him out, okay, right now you're looking at power. Like, who has it?
Okay, Lindsey Graham tanked the midterms in 2018. He put up a bill that had no chance to pass of getting rid of abortion. Do you remember this? And there was such outrage that the Democrats used that to campaign off of to push the 2018 election into where the Democrats got support from it. Lindsey Graham's responsible for doing that.
See, I push back on that one. I think Trump won out on that one because he gave abortion back to the states, and like we just have to own it. Like, I'm pro-life. Wait.
After the fact. Hold on. The ruling of the overturning of Roe versus Wade occurs after that. This
correct. But Trump was never on board with that. Like, that wasn't part of his agenda. He never really was.
So why did Lindsey Graham put it up?
Because
it was to tank the Republican support.
No, it wasn't, because that's actually what he believes in. Like, that's
hold Trump down.
No, that was literally what the Republican Party had wanted, a significant number of that at that time. Remember, there was a lot of support for that on the Republican.
The timing of it, he knew exactly what he was doing. It was just.
I think that's a conspiracy theory. I think he really thought he could get it through. I'm fully aware. We all lived
in the Senate.
Come on. He advocated for that for the longest time. So did a shit ton of Republicans advocated since Reagan's era.
I don't disagree. They hold the position. I don't think they actually support it. But
That's a whole different thing. They do cheer it on all the time. Lindsey Graham went up there and thought, you know what, we're going to put this on the ballot and actually create the divide. His problem was he didn't read the tea leaves. Like, at that time, I think he was looking back towards there was going to be more people that were anti-abortion. The abortion bill, the Democrats got their one, and actually it benefited Trump. Like, in reality, they blew their entire wad in that midterms, and then they had to push Joe Biden across mechanism versus, having a fucking, I don't know, who would have been up on the neck? Gavin Newsom after Trump's second term.
Poll Americans. So I'm in the minority for that. I poll Americans. So I'm in the minority for that.
I honestly think he thought it could be a last ditch grab.
Okay, but I would say he redeemed himself. With respect to other legislation, he also went after the JCPOA, fought that like tooth and nail. Question what I was asking, how do you vote out of office your senator that runs the budget committee? That's powerful.
Trump can show them that they run the show in Washington. And to get anything done, Trump had to come tuck his tail in between his legs and
he's advocated for more of stronger fucking sanctions. That's what he's pretty much.
Lindsey Graham, it's famous for saying
around when he's not on television. But.
Yeah, you gotta look beyond Fox News. You gotta watch him on C-SPAN.
His public position on Iran has been to go to war with Iran. When no one else was for publicly doing it, Lindsey Graham was. This is literally Graham's war he's been wanting to do for a decade.
I think back in the day he used to be friends with McCain. Is that right? He used to be friends with McCain, and he and McCain shared that view. McCain used to come around South Carolina. There's a video of him in Myrtle's Inlet, which is near Myrtle Beach, and he campaigned in 2007 when he was against Obama. He was saying, he was caught singing "Bomb, Bomb, Bomb Iran," and the Democrats didn't like this. Obama, I think, made a point, but in hindsight, he was quite wise. But I think Lindsey Graham I would say Lindsey Graham seemed to have bridged the McCain world with the Trump world.
But Democrats wanted to bomb Iran. The Democrat policy was always to be tougher on Iran. In fact, that was their campaign slogan: is we're much more tougher on Iran than the Republicans. That was literally their I don't know, for Israel in 2008 said, I will deal with Iran, I'll solve it, and they won't be able to do any of that stuff. He was like, I'll draw a red line in the sand. That didn't go over well. And so we're sitting here going, yeah, the Democrats were kind of soft. No, they had a different approach. Hillary wanted to blow the fucking Iran off of the planet. Then you had the Newland approach, Bolton approach, and Trump backed down on he used Bolton as a proxy, like a pawn. Like, hey, if you guys don't fucking act right, I'm going to bring Bolton in. I'm going to execute his plan. And there was Graham saying, yeah, we should go to war with Iran or whatever. Yeah, the Fox News bites, that doesn't mean shit. You got to actually watch the Senate floor, and you got to actually watch what they say when it comes to like War Powers Acts and what they give their speeches on. You have to sit there and pull that in.
What did he really say then, Brad? If you're saying it, because he's had the public position to go to war with Iran for 15 years.
He can't go to war. Like, first off, it's Lindsey Graham. He can't unilaterally go to war. Like, that's absurd.
I don't even know what you're arguing.
But he's never advocated. In fact, he put measurements and he was like, we need to find a way to deal with Iran. He had bipartisan support. He was cheering on bipartisan support. Like, I mean, like, we need to deal with Iran. Like, all of these guys used to sit there and have the same fucking stream of thought. Like, it's
what I said. It's when Trump badmouthed McCain, Lindsey Graham became a thorn in Trump's ass. So look, this all goes that I pushed back on the position that Lindsey Graham has been great with Trump. No, I the opposite. I think Trump had to play ball with Lindsey Graham and the establishment Republicans, the Thunes, the McConnells. And I mean, that's how I see it.
Of course he had to play ball with them. I mean, that's part of our system. The president is not a king. So he can't fucking just do things.
I realized the mummy was
But
still alive. The 1,000-year-old mummy.
No, it's not. He brought them to heel. Literally, you're watching it right now. Like, Indiana just flipped completely. Everybody that was, quote, established Republican or incumbent, everybody that Trump endorsed, what is it, 9 out of 10, fucking came up and won. Like, overwhelmingly. So, like, all of the tea is written on the walls right now. Like, it's all, the signs are glowing. Like, hey, Trump has actually officially took over the Republican Party. It is what it is. Whether you like it or not, whether you hate him, it doesn't really fucking matter. But his policies and his agenda are there, and Lindsey Graham has helped push the majority of his fucking policies across the finish line. I don't like the twat waffle, but I can tell you what, I appreciate the fact that, hey, I don't have Lindsey Graham really fucking around like Mitch McConnell played the fucking footsie games with, but I can sit there and go, you know what, Lindsey Graham, at least you're fucking whipping up votes, making sure people are following his fucking agenda, and Trump seems to have you on lock rather than the other way around.
What votes are they whipping? What has the Republican Senate done?
Did they not put constraints on, they didn't put any constraints on the fucking president for the Iran thing, right?
He played within the 60 days. So once they...
But I mean, they had that vote 4 fucking times, and they didn't fucking put constraints on. Who do you think solidified that? Do you think it was just, you know, they unanimously? No, these fucking twat waffles all fucking talk together. They all fucking would be
White House security, the immigration enforcement.
Like, seriously?
No,
overwhelmingly. Go ahead.
Other than the big beautiful bill, what is some
Tonight,
policy?
I'm ordering an immediate freeze on discretionary spending in every department. We're issuing a 20%
You're kidding, right?
I'm literally not. Like,
where
other
the
than
gin
big
is
beautiful
cold,
bill,
but the piano's
what policy? Republican. I'm just calling into question that Republican. I'm just calling into question that the Republican establishment in the Senate hasn't let a lot of stuff go through. They're not focused on any new domestic policy outside of the big beautiful bill. I get it. The big beautiful bill was very comprehensive, did a lot, funded ICE for 4 years. All that stuff was very clever, but they really haven't done anything else significance. You know,
I mean, they supported the tariffs, the DEI restrictions. They helped the energy and regulation. Actually, like fucking pull that back, right? Like that power doesn't solely rest with him. So he does need senatorial support. The same thing with his energy and regulatory rollbacks and the reconstruction of those. He also did the Senate also did the workforce changes. I mean,
The housing affordability.
yeah, I mean, it's like the Lincoln Riley Act. You had, a number of things out, and also the appointments. Like they're appointing fucking judges left and center, but those go under the radar.
But this I know.
Water infrastructure, the nuclear modernization. Bringing all the nuclear plants back online again.
So deregulate.
Buy gold and silver, sell stocks and cryptocurrency.
But you know what it takes to deregulate. Like you have to sit there and you have to get those passed through discussions. You got to go through committee. That's not like an easy thing to just roll back like tens of fucking thousands of regulations and say, oh hey, they ain't doing nothing. Like the calendar's pretty fucking full.
Then the question is, do you think this has been a successful Republican Senate term?
Yes. So far, yes. Like they have given the latitude for Trump to actually execute his administration because he couldn't get it passed through Congress thanks to the Dems because it's a narrow margin. Hell, it's even narrow in the Senate, really, if you want to be honest. So, like, what they have done is just shielded Trump to allow him to effectively go ahead and do it, while they've basically targeted areas that they actually could. I mean, I don't know what you want them to do with a narrow margin. Like, you need the Marshalls of the world to put fucking more Republicans out there, but you're arguing against a Marshall, and then you're saying, well, I want to get rid of one of the biggest powerhouses in that fucking Republican Senate, but I want this other guy who will have no pull, no power, no fucking connections, and no ability to sway votes. You want to replace Lindsey Graham? Like, I'm with you. Fine, get rid of Lindsey Graham, but tell me who's going to take Lindsey Graham's place. And it's not going to be the newly elected senator that's going to be able to have that power. Who is it? Thune? Like, Thune's got power, but you can't chip away all the leadership and say, hey, you know what? I want to get rid of all these guys. Because when they're all junior, guess what? They don't have the power. They just don't.
I also want to say something else that they did. I mean, if you watch the hearings and you see also in the beginning of this administration, a lot of the exposure of people that were in different agencies that were brought in front of them. I mean, maybe that was part of the Doge thing, but that coupled with kind of getting rid of or making sure that the progressives within the Senate did not get their policies through. I mean, a lot of what they did was also on the defensive, not just what they passed, but making sure what didn't get through, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I get where it's coming from. I'm just going to tell you, there's going to be a lot of voters that have the same opinion that I do.
See, my response
that
is,
Republican senators want to sat on their hands. Well, they haven't delivered enough wins. I'll give you an example. We have right now a bill that's supported by 80% of the public, and they're not moving forward with the Save America Act. It's been pushed heavily by Mike Lee. It's not moving forward. It's heavily supported by the American people. John Thune says it's a non-starter. It's been voted on many times by the House. It's not going to go anywhere. So there's definitely a disconnect with the country club establishment, Republican Party, and the voters.
And daughters of Alpha and Omega upon the situation.
They don't have the 60 votes. What do you like? They're right. It's a non-starter. They don't have the votes. And then on top of that, you're going to have the filibuster. You're going to take their time. You're going to take their calendar away for other agendas. They just do not have the votes. The problem is that you don't have the votes this term. Unfortunately, that's just the way the map and the math work. Like the Republicans are going to retain the Senate. Like there's really like a less than 1% chance that they're going to actually fucking lose it. Like even fucking run this fucking campaign for the Senate and actually succeed. And that's saying a lot. So, like, the idea that they're going to lose this, no. I mean, even the Democrats don't have a real big playbook. That's why they're not dumping as much money. Look at where they're spending that. They're trying to win House seats.
They're
and now,
out of control.
Yeah.
The chamber, the Senate will remain Republican, or at least more like as your dad tells us likely. The House is going to go Democrat.
Well, I don't know about that because the maps are kind of changing. I still say 50-50, flip a coin. That's how you can tell. And it's going to be 4 + 4 or -4, one way or the other.
Okay, so there was one time in Texas history, 2001, we had a 1-seat majority in the House. The next election, we retained a vast majority of representatives. We currently have a 1-seat majority in the House. So you could be right. Maybe the scenario in which like that 1-seat margin grows.
Correct. And so I'm sitting here going, yeah, like the Senate, just unfortunately, yeah, I wish the Save America Act would pass. I mean, there's issues I have with the bill itself. I think it could be a lot more. Trump is really good at running on vagueness and allowing interpretation to be like fought out in the courts. But at the end of the day, I still think that this would be a good thing for America. But when we look at it, he just doesn't have the votes. Like, where is he going to get them? What contrition do you want them to do with the Democrats to get them to switch sides and vote for it? Like, you have to play that math.
Okay. Look, they have the votes to get rid of the filibuster.
And if you get rid of it, why would you do that?
The Democrats are going to do it when they take.
No, they won't. No, they won't. They will absolutely.
They've argued.
Harry Reid didn't do it.
They've argued for 20+ years they want to get rid of the filibuster. They've never done it. Here's the problem. Here's the reason the Republicans don't do this. If we do it, we get the SAVE Act and maybe 2 or 3 other bills. But then, when the Democrats are in control of the chamber, they will be able to force everything in their mother down our throat without our consent. And it won't matter. And it won't matter because we got rid of the very rule that was stopping them from doing it in the first place. And if we think it's inevitable, then we should look at the last 15 to 20 years of them promising they would do it. They've never done it. And they don't, currently the way the map is arranged, they don't have enough members who agree to get rid of it to actually vote for it.
No, listen, it was down to 2 senators from them overturning it last time. It was Sinema and Manchin, and they're no longer in the Senate.
And the guy from Philadelphia.
Let me finish my thought. Okay, so we're not dealing with the Democrat Party from 20 years ago. This isn't Harry Reid anymore. You see the newly elected Democrats in Virginia and what they're floating the idea now of changing, enforcing retirement.
Republican voters deciding to form a Republican leadership?
Virginia State
Why is this so highly manipulated and controlled by fake Republicans?
I get it.
Why every ballot there are no Republican candidates for voters? Why do Republicans have no power to control a weak line of Democrat control who can't slay or stop Democrats from dominating Chicago and Cook County, etc.? Hello?
Now that they're going to get the votes, it will happen inevitably.
If they get rid, so think about it. They have to be in power to get rid of the filibuster. So they have to actually go ahead and do it. The Republicans are not going to give up a weapon that they will be able to use and force the Democrats to actually give up and force them to take time off the clock to end the fucking filibuster. The weird thing would be to sit there and go, hey, you know what? Let's take what little time on the calendar there is, remove the filibuster, have these arguments. Let's go on for a fucking, like, what would it be, Marshall? Like, at least 3 months? Arguing about it. Yeah. And so take all that time and say, hey, you know what? We're going to dedicate it to the filibuster. And then say, hey, we're going to get rid of it. No, let the Democrats burn through that. Like, why would we even conceive of doing that? Because I don't want them to spend 8 fucking months, or, well, I think it would be 3 or 4. Marshall thinks 8. Somewhere in the middle. Why would I want to do that during our term? We can actually pass things like doing, like, we
Republicans have no power. They're from a weak round Democrat control force. You can't slight or slap Democrats. Dominates regardless.
Some of the funding
Hello?
the D-rates, those were kind of fucking important to us to help stabilize energy production, things those lines. You're thinking like just ending the filibuster, but again, I'm telling you, they would be stupid of us to waste our fucking time doing that. Let the Democrats waste their time doing that.
It's really hard to get the 60 votes.
Many of their supporters want to kill us. Even some of their politicians have advocated for killing Republicans.
I was talking to, we have an issue in our state, obviously, and it actually is in your state too, because you have the same Nevada, it's New Jersey, it's Louisiana, it's many states. And one of the senators from Nevada, who's a Democrat, brought it up and could not get the 60 votes, even though this is an issue, bipartisan, that affects many states and many industries and constituents in those states. I think she got like 57 or 58 votes and could not get over the 60 threshold. I mean, it's just really hard, and that was a bipartisan issue. And it's also hard, as what they say, to get something onto the floor of the Senate in general.
It's hard to get a solid thinner agenda, but the other point about the filibuster is it is the protection of minority rights in the Senate. As convenient as it would be to get rid of it, the founders really genuinely intended for there to be.
The founders didn't create it. The founders never created this.
No, the founders did not create it. It was created. It was created in the early 1800s as Senate rule. And the reason it was created was because there was no way to end debate in the Senate chamber. To getting rid of the filibuster doesn't just change it to a 50+1 calculus. It makes it so debate is absolutely endless. So the filibuster doesn't get rid of the ability to talk endlessly and hold the floor. What it does is get rid of the rule called cloture.
You put white sauce.
Is it done for 60 votes? My point is the chamber, if you get rid of the filibuster, runs by endless debate.
You put white sauce on white bread?
Despite the son of a bitch and corrupt motherfucker that guy was the first duty since 1865 to get the chamber to run in a functional manner. And part of that problem was continuous debate without end. Not to no cloture. Stopped the Senate from functioning as well. And maybe at the time, if the Senate decides to go to a place where cloture is done. And it's endless debates all the time, no matter what. But I have a feeling the American public would get very frustrated very quickly if the Senate of the United States was not able to end debate on a matter that they disagreed with, because they got rid of the filibuster.
Like our fucking funding.
Exactly. So you'd be able to have a filibuster on a mandatory funding bill. Hold up. There's no ability for cloture. There's no ability to end debate. There's no ability to stop the passage.
Okay, you made your point. You don't have to keep repeating it. Listen, what we deal with today is if one senator objects the unanimous consent request to move forward, then they don't even have to debate. Okay, so what we're dealing with. What we're dealing. Oh, come on now. What we're dealing with.
Rand Paul does that all the time.
Let me make the point. Okay, what we had previously was endless debate where they actually had to go on the floor and debate this. However, now what we're dealing with is where they don't have to filibuster. So it's not like all of a sudden everything's better because of this rule. They should have to go on the floor. We need to get rid of at least the zombie filibuster where they can just avoid even debating the topic.
I agree that you should get rid of the part of the filibuster where you're allowed to email a parliamentarian in the Senate and put hold.
Rand Paul does that all the time.
To be fair, it was Rand Paul that actually started that bullshit. Like you do realize that's awful. Actually, this is why we had that format today.
You just literally anything will list. Anytime we're walking to list together. If it's people list places, if it's a list of anything Rand Paul accepts, it makes them either read, and then the objects will be interested in can't pass it. Right? So what's the function? Stop people like Rand Paul from zombie filibuster. Which I agree with you, Joe. Get rid of the ability of parliamentarian. Make people hold the full.
Marshall, he's only filibustering because he's questioning the spending. You just want the spending to be ignored and kick it out the door. What is wrong with you? Hello?
It's a function of the U.S. Senate. If the Senate can't function, which it can't.
We're talking about why he filibusters in the same way why you filibuster. And Viking filibusters here on Clubhouse. You guys are the fake Republican filibuster hypnosis guys on Clubhouse. Texas Republicans. This is what filibustering means. Let them project their filibustering. Please proceed to filibuster. Hello?
The real thing that this comes down to is just the Republicans can't pass the SAVE Act because you have to have 60. You can't because you have to have 60 votes.
Yeah, Joe, you have every right to be mad and upset. Wait, you have a right to.
No, you don't have to talk for me. I can talk. Look, the zombie filibuster was not invented by Rand Paul. It's been around and it's been used heavily since.
No, but Rand Paul is the greatest user of it.
Hey, can I talk, bro? I let y'all sit here and make your points. It's been since the 1970s and 80s. It's been heavily used. So this is a cop out to blame it on Rand Paul. This has existed for over 50 years, pretty regularly. And look, voters are frustrated with the Republican Senate. You can make excuses for it. However, it doesn't change that voters are frustrated with them. And that's why I think Republicans shouldn't rest on their laurels come this midterm.
I'm sorry, we shouldn't.
By the way, there's a 1962
movie. +1 chamber. It was never, it's not meant to function that way.
Marshall, you're going to have to eventually figure out where you're going to get your hearing aids and find out how much it's going to cost for your hearing aids, Marshall. Kmart, I hear, has good deals.
The zombie filibuster came in and it dominated in the procedural reforms of 1972 to 1975. Are you pushing back on the dates that I've listed?
No, sir. I'm not. In fact, you and I agree that getting rid of the zombie filibuster would be a good idea. I think the filibuster should.
Like it would be detrimental to us. Like Biden had problems. Do you remember all the times that actually the Senate Republicans kind of thwarted Biden's agenda? Do you remember a few of those? You want to end that and give that to Kamala Harris? You want to give her the Senate on full tilt?
Biden's agenda, like giving Stacey Abrams $2 billion at the end of the day, passing out trillions of dollars in COVID scams. His agenda, you mean his frauds, his scams, his larceny, and the Democrat pilfering of our treasury.
So to make your argument, there's a 1962 movie, very famous movie called Advise and Consent with Henry Fonda. And it's basically about drama in the Senate. And one of the famous scenes in the movie is the lengthy filibuster and just the drama and how the filibuster screws everything up there. But it's a great movie. I don't know if you've ever seen it. But it's 1962 that came out.
Look, this isn't what the founders intended. I understand why they do it, and I understand why they went with the zombie filibuster after what happened during the civil rights era in the 1960s, how awful some of that was. It's because the politicians don't want to go on the record. Because the longer that they can advocate for their position silently without ever being put on the record, we can't, as voters, hold them accountable for taking positions we disagree with them on.
Fully agreed. I think you've hit the nail on the head.
Look, Abraham Lincoln was one of the greatest filibusterers this country's ever had, next to Marshall Rankin and Viking here, who apparently need to get their hearing aids checked. because they pretend that people don't exist and they just talk as if they know everything. But they don't know what a good filibuster is. So I'm going to tell you what a good filibuster is. It's somebody who won't sit down and let guys like Marshall filibuster hypnosis you onto focused on stupid shit. Not priorities, not paying down the debt, cutting spending, being pragmatic.
Probably make the agreement people have in debates, like getting that stuff in committee, would probably make us a lot easier. So I really do, I honestly agree.
Filibuster.
I need to get rid of the zombie filibuster. You're right there. I think the filibuster itself should stay, but the zombie filibuster absolutely ought to go. It's outlived its usefulness.
A lot more faith in the Democrats not, jamming through their agenda.
No, it's not that I have faith. I just don't think the Republicans, being the people to get rid of it, the narrative after that will be good for us. If we then insist later on, guys, having your shit go down our throat, the answer will be, don't look at us. You fucking did this shit, not me. I'm just operating by your rules. Right? If we maintain that the filibuster should be there and the minority rights should exist, then we maintain.
Marshall says the same thing every day. It's so stupid.
Be the people that want to be authoritarian, not us.
Well, we've hashed this out largely. My animosity is still with the Senate Republicans, and it has been for decades. It's been one of my populists, and they haven't. And I think Trump wasted an opportunity. However, he learned his lesson the first go around in Washington, that if you want to get any, these Republican senators are snakes, brother. They go with the wind at any time they have an opportunity, and they only look out.
Go throughout history and say, I don't agree with Mitch McConnell. We could all beat up on Mitch McConnell, but to sit there and say the motherfucker didn't hand us the courts across the nation and the Supreme Court, that feat alone has to give me like, all right, dude, I get it. I didn't like some of your antics. I didn't like some of your bullshit. I didn't like some of your position, but you gave us a fucking monumental. And to be fair, Mitch McConnell gave the progressives a win. He gave them states' rights over abortion. The progressives are just too stupid to realize they won on that front. But the overall thing was that he actually got, like, you have to look at what the Supreme Court has overturned. Like, that rid of Roe v. Wade, but like the Chevron decision, like you have all these different things that they went ahead and did, and you're sitting there going, all right, now it's back in Congress's hands where it belongs, and you basically have Mitch McConnell to thank for that. You literally have a wall. You also owe Joe Biden a smidge of gratitude, because thanks to him and then the whole board you owe the Democrats like a round of applause. So for all the adepts in the room, progressives, you should definitely thank the Dems for creating that shit show that you didn't like. So, Mitch McConnell gave us not just a victory, but he gave us a multi-administration victory. Now, think about this. If, like, Vance or Rubio loses next term and a Democrat's in office, it's a conservative court. It's a constitutionalist court. Now, they can't legislate through the Supreme Court to get their doctrine. So, we're kind of protected. Like, Mitch McConnell put up a security net, and I gotta hand it to the man. He's a fucking genius. I don't like it.
Yeah, it was the guy who got stopped. He was the guy. I don't want anybody besides you or Joe has ever looked at this. He said to everybody, you'll be a master.
Yep, and he got it all the way. And we won that side. Like, it took us literally decades to get there. And we fought tooth and nail. Mitch McConnell never gave up. He never stopped. He kept charging forward. He kept playing the politics game. And unfortunately, it is a circus. He gave it to us. Now we can do that for at least, I don't know, maybe a decade more. And now we're pretty good. We're pretty good. You now also have to remember there are moderates. And unfortunately, MAGA at that time wasn't going to win election. You needed the moderates. You needed conservatives. You needed every other entity outside of MAGA. So if you, as MAGA, couldn't win on your own and you needed help, then you have to realize you have to give something to that side. Trump recognized it. Everybody else recognized it. And even Vance recognized it. And he's not even MAGA, to be honest with you. His policies are definitely, they cross over, but they're not necessarily in alignment with MAGA if you actually listen to where his stances are on things. But he's, Rubio, he's more of he shifts a little bit over, a little bit more to the center as well. You have to play with the center. You have to draw votes in from the center. If you can't do that, you lose. Hats off. My case in point, my evidence to this is Kamala Harris's campaign. If you cannot pull the moderates, you will fucking lose in abysmal failure.
Yeah, Trump created the largest coalition for the Republican Party since the early 1900s. He created the largest youth.
If you can't read your phone up close and watch TV from across the room with the same pair of glasses,
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it. How do you feel?
Was to make the case in Parliament for a very broad. Absolutely, but a broad tend that gives us a broad enough coalition to win every time. Like he did a really good job in 24 at that.
Yeah, so the coalition's cracking. But look, I want to move this just a little bit. Wednesday, there's going to be a major announcement about the 2020 election. Kash Patel's been on the record talking about this, that they're going to be releasing information about that the 2020 election was stolen and that Trump actually did win it. Now, how would it make people feel if it comes to find out that it wasn't only Democrats but also Republicans that had their hand in it?
I might have to eat a whole lot of crow because I've said for at least 5 years.
Well, you've been going hard on. You've been going hard on. It wasn't stolen. You got a lot of crow to eat. Something goes up.
It's going to be released by Kash Patel. I think it's Wednesday, but maybe let me look at that. I'll look again at it. Do you remember? Did you hear about this, Matt?
I saw little bits of it. I just haven't had a chance to follow up on it. But so they have an official date now, kind of like.
I think so. I think Kash was on one of the Sunday shows and said this weekend. That let me pull it up. I'll get some more details for you.
I was curious, like what. He obviously didn't give out too many details because I'd be curious to see direct evidence or just kind of like the whole like subtle evidence that something fishy was going on. Interesting.
What he has said is that he's promising arrests, that there will be arrests that this leads to.
Damn. I mean, I know a lot of people call this crazy when it came to this, but all we've asked is if this is true, this is like tragic. I mean, this complete undermining of our democracy. I don't know what you even do. I don't know how you even recover. They better not hope that they have like a ton of good evidence because I don't know what you do. Like if I was said, yeah.
We crush them politically.
To our top story now, along debate ended with the
agenda.
Yeah, I mean, is that
either them or us? That's
yeah,
what
we'll say. Will that activate that? I mean, I don't know. If this comes out, and it's like we're looking at another side that's literally looking for our demise. It might just trigger something like that, right? Like it's just like let's just all go ham and get the filibuster, I don't know.
Democrats fuck Trump for a long time.
The dopamine.
Okay, AJ, thank you for adding. And I just feel like we're at a boiling point with these people. I mean, they want to hold their boot on our throat, and I'm just more concerned with the Democrats' authoritarianism. And look, maybe my solution's wrong. Maybe we should save face, turn the other cheek, like we've been doing for many years. I just feel like that if and when the Democrats ever get power again, they are going to seek retribution. They have promised this. And we saw what they did to Trump supporters.
You can't get the money from property and sales tax. Just hit them with the dope bill.
The voters.
Take the cash. Why
Banning
would
us
the
from
city
social
take
media.
on the liability
We saw
of
what
the
they
casino
did to
business?
the Tea Party, people that organized Tea Parties in America during Obama's term, where he punished them by using the IRS to go after them. We have seen that many of these Democrats are, they don't want a country with us. They advocate, they cheered on the murder of Charlie Kirk. And I don't have the solution on what to do outside of my natural instinct of saying we better do something before they do.
So you believe that Charlie Kirk is dead?
Yeah, we're not going to go down that conversation necessarily, but we're not going to talk about it. What we are talking about, though, is the allegation that the 2020 election was stolen and that arrests are going to come out. Kash Patel talked about that.
Do you believe that Epstein's dead?
What happens to the electors that were arrested in Nevada? There's a bunch of them. They haven't released, they haven't dropped the charges. It was appealed. Which ones they called fake electors?
An alternate slope. Now, remember when that happened?
Yeah, it's an alternate.
The Biden administration was going after them. I don't know. I think things.
It started on a lower level of just people arguing. Now it's really splitting fast.
Is there anything more than undermining our Democrat process of electing our a duly elected president by the people? To undermine him with Crossfire Hurricane, we know they did that.
Exactly.
We already know that that a coup was attempted. We already know that they spied on Trump's campaign. Now, if it comes out and arrests occur about the election in 2020 was actually stolen, where do we go forward from here? There are some of us that have been pretty convinced that this is how it's been, and now it's only getting worse. So if we allow these people to have power again, what are they going to do to us next time?
Well, that's what I was trying to get at, is I don't know what you do going forward, right, Joe? It's like,
right, I don't know.
Like, who wants to live with people that completely take away everything you believe? I don't even know, I don't know what you do. I think, unfortunately, we go down the road we all don't want to go down. I don't know. If you don't want to live with people a certain way, I guess either you separate from them or you in a different way. I don't know. I don't know. That's why I say the 2020 election and the allegations, everything that was leveled against the other side really needed to be resolved in a lot of ways. It can't just be simmering around like this. And it looks like, I don't know, we'll see what Kash Patel has, but I guess the only good news, it seems like it's not totally direct evidence. We have if we have people saying what they're doing certain things, that would be really bad, But if we have there was a suggestion of this and that, and maybe we can avoid a lot of the huge mess of things. But man, if they come out and they're just we have this particular individual who is working with this individual, and they literally were changing things, and I don't even know, just wow. And then you got Trump. You have Trump.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say we have Trump, who's been completely maligned and completely removed from having a voice on this matter. And who knows what he'll do? I mean, I don't even know what he will do. I think this is real personal to him, this whole 2020 stuff. I don't think he's never going to let that go. But go ahead, Joe.
Should be personal. It should be personal to voters as well. I mean, this completely undermines our system. We don't have a country if we don't, or we don't have a republic if we don't have this system. Look, you remember it was about 3 or 4 or 5 months ago that I guess it was at the end of last year. So maybe
here's the evidence. You know what I mean? So it's like it's probably all tied together, right? That's kind of what you're thinking.
Well, look, if they can't name who or what organization is behind when they stopped the counting across the board, or it was like 6 or 7 states, all at the same time they stopped the counting in the middle of the night. Never seen that in my life. Staying up all night watching the elections from the beginning to the very end in the morning all my life. They stopped the counting. Someone made the call. Who organized that? Who was behind that? Those are traitors. That's the actual term of traitors right there.
Sure. And by the way, you mentioned Republicans. If it turns out, I think that really kind of woke up some of the guys that we know as Republicans in this room. Because it was Kemp, right? Who was the man behind the curtain, so to speak, right? In Georgia, right? You got it all right?
Georgia, yeah. Kemp, I don't know if he was behind anything. However, he failed to act on stuff.
Exactly. But he could have looked the other way. That's considered acting.
Well, this is what led to some of the boil-up after the 2020 election is Trump called Raffensperger, which was the Georgia Secretary of State. And Raffensperger was the one that came out and said the phone call that he was intimidated by Trump, that Trump said something along the lines of, well, can't you find the votes? And he felt like Trump was trying to buy him off or whatever. And that news story took off. And it made it look, and that was the beginning of the framing. This was prior to January 6th, but this was the beginning of the framing that Trump was trying to, he wasn't going to leave the White House. He was going to undermine our system by, he's an authoritarian dictator. That was the beginning narrative, all from that Raffensperger phone. Some of us don't forget this shit.
I agree. I'll never forget it. That's mostly why I support Trump. What went down. I'm sorry, but it just is. I mean, January 6th or not,
actually organizes that.
It doesn't really matter. I'm still like, what the fuck happened here, you guys? There's really some pretty good evidence. I'm not like somebody that just goes along with everything. That some funny business went on. There's no way you can't look at this and go, what the hell? Like, especially with like it was Philadelphia again. All this is coming back now, where they boarded up the windows, that whole deal. Remember that?
Oh yeah, where they blocked people from watching them count and stuff.
And then COVID itself, like, there's no way there wasn't cheating with the whole country doing mail-in ballots. I mean, what the fuck?
Well, they completely changed the system. What they did was usually the ballots get counted in the voting district that you're in, and then it all gets reported from that. What they did was they took these major city centers and they said, well, we're going to, rather than have these individual polling places where they do the vote counts, we're going to bring everybody in. We would have never had a January.
That's correct. Correct. And of course, I've heard people say, I won't mention names, is like, why are we still talking? I won't mention names. Is like, why are we still talking about this? I mean, I can't think of a more problematic issue.
We should just let this go. We'll let the Democrats have a pass on this. We'll let this go. We don't need to worry about it. They'll never do it again. Let's have, I sure as hell don't believe that. I think if we don't punish the people behind this And I don't know if it's a Democrat or a Republican or both. But if we don't punish it, then they will do it again to us, and they'll do it even more. And our system will never it'll always just be a bunch of bullshit.
Well, it will always be doubt. It will always be doubt. You can't have doubt in it. I mean, like literally looking in and saying, okay, that was fair. We got what we wanted. The other side played a fair fight.
Hello?
And, like, there's winners and losers. But when you're completely rigging the actual winner, there's like no faith, like, in the system at that point. Like, I don't even know how you.
And since no one on this app actually organizes anything, and nobody's ever accomplished anything from this app, and if I get into see, George Santa,
I don't want to even bother voting anymore if it turns out that someone just completely fudged everything, basic level. It's like literally, it is like in the voting machine level, like somehow. And I saw something about that. I don't know if you read that. Again, that's popping back up. I know there was, like conspiracy theories around that. It kind of looks like
She's got to stop.
on the internet.
I'm American. We're going in the summertime
Like
period.
a lot of funny shit business going on. And I don't know.
Robert, and so we're walking by the
I
Washington.
don't know how you like actually get on top the next time. I don't even know what that looks like.
I do fear that people just check out of the system. And if they check out, that we could easily become a party that rules the House.
I mean, I know where she's at ideologically.
But
Some of his
struggles to get
the
voters
whole
to win
run with there in Washington. It was by
I
far.
didn't think about that.
So
We're constantly have ownership of the House, but not the presidency. That's what we're looking at, right?
Archer Avenue. I'm midway to Southside. Tonight, I'm ordering an immediate freeze on.
To the House. And if we can just get there, a Democrat president in power in 2028, I think 2028 will be the nail in the coffin of this Democrat Party. If we're able to hold on to the White House, we're not.
I got married in 1970. If you went to the bank to get a loan, you had to supply a baby letter saying that you were never going to have a baby during the period of the loan. In many cases, you had to have your husband's permission to start a business, and he did not have to have his wife's permission. When my husband died, all my cards had been Mrs. Lawrence Eldridge. Bella actually was able to pass legislation that allowed women to have their own car.
Yeah, what are you doing in the audience, Sam? I make you a moderator.
I got married.
Right-wing supporters. I mean, Marshall is very by the book, and he sees the world by the book. Like his arguments about the education earlier in the night is like, oh, the parents just need to hold them accountable. It's like, look, man, not everything can be done by the book. It's a lot easier said than done. And man, I don't know about Brad. I'll reserve.
Brad's a funny cat. I mean, like, you know me, I like Brad, obviously. Brad is very knowledgeable. I don't take that away from him. He knows a lot of stuff. I don't know. I think Brad can go probably either way when it comes to.
Since no one on this app,
I guess it's our job to convince those folks, I suppose, right? Besides moderates, but yeah.
Matt, they pushed back on all my prognostication. We've been talking for like 5 to 6 years with these people, right? And I largely get tons of pushback from Brad and Marshall. But I just want to say, for the record, I've come through with a lot of predictions in the future about how politics were going to play out. And look, I wouldn't count I don't believe in this. We have the chance for 12 years of support. I didn't believe it when Trump won the presidency a year and a half ago, or almost a little bit longer than that. But I don't know, man. I think we have some Republicans that just support the status quo, and they don't want to take risk. They don't want to push outside of what we're familiar with. And it's natural for right-wing people to stick their head in the sand. And I've seen it for years. The Republican Party, one of the biggest complaints that we should have about them is that they do nothing. They just go along to get along, and but they don't really have significant policy that affects the culture. And I've used this in debate often, and it's like you can't really pin any of the racial discrimination or any of that stuff on Republicans because they don't ever pass any laws that has anything to do with that. They don't really pass laws. Now, financial stuff, lowering taxes, they play it very safe. And when the Democrats understand that to force generational change, you have to max it out and push that Overton window with sometimes extremism. However, over a period of time, your extremism becomes common thought or commonplace. It's kind of like 30 years ago, gay marriage would have been unheard of. Now it's just common thought. It's common, it's commonplace throughout civilized society, right? So if we ever really want to make significant change, we need to push hard on issues and rules. We should not play safe. We should want to be advocating to get rid of the personal income tax. Trump's idea about if we can raise $800 billion in tariffs, 90% of the tax-paying population would not have to pay taxes. Like, these are the ideas that if we pushed through, we would get generational change. Rather than we suffered, I'll land right here. In the 20th century, we suffered under massive progressive changes between what Woodrow Wilson did, the New Deal, the Great Society. We don't have anything like that in our, like, the last opportunity we had was Reconstruction, and they killed our president before we got to really enforce it. They had it for 30 years, but they weren't. The world, America would be a much different place if they didn't kill Lincoln than they did. And we haven't really advanced that type of cultural change, and we're living largely in what the Democrats of the 20th century have built.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. And you can't know what works if you don't try it, right? That's one thing, like you're saying, you gotta push the boundaries a little bit. We tend to play the safe game and just kind of feel comfortable and not get uncomfortable. I think Trump has tried to do. There are some things that he's tried to do to really push that, like make us feel uncomfortable, let us get out there in the front. And if we fail, we failed. But if we grab a win, then we know it works for everybody, right? That's the idea. Is you rack up wins, and like you say, you can get one that's generational and keeps you in power. I mean, all it takes is one. And you gotta try it though. You can't just be playing safe, doing the same old, typical Republican, not willing to do something because somebody will call them racist or whatever. You gotta get out there. You gotta work it. You know what I mean? So
yeah, you have to look at it as a battlefield of ideas. That you advance your ideas, and even if they fail, the next generation can pick it up. Okay, so if Trump's tariff
plan in getting rid of the income tax on the lower 90% population fails, which it will fail. I mean, there's not enough support for that. We'd get pushed back by the Brads and Marshalls on that idea, you know. So we just wouldn't have enough support for it. However, if you plant seeds now and fail at it with the Trump presidency, we could have a president in 10 or 15 or 20 years from now that would be able to advance that idea. You have to look at it through the Overton window. The idea should be thrown out and advanced as far as we can get it, even if we fail, and take that risk now and let the next generation lift it up and advance it. Because look at what the Democrats do. You can see how the Democrats advance their ideas through the generations. Each one pushes it one step further. Now, there's a reason why they do that. That's how they stand out of their monolithic crowd. That's a whole nother story we could talk about one day. But Republicans don't do that. Republicans tend to want to play safe, hope we win the election by the skin of our teeth, you know, and we need to advance cultural change.
But by the way, I would rather lose doing the right thing. I think that's like one thing that, you know, as much as people think that Trump is all about him and politics, I don't think that's always completely true with Trump. I know this is a huge stretch, but I do think Trump does things, like I just said, where he wants to do right, even if it does cost him anything. Like, I think he would throw the midterms just to do the right thing. I had that discussion in this room. I don't know when that was, 2 weeks ago or whatever. I think we were trying to figure out, like, what's the balance on that? Doing the right thing and supporting your party. I don't know if you remember that conversation, Joe. I don't know if you were here, but maybe I'm completely, you know, maybe there's two things going on. Maybe Trump is self-interest, you know, has self-interest in other things. Like, I don't know, like we said, maybe in the money game. But when it comes to politics, I think maybe he doesn't really care for politics and rather just do the right thing. I don't know if anybody else has that impression. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being weird about it. Maybe I'm in a cult. Maybe I'm in a cult, Ann. Maybe I'm in a cult, Ann. Go ahead, Ann.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say he definitely wants to go down in history as the best. So I know that. Well, but with that being said, like, he has to have the support from the American people. So I think he's in it for himself, but I also think that it's in it for us too. So I mean, it's a win-win. Like, he is gonna, he wants to go down as the best president ever. So with that being said, I have high hopes. Like, he's not going to screw us. That would be like a bad look. I didn't think he would definitely survive.
That's true. By the way, is that a bad thing? I mean, we always get told that he wants to go down as a really good president, and I've always been told like that's a bad thing. Like, why is he working toward that? I don't know. Let's add
question that should a politician govern by the polls, or should the politician govern by their gut? I think every politician is faced with that, and I don't know. Look, I've seen it extreme both ways. They were moved by governing by the poll. Whatever the poll said, and you would think, you know, well, our politicians work for us, and they should go with what the people want, and things like that. And I don't know, there's this fine line between that. And I do think Trump uses his power over the polls.
You would govern differently the way that you want to be governed.
Yeah, like, I think, no, that's clearly, like, oftentimes, if you really think about it, if you've ever been in positions of power, it's like,
he's ever accomplished anything from this, and if I get
he was on the Jets Up, starting back in 2012, and over the years, right? clearly, I do think there's this difference in, especially every person, wants to be governed largely different than how they would actually govern. Thought about that, Matt? Have you ever thought about if you had power, how would you being a tyrannical leader?
I might turn into a tyrannical leader the way things are going. I don't know, Joe. I don't.
You have to try to read books, gentlemen. There are books on governance. I mean, you could read Machiavelli, you could read Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching. The truth is, less is more, and Trump overturned and regime changed the government with just a feather. So there's something mystical, magical, powerful, and Trump has always branded himself, and everyone is essentially Trump branded, meaning that when you think of Trump, it's that gold hair, red tie, blue suit. Like, the guy has conditioned us to a very high degree. But as America, the big thing really is the culture issue and the debt and the military industrial complex, but also the medical industrial complex. $4 trillion? That's $400 billion a year in fraud. Everybody for trillions. The COVID-19 response is like a $10 trillion fucking response. It's bullshit. They've looted the treasury tenfold. Pretty unholy. It's pretty fucking disastrous. Hello?
Yeah, you're spot on. It's the boomer generation where they've really passed the buck on to the next generation. And I love boomers, but man, I tell you what, they went through the greatest moment of prosperity ever for the peasant class in the history of mankind. And I don't know if we'll live to see that. And what's it worth? But I feel like we've passed the Rubicon. Like, there's no way to return. Like, if we don't have the most powerful military in the world, it all falls apart.
Well, not necessarily, because you got to look at the other two major GDPs in the world, which is India and China. Those are the top three. So all rising tides raise all ships. We just have to make sure we don't go to war with fucking China. And we got to make sure, if we do, India is on our side to fully invade and take out the communists. But, hopefully we won't have World War III, but World War II is a good indicator that we will have a World War III, or we are already in a World War III. And the fact that Zelensky is a goddamn fascist who's not elected, holds no open elections, but sells U.S. manufactured drones on behalf of Silicon Valley and Palmer Luckey, it's like, we're living in an alternative fucking reality here that most people don't know that you're actually living in, which is that the CIA has $100 billion a year budget. And they've been doing it for fucking 50 years, 100 years, basically. So, when does that shit end? When do we as taxpayers keep funding top secret paramilitary operations globally on behalf of pretty much private business interests? But, it's neither here nor there. The fact of the matter is this the society you want? Because if you listen to the Democrats, they want to put MAGATs in re-education camps. They want to arrest Pete Hegseth. They want to arrest Marco Rubio. They're the bigger fascists. If Trump was a fascist, he would do what they want to do to him and everybody else in America.
All right, so, yeah, I get you, Alistair. Francis, welcome to the stage. I didn't know if you wanted to speak on what's being talked about. We're open to any opinions. You can just do whatever you want. I don't know if you're there. Are you there, Francis?
Yes, I'm honored to be on stage. Just give me a little bit more time before I open my mouth.
No worries, no problem. Goop-poo? I don't know how to see your name. You've been on stage before. Welcome to. If you wanted to say something, go for it. Otherwise, carry on. Actually, AB, I don't know if that guy was snoring. What was he doing? Joe, do you know?
Yeah, making noises or something. I went into a room last week and I got invited up and I just hit the yes and I didn't know the microphone was still on and I had background noise. Damn, they kicked me out of that room in a freaking heartbeat. I was like, I I see how this is. It's like, well, I'm just gonna rule with an iron fist, man. When these people start fucking around, bro, now I don't remove them. I just kick them down to the audience because I know. But damn, bro, like, let me tell you how bad it is, Matt. When you don't run rooms, like this happened, bro. It's awful.
No, it's really. I told Matt that.
It's
really bad, man.
And like, there's no place to even have a little bit of content. And I get it. Look, I understand some of the characters. I've been around here as long as you have, so I understand the political dynamics with some of it. But man, I tell you what, like, just to have a place where we can just share what happened this week or what's going to happen in the week with the news is all we're looking for, you know? Because like, bro,
I try to do both, like, because you can't just have hours. What are we on? I don't even know. I'm way past 24 hours this room.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can't just have like serious conversations for 24 hours. Like nobody is up for that. You know what I mean? You got to have a little bit of both, Joe. And sometimes you catch it when the room's pretty out of control. So you're like, where's the serious discussion the other night?
You have no idea. Like every day meetings are like, okay, why the hell are that? Where's Beaver? What are they doing? Why are they? Don't do that, guys.
No, I try. And Joe saved it last night. Joe, remember, we literally died on the moment. Remember, you're like, I'm coming up. I'm not in the room. And ever since then, we got back on track. That was pretty funny for the most part.
Well, the constant when your rooms aren't going, the constant is crash out. Like every room, everywhere you go, it's what do they call it? The Oppression Olympics, and racial struggle sessions, and like it's just it's so awful. And so like that's always the constant. And I get it. Like we got to have some comedic breaks. That's why look, Alistair. I think he's low key hilarious. The way he was trolling.
Holy shit! Oh my god! You guys must have just on mute. You guys must have just been really having a good time. You two. Shit.
Here's me not getting in the way of that fire.
I don't mean to like time.
Wow. Like the last week, Brad's finally stopped, getting on my ass. He used to scream at the top of his lungs at me every time I was in a room.
Literally every time, yeah.
So I'm trying my best to like.
I don't know. I thought tonight was gonna, because you guys were not getting along.
I thought it would spill over to Joe at some point, but somehow Adam sucked that all up. You know what I mean?
I know. I gotta thank Adam once in a while.
Fuck United States. We're gonna fucking digital.
God, these people. I wonder why he was good. Yes, Peter. Yes, Peter.
Oh my God, Peter! Don't understand you.
By the way, John, mostly me. I'll confess. What I do is. You know me, the number one rule is everybody gets to speak. Like this guy. Oh, this guy's back. I didn't tell you.
Fucking idiot.
I need a shirt on.
Put a shirt on. Whatever. Is this guy gone again? I can't look. Oh yeah, he is gone. Okay. Joe, what I was saying was I pretty much give everybody a chance, like a one chance, like that guy. No, I don't really look at profiles. I just throw them up here, and then like if they're not gonna participate, then I just toss them down. So that probably is kind of annoying for you. I just want to.
Yeah, no, we do like a little bit of like me and Matt let up Jules a sting every time, and everyone gets all pissed off.
That's cool, man. I ran, and you don't want to get to the point where you're cutting people out of the rooms, because all of a sudden you're going to look around and there'll just be a dozen of y'all in the room. And
right. If you look at the opposition rooms, they're pretty low on actual people because they've been scarred up and like it's just mods, you know what I mean, left.
Yeah.
So exactly. My secret sauce, I'm just gonna give it out. Not that it's like too much of a secret, but if you let everybody speak, you're gonna have a room. It just is, you know what I mean?
Exactly. It's like, dude, like y'all are adults, and I used to take it really personal, and I used to like try and like accommodate everyone?
They are really the biggest echo chambers, the biggest hypocrites, the biggest fascists, the biggest supremacists, the biggest fake intellectuals. And, that's why we have to essentially defeat them through the law and start making arrests. And until we have sheriffs and federal prosecutors and state prosecutors willing to actually put criminal politicians who are not fiscally conservative in jail, because it's all a grift. The NGOs in every major, hundreds of billions nationally. So it's a huge fucking grift. And we need 100 Cash Patels. Can he clone himself? We have to arrest. We have to actually crush essentially the criminals in the political system who, have taken right. Every day some new fucking person gets arrested.
That's very much true. Yeah, Edward, hey, you're up at this late? Edward, what are you doing?
Yeah, telling people like me can't get $1.
I'm up late because I have a project tomorrow. I'm going to be at a nursing home for 12 hours. So I had to prep all the food and stuff. And my wife decided to go to sleep, so.
You're sneaking on Ed. Ed's all sneaking on the clubhouse this late.
yeah, well, she's sleeping, so it's all good. But, Alistair, you forgot one group. Because, you talked about all of the leftists and everybody else. You forgot the race hustlers on the Democratic Party. That's all they talk about. It's pretty sad. They're the dividers, but they call everybody racist, but they're the ones who always want to highlight everybody's color. Got interesting.
I know that's what Ban does. He goes, "You don't support gay black men? You don't support black women? Hello!"
I think Edmund is the most misunderstood character on Clubhouse, because if you listen carefully, he's not wrong in what he says. He just has a vision to get it out there and say it. He takes the risk of saying it. Because look, Lincoln, he locked up a bunch of Democrats. He locked his opposition up. And that may be what we have to do with this cold civil war we're dealing with the Democrat Party. I don't know how we continue to exist with them in the future if it comes out that they are responsible for the stolen election in 2020. Mr. Edward, that's what, right before you came in, there's supposed to be a big reveal by Cash Patel probably on Wednesday about the stolen election.
We know what happened, whether they ever tell us or not, but there's no way in the world anybody's going to tell me a lady that did not get 2 points. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? All right.
Yeah, hold on. I'll put it in the audience.
Yeah. So a lady that did not get 2% for her run for president, and a guy that was half dead, got 81 million votes. Yeah, okay. I know you can tell me a lot of stuff, but that right there will never happen.
Can you guys hear me or no?
We can hear you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know if you could hear me or not. I thought I was talking to myself.
That was annoying.
No, I thought my phone was glitching. I thought nobody could hear me. That's why I was like, hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah. So, that's
Joe, have you ever seen
Dale put on his one belly there.
Joe, have you ever speed ran through Super Mario Brothers?
You can't hear me though, right?
He's doing this person.
That's what we did. We like speed ran through like 200.
It's hard to remove him because he has a stupid gay thing. Okay, good. He's gone. He has the stupid thing where if you click on it, it freezes. He doesn't know what you're doing.
I'm immune to it because I'm Android.
It doesn't do that.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you. I love you.
Yeah, you got it.
Mercy, Peter.
Based on policy.
I'm sorry. I made a mistake.
So they know they can't win based on policy. I always ask Democrats, could you give me your #1 pro-America policy? Tell me what your pro-America policy is. You make people depend on government. You tell people to kill their babies. You tell them not to be responsible for them.
What the fuck? You ever notice how Peter forgets English when he's in trouble?
So So yeah, it was COVID. And
problem. Sorry, I told you.
you gotta have. You see, Matt, that's why I'm not on at night. This is crazy.
Edward, they'll tell you that their plan is restorative justice. We have an attorney general here in Chicago who issued innocence certificates to 100 people. Multiple people in that group she knew were mass murderers, and she still released them and gave them over $300,000 in settlement money, and some up to $2 million. So this concept of DEI, social justice, equity, attorneys and ankle monitors, there's no cash bail, so they can go out and do recidivist murders. It's utter chaos, and why we don't have sheriffs and attorney generals, especially at the federal level, who can do special interventions and make arrests and correct the legal system when there's problems with corrupt lawyers and judges who are 100% Democrat, because on our ballot, there are no Republican judge options, only Democrat options. How is that possible? How do Republicans not have equal representation at the ballot? So we live in this huge Democrat-controlled industrial complex where crony Democrats are at the Cook County Board presidency for 30 fucking years. You can't beat them. They got the whole system rigged and fixed. They control the whole fucking thing at the election commission, everywhere. So until there's arrests and until the federal government does interventions, we will never, ever be free. And we need a Bukele type of intervention from Trump, and we need it as soon as possible. If he's going to intervene in Iran, he needs to intervene here in America in every major Democrat city and make mass arrests and really send these people to a pleasant re-education camp, maybe in Guantanamo.
I think California is kind of an example, Edward, when you agree of how the Democrats would like to just kind of like overlord, completely own every mechanism of our government, because California is just completely run by Democrats. So there was something else I was going to go there. Oh, Edward, did you see? Oh, go ahead, Joe. You were going to comment on that? Go ahead,
Yeah, no, that's definitely what it is. It's the Democrats' agenda is to create a one-party rule system where they get to advance through the hierarchy of their party who the next leaders are of our country, and that's their ultimate goal is, and that you see that in communist countries. That's the same thing that the Democrats want.
Can you give the example of those democratic countries who led Republicans to be their leaders?
China's the best example of a one-party rule system.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Okay, let me explain my side. What about the limitations that they impose to their citizens? Are they in the same level of mindset with the American Republicans, or they are different? They have different ways.
They're inside the one party of China. They do have different sides within it. However, it's still just one party rule.
What about the methodology? The methodology, the finding of a side to govern the country, that's the dispute.
Yeah, the methodology is the same methodology that the Democrat Party in America would like to ultimately execute on America. That is their ultimate agenda.
That's the goal.
But when you see Uyghur groups of China, would Republicans do the same like China do to Uyghur people, to some group of people in the United States?
No, not the Republicans, Peter.
Exactly, they are completely different.
Yes, Peter, you're understanding it. Yeah, in these rooms, you're understanding it.
The Republican Party has a different concept. The Republican Party believes in a republic where what we have is a system based on federalism. And what that means is a decentralized governing throughout different levels of government, from state government up to the feds. However, in a one-party rule system, even within a republic, if it was ruled by one party, all the actual deal-making would be done in the party back room. and everything else would just be for show. It would be just going through the motions because they'll have already agreed upon what the outcome is in the background.
Mm-hmm. By the way, so right now, yeah, there's no sort of king, but
why do you guys say it then? Why do you guys say no king?
Voice, and if you have a person who is in office who is lead the country and aspires to make it into a monarchy, I mean, like you have to make it well known specifically your opposition to it.
That's not why they do it.
Wait, do you think Trump wants to make the country into a monarchy?
Don't say no fascism. They're careful with their linguistics. They choose a ridiculous term like no kings, which obviously is redundant. It means nothing.
Honestly, I think that, so when I thought you said no kings, my mind went right to like Christ is king, and so like they are saying no kings, and so
that's an interesting approach, Anne. So they say get rid of Christ, essentially.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that.
The policy that Trump is advancing to turn the United States of America into a monarchy.
Sure. So Donald Trump would be the king. His son would be the next king. His son after that would be the king. His son after that would be the king.
When I actually asked Necro to define it, he philanders and filibusters and wallows around like this.
Rule from himself to his son. That's the definition.
Okay. So specifically, that people think that he wants to become like King Henry or anything like that. Like in that the same sense, like it's the exact same literal sense, then I mean I don't know what you're talking about.
What am I supposed to call the No Kings protest other than a bunch of people who think Trump's a king and a hereditary monarch?
It's really about the propaganda that they distribute and who's funding it. Surprisingly, Warren Buffett is a primary funder. And they put down slogans like, healthcare is a human right. Healthcare is a human right. No ICE. Basta. Basta. No ICE. Basta.
Marshall, I'm not going to talk. Somebody else is going to be talking. So
yeah, I'm saying you
see Marshall's good at filibustering because he wants to maintain the filibuster because Marshall is a clubhouse fake Republican Democrat filibusterer. Hello?
What is this thing about the monarch?
By the way, real quick.
Well, I'm willing to give you
Nick, can you hear me? Sure. No, real quick. Yeah, I'll get to your question, Marshall. Because I'm assuming a king will be able to automatically, like, quote unquote, knight the next person, the next king, right? And
that's why I said hereditary prime minister.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, keep going. Decker, can you answer that, like his question?
Yeah, so the answer specifically is that, ways that Trump aspires to be an authoritarian, I would say that there's specific policies on, like, for example, the fact that he wanted to punish people who burn the American flag.
Okay, George W. Bush wanted to punish people who burn the American flag. Check, next.
Okay, well, I mean, it's still authoritarian, right?
No, presidents have done that. It's like, it's not that big a deal, so please check. Go to the next thing.
Necro's been on me all year about the burning of the flag thing. We've been going back and forth for years. Go ahead, Necro.
So, you said that it's not authoritarian, so it's not designed to punish speech. That is.
No, what I said is other presidents have done that. So no, let's not pretend that Donald Trump is somehow unique.
Marshall, hold on. Let me reframe here. That doesn't actually, like, putting through that law, if he is able to push that through, doesn't give him a monarchy. What I'm asking specifically is not policy that you find authoritarian. What I'm asking is, what policy is he advancing that will give him ultimate unilateral power in our country? Because from my understanding, we still, to my chagrin, have a Senate controlled by an establishment Republican that I complained about for 2 hours. And we still have the House of Representatives. And we still have a Supreme Court, to my chagrin, doesn't rule on everything that I wish would go my way, even though it does rule on some. So we still have state governments. We still have state constitutions. And tell me the policy that Trump is advancing that wipes all that away.
Yeah, I mean, this conversation is essentially going to go nowhere if we're just going to be like saying that, it's not here yet, therefore, you have no right to disable.
That's not what he's asking.
No,
he's asking.
but you're
he's
saying
asking a specific question about kings and the No Kings protest, and people with the No Kings protest thinking Donald Trump's a monarch.
No,
and you apparently wanted to defend this act that people thought he was a monarch. So he's asking you specifically how is he a hereditary monarch?
I had no idea that Marshall does a loud mic like Adams. That's impressive, Marshall.
Let's let Necro answer. So Necro, what policy is Trump advancing that will slip us into tyranny?
Well, I just gave you an example of one of them, and of course, there's also plenty of other ones that I can name. For example, the fact that he tried to invoke the gag rule to forbid scientists from using certain words in climate science because it makes them look bad.
Wait, he did the thing he's allowed to do as an executive, and that's somehow an authoritarian asterisk?
It was struck down. The executive order was struck down, but it still is.
Struck down. If it was struck down, that would mean that he's not a king.
Oh my God! So you're suggesting basically that you're essentially going to say it doesn't matter because it's not a law. It's still authoritarian whether or not it is actually a law, right?
No. How is that authoritarian? Obama wrote plenty of executive orders that got struck down by the court. How's that authoritarian?
No, but executive orders, regardless of whether they hold up, are still authoritarian functionality.
That's not my point. If he had unilateral power to install that would be one thing. But the court struck him down and said he couldn't.
Marshall, can you answer this question? So, if Hitler's policies that were authoritarian, were they authoritarian regardless of not?
He was a military commander, different from President Trump.
No, that's not the question. Were the policies which he planned, were they authoritarian before they became laws?
Was there 2 other bodies of government that were able to challenge Hitler's?
That wasn't the question.
That's the part you're leaving out.
That wasn't. It's completely avoids the question.
There's a big difference between what Hitler did and what Trump is doing, as much as you would like to conflate the two. This government is set up, the Constitution is set up with 3 branches of government. They are constantly challenging each other. But to say because Trump exercises his authority as given by the Constitution, and then when that exercise is challenged by another branch of government, instantly makes him a dictator, is where your argument falls apart. Because every president does it. Some are challenged, some are not. But to characterize what he's doing as a dictator is bullshit framing by the left, because they're trying to dig into their grab bag and find anything that will create an emotional response from the public so they can get votes. It's the same as when you're at your senior prom and you're trying everything you can do to get your hand on your date's titties. And you will say or do anything to cop that feel and hopefully stick your dick in her. It's the same situation.
Yeah, so the question I asked
since no one on his hand
actually Marshall, you can answer it since you're on stage if you want, but overall, to me, essentially, it is that it's not authoritarian as long as it actually never becomes law. I mean, so essentially, I mean, to me, this is really confusing the map for the place pretty much.
Something that the other branch didn't agree with. That's not authoritarian, that's a president overreaching. The two are different in definition and in kind.
So, Marshall, if I asked you this, if I was to try to come up with a policy which excluded all Republicans from talking, is that authoritarian, even if it doesn't become law?
I would say it's shitty, unequal, and unjust, but I wouldn't call it
authoritarian, though.
If you were listening, I said it's shitty, equal, and unjust, but not authoritarian. If it were authoritarian, you would be able to say it and do it unilaterally without anything to stop you. The fact that the president gets stopped by the court and gets stopped by the Congress means what he's doing is not authoritarian by definition.
Okay, so me censoring Republicans, as long as it never becomes law.
You can't censor. That's not my point. My point is when you do it and you get sued about it, and the court says, "Hey, by the way, you can't do that." That's not a definition of authoritarianism. That's a definition of a president overreaching, which presidents in the United States have overreached for 250 fucking years.
Yeah, so democracy of the government. Conveniently, I was just watching a now 2-day-old interview of Matt Taibbi discussing how the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security, and I forget who else, issued thousands of emails to private organizations telling them to squash certain stories. And conversely, when the left freaked out about it, there was one letter from, I forget who it was from, the FBI to Death Row Records, cop killer. They sent one letter saying, gee whiz, could you not release that because it might cause more cops to be shot? And the left lost their shit over that. Yeah, so that was a very good example you brought forth, Necro, because that was not the three branches of government. That was the bureaucracy carrying out the wishes of one of the branches of government.
Yeah, so I mean, essentially, fascism as an idea was not authoritarian, as far as I understand. From what you're saying, it's just essentially is that because of the fact it became a actual implementation of law, that's really what made it authoritarian. That ideas in themselves cannot be authoritarian until they are actually implemented, is essentially the argument that's being made.
Well, I think the argument that you're making, and let me try and think of a way I can get it equally wrong as you've got my arguments equally wrong. I think the argument you're making is that you keep, excusing the actions of the left because you support trans rights, and because you support trans rights, you're just hoping. I didn't say anything about an insult. I was genuinely trying to understand the argument you made, and the fact that you would accuse me of insulting you, well, that really hurts. And now
let's refrain from all ad hominem, gentlemen.
This is violence against my person.
I got a question for Marshall. He was talking about Reconstruction and how America didn't make the investment in the South. And I'm just wondering, is that why there's such a class difference between the North and the South, and why the South is full of white trash? Hello?
I mean, he made the suggestion that, the reason I support the left is because I support, I have secret fantasy with trans people specifically, and I want them to be able to do that since I was all into personal attacks, but no sort of anything substantive, so.
Which echoed what you said, Necro.
Let me reset the room. So I asked Necro a very specific question. which he's failed to answer, and how to link Trump into what policy he was advancing to establish a monarchy in the United States of America. So he's failed on that one. What he countered with largely is that ideas that are proposed, even if they don't come into effect, and even if they are not enforced, can be ruled as authoritarian, hence making Trump a monarch or a king, right? That essentially paraphrases what we've had to listen to for the last.
Put forward specifically.
I think you failed to make your point.
And what was my point? Can you repeat it back to me?
And if you knew anything about the Constitution, you'd understand that that's why the founders made it that way. So Trump is doing that too, yet somehow you've decided Trump is a authoritarian or a dictator or king or whatever other disparaging mark you want to make is absolutely false. And yet, now would you like to counter that, or are you going to try and gloss over it?
Yeah, I mean, specifically, what I've seen is like particularly complete. I brought points, for example, of Trump's policies that I agreed were that I point out were authoritarian, and I haven't seen a refutation of those.
So I'll give you an example. I'll refute it. So an authoritarian dictator would enforce some sort of policy that would render the legislative branch completely powerless, where the president could then advance into law anything he wanted, or he would render the Supreme Court completely useless and cut out any of their power in the rulings, or even if they did rule, he would completely ignore them, which he has not ignored the rulings of the United States Supreme Court. So, look, that was what I was looking for, is like some sort of policy that he's advanced that would actually block another branch of government.
Right. So the violations of trying to take away free speech rights of people, that is not authoritarian, or freedom of the press, that's not authoritarian.
Okay, I said it really clearly. You're not addressing any of my points. What you're doing is you're bringing up. Hold on. You're bringing up red herrings to try and divert the points I just made. That you failed to be able to link one policy where Trump actually hinders or neuters, for lack of better terms, another branch of government that would ultimately lead him to have unilateral power.
Yeah, so I mean, trying to revoke people's free speech rights and trying to take away
You were just saying he's trying. He hasn't. He's trying.
Hindered another branch of the government. So now what you have highlighted is where Trump. What I asked, has Trump done anything outside of the powers granted to him in the executive, being the head of the executive branch? He's a single man that's the head of an entire branch of government. Has he done anything outside of the parameters that has already been afforded?
And I'm going to repeat my answer, which is that I think there are reasonable grounds that he has violated his.
Name one.
When he declared the missile strike on Iran.
Well, that's actually within his power as the president.
No, he doesn't have the right to declare war without the approval of Congress.
The War Powers Act gives him 60 days. What are you talking about? Hold on. The War Powers Act is very clear that the president does not have to go to Congress for 60 days.
Okay, so he can attack a country as an act of
every Listen, let me teach you. Every president has the power, according to the War Powers Act, given to him by Congress. Congress gave the executive branch that power, that they have up to 60 days of any conflict before they have to seek out getting congressional approval for war.
So president can launch.
They may not even have to do that.
So
they may not even have to do that after the 60 days.
Yes. Your answer is yes. The president can launch.
He can launch an attack.
Okay. Is this guy done? Okay. Just so the president can launch any missile in any country as long as he notifies Congress.
Not any country.
No, he doesn't have
genociders.
People do that. He doesn't have to do that. Moving on. You know, you seem to have issues, so I'm going to help you out, Necro. How has Trump tried to take away free speech rights? Suppression of protest and dissent. Detention of pro-Palestine student protesters. Ideological testing.
I just gave an example earlier, which is
law firms and lawyers.
Alan, so I gave an example.
Yeah.
I gave an example earlier of punishing people who desecrate the flag.
Yeah.
So that's violation of free speech.
How did he punish me? I'm not seeing it in this list here.
No, it's protected by the First Amendment. Yeah, it is. United States v. Eichmann. Read the case.
You know, Necro, I gotta say I'm okay with that because we saw the previous administration attacking people who desecrated the trans flag, the LGBTQ flag, and so yeah, you know what? I'm okay with that.
Do you have any evidence for that?
Yeah, it was in the news. Let's see. In the meantime, for desecrating LGBT desecrate. Are you talking about Mayor Pete Buttigieg? Mayor Pete? How did Mayor Pete become a military officer without going to ROTC or even doing basic boot camp? How is it that senators or congresspeople can just create officers in the armed forces? Hello? Yes, individuals have been both attacked and prosecuted for desecrating LGBTQ flags or crossings, often facing hate crime charges and significant jail time. Notable cases include a 15-year sentence in Iowa, 2019, for burning a church's pride flag, and multiple arrests in 2025 for vandalizing flag near Atlanta's Rainbow Crosswalk. It was good for the goose.
And was it their property or was it somebody?
Never attack a symbol of a gay, black, elite, intellectual Democrat. How dare you? How dare you? You know, the crosswalks were public property.
Yeah, you can't do it to public property.
Yeah. I feel like there's something that you're not. That's more to a story than just simply somebody had a flag.
There is. They imposed. Yeah, if I want to fly my American flag, that's fine. But why do I need to see it on a public place, on a crosswalk? And don't I get the right to express my opinion on that crosswalk?
You have the right to express your opinion with your property. You have the right to vote your flag, but you don't have the right for another.
I think it's called public property.
You can't destroy it.
Yeah, you can't destroy public property.
How is it burning a tire? How is it burning a tire track on a crosswalk? Was not destroying it. It's still there.
So guys, didn't I say that was?
Yeah, okay. You're gonna. I can see. That's the excuse you're gonna hide behind.
What excuse?
So can I say something, gentlemen? The reason I say it's a crime is because I was arrested for that.
It's a gay crosswalk. I don't want it to. If I drive over it, skid over it.
We have a true story here. Hold on. Go ahead, Francis. What happened to you?
So during the Iraq, I turned around and I burned it. I went to jail for 5 days for that. And they told me it was a crime and that my citizenship could be revoked if I did that again. That's why I say it's a crime.
Hello? Francis, do you have any proof that you were threatened with your citizenship being taken away from you?
I can't. I went to jail for 5 days.
I know, but going to jail for 5 days isn't necessarily proof that an attorney general or something told you you were stripped of your citizenship. It's quite a claim. What made you want to burn the U.S. flag and reap the repercussions of doing that by the White House?
I learned my lessons. That's literally what I just said.
Oh, so you fucked around and you found out.
I was told it was a crime. I wasn't allowed to do that, and I was very ignorant about that. I thought I had a freedom of speech right to do whatever I wanted.
Did you think about maybe just like doing it in your backyard and then putting up a YouTube video? Like, did you have to go to Washington D.C. to go to the White House?
I didn't take the flag and took a lighter for it. It wasn't by myself. It was a group of us, and I took responsibility for it because I organized.
Yeah, you took it. So what is it about America? What was it that you were protesting? What about America that? What are you complaining?
Iraqi women and children.
Oh.
They burned down an entire school and they killed like 150 children.
In Iraq?
That's what I know I was wrong. I went to jail for 5 days.
Beaver
said that.
Beaver reader.
It was people who massacred 500,000 people, leaked wrong information, and they put the launchers of missiles inside the school. They locked the doors of the school to assume that don't avoid exiting the school during the attacks, to make some kind of leftist excuse.
I was a policy and I was
administration of terror because they are terrorists and they live with terrorizing others. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used 1.5 million bullets in 2 days to kill 500,000.
So, I mean, I think specifically though, I feel like there's a lot to essentially the cases that you're mentioning, Alan. Now, if you could find a specific case where you had a person who simply had a flag of their own that was an LGBTQ flag and they decided to burn it, which I've seen a lot of online, but I've never heard of anybody who was simply, was prosecuted because they had a LGBTQ flag of theirs that they decided to burn. That's clearly, and if it was the case that there was a Democrat who did that, I would be equally as opposed to it as a person who was punished for burning the American flag.
Even if it violated burning laws at the time?
And,
cities have burning laws, right? When they can burn and when they can't burn fires?
Yeah, you can't, burn something if it's a threat to public safety.
So what's the difference between burning a building and burning a flag? If it's freedom.
So, well, there's one.
What it specifically is that certain. Do you struggle understanding my questions?
No, sorry.
Why do you clam up every time I ask you direct questions?
No, you ask the question.
He's low IQ, I think. He's not material for this discussion.
No, so do you still support the burning of the American flag even when no burning laws are in effect in that region?
Do I support the person's right to burn a flag even when there's no burning laws within that region? Absolutely.
And in fact, at that time,
Absolutely, you say. So they should risk starting a fire in a dry area. Okay, like areas like Colorado have no burning laws in certain cities, right? Certain areas because they're prone to fires. Certain areas of California have no burning laws in effect, right? Do you think that your speech trumps this?
Do I think that free speech trumps people's whatever is considered a hazard? Like, I mean, I obviously, like I said, if there is a hazard, then I don't support it. And if it's the law, then, like, you know, no, you
didn't say that till now. Not like you've been saying. You didn't say that till now.
Yeah. I mean,
it's simple. No, you don't. You don't support the burning of the American flag for the right of someone's speech if it's at risk of starting a fire in a fire-prone area, right?
And I mean, yeah, because you can't endanger people through an area.
We've established that people don't have the right to burn the American flag 100% of the time, right?
It depends, like, so no, it's just like you don't have the right to shout crowd fire, and
you do if there's a fire. You do have the right. You do have the right to shout there's a fire if there is a fire.
Yeah, but you can't do it just in a public theater, right?
And if there's a fire.
Yeah.
So,
but I mean, essentially, like, you can, like, you know, yeah, you can come up with like all these different things, but I mean, it's, to me, I like to illustrate freedom of speech in the same way as like with like your hands. Like, you have the right to your hands. You are entitled to your hands. Hold on. I just want to finish the point. Okay. So, yes, you're always going to have like specifically certain boundaries that, you know, you have the right to move your hands, but you don't have the right to move your hands in people's faces.
What's the message that's being sent when you burn the flag?
It depends on the context. I mean, you can have people who oppose America's foreign policies in other countries, like so many people, whether they be leftists, communists, or even libertarians, have done. But it's true specifically you expressing dissatisfaction with.
So if I go like, so that's kind of back to my other point. I don't fire because I hate the rich. Like it's like a lot.
Is it your property? Is it your property?
Okay, so it's a property thing. Because you own the flag, I guess you get a chance to do your expression, right?
Well, I mean, it's not the only thing. But, I mean, there's other things with property that does sense.
Well, if I own, let's say I just bought a little piece of land with all the like if I just like, I don't know, what if I rented a house or something? Arguably it doesn't fit on it. What if I bought the piece of land that had all the stuff on it to save the burn? Does that go enough to meet that requirement that I own the property that led to the burning of Pacific Palisades? I don't know.
If you burn the property that led to the Pacific Palisades.
As an expression of frustration toward the rich.
I mean, if it's your property, that's one thing. But given that everything is like secure, there's no other endangerment. Then
calling up fake rally Republicans in Texas who hate Trump.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Is this like the papacy?
I would like to see Trump, if that's what you declare as authoritarian, I would like for him to be authoritarian and arrest someone for burning the American flag so it can be brought in front of the Supreme Court again so we can overturn that rule. It should be illegal to burn the United States American flag.
Okay, well, and you're free to have that opinion, but it's still, I mean, constitutional amendment, but I understand why.
It's not hold on, let's be clear, it's not a constitutional amendment.
Yes, it is.
It's case precedence. It's case precedence. It's literally, you even cited it. It's from 1989, a Supreme Court ruling. It's case precedence, much different than a constitutional Amendment.
So is McDonald v. Chicago something that's just the Supreme Court precedent?
Okay, so do you understand case law, case precedents?
No, I understand that.
That it can be that the Supreme Court can just like what happened with Roe versus Wade. It was case precedents that Roe versus Wade existed. It was not the supreme law of the land. It was just a ruling that established, which the Supreme Court can then later in years on rule opposite of it and set the precedent a different way. So I believe, in my opinion, the Supreme Court should change their ruling from what they found in 1989 and allow us to have laws against the burning of the American flag.
Okay. Well, I mean, you have the right to feel that way about, but the thing is, though, it doesn't surprise me that people who want to, because the people who oppose Donald Trump, essentially are people who are very likely
the American flag. Yeah,
yeah.
You want to burn the American flag. Gotcha.
No, I don't. But to me, it's like I understand why Trump wants to punish people who burn the American flag, because a lot of people who don't agree with his policies are the people who are most likely to express their opposition to it that way.
Isn't it largely only 100%? Where do you think the whole transgender ideology concept comes? 100%. Where do you think the whole transgender ideology concept comes from? It's, we're just going to let live and let everybody just do whatever the hell they want. Just prop up. It's individual freedom, right?
Yeah, I thought that was what conservatives said that they liked, though, was individual freedom.
No small government is what conservatives advocate for, and family.
So
they advocate for family rights. So true conservatism is about the nuclear family. It's not about the individual.
Okay. So I know libertarians believe that conservatives still support in any state. Pretty much.
What's that?
Well, libertarians, they argue that even though they're better than liberals on, reducing, the government from being a nanny, they still think the government...
Recession is coming. Buy gold and silver. Sell stocks and...
But either way, to me, it's I would if you think the libertarians that they're a bunch of leftists, or I would recommend you.
Libertarians believe in illegal immigration. They're let them all come in. We shouldn't have borders. Libertarians believe in unfettered abortion. Let people have the freedom. The mother has the freedom to kill her child. Yes, this is what libertarians, many of them, not all. Libertarian Party is largely just a party of disgruntled right-wing and left-wing people.
You brought up immigration and abortion. Do you not think there have been any leftist governments who have supported closed borders or have been against abortion? Because I know plenty of leftists.
Not in recent. I'm talking about today and the positions today. I'm not talking about positions 100 years ago. 100 years ago, Democrats didn't even think black people should be afforded rights.
Yeah. Parties did change. I would agree with that.
Not really. They still don't think, that all Americans should have equal rights.
Okay, well, I would agree that the Democrats have been a failure to Americans, but I still think the same thing about Republicans. So, I think both of them are essentially, if you remove a lot of the cultural war issues, I think they're pretty difficult to distinguish, in my opinion.
Joe, I got a question for you. If I had an American flag that was old and dirty, and I had a permit to burn trash in my private property, and I lumped it in with all this other garbage I was burning, if you had your way, you would make that illegal?
Yeah, I think communities should, yes.
Yeah, and and I believe that the Constitution should protect people from tyranny of the majority on human rights. So
I think
There are people
I like Beaver's scenario. I probably just disagree a little bit with Joe. I think like in that case, like I think we know the intention of the American flag. Yes, we should. We should have that right to be able to set that law. Right now, due to case precedent, it says we can't have that law. What actual individual liberty are? I mean, we're not taking people's speech.
Joe, you have to. It is wasting everybody's time. And I like all the debates and conversations, but we have to. I know it's just this fucking social conversation. Fuck it. Like, is anything ever going to change? I doubt it. I don't fuck it. Like, is anything ever going to change? I doubt it. I think the status quo is good as gold. But miracles and breakthroughs. And Trump is that miracle and breakthrough. But how do we get the all-seeing eye to focus on liberating America? Because how has technology not essentially created efficiency? The internet is supposed to modify everything. And the biggest thing that isn't modified is the goddamn teachers unions and our national education system, which is bupkis. And look at Clown House. Like, this could be the future of education. Dr. Peepee here could be teaching a class and maybe making a salary, And we can eliminate the $1.3 trillion annual budget for education in this country. It's just a joke, but not really, because something's got to give, and something's got to give in Medicare, Medicaid.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier. So we talked about this earlier. We discussed that Kash Patel supposedly has a big reveal coming up where he's talking about arresting people that are responsible for the theft of the 2020 election.
Well, there's also a lot coming out with Rand Paul and Dr. Fauci, and Tulsi Gabbard is also releasing information on biolabs, 40 of them in Ukraine. So, the Pentagon and Fauci and all these bioweapon research programs, they're being exposed. And Dr. Bill Gates has been exposed. And, there's still got these Epstein files. I mean, does anybody here look at racism? We still got to think about indigenous rights. We got to think about the immigrant communities. And we have to think about the open border. Things got to go back to normal, is what they like to say. And things are going to get weird, in my opinion, or the status quo will just persist and the Democrats will actually return to power and wipe away these years.
Yeah. I mean, as far as I understand it, I understand that plenty of Americans have gotten away from what our Constitution actually said. I mean, we have plenty of things in the Constitution that are pretty explicit, explicitly says, forbids being subject to cruel and unusual punishment, but surprisingly, the majority of Americans find it acceptable. And so, I mean, it's one of the things I do find disgusting about Americans overall for my country is that somehow it's something that we've been okay with.
Was it acceptable for how the Washington, D.C. Legal system treated the January 6th protesters?
If you're talking about specific cases, I mean, there are some that I do believe were given sentences that I felt were a little bit lengthy. Like, I feel like, you had some of them, I think, guys like, I think it was Joe Biggs. I mean, I don't think he should have got off scot-free, but I do think that I don't think he should have been sentenced to, I think it was like 17 years or whatever it was. I think, to me, the thing that I found really distressing was the fact that these people got all this time that they served. But meanwhile, the guy who would let it did not face any time. But that's something that I knew was pretty much never going to happen. But overall, I mean, in regards to, I do believe you can give specific examples of people who I felt were a little bit lengthy. I mean, as far as people, though, who assaulted police officers that day, it's like, I don't see how Republicans who have claimed to be the party of law and order could be okay with those people being pardoned. Like, essentially, it's like if I was a person, if I was a police officer in DC, I don't see why I would want to be defending Trump anymore because of the fact that, he could have any bunch of rioters come up and he'll pardon them if they assault me.
But no man alive has seen a living dragon.
Yeah, I guess
Some of my more
thankful that we
skeptical
have
friends refuse to
the
believe
secret children don't have to rely on
all we ask
the
is
DC
to
police,
see ourselves.
right?
I am not a liar.
Oh, I don't think you are. Because I've never met you before.
I mean,
My opinion on the matter is
but doesn't that mean
Where
that
I come
essentially
from,
that
guests
do
are
not
treated with
value law
respect,
enforcement
not
though?
insulted at the gates.
Where you got that? Well, you literally just said that you think it's enough.
You
The DC
promised
police
to
force
see
is
me.
captured
We
by
have received it. Here we are.
Okay, but they still work.
prior to Trump's involvement with enforcing the law.
Please be careful.
I mean, it's DC crime rates have always been high. I mean, you could be right, but to me is that what I see, like what happened on January 6th was that you had police officers who were
Would January 6th have happened?
yeah, and I mean, I think this is kind of a thing where it's like, I don't know if we're going to see eye to eye because, I mean, you believe it was stolen, but I mean, all the evidence that I've seen shows that it was secure.
Secure.
Yeah.
How secure? The most secure election ever?
I don't know if it was, but it's like, it seemed like pretty secure. I mean, Trump's.
That's what the Democrats told us. That's what Biden told us, that it was the most secure election ever.
Okay, well, I don't know specifically about whether it was the most, but I think essentially to me, it's like.
Do you think 100 million mail-in ballots is a secure way to run an election?
I know there's been talk about the concern about the mail-in vote, specifically that, there were a bunch of people who sent in their mail before they, right after they started counting or something like along those lines. I don't know about the security of mail-in voting, but I mean, in general, it's like, I think that, it's some people.
There are people.
So if you're asking me about what are the best methods for people to be able to vote, I haven't looked at all of them.
Do you think it's authoritarian that the United States Supreme Court has now ruled that mail-in ballot cannot be counted after Election Day?
I don't know what the basis for that is, but I mean, if
during the 2020 election, they were counting ballots up to a week after the Election Day. The United States Supreme Court has now come out and ruled that they cannot do that. Election Day is Election Day, and that if ballots arrive after Election Day, they should not be counted. Is it authoritarian?
I don't know what the basis for it was that they made that.
There are people.
It was a secure election, you said. And I'm saying it now, the United States Supreme Court has ruled that they cannot do that any longer, that those ballots should not be counted. Is that authoritarian of the Supreme Court?
That's what I see that. Oh.
Was there reasoning for it? So I would have to look at it.
Would you be for counting ballots like
I'm a
a
social
month after?
parasite
Like,
and
what's your
time
limit?
listen to you shook.
I mean,
Everything is racist, including me. Black
things should
supremacists
be
fall.
done as fast as possible. And so, I mean, if there is limits on people, being required to do that, but concerns, like just forcing stop counting or voting, like what happened in Florida back in 2002. And so we're back 2000, but ultimately I don't know I know there's concern though about, them taking ballots in. So I can't say ultimately though whether it's right or wrong. It seems to me that, election laws, what is decided by law is a state issue.
I'm assuming you're not for voter ID.
I do believe that there should be some form of verification.
Wow. I'm surprised. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not a person who, thinks that it's right to say that, that voter ID is racist. Although I do believe there are concerns about, I believe we've touched on this, me and Joe, where I brought up research by journalist Greg Pallas that he did in a documentary, and you said that you watched it. I was wanting to know specifically if, like you said, I believe you said you believe the movie was factually inaccurate or something like that.
So what I want to talk about is what you just referenced. What you just referenced. So you talked about that you are okay with limits on counting ballots, right? So the Supreme Court now, we have already established, ruled that they can't count after the election day. So the Brooks Brothers protest is what you referenced, that you do think that people should not be able to protest the counting, because that was roughly 2 weeks after the election that Miami-Dade County wanted to continue to count votes and count ballots after the election was already done. So why are you okay with having limitations, but you're against the Brooks Brother protest that occurred in the 2000 election?
There are people
specifically, like I said, it's like I don't know necessarily what was the ruling the Supreme Court made. I'm not so weak.
One way or the other.
I'm a person who is mostly, see a lot of laws as simply not just purely black and white.
Sit on the floor.
Like the issues that are being decided, it's like.
Is the Constitution a living document?
I don't know what you mean by living document, does it?
If baby Hitler was alive and you had the chance to kill him before he became adult Hitler, would you do it?
Fuck yeah.
So you're asking
baby in a river.
Whether I would kill a person when they're innocent.
He's being blown up before he can even walk.
Okay.
Damn, pockets.
No shit. People are having abortions every day, dude. What's the difference?
That's a good question. Joe, what do you think? Would you should abort baby Hitler before he becomes adult Hitler? Yeah. Oh, man. Joe's not going to mind here a little bit. Hold on, folks. We got him. Go ahead. No, I don't think you can declare a baby a king or a fascist. And I largely don't think these people that are in the No Kings protest can declare a president a fascist or a king, or it's largely just, a attempt to try and rally support for the next election cycle.
With that point, but I don't think it has any relevance with that point. But I don't think it has any relevance to any topic regarding President Trump.
Yeah. But were you after Resident Evil?
2000 cutoff. 2000 Jesse for 4 years. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm a millennial, thank God.
Well, actually, Actually, millennial, I think it's either like 96 or like 95, something like that.
Thank God I made it.
But I know for sure I'm Gen Z because.
Yeah, 99.
Yeah.
Damn. Anyone born after 2000, I just don't think they exist. That is crazy.
Yeah. Well, I'm really glad I'm a 90s kid, technically.
Right.
So, you guys love politics. I mean, Necro, do you think you'll ever try to run for, like, state representative pockets? Do you ever think you'll try to run for state representative? Will you guys ever do anything other than coming on Clubhouse, like, for years and years?
I'm going to keep delivering loads.
I'm glad you asked that, Alistair. Yeah, I've always considered it. I've thought about, one of the positions, policy that I want to push for, and at least in my state, is raising the age of consent to 18, abolishing mandatory minimums on simple drug possession, and I would also want to extend the punishments for people who rape children. I believe that those people should be sent to life imprisonment without parole.
I think they should be castrated. I'm with you. No, I would never run for any type of representative position. I'm not trying to sell my soul, but I will deliver your loads. Unintended.
I also would fight to, another thing that puts me at odds with most Americans is my opposition to capital punishment.
I think we should bring back the death penalty. So.
Well, on immigration, Necro. I support closed borders. We can't have a fence back in the early 2000s. And talked about how corrupt Mexico was, like just on the border for a while. But yeah, even some Democrats have admitted to that. The border was more secure under Trump in his first administration than under Biden. So that's one thing. I think why I felt Trump had a good chance of winning in 2024 was because immigration was so bad.
H-1B visa holders, should we increase them or decrease them?
Yeah, that's something I haven't really thought about too much. I do think, there are definitely jobs for people who are outside the country who I think are the only people who are qualified, that plain Americans aren't able to do it. But in the end, I also think that, there's plenty of lack of funding for Americans to begin with, which I think should be addressed.
Are Americans incapable of doing these jobs?
You ever ran for president? Loads.
No, yeah, I believe I would.
Yeah, literally, people would hate what you have to say, which sucks, because it's awesome.
Yeah. Well, and that's kind of the thing, though. It's like, I do like the idea of putting America first. And like my greatest issue with Trump is the fact that he's, not been putting America first. He's spending so much money on this war. It's been shown, $72 billion that has potentially been spent on this war. It could have given every American community college completely.
It's over $1 trillion. We're spending annually $1.3 trillion. So if we're engaged in war for 1 year, technically we spent $1 fucking trillion on war. It's crazy.
No.
Yeah.
I don't care. Yeah, we don't agree on a lot of
Hello?
things on that. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous how much money we spend on war. But it actually makes us money, which is sad as well. We really profit off it.
It doesn't make you money when you only make $5 million but spend $7 million. Are you guys all broke? Hello?
No, and that's not what what?
Well, you gave me money pockets, so obviously, you're at a negative.
We'll
finish what we're doing. It'll keep going. Unfortunately.
You have to understand how to run a business. You got to turn a profit. The government's no different. You can't keep running an insolvent organization. It's lunacy. Hello?
People running it are making bank. Hello? People that are not running it like us are the ones paying the dues. Hello? Yeah. They're doing just fine.
Well,
they're doing exactly what they want to do.
Well, the medical industrial complex is doing great because that's the biggest budget, $4.2 trillion a year. And you're a recipient of that pockets. You work in medicine. Without the government, you wouldn't make a salary. Hello?
I'm not in the government. That's why I said I'm not.
Yeah, you work in the healthcare industry. Who do you think funds the whole healthcare industry? The government. $4.2 trillion a year. Medicare, Medicaid. You quit it? No.
Absolutely. I've quit being there.
No.
The claims department quit that shit. That shit's ridiculous. I'm working with healthcare. It's a scam. There's nothing I can fucking do.
Well, you got to get on the board of directors because there's a lot of little health groups billing Medicaid $100 million. And the doctors are making $1.2 million.
Didn't you try to run and it fucking turned you down, bro? Who's running that's really changing shit right now? Nobody.
Rand Paul, he just got an indictment on Fauci. They're going to arrest Fauci and Bill Gates. Hello?
Oh my God, and finally after the HIV, after the fucking COVID, finally.
Fuck you, I caught you.
Think they'll ever fucking get arrested? No, Bill Gates is not getting fucking arrested. Are we serious?
Yeah, it's really sad.
Bill Gates is not going to jail. Who are we talking right here?
Yeah, it's really sad because
Bill Gates is gonna pay me.
Bill Gates is the bane of my existence now.
I hate that man. Steve Jobs as well. Fucking hate Fauci as well. Been calling Fauci out since HIV.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually working on that since there's been like a trend of making all these art pieces for the Epstein administration. I've thought, I mean, it's a shame that I don't have a DSLR because I thought about doing a Bob Ross parody video where like I was doing this painting of parody of Mount Rushmore where it's basically Epstein and his bestest friends.
Trump.
Yeah, Trump, Bill Clinton, and Bill Gates would have been. And I thought about having Elon Musk at the site, crying.
Can you get a white wig, Necro, and just pretend to be Andy Warhol? Can you do a gay voice?
I could try to do like a Carl Sagan, kind of high voice.
I believe in you.
Sorry, what?
I said I believe in you. Do it.
Yes.
No, right now.
My name is Carl Sagan.
I'm picturing my hand. That looks beautiful.
Oh, that sounded so gay.
Yes.
My name is Carl Sagan. In the future, hundreds of people will gather on a conference call app to figure out unique ways to how to waste their time through multivariable expressions of political propaganda.
Actually, on point. I still hate you though. That's on point.
I did a video where how marijuana will ruin your life, and I talked about how you might have to become president of the United States if you smoke marijuana. The past 3 presidents, Obama was president at the time that I did it, and so I said the past 3 presidents have all admitted to smoking pot at least once, and they look like they've aged 20 years in just the few years that they've been in office.
Yeah, I think politics did that to the man. Obama came in looking 20. That dude left looking 80. Like that dude looked stressed.
Did they even drug test the presidents? I don't even know.
They should. They fucking.
Probably
they probably have a piece of their bag somewhere. Fucking just like saved.
Yeah, they don't. Drug test. Hey, Necro, what do you think about Trump? The executive branch can do this in their authoritarian power unilaterally.
Do you think that they're going to backdate all the people that were arrested and free them, or do you think they're going to keep them in jail, the people that were arrested?
You can probably. That's a really good question. You might be able to submit for a reconsideration.
You think?
I don't know, but if I was in that position, I would.
Right. Okay.
I mean, there's one things that I would say that I do agree with Trump on. One of them is him trying to go after big pharma for the cost of prescription drugs, because that's one thing, I do support. The other thing would be his position on, the political landscape. You mentioned marijuana. The other one would be abortion. One thing that was noted about 2024 was that 3 red states that voted for Trump also voted for abortion rights on their measures as well.
Interesting about the big pharma, because he does attack on the drug prices, and he has pushed most favored nation pricing deals to lower the prescription costs. His administration said it has deals for 17 major drug companies, but he's also making deals with pharma, not trying to destroy or take on, but they include benefits for companies like tariff exemptions. So I see, and he has to, obviously, because if he's going to give one for them, he has to give one for all. So I see how people make it. Someone put in the chat, he's not doing anything against big pharma. Yeah, he is. He's just giving them tax exemptions like he is with any other corporations. But he is literally lowering the pricing, and Medicare is dealing with that as we speak. So come, I believe, 2027, drugs medications for diabetes and insulin, and even I think treatment for your diabetes is going to be lowered for people who are lower income, so that they can afford their treatment. So I do praise him for that, because that's very much needed.
It should be just for the sake that it's already been admitted that it's not very expensive to do so.
Yeah.
What's not expensive?
To provide that medication.
Oh yes, it is very expensive. No, it is very expensive.
No, it's really not.
You said insulin?
Yes.
Yeah, it's not that.
It's not.
It's the manufacturing.
They've already admitted that so many times. It's we gotta be done with that.
Yeah.
It is really just to put money in many, many pockets.
Yeah.
The manufacturing a drug might be cheap, but how much is the R&D for that drug? How long did it have to go through testing? How expensive was the testing?
Well, Alan, are you talking about the COVID-19 vaccine? Because I don't think they did much testing on that.
No.
I think they had the patents from 15 years beforehand.
No, I don't want that.
Oh, it's not the same when it comes to COVID-19. I understand. Okay. Special rules, special circumstances, not a standard. I understand. Okay.
It's been in good standing for a long time, and that's what came forward in the conversations.
Well, first of all, it's not even a vaccine. It's just a gene modifier.
There's no good reason to charge so much for that medication.
There's also no reason to charge high prices for plenty of drugs. So yeah, I would agree. Ozempic, they said it costs about $5 to make. In other countries like Germany and Canada, they pay less than $100. While we pay
Well, I don't think a shawarma sandwich should cost $20, but I'm still prepared to pay the $20 for a good shawarma sandwich.
Well, and that's the thing.
That's really funny, and thank you for that, but also,
I think
Novo Nordisk has stated it spent over $10 billion on.
Yeah, tell us that you don't need that medication without telling us that you don't depend on that medication. You don't have to pay for it. Okay.
Whether you need it or not, they spent over $10 billion.
That's really
good. Alan, Medicaid spent $60 billion on peptides, so it all balances out, doesn't it?
Well, I got to pay this and I got to pay that, so everybody else should pay something. That's not right.
The chemo industry is a $60 billion a year with an absolute 100% failure rate. Should we keep funding $60 billion worth of chemotherapy every year? Or how about $50 billion to Catholic churches? Maybe the Catholic Church medical industrial complex should come to an end.
That's not
$50 billion a year to Catholic churches every year in this country? That's a lot of money. The Pope has his own medical industrial complex.
We hear you.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Just take turns. It's okay. Well, I want you to be able to speak because you're trying to speak right now.
Sorry, I lied about it.
So I just looked up on Yale School of Medicine the cost for one vial of insulin. It costs
$2.
Yeah, it's
$2 and it costs $35 a month. You don't have coverage, it's about $200. Yeah, it's a fucking lot of money.
Yeah, and
it's only because we have PBM.
Yeah, and they were charging like for a while. It was well over 1,000. So people were paying over.
So long.
Yeah, and we can blame our PBM for that. We can blame our with the benefit managers. We can blame the FTC for that. We can literally blame the fact that there's only a few, like 3 companies that are the major competitors with insulin. I forgot what fucking company. So sorry, but I believe it's Novo. Yeah,
Pfizer, Moderna, J&J.
Yeah, you're not listening. Go ahead, Kitover. But what's crazy is that when my mom didn't have health insurance coverage because she was doing everything under the book. She didn't do her taxes either. And one round of her chemo was $130-something thousand.
Oh my God.
Stage 4 cancer. One round of her chemo. That's uninsured. Well, she passed away because there was nothing they could do with it. I still got the bill, and her bill was over almost $2 million for a week in the hospital. I believe 2 appointments at the oncology center, and I believe 3 rounds of chemo, which I did at my house, by the way, the last round. They sent her home with me, where she passed away, and I still got a bill. And I'm not paying it, obviously, because I don't have to. But it was $2 million fucking dollars.
See, if we had smart contracts, instead of paying the medical industrial complex $2 million, you could have taken a settlement check for $100,000. Would you have taken it? Would your mom have taken it?
I mean, she only lasted 3 weeks after diagnosis, so probably she would have rather had us have that.
A settlement check. J.G. Wentworth, it's your money. Spend it when you need it.
I probably would have just to take advantage of the system, sure, because I'm gonna die anyway, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was so fucked. And I was like, bro, like it was just fucked. So I hate the healthcare system. I worked in Medicare for about 3 years. I worked in the claims department. I worked in finding seniors primary care right after COVID. And it was just the seniors right now, they paid 65 years into taxes and their Social Security is being wrecked, completely taken. They're broke. They're literally, these seniors are fucking broke. Don't even get me started on our veterans. Veterans are homeless, broke, no coverage. The VA doesn't do shit. The VA doesn't even let them know that they're entitled to a civilian doctor along with the VA doctor. They have no idea. Like, I'm really scheduling seniors.
No.
I have no idea still that they're entitled to a civilian provider.
Well, you can go. Anybody can go into that emergency room, but if you're a veteran, you can't just wander around and say, "I'm a veteran. I demand to be seen by a doctor."
We did that in funny. We did it.
You're so smart.
Well, you're making all or nothing claims, Pockets. They're not accurate.
It's okay. Don't entertain that one. It's okay.
I think what's worse, essentially, is like, to me, like, you know, the cost of gasoline is like the oil companies made record-breaking profits during when the Russian pipeline was cut off. So it's not.
Is that a bad thing?
Well, essentially, the thing is that my point is oil companies are not desperate to make profits. It's not that they're desperate to make profits as to why the cost of gasoline is going up.
It's still not a good argument because whether a company is desperate or not has nothing to do with anything. Whether they're desperate to make it or whether they're not desperate to make it, fundamentally, companies get to make money.
I really like your vocabulary, but also you're not really contributing to this conversation.
An oil company is just trying to maintain their quarterly earnings revenue growth by 5%, 10%, or maybe they're going to have a big gusher.
I think that the people that are trying to speak about real things.
Hold on. So basically what you get and how much you pay for it, but somehow it's okay if corporations do the same thing.
Because the government, corporations have competitors. The government does not.
Yeah, if you give
I'm sorry. It's just such a benefactor on all of
because I was talking to her about the teacher.
See, you know, Beaver, I'm glad you're there because I just want to say this. It seems to me that the left really has an emotional crisis. That what they're experiencing, that's the main problem. And the problem is they've decided they hate Trump. And they can't accept that other people don't hate Trump. So they just keep looking for intellectual reasons why we should all hate Trump. And it's not working. And it's not going to work. We will never convince people that Trump is a bad person. They've decided that, and it's an emotional response. Everything we're hearing, and I don't know if Necro is on the left or the right, he'll probably deny being on the left, though he's certainly parroting a lot of those talking points. But before I was called away, I went through those lists of how he's limiting free speech. And first of all, he's not limiting free speech. The government can and will decide where it gives its money. And we've seen this. Certain presidents will direct the government funds towards one set of corporations. Another different places. And we see that time and time again. Yet when Trump does it, somehow he's inhibiting free speech.
We're all still mad.
He cut funding to NPR. He cut funding to NPR. Well, where is it? We have to fund NPR. And then I did all of the places he started had taken legal action or taken political action against him personally and against his administration. So if they are going to get into the political realm, well then,
I make you nervous. That's why you keep me.
You do it. Well, because you keep this. I'm not you're rude, but you keep interrupting.
Interrupting each other.
And so in conclusion, again, it's an emotional problem. And we need to treat these people like they're 12-year-old teenage girls who just were upset because they didn't get invited to their best friend Susie's birthday party because the other girl that they hate got invited, and they just can't get over it. That's the level of emotion we're dealing with here.
No, you're speaking facts. It is an emotional response to hate somebody. I don't think people hate Trump, and if they say they do, they're just being emotional, they're being petty. I think people just don't agree with his politics, and they use the word hate because they're emotional and they're petty. People just need to say they don't agree with them, and leave it at that. I don't agree with the left. Don't interrupt me, please. You asked for the same thing. You asked for the same thing.
Go ahead.
No, I got you, because I interrupted you like 10 times, so it's okay. But I feel like with Trump, I don't agree with a lot of what he's done. I don't agree with the younger version of Trump, which, people are weird when they're younger. A lot of people make mistakes. A lot of people in the 80s were weird. Okay, half of you on the stage were probably fucking weird in the 80s. Doing some weird shit. Look at the 90s or talking about weird shit in 90s. But this Trump, the one, the dude's a businessman, dude. He's not even a politician like that. People got to get that through their heads.
He's good at sales.
The dude's a businessman. He just wants mine. And I'm for the green. I just want green. I don't care about the left or right. I don't care if you're conservative.
And he's honest about it, though. If you really listen to him, he's not. He
ain't honest about shit, but he's crazy.
I'm not saying like he's really forthcoming. He'll tell you, though.
This is why you're muted, though. This is why you get muted. Like, I'm good.
Seriously?
Yeah, it's love. Like, come on, I'm trying to make it all that.
He's much smarter than Boyd.
Yeah, he's much more politician than Boyd.
Yeah, hold on. I have to defend the 80s and 90s. For the record,
you weirdo.
The 2020s is a lot weirder. I'm going to tell
police tyranny, medical tyranny. We didn't face all this people confused with their gender, 72 different genders, transgender, all this bullshit. It's a lot weirder now.
I was talking about like drugs and rock and roll and fuck yeah, like getting fucked, partying. I wasn't talking about that, but yeah, that too.
Yeah, and pockets.
I was talking about like the weird 80s, Go ahead.
Yeah, but
Excuse me,
well, no,
can you pocket?
the 80s
No, you can't.
the ones that HIV hit. But pockets, 26, like it's 26% of the people on the left think it's okay to kill Trump.
Right, and that's crazy.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
When you say no, they just disagree with them. I can't tell you the number of people on the left. They're like, I wish Trump would just die.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, it really is. So that was the only thing I wanted to say. As far as the 80s, up until 83, 84, it was great. And then HIV hit. And then, things got weird. If you had sex with somebody, it could kill you. That fucks with people's brains. And there was no cure. And it was a long, painful death on top of it. I mean, people forget.
I think it's crazy to wish death on anybody. My bad, Nick.
Well, I think wishing death on someone, I think really it's like, it's something that plenty of people have. There's a whole...
No, it's not both sides. You're not going to go there. Less than, I think it's like 3% of Republicans agree that political assassination is valid. But on the left, it's like 26%. That is a huge disparity. So no, this is not there are good people on both sides.
So you think that specifically you have data that shows that, the left is
there was look it up. There was a poll that was done, and it came out that's where the country is at. Go find the link.
Well, I think that both sides, I think both of them can work in tone. I would agree on. I just don't think it is exclusive to one side. And so, but if you have data, Alan, that shows that, but you made the claim, Alan, that, it was.
Yeah, and it's a recent poll where both sides were asked if it was political
converted with how they view political violence. I'm disturbed by any side, by, any sort of approval of violence to another person. As far as, feeling that somebody else, you wish that, they would just die. Not that you would wish that, anybody would commit violence on them, but hoping that, they will eventually, pass out or something like that. I know plenty of people in my family who've wished that of me, and I've, is it something that people wish? That people have. I don't know. But to me, I understand that people have that opinion of myself, and I don't have any thoughts on it. So.
Tell your cousin I said, I hope that, fuck you. That'll be good. That'd be great.
Yeah, that's very appropriate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
If y'all think Rubio or Trump's bad, wait till Rubio and Vance come in.
Mark Rubio, you think he's bad?
No, I like him.
I was gonna say.
Do you hear my point?
Oh, the left thinks he's bad. Got it.
Yeah, if they think he's bad, or they are bad, because I think they're going in as a joint ticket. I don't care what anyone says. And sit down and hush up. That's all I wanted to say to the opposition.
I think Mark Rubio is going to be a great kind of because he is more, I want to say moderate, but he is very conservative. He is more moderate in the way that he speaks to the left about conservatism and his beliefs. I think he's a way more, I want to say, just better communicator than Trump is. I think Trump is just so blunt and brash, and he's just very shock factor that people are not prepared to even process what the fuck he's saying, just because how shock factor he is. But Mark Rubio, he's able to Still gonna break it down. So I'm looking forward to him. I haven't seen JD Vance in forever. I don't know what the fuck he's doing, but definitely looking forward to Rubio.
I think your persona of these guys. Hold on, Necker. I think your persona of JD Vance and Marco Rubio are largely crafted by the media.
I just said I haven't seen JD Vance in forever.
Well, yeah.
I follow them
even in limited.
extensively.
Can I finish my thought real quick here? Even in limited fashion, the right wing and the younger generation of the right wing will be more extreme than what people have seen with Donald Trump.
I didn't speak on JD Vance's persona, so I don't know.
They're looking for answers.
Yeah,
and they'll find them there.
That's what Joe B's trying to say. Joe, am I echoing it correctly that the next generation of Republicans are likely to be even tougher than Trump was?
100%.
Hear us talk, right? You hear the ones that are in the next generation, and we demand more solutions than what Trump has delivered.
Yeah. I honestly think Ron DeSantis, Joe, I know, I think you're not. I don't know if you're a fan of him or not. I forget where you are.
We'll talk about it. You want?
Up in Indiana,
we had our battles.
up in the Midwest.
DeSantis would be a beast. I mean,
Up in the Midwest.
I think Ron DeSantis would be a worse nightmare than Trump for the left, in my opinion. I think I said that before.
He would send immigrants to what's-her-face Nancy Pelosi's house.
I think Ron DeSantis, he's pretty much the 2024 antagonist, I think, inside of
What's up?
If you're listening,
damn, what she was gonna say, all hail Sean, bro.
You just totally missed out on the moment. Look, with Ron DeSantis, I think he's been a great governor in many aspects. However, he lacks the personality to become the president. He's not likable. He doesn't like people.
Yeah, that makes him more vicious and than Trump, right? At least Trump is likable.
But we'll never see it because we'll never see a president Ron DeSantis. I can tell you.
Not about you. It's right.
We also said we never see a President Trump either, but here we are.
So true. What do you think we get President Trump?
Like, hello.
Wait,
in the worst economic fallback during COVID, we got Trump.
Do you like Pockets? I
love DeSantis. Yeah, I think DeSantis is so funny. I really think he's likable. I really think what he did with the immigrants trying to come to Florida, that was hilarious. I think that certain shit that he does, he's very low key. To be honest, he's kind of very much like Trump and just low key about it. So I like DeSantis. I think he's an asshole, but a good asshole. And that record, squeaky clean, you can't find him in nothing.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like, I think to me, my greatest issue I had with Trump, with DeSantis, was probably when he signed his Stop the Woke Act, which concerned a lot of people who were teaching history because of the fact that his lawyer was pressed to define what woke was, and he said and believed that that racism that exists in any of America's institutions or laws, which in many ways is is something that has been understood to be pretty much established in academia.
Understood by who?
That is not true. Not in academia.
See, it's funny. You're pointing to a specific person, Ron DeSantis, but when you reference what woke is, and you want to counter it, you're saying it's understood.
Wokeness?
And it isn't understood. There's a theory that racism and the effects and the disparities with which there's a theory that the disparities that exist in the United States are caused by racism, but it's just that.
it's only a theory, and it's a theory that doesn't actually use data. It uses lived experience as the basis by which it arrives at its conclusions. So it's fraught with, even within academia, it's fraught with problems. That's why it's called a theory.
Okay, well, I mean, essentially, it's something that is still like in academia is really something that there's, data that shows. I mean, you seem to implicitly acknowledge that there are disparities that exist. Now, I agree that they're not necessarily proof that, racism is actually that race is the cause of it, any more than, Asians having higher test scores is racist against white people. So I mean, I definitely am aware of that, but it's like at the academic level, there's definitely discussion of essentially whether it can be attributed to race, though, inconclusively. Like,
that's all they do in academia is discuss. Come on now, show me a product.
Right, but I mean, that's essentially what, DeSantis, the law, was saying essentially that it couldn't be illegal for people to discuss that, basically.
Yeah, I kind of don't see a problem with that.
Well, I mean, I think it's important for us to know our history, know of what laws are actually affecting.
Well, can you say the specific law? Give me a law that says a black man can't do something that a white man can do.
Well, I mean, essentially, there's not anything explicitly that says that is the case.
Then problem solved, isn't it?
But yeah, we still have it where specifically that plenty of people who are black somehow seem to be struggling to get to a position in society with roughly the same merits, if not more merits than the other person.
Yeah, we do, but is that caused by racism?
Well,
or is it caused by individuals' behavior?
Well, and like I said, it doesn't mean it's not necessarily racism, but I mean, can we, it's like, do we also have to believe that essentially that black people just suck at everything? And I don't agree. I just don't agree with that.
Oh, we have common ground. No, black people don't suck at everything. I think we can acknowledge that. That's not a problem. But, when we look at the different disparities of outcomes, we can look, and remember, laws are designed to protect individuals, not groups of people. And we can look to individual behavior. And then when we look at individual behavior, then we can start to see, well, did racism occur? Was there prejudice involved in this specific thing, specific action? For example, that, people always bring up, well, Wells Fargo was discriminating against black people, et cetera, et cetera. And guess what? Glory be, they were penalized for that. And that's the way it works. Well, if you're going to discriminate, well, then, yeah, you will be penalized. That doesn't mean the country is racist. It means the country isn't racist. A country that's racist would not penalize a bank for that. So, no, you're not going to find any law. And that's the problem, because once they achieve that parity in became the legal system, it then had to become this, amorphous, it's underground. Which I can understand.
Alan, that's just not true. The country is and was racist to a very high degree and still is very much now. DEI, woke, social justice activism, community representation, all these terms are still out there. Hiring practices, discriminating against white men, it's all racist, and a lot of wealth redistribution that's already taking place is racist and discriminatory and preferential towards melatonin density. Democrats do it all day. It's part of their platform, and it's racist. Hello?
So I'm just saying, so the drug wars itself was, historically was motivated by racism.
That the whole crack cocaine epidemic, who is providing the drugs to the African American communities? Do you know?
I presume you're probably going to say it's the Democrats, or...
No, it was the Bloods and the Crips.
Okay, can
CIA had nothing to do with it.
Alan, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so what similarities do you see between George Wallace and Donald Trump?
None.
None. There's zero.
As people always remind me of how old I am. I remember when George Wallace was alive. So I don't need to go back and read the history.
I know. I'm just asking a simple question.
Okay, well, there you go.
Let me ask you again. What similarities do you see between George Wallace and Donald Trump?
Okay, George Wallace was a racist. Donald Trump is not.
What similarities do you see, Dan Adams?
Dan Adams, what similarities do you link between George Wallace and Donald Trump?
Racism.
Okay.
All right,
that's easy to say.
Wait, no. Let me be very specific.
Yeah, give us specific.
Yeah. Let me be specific. Before Donald Trump was president, the racism that he's shown as a business owner towards blacks and his business practices. If you want me to go into detail, I can. But I think you all know. Well, I shouldn't think. But
for specifics, could you give us a specific?
Yeah,
I think you can.
You can. Do we want to go?
The Central Park 5 event. We can start there.
Well, hold on. No, we can. Your piece. We can talk about that. Dan Adams referenced business practices. That's not the Central Park. That's not the Central Park story.
All the redlining discrimination in real estate him and his father did for years.
It is.
So can you give us a specific, Dan Adams?
Specific. He took money out of his own business practices to pull a front page ad in the New York Times to say the Central Park 5 was guilty.
Have you actually read that statement?
Yeah, that's a different story.
Yeah. At the time, wait, hold on. So before you all just jump on, right? So a lot of people haven't read that in real time. But back in 88 and 89, when it affected the black community, I read it in real time.
They confessed. Yeah, but
everyone thought they were guilty.
Dan.
Wait. Hold on.
Everybody's reaction would be the same.
Hold on.
They're guilty.
Hold on a minute. So you're saying that the Central Park 5, everybody was guilty of the crime that they were accused of?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That was the public saying that they were guilty.
Wait, so why bring up admitting to a crime?
They admitted it. That's what we're saying.
Guilty.
They admitted it, not us.
Oh my goodness.
They were kids and they were cohorts.
We know it. Hold on. We can't get this confused. Come on, we're people that have brains. Did they admit that they
guilty or not, Adams? Come on, dude. Are you fucking serious? You're gonna sit there and say that they were guilty or not?
They weren't guilty.
I know they weren't. That's not the point. Did they say it though? My God, I give up.
As far as Trump knew, they confessed. It was all right. So if you're
a 16-year-old kid,
it doesn't matter.
Get out of here.
What they did. Your case is what they did. Doesn't matter their age.
No,
and you're not this dumb, are you?
You're not using common sense. Use common sense.
It's not common sense. It's what they said. That's the whole point, you guys. Hello, anybody home?
Were they guilty?
No.
No. Thank you. Did Trump know they were not guilty? No.
They were guilty. Good God.
When he published,
first of all,
he
horrible.
When a published act.
Did he know they were guilty when he published it?
Or
had they admitted
guilt? Okay, so let's move to business practices. you lost that one.
Hold on. I got a follow-up question.
You
never. Hold on, Dan. I got a follow-up question. Dan, can we look in this room?
No, I'm not. He would
Dan,
yes.
But how was Trump racist with this Central Park 5, though? You never linked actual racism to it.
Their race. So
either gonna have a conversation or not.
A conversation is not allowing somebody to complete their sentence.
Okay, you finish up, and then we're gonna go. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, that's all I was asking. Thank you. So repeat the question again, please.
Okay, you asked for me not to speak. I sat here very quietly, and now you're asking me to speak again. Right?
Not interrupted.
I'm not interrupting. You asked me to speak.
I got interrupted.
You're filibustering because you don't have an answer.
No, I don't.
How Trump is racist.
Ask the question. It's one person.
This is black excellence, guys. You guys be nice. Okay, I'm really trying to be patient because I really want to have a good conversation.
One person speak, please. All right. Seriously. Can one person speak at a time and ask question?
Why are you acting this way, Dan?
Okay, when I answer, nobody respond before I
need more qualifiers.
Go. That's exactly why I can't answer. Somebody jumps in. You have your own flaws.
I know, exactly.
You just filibuster. You don't have an answer.
Go ahead.
Dan, it's taken you 5 minutes.
No, it hasn't. Somebody jumps in.
Start talking. 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. Number one.
Sorry.
See, here we go again. See? Every time I start talking, somebody interrupts.
Sometimes you have to ignore the little.
Sometimes I have to ignore.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Go.
Okay, yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah, it's convenient for you, right? So, number one, if it happened to a group of white males, he would have never have taken out a full-page ad. See, here we go. See, somebody was about to talk, and I haven't finished my statement. So, number one, I'll repeat again, if this would have happened to a white group of males, he would have never taken it out a full-page ad in the paper. But it was guilty. I don't know if everybody here, I've read.
You made your statement. So making
my point.
You
haven't finished. As soon as
you've been taking a freaking hour. Go.
That was such low IQ bullshit. Number one, you don't know what would happen if it didn't happen because there was not white men who did it. Number two, Jesus Christ, this is so fucking retarded. Like, this
just state the obvious? He never mentions their race. He never mentions them directly. Well, what he says is his only thing is he says, I do not think, Mayor Koch has stated that hate and rancor should be removed from our hearts. I do not think so. I want to hate these muggers and murderers. They should be forced to suffer, and when they kill, they should be executed for their crimes. They must serve as examples so that others will think long and hard before committing a crime or an act of violence. So that's the strongest statement he makes. But his complaint, if you read it, is not about black people. His main complaint is that families, white, black, Hispanic, and Asian, have had to give up the pleasure of a leisurely stroll in the park at dusk. His complaint is
so why was the assumption there that this is the type of crimes that black kids do? That I think the assumption was out there. Would you not agree?
I think the assumption was at the time he wrote it, that as far as he knew, there were 5 black youths, or as Joe Pesci says, youths, who had committed a horrible act. And so he was responding up to the lack of law and order.
Yeah, in your piece, anybody's reaction at first would be that, regardless of color, though, right? Because there's no indication that he's doing anything that anybody else was doing at that time of a different skin color, no? Like the actual reaction.
Like I didn't live in that area at that time. I have family in Philadelphia, and they said it was just horrible for black kids. Just constant racial profiles, just horrible.
Okay, but the reaction. I'm talking about the human emotional reaction, not anything to do with skin color. If that literally came across, tomorrow in the newspaper, you and I had seen it, we would both have the same reaction regardless of our skin color, right? That's my question. Not what's going on in the neighborhood, because that's assuming that you're planting an assumption on Trump is reacting to what's going on all over the neighborhood, and that somehow this is some kind of racial comment that he's making. I'm talking about just the normal reaction that somebody would have to an incident like this. Do you see that at all or not? Or is that just out of the question? I
think that would be a normal incident, but I think that they were just, to me, have you all seen the movie about this whole incident? Have you all watched the movie?
Winfrey one?
Yes. With Ava DuVernay. Yes. If you watch that film, you can't help but to have emotional response, everything that they went through, and then just to come out and say, oh, by the way, we found out it wasn't you, so we'll give you a couple $1,000. There's no way you can repay those kids for what.
Okay. I think after the fact, I could agree with you. I could find some compromise here. I actually do have to watch the movie. I haven't watched it, so I need to get a little caught up on it. But I can meet you there. That's fair. I don't know if anybody wants to disagree with that. I don't think whatever happened afterwards is appropriate. But I was just saying at the initial time, that's because that's the main argument, I believe, right? Is that Trump went right to the newspaper, I guess condemned them, right, as being, insert whatever racial thing that you want on it, and that's that, right? That's the whole gist of why we're talking about this, right? It's like this is assumption that he did all that, right? Am I in the right place? I don't know.
Yeah, Trump thought they were guilty. The public thought they were guilty. They did confess. They were false confessions, obviously, but imagine if a crime happened today and it came out and it was on CNN headline. 5 teens in Memphis just confessed to murdering a 17-year-old girl and raping her viciously, and then public talks about it for a month or for like a week, and everybody's saying it, and then someone takes out a an ad saying they should face the death penalty.
Beaver, do you have children?
And then it comes out that it were never false confessions, and the public sentiment totally shifts.
And do you have children? How would you feel if someone took your kid down to the station and questioned your kid without your consent?
Right.
They know damn well that's illegal. You cannot question those kids. The parents were not there.
Okay, you think Trump did this? He posted it.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with Trump again. There's no connection between Trump and the police coercing a confession out of the kids. You see that, right? I mean, we got to get realistic here. There's no correlation. Trump didn't call the police and say, "Can you coerce those kids to say something?" Come on, man. Like I said, we can meet in the middle on many things, and that's why I think that's what crosses the racial divide. If we want to go there, like we don't need to make this a race thing. We can meet in the middle on some things. But okay.
But doesn't the belief of Donald Trump being a racist you have to take some liberties and some assumptions that all white people are inherently racist, so then Trump must be racist too, because Trump did this and took this ad out that he is a racist because of their race. Essentially, that's what Dan.
Yeah, you still have to make an assumption that he did black, and there's no evidence that he did that.
Exactly. That's very that's very hard to correct. Go ahead, Matt. Go ahead. We see that, right, Beaver and Joe? I mean, come on. Like, the default is all white people are racist, right? There's no question about that.
Yeah, she left.
Yeah, they all leave.
Call that what the elephant in the room is. The elephant in the room is they think we're all inherently racist, so they are racist towards us. That's really what it ultimately is. That's the only way you can link Donald Trump being a racist, is the assumption that all white people are racist.
That we preside under has racial absence that transpire over to our community.
Look on this app and in other locations that all white people are inherently racist.
Frank, you can go, Frank, if you want.
I will say this. I'm 51 years old. I done lived down south. I done lived up. When it comes to racism, is a lot of people want to say, get over it or it doesn't exist. That's where the tension comes from. Now, after that, if you want to sit here and go back and forth, well, explain this and explain that, when we all have logic to see where certain things are and where they're not, that's where the bullshit starts.
In fairness, the app is not a fair sample of the real world, right, Joe? We've always said that too. But, we do have to go by what we've, I guess experienced a little bit on this app. So, I don't know. I'm just saying, it's hard to, if someone comes in here like we've seen, I think with these two individuals, if we got to the real heart of it, they would say white people probably are on default are racist. So it would be very hard to have this conversation if that's the default, right? Does anybody disagree on that? I mean, clearly if the default wasn't that, then we can have a conversation. That's why it's really hard to have this. Like I said, I can meet people somewhere on some points, but we got to be really just careful and logical. I mean, Trump is not calling down at the police station to help out with making sure these boys are entrapped in a way to confess things they didn't do. I mean, it's just like, unless there's something in the movie I don't know about. Sorry, you guys.
Trump did. You're right. But Trump's how do you call it? How do you say it? His persona, his celebrity, push the narrative out. And if you didn't see it, if you haven't seen it,
that's fair. Like, I'll speak for myself. Obviously, I need to, I just went by what I've heard for years on the app. I haven't really watched any movies or documentaries or done any of that. So, yeah.
But I think that goes back into kind of the problem, because for me, I do not think all white people are racist. Okay, I also don't think that there's a cure for racism. You can only treat it. You can't cure it. Horrific. It makes you fragile. It makes you have to admit some of these truths and systemic things that are underlying that we can't see, but we know it's there. And it makes all of that come to the forefront. That's why whenever I ask someone who is white, have they watched? Oh no, I haven't seen it. Why not? Because we all know what happened to people who are accused of rape. A lot of time they go to jail. 15, 16-year-old boys getting raped in prison, and then just say, oh, by the way, we found out it wasn't you.
Is there a reason why people would think that young black teenagers would be more likely to commit crime that doesn't involve racism? Or is it purely racism?
Let down your long hair.
What's wrong with your face?
I was born this way.
Go away.
If they see
I'm waiting
them
for someone
doing it
handsome.
more often, and they may just think, well, they might do it next time. They might be a black person. So,
And you know what, Peter? That's a very good point. And I often
Angel, my ass.
I got this perception that there is an increase in this particular pattern, or an increase of that particular pattern. And I think,
You call
okay,
that a
is it
try,
actually
you little man?
happening? Or is it just what I'm being fed
You're never
in
gonna
my
make it,
news
you
cycle
loser.
and what I'm being fed in my social media? So I try and look at the statistics for that and apply the same level of scrutiny that a group like Black Lives Matter applied when they declared that the police are targeting black people for murder with police.
You answering your own question. The question is basically, is this a statistic? You just hold on. You just
Yeah, I know what I'm doing.
but you're saying they only show me these things.
Yeah,
I'm straighter than you. No, you're not. I am. No, you're not.
If you're not researching if you're not researching anything else, you're wrong.
What's the question? It's probably, it might not be the question you think I'm going to ask. So
No, but you asked the question and answered.
yeah, no, I haven't asked the question yet.
You just said
When I
it's
look
something
at
that's
those
often.
statistics and I see the numbers and I apply the same logic and math that Black Lives Matter used in their thing, and I come to a conclusion.
There are people.
Why is it, and other people come to
like
that
you, Jessica,
conclusion,
who have such a
why is it
cost
instantly
in
gets
this
called
belief
being
that you
racist?
support?
Because, Frank, I can meet you at the idea that you want acknowledgement of your experience that we have the statistics for, and those things are a problem.
Can you cite one, please? So,
Violence, when you look at violence between different ethnic and racial groups, I have to look, I don't want to misquote the numbers. So let me find it. Hopefully I've got it here. Okay. So when you look at violence, that includes everything. Perpetrators and white victims. From 2017 to 20,400 incidences of violence where there was a black perpetrator and a white victim. In that same time period, there were only 371,540 incidences of a white perpetrator and a black victim.
how many white on white out? How many white on white though at the same time? Not just
They don't report things. They only report what happens in our neighborhood.
white, 8,721,450. White on, well, I think that, yeah, white on Hispanic is 1,006,400. Now the black perpetrator, black victim, as I said, the white victims are 2,382,400. Black.
So y'all commit more crimes.
Black, yes, but
you're proving it.
This is using Black Lives Matter mathematics. Black perpetrators, black and black victims, 1,884,250.
But isn't it common sense that all has to do with proximity? You're more likely to have some type of disagreement with somebody that you live close to. And people that probably look like you because y'all come from the same community.
So what you see, if it's a proximity issue, then you would see equal numbers between white and black victims.
Yeah, but we all know that a lot of things that happen in certain neighborhoods, I'm just going to say it in white neighborhoods, it's not reported, Alan. White men are the ones that's doing the reporting. They sweep a lot of that stuff under the rug.
No, actually, that's not true.
Okay.
when you look at the 911 call statistics, you're seeing that white people make up about 26% of all calls. Black people make up, so you have it, they make up, what is it, 65% of the population. But they're only accounting for 26% of those calls. But in the black community, I think it's like 14%.
See, but look at the black people on with black people
all of the police.
I want you to show me these statistics. When you read off black versus white, and then you read off white versus black.
Yeah, I'm going to show
statistics.
And this comes from the Bureau.
The degraded. More than likely, there were robberies, in-house invasion, home invasion, carjacking. It's all. I mean, it's still bad.
Like, I'm the one person in this room that I'm the one person in this room that
it was really based on racism.
No. This is 15% of the fucking population that commits over 50% of the fucking murders in the United States. Even though we dwarf you in size. Thanks.
You can look at it, but you're not going to understand it. Look at it, but you're not going to understand it. It's also in raw numbers that
Jerry says she's not going to understand it. Who the fuck are you talking to?
I'm gonna follow up on this.
She'll understand any numbers you put up.
Frank, can you hold on there? Look, I'm gonna follow up on this. This is a bunch of gaslighting. I lived in New Orleans for 50 years. Murder is awful. Blacks killing blacks goes on. You cannot try and gaslight us and convince us that this is being done by white supremacists or KKK. The biggest threat to black males is another black man. Don't gaslight us. It's not just statistics, it's lived experience.
And it would appear by these numbers, the biggest threat to white males is black males too. I think the amount of violent acts that white
It's not violence though.
Total, black people make up 3% of all of their violence.
By the way,
By the way, how did we get off this? Because we were talking about Trump and whether or not the Central Park 5 is something that's just tied to Trump. We get
bunch of skinheads, protesting in a city or commit violent acts, people are going to blame white people for that. Is it right? No. And I forget who it was. Well, it wasn't Israel. It was the other person. Yeah, you're right. We shouldn't judge the whole group by the individual's actions. And yet, we do. And we start to notice patterns. And so, to say, well, it doesn't completely excuse it. But I think when it came to the Central Park 5, and again, when you look at it, before I say this last thing, when you look at the police's action in that particular case, there was no defense of it. I will grant you that.
Can we answer now?
Yeah.
I'm saying a lot of unanswered things.
But
the guy that was just talking, I've been listening for hours. It's been like 4 hours. The guy that was just speaking, you made a lot of racist references tonight. Just like even terms that black people call other black people. You're trying to jump in and dig with those shots against black people. That's very disingenuous with any conversation you're really trying to have that's going on.
Who are you speaking about, real quick, just so we know?
The older gentleman that was just talking.
Alan, okay, keep going.
Yeah, okay. So he's been making racist remarks the whole night, like saying how is Trump racist and all this. A lot of things, the youth and all that. You made a lot of racist stances that other people have made. As well as you just spoken about Central Park 5. A lot of y'all haven't seen it because y'all don't want to face the truth of how racism played a part in that. That's another word with y'all. But in other words,
Rizky, I just want to correct you. You said you were here when we talked about that, right?
I was in here for a good amount of time.
Right. And when we were talking about Trump and Central Park 5, not that because the new guy that there wasn't racist stuff to it with the police and all that. You know that, right? You heard that part or no?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to clarify because you made it sound like we are just talking that we don't think that part was
You mean y'all only know so like a few people said it, y'all only know what the media put out there. You don't know really like black culture because y'all not black. Y'all don't know what black people are going through, so y'all sitting here trying to explain what black men are fearing. Y'all just said black men's biggest fear is fucking another black man.
No, it's not. That's not a fear. The number one cause. Okay, first of all, we can look at the number one cause of death. Statistically, the number one cause of death for black men, black boys under 18 is literally murder.
No one cut you off when you said that. Okay? So can I get the same respect? I appreciate it. So y'all said the biggest threat to another black man, except one that you said was another black man, and then you said the biggest threat to a white man is another black man. And the biggest threat to a white man is not a black man because of violence. It's because of the work ethic and the strength and the position that we hold in life that we're life studies. Black men
brown eyes.
No. You're not gonna raise babies in Missouri.
I mean, it's a false equivalence as well. Just gonna put that out there. Well, trying to make a comparison between African nations and the experiences of Black Americans is a false equivalence. So, like, really, you're just trying to make an emotional argument.
Making an actual argument.
Yeah. So, okay. So for this, for the intent of this conversation, I think you should probably leave your determinations within the United States, right?
Okay, you reviewed my point. Let's look at the country.
Nigeria.
Let's look at the cities with the highest murder rates in the United States. What do they all have in common? They're all Black.
What do you mean?
The cities with the highest murder rates in the United States are all have a large Black population.
Do they have anything else in common?
They're Black.
Would it be density, maybe?
They're Black.
So the places that experience the highest rates of murder, right, homicide, as you're describing, right, are these densely populated cities?
No, there's actually places in Mississippi, for example, that are rural that have very high murder rates. They commit, even despite being poor, if you compare the poverty levels to the for example, Native Americans, which also have high rates of poverty, or poor white rural areas, they don't even match the level of homicide you get with the rural poor, especially in places like Mississippi. Black people, there's a strong positive correlation between high murder rates and being a thug with Black people.
Okay, so I just have one more question before I hop off the mic for you, Pepe. Like, when you're making these comparisons, I heard you say something about, on average, Black people kill more people than any other.
Not just on average, they do kill. The majority of murderers every given year in the United States, despite their small size, are Black. That is a fact.
Okay, and so if we take that as statistic as true, okay, I'm not looking at it. That's fine. I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just, kind of testing the logic of how you think about these things. And you said, following that statement, that like something should be done about that, right?
When it comes to murder, I didn't say. I know I did not say that when it comes to murder. No.
Oh, so it's just a thing that you say. You don't think anything should be done about that?
Oh yeah, something. I didn't. I know. I was pointing out a fact. I was not pointing out. I was not making a prescription for what should happen.
Okay, that's good. And you typically stay away from prescriptions. I heard you, Alan. By the way.
No, it's just that I was trying to. Somebody made a claim, and I was saying bullshit. Here's the facts, and it wasn't necessary for me to say what should happen.
We don't proclaim to have all the solutions. We're just trying to fact check right now.
I'm using the same math, the same statistics that Black Lives Matter used in order to determine white.
Put some black totem pole in it.
Black versus white person and Black victims still exist.
Right. Yeah, and so you're the person who said that something should be done about that, right?
Well, I don't know. Did I say that?
I think you did. By any other race, including Europeans and all immigrants.
That's the problem.
I'm not talking to you, Pepe. I'm talking.
We could discuss that, but as Black Lives Matter said, when they received complaints about the focus on shootings of police against Black people, we're focusing on this right now. So if you want to have that discussion, we can. It doesn't change the stats, and it doesn't change any of the conclusions we come to, and it doesn't change the fact that there are serious problems.
Well, I mean, it does, though, right? Because if historically people haven't been... Oh, my gosh. My goodness.
They're Black. That is the problem.
Okay.
Now, in other words, monkey see, monkey do, but no, let's look at the people that aren't acting like monkeys.
No, I'm just trying to identify a logical through line in this person's rhetoric, right? That's what I'm doing. but I don't know what you're doing.
But you're just fucked up.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Matt?
Yeah, there's facts and then there's derailment. You're kind of just scooting away from
I'm just trying to understand where he's coming from. I'm not. Hey, listen, guys. It's okay.
No, I like to
Okay.
put some total poll in it, please. All right, so let's look at a couple of things. Just on, I'm going to answer her very quickly. I think the historical facts matter not one bit to the man in my profile picture who shoved an elderly white man down the stairs and killed him. I believe it was either yesterday or the day before yesterday. To that man and his family, no one, it doesn't matter the history, because that man is dead. What matters is that a white woman 2 weeks ago got attacked by him and didn't prosecute, because I don't want to prosecute a black man because they have it so hard because of their history. I'm paraphrasing what she said, or the judge who said, well, we need to take into consideration all of the history, and my background as an African American woman. All of these factors killed another man. So keep talking about history. We're done with it. You better clean up the act in your community. We're waiting for you to do it. Okay, all right. We're waiting for it to happen. Because if you don't, I'm not going to do anything about it. All right, let's address a couple of things and facts. Let's put some facts in it. Let me say a couple of things. Black Totem Pole said a couple of things. All right. First of all, I'm Black Totem Pole, the indigenous Negro on the stage. There's a super high drug level in Oregon. Oregon people.
Okay, first of all, Oregon, you don't have to worry about these degenerate white hippies. Wait a minute. You literally, we can look at the degeneracy in Oregon. However, but the white hippies that like to do drugs, I get it, but they don't have to worry about is little Timmy sticking a gun to they're getting a gun stuck to his fucking head to have his shoes stolen. Like, you don't have kids running around with stendos and block switches, shooting each other up like you do in Baltimore. This is fucking retarded.
Get my thoughts out. Now, the state of Oregon has a much higher drug weight than the state of Maryland. And as we look at the communities in both states, now, Oregon is a white state, mostly Anglo-Saxon, and Maryland has a higher amount of Negroes. But here's the thing about...
In Maryland, you're way more likely to be murdered.
Wait a minute. But in Oregon, you're more likely to OD from illegal drug use. Hold on. Now, wait a minute. Also in Maryland, their per capita earning is $75,000 a year versus Oregon, $45,000. All right.
DC, Maryland, you're talking about the DC. Okay, where do most people in Maryland live? They live in the suburbs of fucking DC. The highest earning.
If you compare Maryland to Oregon, these are two different states.
Disingenuous. Once again, shut your fucking mouth. Okay, if we were to look, we can look at the highest incomes per capita. Okay, in the United States, it's going to be the suburbs of Northeast Virginia and suburbs of DC. We can look at like Montgomery County. We can look at the counties surrounding DC as well. In Maryland, very high income, where the majority of the fucking people live. They also live near DC. Okay, you're comparing that to a rural fucking state like Oregon.
these two states. One white Anglo-Saxon, one black. One is governed by a black governor. So that means that the community is black and it's governed by black. Maryland makes more money per capita. More people graduate from college.
Why you fucking retard?
Wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute. Good education produces at a way higher clip than the white Anglo-Saxon do. As we compare Maryland, hold on, get to this Oregon man.
What percentage of the kids from Baltimore can even graduate at a fucking 8th grade reading level? Okay, no, I understand you have the people that statistically will really carry the state. Okay, these are going to be the federal employees that live in the suburbs of DC. This is dumb.
You be a federal employee and you can't read. How does that work?
You are so fucking stupid. Just like you know what you
This
is racism at its finest.
At its finest, man.
Y'all racist as shit.
This dude Pepe talk too freaking much, man. I wish I was really freaking prick, man. Who you think you are talking to somebody like that?
I'm your master, bitch. Shut the fuck up.
Now who's stuck in the court here? Now let's do a freaking again. The drug use in Oregon is astronomical. How the internet talks. Wait a minute. The drug use in Oregon is astronomical. We see deaths from using illegal substances. When they're given a chance to govern themselves, they legalize drugs. And they kill off the community when they're given a chance to govern themselves. Well, hold on. In Maryland, there's a black governor. His name is Westmore. Westmore is a clean-cut, short, intelligent black man. But not only is he able to govern the state of Maryland, he's governed it at such a high clip. There's not many states in the United States that have done better than Maryland. So when you try to say that black people don't have the ability to govern themselves, wait a minute, black totem pole has to come in. Have you ever seen a totem pole that stood next to one? It's a big black totem pole. Now, you see that patch next to my name?
The only big black totem pole you get is in between your chocolate cheeks and fucking your butt's legs.
My totem pole right here. Before you start comparing, you look at state. And black people do.
Why you don't want the information to get out of that?
Because shit.
I'm glad he brought that up. And there are plenty of examples where black people have good reason to be proud of their accomplishments. But that still has nothing to do with the statistics and the disproportionality that one can see in those statistics. Every 5 hours, a black woman is murdered by a black man. That is not something to be proud of. And maybe it's less in Oregon or more in Oregon compared to Maryland or Baltimore or any other.
No, that is a lie.
It is not a lie. I verified it. And by the way, you guys are getting busy because 4 years ago, it was one murder every 7 hours.
Black crime.
That wasn't good enough. Now you're killing a black woman once every 5 hours. That number divided by the number of hours you come here, and you get every 5 hours.
Justifying racism.
So who's justifying racism? Where do you get that from?
People moderating this room. Like that. Ain't nobody. Don't talk over me. Answer me. I'm still answering you.
Minus Pepe. Go for it.
The only power white men have right now.
But who's that? Who's talking right now? Are you the guy that was talking? No.
I was the guy that was talking.
No, really. There was no, it wasn't you.
We were open talking. Y'all keep viewing us.
Matt, I just want to say, as the only white representative on the moderation panel,
Relax. You're gonna be okay, Othello. You're gonna be okay. I want to talk to the no guy. Is he still here? No. No.
Yeah, all y'all laugh.
Come off the mic. I'm gonna be down with anything else. What? Repeat what you said. Repeat what you said to us. Go ahead.
You're making these black jokes and shit. We see that racism. Stop playing dumb. And you're using these facts to justify racism against black people when people bring up the exonerations that black people lead in that you won't speak on.
Okay, so you just mentioned there's facts, right? There's facts, right? You mentioned that. How is that helping help with racism if there's facts? Well,
Hey, Matt.
No, hold on. He was asking him, but also you bring up exonerations. Okay, exonerations are still relatively rare, and when it comes to the absolute lopsided amount of murder, okay, and violent crimes that the African American population commit, that would not even put a dent in that rate. And so, once again, this is more deflection. This is more, hood scholarship from an intellectual Negro on the stage, and it is bullshit.
Hold on. I want you to Go ahead, Risky.
We'll get back in the queue, please.
No, yeah, you can't have the Risky. Go ahead, Risky. Risky,
Example of white men are.
We're gonna go again. Let's go again. Wait a minute. Let me handle this. Let Black Tom handle this.
This is the reason why white men have this super fear of black men, because they think they can say what they want with no consequences, because it goes on with white men. Black men
I am telling you the fucking truth.
I'm not talking to you.
The fuck are you talking to?
As a white man, I support this moderation panel. As a white man. I just want to let you know.
Black told him don't get back in.
we'd like you more if you didn't refer
This is not
in the third person.
Yeah, this is not a
Indigenous Negro Black totem pole get back in one more time. Now hold on. Now let's go again. There's only one state with a black governor, so I'm going to use Maryland again. I'll say Maryland up against a state like Colorado, right? When we look at illicit drug use, of course,
You keep on comparing one fucking
white Anglo-Saxon.
Let's look at the amount of single motherhood. Let's look at the rate of fucking homicide. Let's look at what makes places unsafe.
Allow the black Negro to speak.
We're gonna compare the fucking states. Let's compare the fucking states. Tell me where in Colorado you get a place that's even close as being as dangerous as Baltimore. You don't get it. It doesn't exist. Why? Because you need a bunch of low IQ chimps to be living in the same fucking place to get such a violent place in the United States.
Exposing the Anglo-Saxon. Watch how I expose him. Now let me expose.
Why won't you guys let the white moderator speak? He wasn't done.
I wasn't done. Now hold on. Now wait a minute. As far as I'm concerned, there's a danger when you're using illegal drugs and substances. Here again, Anglo-Saxons in Colorado use drugs at a much higher clip, which result in community breakdown at a higher clip in Baltimore or Baton Rouge or Biloxi, Mississippi.
That is retarded. There is nowhere in Baltimore.
Drug use, used by Anglo-Saxons is at an astronomical in the state of Colorado. When Maryland ranks as among the lowest of states. Not only do we rank amongst one of the lowest of states, we're still governed by the
Okay, yep.
Oh, wait a minute, Black Tom.
Okay, so despite the disparities, okay, in illicit drug usage, okay, you still have shitholes like Baltimore. Now, let's look at, and despite, and this is where I think it really explains the differences between black people and white people, is that if we were to look at the murder rate in the state of Maryland, it is much higher. Okay, white people, whether or not they're on drugs, commit less murders. In other words, they're less likely to chimp out and kill people. I mean, but in fact, unfortunately, that is a uniquely black problem in the United States. You guys love shooting each other.
I wonder where we got that from.
Right, where did that behavior come from?
That's deflection.
Now, last I checked, there's a place called Charlotte, North Carolina, which is a black city. We can compare Charlotte to Denver. I was just about to say that. Now, when we compare Charlotte to Denver, and it's called Denver, Colorado has a much higher murder rate than Charlotte. Charlotte is a black city. Let me keep muting
because you don't got a totem pole with your little tiny pecker. Shut the fuck up.
Now, in Charlotte, Charlotte is a black city, and Denver is a white city. Denver compared to Charlotte, North Carolina, there's a lower murder rate in Charlotte than there is in Denver. Now, hold on, white Anglo-Saxon.
Okay, do you want, we can do the numbers. We can do the numbers. Okay, so I got a mute. Alright, here we go. We got a mute because you're chipping out. Rep mute because you're chipping out. Now, we can do that, but however, if we were to look at the race of the people committing murders in Denver, I'm willing to bet you that the white murder rate in Denver is still a lot lower than the murder rate in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Good control or bad control? It's definitely control, but what's wrong with you guys there? I think bad.
Amazing. That makes so much sense.
What? Shut up. Bad control is when you're operating by muting the whole fucking stage.
I love the black excellence and scholarship in this movement.
What? Shut up. Think about it. Yeah, you're done.
You're amazing.
Yeah, I know I am. Thanks. What are you? Is the question? We don't know.
I don't speak chimp, so I can't answer. Yeah, you're right. I don't. You're right. I don't.
Yeah, I just wanted to address the comment where when someone said, well, black people are violent, they said, where did we get that from? Well, I think you could go back, and I'm sorry, but Africa was not this idyllic land of milk and honey where everyone lived in peace and harmony. Let's just remember that all of the slaves that came to America were sold by other black people, that slavery was practiced as they learned it from the Arabs for centuries, and that the cultures were extremely violent. And then they came
Bro, you're fucking retarded.
Every culture on earth was extremely violent, man. What you talking about?
And then when you're looking, yeah, but you remember, I don't know what dimension of bullshit you did with. Yeah, remember the movie The Woman King that talked about the Dahomey region in Africa? Yeah, one year the king decided it would be a fitting tribute to him if they would kill some slaves. So they killed, I think, 500 slaves in one day, just as a birthday present to him. And that's only the tip of the iceberg. Yeah, I'm sorry, but when you came to America, it's true, you imitated the Scots, Irish, ultra Scots, who felt that the best way to solve any problem was through brutal hand-to-hand combat or fighting.
If we was naturally built that way, man, listen, we would have never went into slavery. We would have killed all y'all then. You can't even explain that. Come on, man, be for real.
Black people in Africa
No, you came in peace. Trickery. Just like you ran up on the Mayans and all of it, you came in peace. And the American Indians. Trickery. They say Columbus was worse than Hitler. So look at all the movies, man, from Dirty Harry, Terminator, John Wayne. Y'all always lead with guns and murder. Everything y'all do.
They don't know real history. To be trying to motherfuckers, y'all don't know too much on our way. Y'all just throwing shit at the fan and hoping it stick with black folks. We
not built like that, man. We're spiritual beings, man. It's y'all the savages, man. I'm all like beef. We had tribal beefs, just like Native Americans. All the, they had tribal. Everybody on planet Earth, man. Everybody. That was the way of life, man. The most powerful guy was the king, man. Was the leader. It's still like that.
The thing is here.
That pattern recognition they be talking about.
So wait, hold on. Joe, you bring it back around. I don't know what you want to do. Yeah. Oh, I was just going to ask him. Tell us again about the black plight in America and how tough it is to be black in America.
It's amazing. It's amazing being black.
Yeah, tell us why you're afraid of white people. How we made it tough.
I ain't afraid at all.
Tough on y'all. And you can't succeed because of the white person. This is all we ever hear.
It's built in the system, man. It's systemic. It's built in the system.
Guys, hold on. I want to challenge Joe on this. Joe, it's so difficult that they can't even become a president of the United States. That's the problem in this goddamn country, right? So you need to understand that, Joe, okay? There's never been a black vote.
Ask your women how much they love black men.
That's hyperbolic, though, right? Out of 47 presidents, there was one. Let's be sure.
Listen, when do the excuses stop?
Half of them.
When do the excuses stop?
I mean, they're not
I'm not
excuses,
making no excuses, man. It's a fact that is built in the system.
You got one life.
To be one-sided. I mean, it's a natural action, man. Listen to this. It's a natural action.
Hold on. Counter your dream. You can do anything you want in this world. Don't let the white man hold you down.
Oh, he can never hold us down.
The problem that the white people now listen real carefully. The problem that the white people now listen real carefully. Quit bitching to white people about your problems in your life on Clubhouse and do something about it.
As a white man, I agree with Joe.
Well, I didn't realize I was as powerful.
That's not it, man. I'm saying this with you, Joe.
Wait, Joe and no and then why is the system so systemically racist against you? If that's a fact, see, you can't talk out of both sides of your mouth. If the world around you is so off because of the white man, then do something about it. But you say you're rich, you're richer than the white man, you hold the white man, you got the white women and all this stuff. You can't have it both ways. So which
one? Because both are true.
But both holding you down, plus you're not being held down by the white man.
No, not the white man. Not the white man. The structure of whiteness. That's a different thing.
This is 2026, man. We're not talking like we were 6 years ago.
White men are going extinct, Joe.
Well, I'm really confused because I didn't realize I was this powerful. I'm using my skills completely wrong.
Barely bought a room.
Yeah, like look at that. See, I have
You got a lot of bitch in you too.
I know. I'm a victim now. So that means I'm powerful. What are you doing then? You're not doing anything with your life. So what's going on there?
I'm definitely doing something with my life.
Because I'm supposedly keeping you down, but I'm
running from the sun.
I'm getting burned up by the sun now. Yeah. Is that why I'm here?
You'll always be less than me.
Okay,
Matt.
You're right. As another white man on the stage, I agree with that.
Matt, can I ask a question? Are you being hyperbolic?
Who's that? Oh, no. Wait, what part am I being hyperbolic about, do you think?
Well, you said I'm a white man and I didn't know I had so much power.
Yes. No, I didn't realize I was keeping everybody on the stage down at this moment.
You're being serious?
No, I'm being serious. What do you think I've done wrong to you?
So I don't think that these are. I think they can often be personal conversations because there's conflict when we talk about these things. But when people are addressing the structure of whiteness and white supremacy in the country, they're not talking about you specifically. A lot of the time, right?
Wait, I'm part of that though. You're including me.
You are part of that, and I'm glad you acknowledge that.
Hold on, Joe. But wait a minute. If I'm part of this big picture, then how am I not feeling the power and enjoying the glory of all this?
Whoever's muting me, stop muting me. I'm trying to answer Matt's question.
Where does that show up in my life?
Well, okay, so I mean, like there will be aspects of your existence that indicate that you would not be subjected to the same efforts by different entities, right? We can agree to that.
Hold on. Let me ask you. Have you ever experienced what it's like being white?
No.
How would you know? Being white.
Right. And
Joe, question.
Joe, African Americans.
Joe, hold on. An honest question. Is the plight of a white man anti-black but pro-brown or just anti-any color? That's the question.
Yeah, she's at least 24% white. That's
African American. That's the question I have. Is it
less than 1%?
Are they racist against every color?
Who are you asking?
I'm asking anyone.
You can't pick and choose, right?
White people. So the question is because you have these people like the president of Google, Sundar Pichai, or Satya Nadella and stuff, or colored people who are running these major companies in this country. You had a vice president who was half black and half whatever she was, Indian or whatever, right? So, I mean, is your premise that it's only against black people, white people, or is it any person of color?
Well, I think what you guys are contending with in this room right now is that there are predominance of black speakers, so they'll be speaking from their perspective, but of course not, right?
Of course.
Like to answer your question, of course not.
No, you didn't. So I asked you a question: is in this conversation, or ask anyone who wants to answer this, are you saying that white people are racist against only black people but pro-brown people, or are they just racist against everyone of any skin color?
Just want to be supreme. Just want to yeah, you're trying to preserve white prestige. That's the whole thing.
So brown people help promote white prestige.
Yeah,
that's amazing. So Satya Nadella. I've never been to. As a white man, I've never gone there. As a white man,
even Africa too, man. Y'all.
Yeah, I've been to India. Hey guys, I've been to India many times. So what does that have to do with it?
Are you white?
Okay, am I white? You tell me. You guys said I was white, so I must be white.
It's not white. It's yeah. So I think like.
But now I'm irrelevant, and white people are racist. God, I'm
in the back channel like a.
No, it's stay on topic. You're trying to get serious.
No. If you're talking about racism isn't only black and white.
Yes.
Oh man, you guys just got screwed. Oh shit.
Yeah. So advancements in representation don't mean that we can completely divorce ourselves from how the history systemically disadvantages people.
So it's history, not today.
Well, I mean the structure of the history of the country, right?
Got it. So
well, I mean, I think you're. I'm sorry. With all due respect, I think you're being slightly disingenuous if you don't openly recognize how the structures that run the country currently have been built historically.
So you're saying that the structures that built this country have historically been racist, and yet those structures have allowed people of color, maybe not black people per se, and maybe in some cases yes, but people of color to achieve pretty much dominance in controlling companies like Microsoft and Google and things like that. So those are people of color, by the way. Yeah, those are people. Well, I don't know.
The yellow, brown.
It's a perception of dominance.
I didn't hear a question.
So is that your perspective? Your perspective is it works for everyone except
by you. Yeah, it's basically racist picking and
structures. I mean, there are many structures that it does.
The highest money earners of like almost any group there.
I'm trying to.
Okay, give me an example. Right?
Yeah. Okay. So, do you know what a racially restrictive covenant is?
No.
Okay. So, a racially restrictive covenant is basically a clause in the. No, this is very real. A clause that's included in the deed. Okay. Oh my God.
Yeah, they're gonna let Rich do this thing.
By the way, it applies to brown people. He's right on this. No, let him finish, but he's right on it. It applies to brown people. So it seems to be that only black people are affected by it, but it applies to all races. But...
So can I finish what I was saying, or are we having another disingenuous conversation?
No. So racially, so those covenants apply to all races.
Can I finish what I was saying, or are you going to continue to do this? This is I'm not here to be adversarial.
Tell us about your made up shit. Hurry up.
All right. So racially restrictive covenants begin as a clause in the deed, a land deed, right, for your home, that indicates that you cannot rent to anyone who is not white, right? Very ambiguous, right? This means everybody who's not white. This is a real thing, right? Then they change this. These are social contracts, right? So between homeowners who want to sell their home. These are not federally mandated, right? And then they do become federally mandated, right? Am I here still?
Yeah, we're listening.
Oh, okay.
We're waiting for you to make your point.
Okay, so inside of racially restrictive covenants, there's a tier. It can be based on geography. It can be based on contracting. It's based on a lot of things. So if you need more Chinese people, obviously it would be advantageous for you to be able to rent to them because they need to be able to get to work. We take them out of the clause, right? If you need more black people, it's not as easy to do this, right? So
it's a quota. We get it.
I'm sorry, Peter?
Yeah, it's a quota. We get it.
Okay, yeah. So I'm saying this to say, like, two things can be true at once, right? So while the government is on its public face at this time, so the 30s, 40s, and 50s, is working toward a space where they're giving more equity in the system to previously marginalized groups, they're also simultaneously working to limit the access to, I guess, a normal American life for those same marginalized groups, right?
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you're basically talking about quotas like DEI quotas and things like that. You're talking about that essentially our government, and you're absolutely right. They've been making things based on race, based on color, based on an arbitrary system that's actually not
they're not government.
Defined by, I just said that, not defined by government. That individuals are using these things, and thankfully those are gone now. DEI know that you can't make these decisions, and you shouldn't make them based on any race. The point that I've been trying to make, and consistently make, is that, it's always been against other races. Now people are anti-Chinese, and people are doing this. You're always going to have this major, I have to meet my quota. I have to meet my standard, and therefore, I took this kid. And now there's white people. Because they have to meet the quota, but he wasn't qualified.
They gotta meet that one requirement. Like, yes, it is, but they not bringing unqualified people in. Do you think that they're gonna hire somebody that can't fly an airplane?
As a company owner, I used to get, until this new administration, but I used to get audits saying, how many black people did you interview? I'm like, and I had to prove that, I had to ask people's race on the application when they come in and say, how many black people? Why didn't you hire this guy? I said, well, I didn't hire him because he wasn't qualified. If he wasn't qualified, here's what he has. Here's the 3 guys I hired. Here's why this guy's not qualified. Yeah, but why didn't you give him an? And it's like, oh my God. Or why didn't you hire this person who's Asian or who's from here and stuff? And it's like, oh my God.
That's not right, man, for it to work like that, man. I didn't think it worked like that.
That's how it works.
I don't think it worked like that. It does. Still not qualified. They just saying, if you own a company, you can't just hire all white guys because you own it, man. Give somebody else a chance. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But hold on, giving them a chance, right? Saying if they apply and they're qualified and hiring them is different than it's you. You only hire white people. Come on, you know.
I mean, but that's like a little shaky though, because that's not really where that comes from. This comes from like nepotism, cronyism, good old boyism. Like, we know where that comes from. The need for that correction comes from a system that was intentionally exclusionary. We're talking about.
Let me ask. That the European analysis.
What about genetic IQ?
We'll get there in a second. Hold on.
Biological determinism is disingenuous.
What if the company only had 10 white applicants apply, and that was it, and they all 10 got hired? Is that considered racism?
No. Speaking as a person in 2026, like in the future, right? The only question I would have is, if there are only 10 applicants who applied and all okay, then if it's open to everybody and that's who applied, then it is what it is.
Okay, just double checking that we're all like, being honest, fair Joe. But Joe, you got a problem with that? If 10 people that are white that applied, there were only 10 people that applied that were white and all got hired.
That's what DEI is. You know what I'm saying? Include somebody.
No, hold on. I gotta be fair in this argument. So there's 10 openings, right? 12 people apply, okay? All right? 10 of them are qualified, right? One is kind of qualified, but he happens to be black, right? And the others are all white, right? That's where they come in and say, why didn't you give this guy a chance? Well, he wasn't 100% qualified. And they say, yeah, but is it because he's black? Well, no, it wasn't. Then the person goes and says, the reason I didn't get the job is because I'm black. Because you know what? I'm better than the guy they hired. Well, no, you're not, because it's in my interpretation of whether your interpretation is racist. No, it's not, because actually I don't think you're qualified based on your racist, and that's where the problem comes when people do that and say, "Who are you to say that?" And it's only based on race. They feel, even though we
right. If you're being 100% honest on your choices and your evaluations, then yes.
That's why OFCCP exists, to make sure companies are honest.
Joe, a lot of people assume that was the case. That's why we have
exactly. And then you get lawsuits. Check it out. Lawsuits. Affirmative action started because universities were sued. Okay, because the view was, oh well, this guy had a 1,500 SAT score, and the other applicants had a 1,550, and so you took all the 1,550 guys, didn't even give a little bit of chance to this guy who had a 1,500. You know why? Because he was black. No, that's not why, because these guys all had 1,550. Well, still, you should have given him a chance. Why? Well, look, he's in a different situation than everyone else. He's black. He went through this. He went through that. You should have given him an opportunity. So it's like you're the government in a way, or society saying what that person or that institution or that should have to do, only because the person white. Well, hey, guess what? Other people of color came in and milked that, and that's how they move forward. They said, oh well, hey, you know what? You're doing this black people. What about us? What about us? I mean, you talked to Satya Nadella, who used this, and you should read his story. He's the president of Microsoft. He actually used some of this language and terminology to get himself in a position that was much higher at Microsoft, where now he's the president of Microsoft. Like, ridiculous. Yeah, but I'm saying this is kind of stupid stuff. The guy wouldn't be there if he had to go based on merit. But he didn't. He just moved up and he said, oh, well, you're not promoting me because, I'm from India and I'm from this area and I don't speak English well and all that. And then he moved up and now he speaks well and he's the president of Microsoft.
He cannot speak English. He has no right to have the same score of others. That is the minimum. That thing, not the race. You cannot have the proficiency. You cannot lean on your race that you are being biased. That's correct, Peter. 100%.
King, I have a question. You own a home?
Yeah, I own a couple. Yeah.
You've had those houses appraised, right?
Yep.
Do you know it's a stat that the black community has lost?
Right, and I'll say this: even people of color have as well. I mean, my father and others have.
Covert racism, right? But this is more overt because they've actually done things on this. The New York Times have written on this. There's documentaries on this, right? And so that's where you can look and see where the system.
No, hold on. I just want to be clear, everyone. Othello is right that there are things that were done. All these things. He's 100% right on this. What he's forgetting to mention, everyone, or I don't know if intentionally or not, is that a lot of these are individual entities, not a system. All got screwed, but they didn't investigate. It's true. You look at it. Read read it carefully in New York Times. It says, hold on, it says 150 billion is an estimate. However, that if each and every one did go through it, this is what would have happened. Just to be clear. No, but hold on, we be honest on that.
Alan likes data. Tell him go look it up.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, will you be honest that they're saying they didn't investigate every single black purchase? Okay, in the entire country.
How are they going to investigate every?
Well, yeah, but they're extrapolating basically based on the small examples they have of where there was discrimination.
Which could be one or two offs. And the thing is that there could be one or two offs or three offs that you find. You'll always find those in every country, every place. You'll find those. The question is to say that it's systematic.
One of the cases he's talking really about, not one bank, multiple banks. One of the cases he's talking really about, not one bank, multiple banks across the country, and companies are a part of the system of capitalism. I ain't gonna talk about it.
So today you're saying, right? In today's world, not 5 years, not 10 years ago.
Just a few years ago.
So which major bank did they take down?
Oh my God. Give me a minute.
I have a question for Othello. Othello, are you comfortable actually being hired just because the color of your skin is black? That's your qualifier.
Okay, Citadel Credit Union, the mortgage firm, and there are others. Olsen First Bank, First National Bank of Pennsylvania, Credit Terminal Land Sales. Keep going here.
So individual banks in certain regions. Got it. Okay. You said it was systematic. They took down huge networks. They took down like a chain. These kinds of big.
Thanks for that data.
Individual locations. And small and community banks. Got it. Okay, understood. So they didn't get any major things. It's not institutional.
They're tied up in the Epstein thing, so they have to pay millions to
the Epstein. What are you talking about?
You know, that's a whole nother thing. If you want to talk about the JP Morgans and the Schwabs. Yeah, how much money do they have to pay to those victims? Yeah, okay, well. Okay,
what does that have to do with race?
What was your question, Joe?
What does that have to do with race?
Othello, are you actually comfortable with being hired to a job just because of the color of your skin, that the qualifier is that you're black?
No, not in this time, no. But in the 60s, in the 70s, when all that stuff was started, I could see why they initiated that. But now, in this time, no, I feel like my intellect far surpasses anyone. You know,
It went smart back then?
I feel like I've gone around the world twice. Some of y'all don't have a passport. Some of y'all have never even left Tuscaloosa, Alabama. I'm not worried about none of that.
But Othello, Joe's question was about your skin color, not your qualifications.
No, I'm talking about my skin color. I'm actually glad that they got rid of the. I don't think we need it anymore. If you want to base it to the let's go toe to toe, baby. And none of y'all can beat me in chess.
I agree with you.
So here, let me follow up with Matt. Look, so do you think we should then hold owners of businesses accountable if they hire only based on qualifications, intellect, experience, things like that?
Fuck no, we got the blueprint. We can make money from home. We started businesses from home. We already got the blueprint. Now let's go continue to do what we do. Because what they're talking about is a very small percentage of black people, right? But they wanna they wanna blow it up to make it seem like all of us. Most of us are middle class, actually, when you look at the data. So that's what it is.
I have a question for King. Have you ever read this book called The Color of Law?
I have a long time ago, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and it's so do you remember any parts of that book?
Probably I do. Go ahead with your question.
Right.
Historically, you're correct. Okay, I've never disagreed with that. I'm saying today, right? And you let me give examples of saying that how is, and by the way, that and let's see, that book doesn't talk about only black people, it talks about people.
It talks about everybody.
Correct. But yet, how then, I gave the example, you still haven't answered. If that book is accurate, how did Satya Nadella become president of Microsoft? How did Sundar Pichai get in charge of Google? Google controls so many white people. Holy shit. They have a person of color running that. Holy fucking shit. How'd that happen? Well, you won't answer that. Hey, you had
I will answer that.
Indira Nooyi runs Pepsi, which is one of the largest, Coca-Cola, one of the largest brands, Pepsi-Cola, right? She was running that for a long time. You look at some of these people of different color and different race who are running these major things. How is that possible?
Because we work hard.
Yeah, so I was just gonna say like something like quite simple actually, which is that one, both can be true, that inexorable harm is being enacted toward marginalized groups, and this includes poor white people or middle class, anybody's who can't find things or whatever. But both things can be true though. Like you can have excuse me. You can have people experience advancements in representation in companies while still admitting that largely, and I do mean largely, that level of access is not afforded to everyone, even in their demographic.
Yeah, that's fair. So if you want to base it on, look, I think if you want to better say based on economic status, opportunities are not being afforded regardless of color of skin. I'm with you on it. Right?
Yeah, I would say that actually.
But you and I will agree on that. There should be more opportunities afforded. I agree. I think, like I've talked on this stage before, where I believe America and companies should provide more training for people who are citizens or who are local in this country. Take an example I gave to a corporation executive recently. I said, hey, you're looking for help desk people. Stop outsourcing your shit to India or going other places. Why don't you go to an area, right? Work with that local town to figure out, the communities that maybe where people are safe and all that. Take those people, train those people, give them opportunities, and teach them how to do it here. You may not save as much money as going to India over there, but you'll have better, loyal people in doing it. The company's like, oh, I get cheaper person in India, or cheaper person in China in tier 1. Yeah, well, you're losing customer support. So you're 100% right on that. Okay? But when you say that it's only black or only people of color, that's what I challenge you. If you want to say based on people's economic status, which is what you said, marginalized white people, so I'm just going off you, right? So based on that, I'm with you 100%. You're 100%
okay.
Right.
So I think the part of this conversation where we're just never going to agree because you seem to want to divorce what's currently happening from what has happened. It's like while those things do, and we both agree. I have included, right, economic. Well, I mean, if we're looking at this as a path, right, and we're looking at the start of the path.
Right now. Racism is supposed to hold people down. Hold on. Who's talking? Shut the fuck up. Essentially,
do mean this, right? Continues, right? Because if everybody's trying to climb to the top of the totem pole all the time, they're never going to see the aims of the state to keep them in that position.
And real quick, are there winners and losers in general life?
Well, I think, I guess, like, if you take it from, like, a Darwinian standpoint, yes, of course, there are winners and losers. If we're talking about America, I mean, that's the ethos of the country, kind of, but underneath that, I don't know, not so much. Like, are you really a winner if your daddy helped you? No, not really. Are you really a loser if you started from, 7 paces behind? Well, no, not really.
Well, you can be a loser if your daddy helped you, too.
I mean, yeah. I don't think you want to hear my thoughts on Nepo babies, but yeah, for sure.
You have to be a winner, too, right?
Yes, of course.
If you flip that money into something and, do something with it.
Yeah, and so that's kind of the thing about America, right? And I think that's how these conversations help to serve the state keep its own supplanted 10% supremacy, regardless of who's in it, right? Because it's a mixture now, right? How this kind of structure allows the state to be in this other place, right, with all its crannies and things, is because like the nature of America, and like I do mean that like if America were a product to be sold around the world and to its own citizens, is competition, right? It's like you could like America is the lottery. It is the biggest lottery. It is the most faithful lottery on earth, right? You could come here, have fucking nothing. You could be born, have fucking nothing, and in a minute, the windfall comes, and your entire life changes. What they don't say, and what is kind of a little bit disingenuous to things like the preamble of the United States of the country, is that like they don't really mean to include everyone. They just want you to believe in that dream so that you keep fighting for it. That engine also is necessary for their success, not ours as the republic, for theirs as the state.
And Central Park Vibes. This has been an interesting journey to get to where we are.
This whole conversation started with that?
Yeah, you came in a little bit late on that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and look, I'm not, I think you and I both agree, regarding this. I mean, it just seems very strange that other races were able to succeed and get to some of the highest points, right? And then there's other people who are complaining saying they haven't done it. What about the economically disadvantaged white people in those farms? And by the way, there's actually evidence that Satya Nadella and others have actually not chosen white people for positions, right? He's actually turned them down in favor of other Indian people. Well, so then I guess those white people are being marginalized now, by the way, and you should check it out. Right. Well, that's why you hold on. When you say that, people laugh and say, what are you talking about? Look at history. There's always been black people that have come through. Hold on a second, but this is what, it doesn't matter. That's what you guys deserve. It's like, I'll give you an example. When I was a rookie immigrant to Germany, you need to find some general jobs. General jobs for Korea represents are in the manipulation of Indians. I swear on my mom, I am not racist. For example, Bolt, and McDonald's, they are just recruiting their own mates because some of the hierarchy officials of those were Indians and they try to exclude others. And in the same time, they are gossiping that they are the victim of racism. True. In the Berlin. But because of my nationality, I don't face them because I want to keep my confidence in that. That's right. Hey, let me say one quick thing now. As a black man, let me say a quick thing as a black man and a man. Hold on, just chill, relax, buddy. You go. You done? You good? I think that the main point was talk about me. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, listen.
He's gone. What is
Somebody put him down.
Okay, he's coming back up.
Those companies are asking
your black totem pole. And what if he is? I don't know. You're Hug, aren't you, mister?
Yeah, I want to say one quick thing. Like, everybody's opinion is based on what their race is. And what I've noticed is, white people, of course, are going to way about America different than black people. We were brought here, we were colonized, we built this country, we get absolutely no credit for it. A lot of times we bled and died in wars for this country. We still get treated like third-rate citizens. And I understand that all of this shit comes down to white people trying to preserve their white supremacy. Under the guise of caring about policy, shit that don't exist. Because any I don't care if you're Republican, even if Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Green, all these people fought for this man to get elected. They're even saying we made a mistake. We elected a moron, a
people too.
I think he's against anybody who's not white. That's what I think.
Understood. Okay, makes sense. So you mean Harmeet Dillon, who's a brown lady running his whole thing on campaign, on fraud, and also running the Civil Rights Division, is a racist move, bringing in a brown Sikh lady who is of original Indian origin, not born in America. She became a citizen later, but you're saying that is a sign of white nationalism. That is incredible, mister. I find wow. Why would Trump trust a Sikh?
So you don't think...
Hold on, I'm asking you a question. Hold on. Why would he trust a Sikh brown lady who actually was against him in the primary? Why would he trust a lady like that based on her color? Because he's a white supremacist. Wouldn't you take a white person to prove election fraud and civil rights and all that kind of stuff? Wouldn't you want to put someone in there? Because that white person will then take down other Indians and take down other brown people and take down all this stuff. Why would you trust a brown? Just explain that to me. Why does he trust a brown lady?
I think the better... No,
I asked you a question. Yeah, so why is a brown lady in that position?
Let me say this. If you look... Y'all not going to let me in. So I'm trying. Every time I say three words, I'm trying to. I'm saying to you this simply point, right? When you look at his administration and you look at who he's appointed in the position he's appointed in, the only black person he's ever appointed was Holland, and we know why that was. He needed to talk the nigga to dismantle shit. But other than that, there is no Tim Scott. There is none of these group niggas.
You didn't answer my question. So you just said literally moves in the So I asked you because you want me to answer the truth. So answer no. Okay, so how does that answer my question? Why did he choose a brown lady? It's an easy question. Joe's here. Why did he choose? No, not you. I'm asking Mister because he's the one who brought the point on it. So why did he choose? Yeah. So Mister is not able to answer the question. So he made a premise. He should be able to defend his point of view. Mister, why is it? Why did he put a brown lady in charge of the Civil Rights Division? Why not put a white person in that position? There's plenty of...
Why is the brown lady...
Just Google it. Harmeet Dillon speaks, and you see her interviews. She gives press conferences.
You're spinning the goalpost.
You were wrong. Just admit, look out for it.
Mister, go look it up. It might not be true, but it looks like that. I looked it up, and I think Trump actually voted for Barack Obama in 2008. Why would Trump be voting for Barack Obama?
Because he likes winners.
Why is he dismantling the voting rights? Why is he doing that? You talk about sleeping on matters.
Who's running the voting rights? Hold on. Who's running the voting rights division?
No, I'm saying that.
Hold on. Who's running the voting rights division of DOJ? It's a colored person.
What president is ever trying to take away the voting act?
It's a colored person running the DOJ.
He's the only one. So we got a racist to take away voting rights.
Where's he taking away voting rights? Explain to me. How's he taking it away? Oh, wait. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm just going to answer your question, King, because I feel like it's like a super easy question, and I'll go back on mute. Yeah, yes. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, okay.
Is it Rushard? I don't know how to say your name. Are you there? He was trying to get in. I just want to get someone else in. But, okay. Oh, yeah, I'm here. Did you want to say something? Go ahead.
I don't know. I'm the kind of person that wants to jump in as soon as I have a thought, or else I forget it. So, okay.
And Trump did not vote for Obama. Whoever said it's a dumb fuck.
No. I thought you said was saying there's a rumor, or they don't know.
He didn't even acknowledge him as a citizen of America. He called him a terrorist.
Well, he went along with what Hillary said.
Anyways, I was just pointing out the reason for the vote for Obama is racist. But go ahead. Xerxes, go ahead.
Xerxes, yeah. So I'm gonna answer this question that you've asked, Mr. King. I think that it's like it should be clear to most people, but maybe some people are not aware of how like non-white people can be agents of the efforts of the state. They can be. They can be agents and I'm not saying agents like they're, like this is some kind of like weird conspiratorial thing. I do mean like agents of the state, like in a full position with the government. They can be agents of the state as long as they're willing to toe the line of what the state desires. Like bringing up somebody's identity or phenotypical features or origin or ethnicity. I guess like the question would have to turn into, well, how is this advantageous for that particular person to have her there, right? Like outside of her just being a person of color, why would it be advantageous? Is she, a person of color who holds conservative beliefs? Does she really, okay, so then who said yes? Somebody said yes, and then somebody said not really.
In her office, right? And she regularly speaks at APAC and Israeli lobbies. So yes, there is a reason why she was hired. Go look her up.
So just to be clear, Othello, this is what. Hold on. This is a gaslight. Hold on, Othello. Are you saying that her family and she was raised in India? Family came from India to this country. Are you saying that they were conservative in India? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Go on. Understood. So, no, actually they weren't. Nice try. But actually they weren't. And actually I know the family pretty well. And they weren't conservative, and they're not in change. And probably Joe remembers this, Joe Hero, because he and I had long conversations about Army trying to screw Trump and trying to change California law so that Trump couldn't be on the primary against DeSantis, basically helping DeSantis. When you remember that, Joe Hero. So these are. I was talking. All right. I'm moving you down because I'm in the middle of talking and you're so you need to shut. You need to shut that up. Sorry, that's the first person I moved, but I did that.
Kane, were you going back and forth with someone? What happened here?
Yeah, no. Then Othello came in because he thought he knew everything on it and doesn't have the sources. Believes that certain a family's certain views. Like for example, her family was anti-LGBTQ. Okay, that doesn't make them conservative. Okay, her family was anti-gay rights. Okay, that doesn't make them conservative. So people are saying that they're conservative because of certain views, but actually nobody's ever actually interviewed the family and asked this question. Nobody's ever actually checked it. So what happens is he's reading opinion articles where people say this is her background and this is where she came from, but without actually checking to say, hey, where do you know this stuff, or how do you know it? Has her family?
He didn't think that we were going to look it up. That's what happened, and I put it in the comments.
Okay, so you copied and pasted from some editorial thing, but okay, cool. So again, how are her parents conservative? Explain it, since you know it. Exactly. So
she is a staunch Zionist, right? And she even called Mamdani anti-Semitic. So
where she is now? Hold on, I'm talking about where she grew up. You said she grew up. Hold on, you said she grew up. So how is her? So notice how? Did you see that, Matt? How that happened? When I asked the question, how he can't answer that. So then he switches now. You're right. Right now, so you're saying she called Mamdani Zionist before Trump chose president. Amazing, because Mamdani wasn't even running at that time. No. So how did her family? So how was her family? So what kind of family? So she was that way, calling people that way before. Oh, by the way, who was also a Zionist? Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer is also conservative. No. But being against people, against anti-Semitism, makes you, or being a Zionist makes you conservative. Well, Chuck Schumer wrote it, and he can't share it. It's not going to be anything credible of the person. So you have no idea what you're talking about.
This talks directly against what you've been talking about all night. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, when you're proven wrong, fellow, you haven't proven anything. I did, because you're using opinion articles. Let's see. Okay, so show me. Hold on. Watch this.
If he provides, by the way, New York Times does profile on every member of the administration. If he provides an actual source, I will admit that I'm wrong. If he provides an actual news source that actually names her parents, talks about their background and stuff, I will admit I'm wrong. But if he provides an opinion article, what are the names? What are the parents' 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 names?
You know them, right?
What are the parents' names?
You didn't know this about.
What are the parents' names?
You didn't know this about.
No, actually I did. Because their parents, you're such an idiot, because the parents actually met very closely with many, both Democrats and Republicans. They're not conservative, asshole. Actually, watch this. Othello, can you prove to me their voter registration? Prove it to me.
Let me go find it, because I've been kicking your ass off.
I will bet you. I will give you $100 cash out if you can show me their voter registration and prove that it's her parents, not just some random thing.
Why do you do that?
$100.
Okay. Why Othello does ever get that Brewster make a submission? I'm on it. Brewster, you got it?
No, I remember my question.
And it should be State Department
When you
confirmed.
stopped me, I said I need the lady's name to brush up on the story.
Which lady?
The one we're talking about.
Oh, you're looking that up right now.
Yeah, I don't know her name.
What was the name again? King and Roberts, forget her name too. Who?
Harmeet Dillon.
Oh yeah, Harmeet Dillon. Yeah.
DHILLON or DILLON?
PH. So I just want to ask, is she like more centrist then? I guess.
Yeah, she grew up more. So her parents played the game because they believed that was the only way to succeed in America, right? So she kissed the ass of both Democrats and conservatives. She had a lot of, if you look at she falls in the line of people like Nikki Haley, like Bobby Jindal, who were in these red states and just kissed the ass of these people. But when you talk to them, they actually don't have any views in similar to them. Kiss the ass because that's survival. And so that's what I was trying to say to him, because I actually know the family, right? And so can they say, hey, here's who I'm hanging out with. If you believe that who you hang out with, it actually determines your political views, then Barack Obama has said many times he has friends who are conservatives. Does that mean that he's a conservative? No.
Yeah, he's walking it back.
Yeah, but I don't know. So when
I'm still waiting. No, he said his exact words, just to be clear, that was exact words were, she grew up as a conservative, her parents had conservative views, conservative value, in a conservative household, and that's why she's been conservative. That's why Trump chose her, because she has a conservative views her entire life, which is really not, even look at a law firm.
Obviously centrist in this context, and then, but then we have to look at the reflection of the things that she actively did, right?
But even if you did that, which perspective would you speak to define who she is?
Well, I don't know about who she is, but it's more so about, in my head, my question is like, well, why would she be useful? That's what I asked like 25 minutes ago now.
Actually, to be honest, in civil rights, she has zero experience in fighting for civil rights. Just to be honest. And actually, if you look at some of her cases, you should also look at her law firm and her law cases. She's actually defended. Like, if you look at what conservative influencers said about her when she was chosen, said she's the worst pick. Like, Cernovich and other people were like, what the hell is this? Initially they were like, okay, she was supposed to head the RNC. She's a great lawyer and blah, blah, blah. But people are like, why is she running the civil rights division where she doesn't have any experience in this? And she's always been kind of on the other side of the conservative thing, mainly because she's a person of color. She's actually defended many people of color. For example, she's defended people who, in the birthright citizenship claim, she'd be on the opposite side of Trump. Like, if you look at it, her law firm and all that, now she disavows all that now and is doing whatever the administration wants because she wants a job or whatever. But a lot of Indian people consider her a grifter in many ways because of the way she's doing. Just to be honest, that's how it is. So the point I'm getting at is Trump put her in there maybe because he thought she would do what he says, and she is right now. And so he put her in. But I'm saying he didn't look at her and say, I can't put her in because she's brown. He looked in saying, hey, if a white person said, hey, I'm going to do whatever you say, and he had confidence he would,
I don't know, King. I don't know if we can completely divorce the fact that she's a brown woman from how advantageous this would look for the state. Like, we're talking about, like, you literally brought this up as a talking point, right? And this is like, with all due respect, you were like, oh, what? She's a brown woman. That is a very useful tool to an administration that on its face, I mean, like, maybe he didn't like any of them. Maybe he couldn't find one. Maybe, I don't know why. But what I'm saying is, no. Wait, regardless of the origin of the person, if he decides that, oh yes, I can use this person's identity to evoke a thing, then why is this? I don't know how this is like so much of a talking point.
So it's almost like saying, I'm only going to choose someone who's a black woman, right? It's like when he did that.
Yeah.
Right? So the fourth president of the United, the 40th
1 second.
president of the United States.
So listen. I also think that it can be, like I said, advantageous to any one government to have a public face that is in line with whatever your desires may be, right? And so I'm reflecting that to every president that you can probably think of doing this, right?
Let's agree on this. Presidents and people make decisions, like you said, and I'm going to quote you, that are advantageous to them, and oftentimes race, color, and perception of others can fall into that. And so that perception could be conceived racist because maybe that person not qualified, but it perceives better. Fair. But the point is that you had a previous president that openly said, I'm not going to look at qualified white or brown people or even black men who may be qualified. I'm only going to choose black women in the position, whether they're qualified more or not than other candidates.
Did he say that? Are you talking about Joe Biden?
Joe Biden said that for both his vice president and his Supreme Court.
Okay, can I just, if anybody can provide me with like something I can look at, that'd be cool.
Somebody posted.
Joe Biden himself. Fuck Joe Biden.
George trying to get in your story, but see, if you kind of go down the rabbit hole of everything, you would try to pin against Trump, and then look at how some of these black niggas operate in the Congress today. You can pin the same qualifiers and negative traits on them as well. Black people have been using other black people to invoke other dumb behaviors out of black people and working against their own interests. So that's why the shit is so circular and it makes no sense at all. Can't nobody tell me the shit that coming out of Hakeem Jeffries' mouth or Jasmine Crockett's mouth, when she's literally having black Americans whose ancestors had to fight for voting rights to sit here and disregard their own personal history and allow illegal aliens to take advantage of voting and healthcare benefits that their ancestors they get, and they sit here and complain about white supremacy solely on the basis that they couldn't get the things, and then they turn around and give it to an illegal alien. That's like the dumbest shit in the world, and this is what black people are doing. I'm gonna get to my own question, brother. If you didn't get it, then maybe you just didn't get it, and it was actually made directly to the point that you brought up. No way. So
thanks.
That's a sister, not a brother. I said I'm going to the brother. If you had to choose the type of operating society that you want to be a part of, and it can only be one system, capitalism or nothing else, communism or nothing else, socialism or nothing else, which society would you rather be a part of?
Is that for no down there?
Yeah, no,
can't hear you now.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Anybody who has anything against capitalism, or you use capitalism as a part of your disdain for America, if you had to pick one society to be a part of, where there's only one operating model, capitalism or nothing else, socialism or nothing else. If you going against capitalism, what society would you rather be a part of?
There need to be balance between those. All of those are undeniable.
That's not an option.
Socialism in some extent.
That's not an option.
To some extent.
That's an option.
It's not an option.
He wants to back him into a corner where he can be right. He wants to eliminate realistic
How
probability.
can I be right if it's based on your...
Right. Tell me. You're asking the question. You're making the point. You tell me.
Okay. Okay, let me respond to that, because that's a dumb statement. You're telling me that I'm trying to be right when the answer is solely based on your perspective and what you hold true. So there's no way I can be right. There's no way you can be right or wrong. You just have to answer it. You just have to answer it. You just have to answer it based on the priorities that are personal and high on your priority list to you. So I hear people mention this capitalistic society. Okay, if you don't want to be a part of the capitalistic society, or if the capitalistic society is bringing all of these issues, then what would you prefer to be a part of?
A capital system that also has some safety social nets. It is possible, for example, if you are in
But that's not the premise of my question, Peter.
what you are is supporting some vulnerable people in your society with safety nets.
Peter, in his hypothetical, he's only doing giving two options. But we get your point. Like I agree with what you're saying. But we're trying to narrow it down, right, sir?
Yeah, the point. So we gonna have to discard that answer, Peter. If you don't like capitalism, or if you think that the majority of problems come from capitalism, you see the fact that you can't answer this question is actually the issue, and that's what we're gonna get to. But no why? Can you share what operating model would be best suitable for you?
All right, bet. I'm gonna say socialism. Now what?
What's the reason why?
What's the reason why? Because it's not capitalism. There you go. Now what?
Anybody else?
Xerxes, this sounds like this would be in your
Huh?
wheelhouse.
What?
This question should be in your wheelhouse.
I didn't hear the question. I left.
Why were you mad, man?
I want to go wash my hands.
Okay, say it again, sir. Julian, sir.
If you had to pick your ideal operating model for a country, especially if you disagree with capitalism, or if capitalism has come up in any of your talking points as it relates to it being a detriment to this country, to America. If you had to choose one country, or you had to create your own operating model where it only possesses one operating model. So for example, it's capitalism all or nothing. It's socialism all or nothing. Communism all or nothing. There's only one operating model. What operating model would be your choice?
I would choose capitalism. I think it offers the maximum amount of allowable creativity, despite its obvious and I guess necessary brutalism. But I do think that there are ways to continue the system of capitalism with it being more equitable. At this point, I don't know what the system is that we have now, but if this is capitalism, it's certainly not, it's not leading to the place where it needs to lead to. I think for a country to continue its progress.
Oh, why you want to try to answer that question again, and you rolled up with the answers you put on the table?
Talk about my answers. I didn't think he was asking it anyway. Dead ass. I did not think he was asking it anyway. It was a school. All right.
So what's the most honest person on the app? Go ahead.
If I had to pick a system, all hands down. Oh my God. All hands down is crazy. Only one option. You can't say capitalism because you're not allowed to fix it. You're not allowed to fix it. That's not part of the question. So I would have to pick socialism. And the reason why I pick it is because at least everyone would have a chance. The only issue with that is trying to actualize that chance without a system of income or a system of bringing,
operating system that you choose tells me who you are and what you believe in. It also tells me if you can't answer the question, then the only way you see life happening is if it's a perfect world. And there's no such thing as a perfect world, especially if you're not governing it. You're not going to see it as perfect for you. But then if you are governing it, other people are not going to see it's perfect for them. So literally, if you can't answer that question, then that tells me you live in a world where everything needs to be perfect in order for you to achieve whatever it is you want to achieve. If you can't answer the question, then that means that you have a real understanding of life and that you understand that there are priorities and trade-offs and you're not going to get everything that you want, but all you want is a chance. It also tells me if you actually understand the operating models or if you just want to degrade the one you think you're in. So that's all. So anytime someone comes up and say, what is capitalistic society? Okay, well if you strip it out and you say you choose one operating model, which one do you want to be a part of?
Yeah, but I think you can be critical of a system while not wanting to do away with it completely. Like that's how things get better is by, critiquing them.
But what if you don't even understand your critique?
That's also a thing that could be happening, yeah.
And that's one of the ways I figure it out.
But if somebody fully understands and still doesn't choose capitalism, they could just desire a system that is more, equitable for the people around them and the things they've experienced, which I think is, one, incredibly human, and two, still honest.
But it still doesn't tell me if they understand the systems that they're a part of or the one they'd rather move to. Because if when you choose one, you understand what the trade-offs are. I'm willing to give up this because what I hold true for me are these things. So I'm willing to give up.
Are we still talking about Murray? Yes. There is one criteria that you need to pay attention to. For example, when you are a capitalist country without some kind of basis of socialism, those too rich people, you see them, they are too greedy. For example, when they come to allocating their money for their needs, they put their fifth priority before the first priority of another person's livelihood. For example, when you need a book to study a course in another language, you cannot afford that
another team, one team has cleats and the other is not wearing anything on the feet. You're saying that the team with the cleats is obviously going to destroy the team that's not wearing the proper equipment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So before that game can commence, what needs to happen?
Okay, and before that game needs to start, if you are in a professional league playing, your managers needed to supply you the minimum equipment. Otherwise, the team is not allowed to show up in the field. No?
Okay. So the soccer game is the free market, right?
The soccer game in the hypothetical case.
Not necessarily the free market. The soccer game's the market.
Is a market.
Okay. And the team with the cleats are that have, not saying this is the distribution of wealth in society right now, but the team with the cleats are the people who have, and the people without the cleats are obviously the people who have not. Yes.
I couldn't get.
Well, I'm going step by step. We're on the same page.
I couldn't follow you. Can you repeat please? I'm sorry.
I'm saying in this example that we're agreeing upon so far, the team wearing the cleats, and I'm not saying the distribution of wealth is similar, but the team that is wearing the cleats, that's 50%. They are the ones that have. They're the haves in the society, and the team without the cleats are the have-nots.
Okay, if they meet the minimum requirement of the starting of the match, then they can start competition. That's what I meant.
Yes, but they are not able to get what they need, which is what you're arguing. People in our society are not able to get cleats.
Okay, there are a couple of solutions for that. If they are extremely talented, they would have thought about that before, and they would have raised that point before starting the match, before the problem rises up. When it is not existential, when it is still potential, you have some potential problems and you have talents. You needed to contact and communicate with the correct authorizations. If you didn't not, it was on you. If you had some needs and you did not communicate properly before that, you cannot start the match. But if you communicated and your talents are proven and you still cannot find the allowance to start the match, that is another case. It is more excusable, I think. And it is still a problem, but excusable in comparison to not feeling responsible about that. You must have felt that responsibility if you were in the need. In this case, I think that that depends on the case. That is fully depends on the case.
I'm so disappointed in you, Peter. You would choose socialism over capitalism?
I'm not done yet.
Not over that. I say that those capitalist people need to be human. If they are not, they don't deserve the system of capitalism.
Oh, okay. I see.
Would you, Peter, would you argue that more and more people are getting cleats or less?
I think that with them, if they have communicated before, and they were fully in the competition.
Not when, but as it stands now. As society progresses, are more people getting cleats or are less?
What kind of cleats? You talking about the metal cleats or the plastic cleats that are built in?
Neither.
I think that depends on the case, and most of the cases, they need to meet the minimum requirement.
I'm just saying
it's not the competition. They cannot compare their shares. festivals, but they need to have the minimum.
Were you trying to speak?
Oh, yeah. I was gonna say, so I see Alfred had in the chat, he said that here it is. Happiest countries are largely in Europe running socialism. There are no countries in Europe that are socialistic. Most of them that I think he'd be referring to, which would probably be the Sweden, Norway, France, Finland, Denmark. I'm assuming around like that type, right? Those types of the Nordic, right, or the Western countries. But I think these countries have such that the populations are so small, and none of them are socialist. They're large welfare states, but they're capitalist. They're capitalistic welfare states. Like the United States is, in economics, it's referred to as a mixed economy because we have a little bit of both. The problem is, and I think that this is the biggest contention that comes up in the United States, is we have two political parties that want to go completely different ways. And unfortunately, I feel, this is my opinion, that because we're not basing the foundation of how we're running the country in freedom, right? And when I say freedom, I'm talking about maximum, least regulation for the states to decide how the states and the local communities want to run their areas. We are coming up with, we're finding ourselves at such odds that we're destroying our nation. That's my opinion. I don't think we're going to be able to, Democrats and Republicans, they're never going to be able to see eye to eye, because they have, the goals are the same, and people don't think that. People don't think that the goals, of course the goals are the same. It's just that we have a completely different way of trying to get there on both sides. But the problem is, when you start to blur those lines, it makes it impossible for one side to be able to do that, because it's no longer rooted in the free ability. Xerxes brought up the creativity aspect, and I think that that's ultimately the biggest point of what capitalism provides, right? When you go through the questions that you ask yourself over the different types of society, whether overall you want a capitalist society, do you want a socialist society, or do you want a communist society economically, right? You got to ask yourself, who do you think, base it in who's going to make the decisions. So who do you think, ownership wise, who do you think should control the production of private property? If you want to build a business, do you think that you should, or do you think that your community should, or do you think a centralized ruling elite should?
I think the problem is we don't even have agreement upon what a free market is.
Well, we don't have a free market. I'll just say that. Right? A free market doesn't exist.
When you have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars just to get a project started, that's not a free market. That's
right. Right. And that is the socialist aspect of our system interfering with our free market. Right? That's why I'm saying, like, we don't have a free market. This is not capitalism in the United States. This is mixed.
So we need to go harder into capitalism, which not many people would say.
I don't think that a lot of people are going to ultimately agree at this point, but when we see it destroying the fabrics of what we are, we're going to have to make a decision. And it's hopefully, I'd like us to continue to mature, to be able to say, okay, we want to have a secure nation that can protect its citizens, right, while also allowing the citizens regulate them and make it impossible for us to do what we're doing right now. Our financial system, our wealth is so uneven. We have what is it? We were talking about this in another room. 10% of Americans hold 93% of the wealth, right? 1% of Americans
It's probably even less.
Right, and that's a big gap, and that's going to continue. That gap is going to continue to get bigger if we don't reduce the competition barriers or eliminate them and allow everybody to compete fairly.
When all of these policies get pushed, they're never driven home to people that they will affect them too. And what I mean by that is, say you're proposing, eliminating, entry taxes into whatever market. People only think those are going to be applied to corporations. They don't think that it's going to be applied to themselves. Like if you want to start a business and you only have, say, $50,000 in capital, wouldn't it be better if it was cheaper to get something started?
Yeah, and I don't even think that taxation is the biggest. I mean, the regulation, sure, licensing and all that. It's partly that, but we're in such a particularly technological. Our technology is. We're at that point where you could start a business online. You know what I mean? With no capital, and you are making $10,000 a month in 6 months. You know what I mean?
10,000. Try 100,000 now.
Yeah, sure.
That's the scale that we're working with. Like people were starting businesses like that with the advent of social media. You were able to start a company.
Right, and I see that too. Yeah, if you're consistent with it, sure. I've seen we see these kids, these 20-year-olds running around.
You don't even have to be consistent. Like
right.
We are at the point where we can be so lazy and still make hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. And that sounds like a fantasy, but it's not, because with these generative, like AI agents, you can effectively be the CEO, COO, and CIO of your corporation. And you can employ these AI agents to head every single department and report back to you.
Right, exactly. But one of the bigger things too is what I was trying to get to is that the licensing and all this other startup that could be. What I'm more concerned is the regulation around creating actual product is actual versus just moving it around, right? Like what value are you actually doing if you're doing like a drop shipping? You're doing just like a resale, like this. I don't want to say it's trash. I want it because I want to, obviously I have a feeling about it, but it's there's a place for everybody, and yeah, sure, you want to move this to this, but we're talking mostly other people are producing manufacturers. What about the creativity of building a product yourself? That's what I think America needs to get to. We need to be able to build for ourselves, and I talk about this a lot. I think
we're getting there already. We are there now.
I think. What do you think about intellectual property? Because I think honestly, the patent system is one of the biggest problems in the United States structure right now, keeping us out of keeping us from our ability to truly create and build as individuals, build products and build solutions and build cures and create versus just push around drop shipping shit from other countries.
In what way? Like in what way is it not serving us?
The patent system?
Yeah.
Before you jump in, I want to
regulations.
Yeah, but specifically, what specifically is keeping people from?
Yeah, we have the patent systems that build up, like basically patent arsenals that keep the actual definition, what a patent is to stop competition. That should be enough said. If it's so I think that there was a time
right now with patent system as it stands.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you give us a specific case? Like, I would really like to make it tangible.
But that's not the only thing that's stopping what she's saying. If you look at the two words, intellectual property, if you're looking for somebody to take care of you, then that stifles your ability to be intellectual. You're literally looking for someone to solve your problems. That's the point. So, okay, Bima mentioned that we need to get back to intellectual property, the art of being creative and things of that nature. If you're looking for somebody to take care of you, aka socialism, communism, where someone creates your standard of living, and that is how you survive as an adult, by what somebody created for you, and that is what you hold, not you specifically, but just through and through, then it stifles your ability to be creative. Therefore, or excuse me, it stifles your ability to be intellectual. So all of these people,
because you're pacified.
correct.
Well, how would that be true though? If you have more time to, discover your intellectual desires, then how could that be true?
Seriously.
Because if somebody,
I didn't have to work for shit.
if somebody takes care of you,
It turned me into a monster.
what you're looking for, somebody to take care of you, it doesn't engage your mind because you're looking for somebody to, like, we can see this today. We can see it in the people.
Wait, I mean, you can also see the opposite.
Right, and that's the reason.
I gave you a very personal example. Xerxes, sorry. I gave you a personal, like, tangible example. That doesn't work.
When?
And I've seen it work the same way for dozens of other people.
Well, I mean, like, with all due respect, your individual experience would be reflective of the thing I'm looking for.
But that's what you just did.
No, I didn't. I didn't speak about myself at all.
But the only thing you did was brought up an example to counterbalance mine. When you look at, for example, if you look at black people across the board, the more black people that look for someone to take care of them, and they just dress it up with words like socialism or communism, the more you see their ability to think go down.
I don't know how you can make this statement when there are no current historical socialist or communist models within the United States that have affected black people.
Because they're looking
child support. Not child support, sorry. What am I thinking of?
You're talking about the welfare system?
Yeah, child support. Well, government child support, pretty much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's not endemic to just black people. That support isn't endemic to just black people, nor did it start for just black people.
Single fatherhood skyrocketed out.
Well, welfare was not for black people at first, but if you just look at it, you have people.
And it shows how people that's given unlimited resources, like these organisms that's given unlimited resources, tend to deteriorate, right? If you look at rat phobia, it's a series of experiments where they essentially give these rats unlimited resources and how they deteriorate as a species.
But what would be the reason?
Competition to grow in certain. That's what they're trying to say. This is scientifically proven.
Right, but I mean, it's scientifically proven amongst rats, right? Rats don't have to like go to work, right? They don't create paintings or sculptures or computers or go to space, or they don't do any of those things, right? So we are essentially talking about two different people. Two different species, one of which has never experienced that kind of experiment on them.
They have pretty much.
If you would there be a need for any black people to go out here and get a farm if food was made free at the grocery store?
Well, yeah, because they would still need farmers, and ideally you would need more farmers because more people would need served more food. provided for by whom?
By the government.
Well, so you mean like if the government owned all the farms?
If they had a kind of Dami thing where they go to a grocery store and it's free.
We're having right now.
I'm so sorry, I can't hear both of you at once.
If there was some sort of Dami program where you go to the grocery store and everything is free, would people pay, for example, a homestead, buy property, build a home on it, regenerative farming, cows, chickens, pigs, everything?
Oh, I mean, do you say why? Because more people need more food, which means maybe they need more sources to get the food from.
Who's doing it in the hood?
What do you mean? Why are we talking about the hood?
Who's homesteading in the hood?
A few people are.
Eventually, people who leave the hood, bro. What do you mean?
Who's homesteading in the hood?
Hold on.
Listen, all right. So when people are talking about people working under socialism, I've tried to solve that problem myself. Here's my presentation. If you don't do the work, socialism, you will be kicked out of the system of socialism. Meaning, you don't want to work the farm, you won't get the free food. Do you understand that?
Okay, Rooster. The hood is not just like the projects or. So my grandparents, for example.
Campgrounds, whatever.
My grandparents, for example, live in the hood. But at the same time, it's like the country, right? So they have a homestead exemption on their house. And they're able to grow. They have the chickens and all that other stuff. So it is happening. You just you only see what you see through like movies, like Boys in the Hood and shit like that. You think it's all of that, but there's a lot more.
Yeah, I got to stop. You don't know what informed my assumptions.
Where have you been?
Where?
Tiffany Hood.
Yeah.
Okay, what do we want to go buy some weed?
Grandmother's house, does that count as growing stuff?
No, friends.
I just wanted to add that
Like I live right next to a hood.
Yeah, one hood.
I don't know about
And I've been to multiple. So what's
I think Glow's trying to speak, bro.
Oh, thanks. I wanted to say that there are people that live in countries where you have social housing or even basic standard income of the government, but they still choose to homestead because it's much cheaper and they like it. Actually, they enjoy it. It's a hobby. So both things can be happening at the same time.
Not on Clubhouse. It has to be their agenda or nothing.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's hard to understand these things because if you simultaneously approve of capitalism, like, I don't know, the girl with that, she left the stage, you believe in creativity, annuity, and future competition amongst the people, then in this way, I don't know how one could argue such a bleak future of just trying something else. Like, ideally, you would be able to engage that same creative mind born in the system of capitalism to pontificate about a world of other things. So I don't know why we're talking about a closed box.
We've tried it many times.
America has tried socialism and communism many times.
You know, the
I mean, we have different aspects of it.
So no.
The fire department is socialist. They have socialist.
Bro, what?
We have plenty of programs where people pool money into central pools to then be redistributed amongst masses.
Yeah, fair comment. No. You can have a government in which you have all types of parties. So, for example, you would have a socialist party, and you would have a So you don't, I don't think in an authoritarian, total, for example, socialist or communist country or total capitalist country is a good idea in any case. I think everyone's word should be heard and is valuable and can be implemented in different areas. All those parties should be able to work together and get to the best outcome.
Social programs account for 50% of the national debt. So the thing that you're championing might eventually bring us down if it's left unchecked, by the way.
Sorry, what did you mean? Can you repeat that?
I was talking to Syracuse.
What did you say? Sorry.
I said the social entitlement programs account for 50% of the national debt. So the thing that you're championing might eventually bring us down very soon.
I mean, but the large part of those social programs supporting a community that can't work, aka the old people, the elderly, right, and disabled.
Hold on, I have a clarifying question for Moonstar.
I'm sorry, could he just finish the rest of his statement?
Wait a minute, I have a clarifying question for Xerxes.
I just wanted to hear. I just wanted to hear the rest of what he said, bro.
The 50% of our spending that goes to entitlement programs, do that include grants? Does that include, do you expect that to go down now that the fraud has been exposed? Or you have a link for me to look at?
Is that the only fraud?
No, I doubt it. Nursing homes, child care.
Crease Joel.
Wait, what?
Crease Joel.
What's that?
Google the fraud, the welfare fraud that's going on there.
Can you put the spelling of that in the chat so I can?
I was saying 50% of the $39 billion debt. Is attached to social programs.
The 50%.
Okay, so I'm just gonna look at this. So this says, and this is, I guess I'll drop this link. This is from the Hubbard O'Brien Economics website. I'll give you guys that link so you can look, just in case you like graphs and stuff. There it is. Yeah. So this is talking about who owns the debt, right? Oh fuck, I'm getting text message. So where if anybody's looking at this chart, where do you see things going? Get you another chart as well.
Xerxes, while you're working on that, can I ask you a question?
Oh yeah, sure. Who's asking me? I can't see you right now.
This sword, I went into a dead spot, so I
Oh, sword. Okay, yeah.
So I want to just revert back to the conversation that I had, and I want to frame it to you in a real world question.
Okay.
But I want to start by being respectful of you and a possible relationship. Do you have a significant other?
I do not have a significant other.
Okay, boom. In this theoretical situation, I'm approaching you to be your significant other, okay?
Yeah, sure.
And I approach you and say, hey, look, this is my plan for our life. And my plan is based on a certain level of equity that the government has in taking care of us. How attractive am I to you as a man that's supposed to court, marry, and quote unquote take care of you, however the way you see it, me being reliant on the government to supply some of our needs?
Okay, so can you say the question about including the government, or the statement about including the government one more time, just so I can hear correctly?
Yeah. So I approach you with the intent to date and marry you. And as I walk through my plan of how we're going to walk into a bliss, it includes the government taking care of us to whatever degree you choose.
Okay.
You can choose that. Would I be attracted
mean, yeah, I totally wouldn't be against dating somebody who's in the military other than them being an agent of the state. But this is like largely what that is, though, right? You're depending on the government to pay you, correct? Oh, do military service members have other jobs?
They actually go on to work for a check.
Yeah.
So when I say, see, this is where I gave you the scenario exactly you had to by saying the military, you gave the person a job.
Yeah.
Never mind. We can scratch it. I got my answer.
Okay.
It means welfare.
When people are looking forward to take some to the government taking care of them, they're not thinking about a job.
But I think, like, for many people who are involved in the welfare system, they do have a aspect of it where they have to work, don't they, in order to receive their benefits?
When people are looking for the government to take care of them, they're not looking for a job.
Okay, sure. Did you get your answer?
You said benefits, so of course you agree. You said benefits.
Yeah.
Benefits come by way of tax dollars, right?
Yeah.
They come through social programs.
Sure.
Okay. So when people talk about socialism and they talk about, well, it creates a baseline of people's existence, things like groceries, in order for you to use benefits to go and get groceries, did you work for it? Especially if we talk about, so as some people mentioned earlier, the homeless. Homeless, did they work for it? I'm not critiquing whether it's right or whether it's wrong. I'm just speaking to the psychology of it. The majority of women would not choose a man that showed up to the table, and a part of their financial success plan was relying on the government to take care of them, not work, to take care of them.
To be very honest, I wouldn't. If I work and I make a living and I have a house and I feel like I pay my bills, I wouldn't be able to feel attracted to a man that does not work or does not make a living, doesn't have a house.
Or let's say, for example, he showed up to the table and he said, hey, I make, let's take the average man, what makes 40, 50K. Let's say if he said, I make 30K, but my expectation for the rest of my life is for the government to supply the other 10. So I would like you to accept me as if I'm making 50K. What would you think about that man's logic?
Are you talking to me still?
I have a link in the chat I'd like Rooster to look at while you answer.
I don't know that I can answer yet.
That dude's definitely not attractive.
Well, I mean, like, I think, like, I think there's a certain realistic point where people, you know, judge somebody's ability to access means, right? But, like, I don't know if I'm the person who does that more often than not. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going after, like, investment bankers and, like, fintech bros, you know, because they're, like, super secure and attractive, right? I'm also not, like, a person who hasn't lived life and understands that, you know, people experience different chapters, but to not, like, comprise the whole book of just that one chapter. So maybe I'm, like, not the right person for that question.
Well, a chapter was, I'm talking about the whole book, chapter after chapter. The expectation for that brother is this is a part of his success plan. He plans to make what he makes, but then there's an expectation of him from the government to supply those needs for the rest of his life.
Well,
that's a concept.
I don't know that that's, like, realistic. I've never experienced somebody solely relying on the government as their whole income. Yeah, I've never dated a veteran.
Okay, so even if it's a disability check, is that person attractive?
I mean, show me him. Let him talk to me. I don't know, bro. I don't know what you want me to fucking say, dude.
Alright, so this is like.
I know what you're getting at, but like, what am I getting at? Act of 1862, like that act that provided 10% of all land in the U.S. to white settlers. Like, was that, like, you think their wives were attracted to them, or did they just part of the land? You know what I mean? Tell more of the history, don't just start there. Tell more of the history. Right program, historically to provide white heads of households.
What year was that?
Like for example, in Virginia, where they had the head right program, and when they got the land, they still had to come and work, right? They had to build up their own land. They had to sell their own products, and they had to work. Yeah. Okay. And but in exchange, they gave up the land. For example, in England, and they came over here and accepted a plot of land. Well, they bought land from the crown. Well, some of them.
What year was that, Othello?
Some of them, because of the Homestead Act of 1862.
1862.
Yeah, they gave that land away. 270 million acres of public land, amounting to 10% of all land in the U.S. To white settlers. So it's I see what you're saying though. I think that's very unattractive. For somebody to sit here and expect something from the government, go out and get it, because there's so many ways to make money. But that still doesn't prove the case though. Okay, why gave you that question? No, I don't understand that. That's what I said. Go further into it.
But there are exceptions though. If someone's sick or they have a disability, that's another thing. That means they can't work, or they can't work less than the person that doesn't have the disability, right? So
I agree with that, but the choice for the woman to choose if this person fits her with what she envisions her life playing out. That's what I was asking about. People have circumstances their whole life, but that doesn't mean me as a man or you as a woman have to choose to be with this person. And what I was doing was drawing a direct correlation back to the concept of being intellectual. If you're looking for somebody to take care of you for your life, in order for your life to work out to its end goal, it disables the person's ability to be intellectual.
I don't think that's true. How do you explain children?
I'm not drawing the connection.
Well, like, largely children are looking toward their parents or whoever is raising them for their safety and welfare, correct? And that environment encourages and stimulates innovation, competition, creativity in them.
Othello, look at the link in the chat. You misrepresented the Homestead Act.
No, I didn't. It's in the chat. Go read what I put.
Go read what I put.
You read mine first.
You read mine next. You read mine now.
Okay. Yeah, it says that this act provided roughly 270 million acres of public land, amounting to 10% of all land in the U.S., mostly to white settlers. While legally open to all citizens in practice, it was a whites-only land giveaway, as it was nearly impossible for most African Americans, especially in the South, to access or hold this land. That's not true, brother. So, that's not true under multiple reasons. Number one, this is a modern source reflecting on who those people were, and the term, the identifiers, African Americans. What you would need to do to prove your point is find a source closer near the date where that was actually produced, and you'll get a better depiction of who those people were. Gotcha. I'll give you a prime example. Many of the Europeans that came over here were black. All Europeans weren't white. And the black Europeans that came over here were not Moors. They were literally Europeans. And I think we went there.
That's Europeans, significant role in the world war.
them as well. So they've been there for a long time.
And that's what there's a clash of systems because it's all one.
Because a lot of Europeans, as I saw, they see United States as a better country to live. They are some kind of logical ones. They have some kind of logical ones, I think. It is not biased, general. But maybe their countries are playing the diplomacy with lower hands. And that is some kind of understandable situation.
Oh, and because they have passports. Yeah, and because these black people also had the passports for that were from these European countries, because it was the other mostly black countries. They had ability to get the passports from the European country. Therefore, they could just fly back and forth between these countries. Yeah, they were citizens.
When you say fly, what do you mean? What time period you're
From what I know is that they immigrated from those countries where they would live and work to European countries later on when they could fly there.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what happened before, very far before. I haven't read about that, but I just know that they were first there in those countries and then they remigrated, a lot of them, not all of them, to the European countries.
Gotcha. I'm familiar. I was thinking about a different time frame. But yeah, I agree.
Thousands of Black Americans did homestead successfully, especially after the war. Researchers estimate roughly 3,500 Black claimants in the Great Plains states obtained patents, titles to about 650,000 acres, supporting as many as 15,000 people, including families.
Yes, we're here to say that two things can be true. And that's exactly what I read in my write-up. Saying that it was nearly impossible for most African Americans, especially in the South Texas, to hold this land. And then you said how many people got it? What was the reason why? And you said how many people got it, Monica? How many black people received it?
Thousands.
Well, come on, give me a number.
If you had read the link, like you told me you were going to read my link, you'd have the information.
Because this could be 1,000, 10,000, 35,000, how many?
More than 1,000. Thousands.
Oh, okay, that's not a lot of black people.
So, see, this is where we get annoyed with each other, Othello, right? I'm glass half full, you're glass half empty. We're looking at the data. The data is impartial. I want people to recognize the massive achievements Black Americans have made throughout history, overcoming amazing challenges. In the 1920s, they cut illiteracy rates in their population in half over 20 years.
I guess you're going to talk about the stock market next.
And then you're focused on what? What are you focused on during the 1920s?
Well, I mean, he's just giving comprehensive.
Yeah, I'm talking
No, he's not. He's focused on the negative.
I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna finish my statement. It's not negative to,
all of it.
bro, Monica. It's not negative
I'm not a
to.
bro, Cersei.
It's not negative to remark what happened, bro. I don't know what's wrong with you people. Saying the real events of history should
What's
not
wrong
provoke
with you
you.
people is you calling us you people.
I mean, you people, the inhabitants of Clubhouse. Yeah, I mean, you people, the inhabitants of Clubhouse, bro. Whatever,
You
bro.
people are narrow-minded. You people are bigoted.
No, man. Like, what it is like you have a problem with somebody adding context, nuance, and accuracy to the thing you're saying.
No.
Why can both not be true?
Othello is. I just. Did you even hear me?
Yes, I did hear you. I also heard you mischaracterize what he said as something negative when it is just a statement of fact.
You know, I don't have the energy to fight.
Cool, don't have disrespect you. Go to sleep then.
I was talking to Othello, not you, first of all.
Cool, I'm here too. Contend with that.
You people need to shut up.
Cool.
I said the thing why Othello and I fight is because we have different lenses on the same facts.
And you mischaracterized his lens as negative.
I didn't.
Yes, you did. You said negative out of your mouth.
He misrepresented and only focused on one aspect of the homestead law
Peter, you need to mod this fight.
In 1860. Why are you involving yourself, Peter?
Because I'm a moderator and I have the power.
Alright.
I'm just playing.
Don't touch my PTR, Beaver. You don't have the skill.
What do you mean the PTR? How do I touch it?
So this is the thing. It was not misrepresented. What I wrote in the chat is that it was nearly impossible for most African Americans, especially in the South, to access or hold this land. So are 1,000 black people most African Americans? Thank you.
It'd be cool if people just read books, bro. And just gather your shit from fucking books, homie. Like, honestly, come on.
Any national poll starts at 1,000 people. Anyone worth its weight.
Okay, cool. Rooster, so when you brought up your stat, are you saying that to say, like, the percentage that the government spends on is 60 to 65? Yeah, are you saying that? Yeah, are you saying that to say that that's a bad thing?
Yes.
Really? So, inside of that, they're not providing, like, free education. They're not providing free food, really. What these things are access to probably really integral care methods for older people and people who need access to, like, hospitals. You're saying that's bad?
No, I'm saying that it's bad that 50% of the national debt is associated to those.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you read the thing that you were reading fully. It says 60 to 65% actually, and it includes like interest payments on previous debts as well. So unless you have an actual breakdown of which programs equate to what, you still couldn't really make this argument. But then again, like it's not so like but more so than this. Yeah. So, but more so than this though, the conversation we were having was about able-bodied people relying on the government, right? Not 65, 67, 85-year-old invalids relying on the government. Correct?
Correct.
Right. So then your qualms with the percentage of the national debt that's spent on social care programs actually doesn't really matter. It's inconsequential to the thing we were talking about.
Why is it?
Because the demographic who uses those things are not the focus of your argument.
Who is?
Able-bodied people who expect a handout from the government.
And do you agree or disagree with that?
What? What?
Do you agree or disagree with that?
With what?
Able-bodied people milking the government.
These social systems, they cannot eat for free. They don't. If they are in a vulnerable position,
let us speak, bro.
Let me finish. If they are in a vulnerable position that was out of their hands and they have put their share inside the table, then the safety net would help them. If they are unwilling to work, the safety nets are not designed for them. It is not a game to eat for free.
Somebody translate Disney Obama for me.
He said it's not a game for people to try to eat for free. That's what he said.
Exactly. What I was saying that these social safety nets that I mean about socialism and I am defending on is about those people who have put their share of work inside the table. For example, when they are able to work, they don't deny working. When they have expertise, they would put their expertise for the
situation. This society would help them recover until they are able to work again. For example, exactly, they need, when they find themselves in a hard position, they need to be able to survive, to not be kicked out of the society. That's it. My understanding from socialism.
They abuse a bit of meter, they'll stay on it as a crutch forever, or there's fraud. So that happens too.
Also, there are different layers of support. For example, the people who had been working for longer time with more expertise, when they are in a specific situation, the level of support that they are receiving is different. For example, when you are in a when you have paid less insurance and bills to the state benefit department, when you are stuck, the level of support is also categorized differently for different people. But the minimum is guarantee, I think.
Yes, I agree with Peter. So it's based upon how many years you've worked, your experience, how much you have paid in insurance, and then you will be categorized into, a certain type of support. So it's very based individually. They will look at individual cases. I think that's the best way to approach.
I'm still trying to figure out why mine and Xerxes' views were in conflict with one another.
I didn't see a link. Did you post a link to your statement that 50% of our debt is due to entitlement programs? Because I didn't find that. I did see current spending.
I'm happy to share it, but I don't know how to share a conversation with AI.
I use Grok. It's much easier. It's a link download from Grok. What AI are you using?
I was just using Gemini. I just hopped on Google.
And does it give you an opportunity to copy paste right there?
Maybe it does. Let me just see. Okay, so I copied it, but it's copied to my clipboard. Oh, there's the share.
Thanks, Richard.
I guess I copied the share link.
That'd be great.
And you're gonna have to scroll down a little bit because, and it's gonna be weird at the top because my first prompt was just use garden to camps because I was trying to make a counterpoint about where people were coming from comparing Harvey Dillon or finding problem with her
slaves? That's crazy.
In 1862, only the people in the North were free. I believe. No, I think they still had. I think they still had some slaves in the North in 1862.
It's alright. It was a growing conversation. I got a link.
Thanks.
Can't post it though. Unless you guys want it in the chat. But if you want it in the nest, you gotta mod me.
No. Chat is fine. You don't need. We don't need it in the nest or the jumbotron.
That's because this is Monica's room and house, and she gets to determine what goes on.
Thanks for recognizing my awesomeness.
The only thing awesome about you is you're overweight and the fact that you suck up EBT.
Oh my god.
Wow.
I didn't see that coming.
What do you think to say?
He's irrelevant. I'd like to invite people to the Dividing League.
Irrelevant. Actually, you don't even know what you're talking about. The only reason you came on stage was to actually sit there and go, I heard the word black man and I want to fucking comment on it. Because that's the only thing you care about. That's the only thing you care about. Like, you can just sit down like you think everybody wants to go and say, hey, you know what's great? I want to know what Monica's decision is on racial demographics and breakdowns in 1862.
He just wants to fight.
That's pretty much it. Yeah, that's what it is, Monica. Everybody wants to hear that squeaky fucking Twinkie filled ho-ho gelatinous fucking blob on your head.
Oh my God.
They'd rather hear from Pagan Rod. They probably would. There are moderators up here.
Trees just from a nasty look. It's melted man bride.
Yeah, there you go. But you got like you, Monica. All you care about is fucking your little racist, and then you got your little root group that sits there and fucking goes ahead and does it. So have fun. And it's disgusting. Really, it's disgusting. Do you ever hear Monica? Did she ever talk about anything else other than fucking race? Oh, and Jordan fucking Peterson quotes. The two fucking categories that all she can do on fucking Clubhouse, but yet she goes, I'm a nice person, but I want to talk about how black people in 1862 sucked up welfare. That cunt's never fucking gonna get enough welfare. And thank God she's a low tier voter. The only thing she can affect is probably the fucking person who's running for dog catcher.
Viking, you sound like a disgruntled radio host who's lost his livelihood to podcasting.
Anything else? You want to try something else a little better?
Why are you guys so mean to each other? Why is everybody so mean all the time?
I'm not mean. I mean,
what you just said was disgustingly, horribly mean.
No, it's not. That is very mean. The worst like pot calling the kettle.
Well, then you just contradicted yourself. I said, why are you so mean? You said, I'm not mean.
I'm not mean.
You just interrupted me.
Paver, was that mean for me today?
You're interrupting me.
No, I think that you can speak as mean as you want because this is political atmosphere. It is not
You can speak as mean as you want. Well, kill yourselves, nigger. You guys should all kill yourselves today. You're a bunch of fucking losers.
Wait, I said something to you that I went on.
Brad, you've done nothing in this life. You haven't had a family. You haven't had a wife. You haven't produced anything creative.
Wait. You want to fucking go on there, little fucking guy? I'm not the one that fucking went around Clubhouse for a year talking about my fucking experience. You, bragged about your experience wanting to be a fucking school shooter. No, then you wanted to fucking go on and talk about how you wanted to go to school. Then you said, hey, you know what? I'm a fucking cultural reject because you fucked a tranny and you're in some Airbnb for a night and then you went back for more and hooked up with it. So again, you're a fucking piece of shit. And you want to talk about my late wife? You can go ahead and fucking do that. You want to talk about my kids? Let's go ahead.
Call me a nigger. He ain't going to have
Oh, fuck. He can say whatever he wants to. That motherfucker.
Trash bag, don't you? Nice. I don't know why you said this.
being more mean, but when you reach the limitations, border of the meaning, being mean, then you are out of the loop. But being mean is not a problem.
Yeah, my friend, you think that you'd be pushing for solidarity between Jewish people and black people, but you're saying the
anybody see that coming?
He isn't a Jewish man. He was a fucking wannabe school shooter. That's who he fucking was. Motherfucker went on here, went to gun rooms going, I can't stop thinking about blowing up a school. That was fucking trash bag. And he's like some fucking Canadian reject wannabe fucking Bear Grylls motherfucker who can't figure out a way to get out of a mall parking lot. Sometimes I swear to God, we do in the conservative Republican rooms, we do collect some of the worst people. But then I'll go to the liberal rooms and I'll be like, they have the same problem too. So it's like, Beaver, it looks like our party does collect herpes, both sides.
Those rooms are fucking worse.
Can't have the underwear of humanity without a few stains.
For the peace, we need to kick Mullah out of the politic of the world.
Thank you.
Anybody can know our feelings, those just bust balls. You don't seem entirely stupid.
Oh, it takes a lot more than that to get me going. I'm having a good morning. Now I'm going to have my coffee.
So you were correct, Ranger. It is 60, up to 60% of our debt is entitlements from what I'm saying. So that's like about, what, 24 trillion?
Yep. And the point I was trying to make is those entitlements don't even, they're fucking scraps. They don't even cover basic living expenses. And it's bankrupting us. So yes, it would be great if everything could be provided for. But we can't even provide the essentials, and it's going to take us under.
I think we should cut entitlements.
Yeah, I think so too, because they're so inconsequential, yet they're taking us out. Like this whole liberal bullshit. It's fucking shit. They don't give a fuck about anyone. They don't.
Make it a tournament where they have to fight on TV like UFC for your entitlements.
Like all of this shit can easily be discounted and seen for what it is if people just put up the numbers.
Rooster, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So you believe that liberals are misguided on their attempt to help America?
Yes. I think the majority are misguided, being manipulated by a very, very small group of people who know exactly what they're doing.
But you also believe that liberals are doing this on purpose because they don't care.
Yes.
And do you think that there are some people on this planet who know what they are doing?
Not doing it on purpose because they don't care. They care.
No.
They care about a very different result than what you. Sorry, I'm making an assumption here about what you believe.
They want the votes.
Bro, my speaker did cut out on Rooster. Can you say that again?
It's more than just wanting the votes. They want power.
I promise you, there is nobody on this planet who knows what he or she is doing.
And just like people were saying, when you're given too much, you have no need to want anything more. That is exactly what the liberal leadership wants. And when I say the liberal leadership, I don't mean classic liberalism in the sense of freedom of expression, freedom of association, freedom of the pursuit of happiness, agree to disagree, but liberal in the sense of the Democratic Party they want you to hand over your will. They want complete control and sublimation. They don't give a fuck about you.
Down to.
If it is not up to one person to take over the world. If it was like that, Mullah was the king of the world by now. They had the means, they had the willingness
comprehensive is.
They so naive and so blindsided that recently, just last night, this report came out of California. The Chinese once pleaded guilty from working with the Chinese government. Like she was a spy for the Chinese government and pushed pro-Chinese propaganda. She's being charged right now. The Democrat Party.
Wasn't that the craziest story?
Yeah, man, it's not crazy to me.
I mean, I haven't seen.
Yeah, it is.
Did you see her videos where she's doing like the kick in the air, the back kick, and she's like running down the stairs? It's just crazy. Go on.
I got to do some more research on her, but I was just like seeing it, and it's like the sad part that it's shocking and not shocking at the same time, knowing that these Democrats are so like naive, ignorant, and just it just reminds me of Tim Walz. I was just talking about before that report came out. I was saying like how Tim Walz spent a lot of his time in China, and he in the government. What I can see, he's like the biggest pro-Chinese person we ever chose as a vice president or running mate, whatever, right? And he spent like years in China. Tim Walz, Kamala vice president. Could you, man? We have to really take control and understand that we are being manipulated. As Chinese are pumping billions of propaganda in our country.
War that just broke in California.
Eileen Wang. Wang Chung.
She's not the first. I remember Newsom 2 years ago going to China, test driving the BYD cars, and he was like nothing but Kool-Aid smiles and oh my God, it's a great car. And I don't know, a lot of people don't know this, that in California, one of the buses is like an electric bus that's made by BYD. The cars are not here, but he pushed to get that BYD and gave them that contract. Governor Walz, I mean not Governor, but Newsom, Governor Newsom. So they are sellouts. Well, they might before cared a little bit, but right now they are beholden with so many different elements outside this country. They care more about non-Americans than Americans at this point, and want open borders. And I'm like, about 2 years ago, or maybe 2.5 years ago, maybe 3, I would never even consider, like, man, that's just conspiracy theory. People just talking shit about the Democrats, blah, blah, blah. But no, it's real. Like, it is a real serious issue. They're out here saying, I want a fucking open border. I don't care if a billion people come up in here. It's crazy. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
That's true. That has been going on for a long time. I think people are just finding out now.
I think all of this bullshit about white against black and who's on what team, I think it's living its last days, to be honest. People are tired of it. They're looking around and they're looking at each other and they're thinking to themselves, I'm not against you, and you're not against me. We think we are, but we're both fucking losing.
Exactly. We both lose.
Like, white, I'm sorry to piss people off, but white people are starting to see, like,
Now you all are.
we're on the fucking field too. This whole country's a fucking plantation. This whole world has become a plantation.
Who we try to tell you?
But Rooster, you gotta understand that a lot of people from outside, people come from outside of the country. They use divide and conquer tactics on us, and one of the major things they use is race, because we do have issues and have come from a history. So what's her name? From Somalia. What's her name? Ilhan Omar, right? She come from Somalia as a refugee. She comes to this country and she say, racism, oh my God, these white people, oh my God. What the fuck did you know about racism in our country? Like, you never really, like, your parents never speak, like, what the fuck is going on? And then you married a white man. And they just use divide and conquer on this man. And they just, you know, our, indifferences, they use it against us. But when the country fails, all of us fail. We're all going to feel the hurt and pain when the country collapses. And then these people outside of America, they don't give a fuck. Like she said before, hey, I can just go back to Somalia. I'm okay with that. And they just want to siphon our wealth, our resources, and that's it. From what I can see, they don't have any, and they would use any tactics available to do it. Because the more divided we are, the weaker we are.
Yeah, they don't give a shit. They're the biggest scammers. And not only that, has anyone thought to ask, Omar, like, if this country's so racist, how the fuck did they let you in the first place?
It's really.
He stole a shit ton of money, organized a big web of a scheme, and married her brother, and then went to a small beginning after 100,000 people were flocked to it.
I was going to say that too. You're inbred ass. Marrying your brother. Now, I understand it was probably a logistical thing to get him into the country, but how did that not raise any red flags in the immigration process? How did she get into the country? By the way,
It needs to be a revamp. Somalis they tend to get in through as asylum seekers.
I think that the people would change their behavior when their status changes. For example, when she wanted to enter the country, she was defending that rights of that woman. But when she sees her rights against them, they won't react like human anymore. For example, if they were the people who were their own officers to accept or reject them inside the United States, they would have rejected themselves because they would have seen the other person around the table against their willingness and against their direct rights. They did not believe in the short pain and long term gain, and that is the long story. They need to be guided by the system. They cannot plan a system.
I forget what point we were trying to make.
Does anybody think that Creed was a good band?
I mean, they were talented as musicians.
Technically good, yeah.
Yeah, I think they were grossly underrated. Now that I look back.
I won't go that far.
That's because you're getting old. What about Nickelback?
You're not fucking American.
I'm just kidding.
I like the Cranberries.
A Linkin Park came on in my shuffle yesterday.
You're what?
My playlist on shuffle. So I sometimes
Oh, we're jumping.
Oh, I thought you said supple.
The black guy? No. What's the
Was it the Linkin Park Jay-Z mashup encore?
Nah, it was some problem Meteora. I think it was Faint.
I don't know that one.
I'm trying to remember the lyrics. Don't turn your back on me. I can't take it anymore. Stuff like that. It might have been Faint. What was Bieber asking?
Swarm Beaver had a good question. Swarm.
Don't turn your back on me. I won't be. That one?
If y'all know me, you know my song. Fat Pimpin'.
What?
Fat Pimpin'.
Fat pimpin'?
Fat. F-A-T. Fat.
Fat pimpin'. I don't know that one. I know
Fat,
big
he's making fun of my list.
no big pimpin'.
Oh, same song. Sorry.
Is that literally the song you're?
Yeah, Big Pimpin'. I call it Fat Pimpin'. My family knows.
That was the Notorious B.I.G., not Jay-Z.
Gangster.
You know that's a good song.
Do you guys think music is worse now than ever, or
I think you kind of, sort of. There's like a. It also, I would say, whenever music labels ended up dropping bands have always been notoriously hard to work with. Mainly, you have to keep them together, which is it's problem. So they more or less started marketing individuals, but I feel like there's so like I have an appreciation for musical artists from like the 90s and before. Like they used to have to record their music live. A little before the 90s, you'd have to do everything from start to finish. Like there were no retakes. There were retakes. You'd have to do actually many takes, but they couldn't really edit shit out that easily. But it was just that the tape recording process was like
yeah, the whole process. But I was watching some old like music, groups the other day on YouTube or whatever, and it's amazing how they had to get it right the first time. There's, like I said, there's no auto-tune, no filling in, none of this other crap. So when it came down to it, they really had to have a voice, It's just really amazing to see how far Americans come in that respect. That's my only question. I'm like, are we getting like to a point where musicians are lazy and how they go about their business? Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing.
You have K-pop nowadays. Like, what the fuck is that shit?
Bro, if it's owned by a label, it's trash. Period. The end. If it's all indie music, is the only music worth giving time.
I'm waiting to see AI's Drake. And what I mean by that is, listen, like Drake's got a new album coming out.
Excuse me, good morning. I just got a phone call saying that Trump had a stroke. Someone check that, please. I just got that phone call. That Trump had a stroke, a massive stroke.
You sound like you've had a stroke.
It's not funny. It's not funny.
You wouldn't have understood that before us, I promise you.
You need to slow down. I told you
It's
about
not funny. It's not funny.
Matt. Is this a safe space?
I don't know. This is how you want it. Since you're in there, it is semi-safe.
Peter, slow down and pronounce your words. You were doing good. Just slow down, pronounce your words, and we'll have a good conversation. You got this.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that now the stage is semi-safe. It was safe 2 years ago.
Peter got a bean. What's going on, y'all? What y'all talking about? I heard the music discussion. Shout out to the music.
Yeah, I want to continue that. You have any popular music?
To go online, any artist to get any real good music. There's an artist called Fritz Kiwi Juice. Yes, he's gonna go by FKJ. He plays everything live. He uses a looper, but he plays everything live. Go give it a try.
FKJ.
Well, to what he was and I was saying, yeah, independent artists to me, that's where it's at. I spent many years in the game, and it's difficult when you're signed to a major. There was a lot of shiesty things that were going on, payola, buying your own music to make the numbers look good. There was a lot of BS that went on. I do want us to return to tangibles, CDs. A lot of people are now into, getting the 1200 techniques and playing actual vinyl. Those are the days. I'm from that era, and I remember recording sessions with Ampex tape, reel to reel, and we're going again, and hold on, let me rewind the tape. I remember when Pro Tools came out, I hated it. To me, I thought Pro Tools sounded like AM radio. I was like, what is this? Like, nah, we're going to record digitally now. I hated it. It's just a different sound you would get with the Ampex, with the analog, with the reel to reel. And yeah, there's been a lot of evolution in the industry. Anyone can make music now. You know where to buy the mic. You can go and get your Fruity Loops or your sampler or your this or your that, and it's just over flooded. But if you have a niche on the indie side, you can make a lot of money from merchandising to these little pop-up shows, touring on your own, get your little band and get a van and find your audience. Now with analytics, you can see who likes you and who wants you, and get you a little indie promoter or booking agent, and there's money to be made. A lot of people don't know, Taylor Swift is an indie artist. Like, what? Yeah, she's one of the smart ones. She's killing it. She takes care of her people. She buys them boats and shit. Like, it's the artist and how much they're willing to support those that support them. And then you have the assholes who don't give a shit about their crew. And it's all about me. And the overhead is killing them. And, I'm curious of what the future holds for the music industry. I'm glad I got out because it's very cutthroat. So that's me in a nutshell.
When did you start recording? The streaming model is broken, by the way. Like, what do you think of the streaming aspect? Like,
I think streaming. Yeah, streaming. The song "Happy" by Pharrell streamed more than 1 billion times, and he made something like $300,000, which ain't shit. If you look at the splits on how they, and Anthony and I had this back and forth a while ago. My numbers were off. I admitted it, but the way they count streams as to a song going gold, to me that shit is trash. I like the days of I sold 500,000 copies of this CD. That was gold. I get it. People are like, no, but the streaming is different. But financially, what the artist gets per stream compared to what an indie might get off of actual tangible sale, it's way different now. That's why these guys are out here hurting.
When you start producing, July?
Didn't produce. I was a tour manager, so I moved artists. Throughout the United States, Europe, Southeast Asia, Australia. I've been to Africa a bunch of times. It was great, and I toured from like 97 to like 2000 and I don't know, maybe 2016, 17. That's when I stopped. And then I get a few gigs here and there, but I moved on to another career. But once in a while, I get that call. I miss it. I loved it. But it's high stress. And it was a model of no show, no dough. So when the tour ended, I had no, I wasn't on anyone's payroll. So at the end of the tour, that was it. I had to go find another one. But the money was great. So
what do you play?
Was the money getting better the further you were into your career? Like,
yeah, definitely got better. Because I started as a roadie. I was a bad boy, and I eventually worked my way up. There's room for growth. I worked my way up to tour manager / production manager, and I could charge what I want. I would always aim high. I would always overcharge. And if they said, okay, we'll pay that, I'd be like, yes, got it. It was like that.
And just generally, was money flowing more to your side of things as the industry got bigger?
Definitely, because I called touring at a frontier.
Artists, again, sales wasn't the thing that made artists, in my opinion, make a lot of money. It was hitting the road, selling out those arenas, or selling out those stadiums, and touring like all of through Europe, and artists charging $500,000 to $1 million per show, and that's what I would see the budget. I'm like, this is what I want. You want me to go leave my family for X amount of days? This is what I want per week. And yeah, I definitely think towards the end of my career, I was making a good amount of money. But again, I decided to change. I'm glad I pivoted because COVID hit and everybody was nobody was touring. There were no shows, and that industry got hit hard in my opinion.
It seems to be a resurgence now. Like if you were in it right now, it seems like there'd be more like money than ever.
It depends on who you're with. You gotta strike gold. You gotta get with. A lot of times now, in my opinion, these artists they'll take their friends instead of somebody like me that knows the road, knows budgeting, and knows what it takes. A lot of these guys are kind of learning on the fly, and a lot of times, the big boys, the booking agents, who just got in trouble? What's this guy? Live Nation will send someone. So they kind of cut me out because they know the road, they know the venues. Hey, we got you. We got a guy here that knows the road. He'll be your tour manager instead of somebody like me. That should be so, it is what it is.
I'm waiting for the artist that takes the Drake route in the sense that Drake and his team leverage social media to dominate the industry for over, what is it? He's got to be 20 years now and counting. Someone's going to do the same with AI, and they're not going to need a team. They're going to be themselves. And they're going to be the artist, they're going to be the tour manager, they're going to be the marketing, they're going to be the merchandising, they're going to be the agent, they're going to be everything. And I think that's going to happen. I think the mathematics of it is such that there's so many artists out there. They're using AI. One of them is going to be business minded, like a Drake, say for instance, and they're just going to, they're probably going to own the market, not 20 years or 30, but 40. You get an 18-year-old that dominates the industry. I mean, Jay-Z's still rapping, and he's what, 55, 60? So you get someone that starts at like 18 years old, they can be an artist if they're consistent, and if they're like a generational voice, 40 years. Like, I really think that could happen.
I agree.
And what's even better is, like, the technology is so great now that, yeah, I see some pretty, I can see a lot of, like,
What's your picture?
Rolling loud. You white people are something else, all right?
No, you think so. I think that you are racist.
I'm sorry, Peter. You're right.
That's wild, man. Come on stage, talk about you white people or something else. This is amazing.
Well, I just left this concert and them niggas was throwing garbage cans and all type of stuff. What's your name? Peter, do you consider yourself white?
No, I consider myself a person who believes.
Believes what?
No, breathe. B-R.
Oh, breathe. Breathe.
Yes.
Okay. So you're not white.
I think that this is the same genetic around the world with a little ups and downs, slightly different. Just the atmosphere of living has changed it slightly. For example, in the color of the skin or something. But that is the same chromosomes genetic. A lot of people try not to understand that.
wasn't only. I thought the word you used was only.
I didn't say only. I said that affects groups of people.
It only affects certain groups of people. Only. That you use the word only. Yes.
Yeah, because there are some. Right? I'm not going to use a fringe case of 0.02%. I'm going to use the 68%, right? And I don't know what you're trying to say right now because I misspoke and used the word only and made it very exclusive, right? But maybe I misspoke and I should have said diseases that affect groups of people largely, right? That has something to do with something. It could be environmental because genetics is not all hereditary. A lot of genetics are affected by environmental factors, so it definitely be environmental, right? But scientists say a lot of races of people, they even have diseases for races, right? I'm not making this up, am I? You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
There's like,
what the fuck are we talking about?
No, you're right. One second, guys. So, like, there's words that keep on getting bandied up. It's okay.
I didn't make up what I'm saying. So everybody in the room have a good day with dumbass Anthony trying to overtake the room and dominate.
I stepped away for a minute. What's going on? What happened?
She came on stage on like a million, like, and hello, she was on some, y'all white people or something else. And then she, wants to talk about, diseases that only, yeah, that's all good. Yeah. So, anyway, he wants to talk about diseases that only affect certain races. Like, racially obsessed. Racial obsessive syndrome. She was out of control.
I think she was just getting around with that concert picture.
I mean, she's a troll. She comes in here, not Patty, she's Jassy, she comes in, she antagonize us to talk shit to everybody. I mean, that's the same Jassy we've known for years. That's what she does.
I actually think she wasn't trying to play out of that. Like, I came in on that. I'm like, Jazzy's already gone. That's Jazzy word right there.
I just said, what's your picture, Jazzy? And she said, oh, you white people. And to me, she was just getting around.
But then people you're descent almost exclusively get. I mean, there's weird things that, like, Jews get taste sacks, so do the fuck are those Cajuns. I mean, there is a genetic component that comes from certain people, certain regions.
Yeah, like sickle cell.
Yeah. I agree with that 100%. But the term, she said only, and then she's like, a lot of diseases. Like, these are nebulous terms. How many diseases are a lot of diseases?
Some people have bad habits. For example, me and my other cousin have different potentials. We are from the same family, not just the same race.
Well, I love Jazzy, but I wonder about her motives most of the time. I wonder.
Man. It was higher than 114.
You know what's crazy though? Is you came up on stage and said the highest. Like, yeah, it's higher now than it is in 3 years by what, half a point or something like that.
But it is the highest.
So, but wait, hold on. But why did when it was done to like your candidate or the candidate you support, but then you're going to cherry pick the year set to be able to get those numbers and get some arbitrary point.
The only thing I find hypocritical, very, very hypocritical amongst some of the folks in speech here is that during the Biden years, when Biden is fucking up the economy, things are so expensive, gas prices are so expensive. However, the tables have now turned. Inflation is at 3.8%. Gas has hit the highest thing.
I mean, you just did a comparison. 9% to 3. Guys, buckle up. You guys better start hoarding eggs. You know what? Get farms, get chickens, you start planting cucumbers in pots, boil water and store it in jars.
And like, oh, the Iran war is the best thing that Trump is ever doing.
No one said no one ever.
He's saving America from nuclear annihilation. Oh, short-term pain for long-term gain. This is all bullshit.
Wait, I'm glad you said that because this Isn't that what was said during the Biden administration? You know, basically really hostile crime. We had massive things around the world. And no, Biden wasn't solely blamed for the economy. What was actually blamed was figure out, hey, in 3 years, the highest inflation in 3 years. Trump's been in office 2, and you're going to go back 1 more year just to hang on the tail end of Biden. Yeah, so it's kind of weird. And then you're going to go hyperbolic because it's 3%. Sit down. We'll get to you, little boy, in a little bit. We'll figure it out and we'll move on.
I didn't mean to derail this. I apologize.
So, what was the core inflation number, Ben? What was the core inflation number?
The what?
Core inflation number. Core.
I don't know. I haven't checked. Interesting. So what was it?
I just left from. They said it's the highest. I don't want to talk about inflation. What?
No, Jesse, what they did is they wrote an article because I know, but Ben wanted to make a point. It's called the hit piece. It's an attempt at a puff piece for the Democrats to kind of win on midterms, and that's what Ben's doing is regurgitating really dumb op-ed.
What are the two major things starting this 2 years?
Ben, he kept inflation that.
Are you fucking serious?
Yes.
What do you guys drink? What kind of Kool-Aid do you guys drink?
What the fuck are you drinking? Like, is that cup so tasteful out of Joe Biden's fucking cock that you just like swallow it and you can't get enough of it?
Hold on, Brad. Let me. So what you just said was the
What did he say? I didn't hear what he said. He rants a lot. I didn't hear what he said.
Oh wait, rant a lot, motherfucker! You came on stage, the highest inflation ever. You keep licking the ball sack of the Democrat Party. Shut down, because I would put you in the shut the fuck up section. I don't give a shit. What you said was it's the highest inflation in 3 years. Motherfucker, you don't know what the inflation numbers are. You don't know exactly what it is. You read an op-ed piece on TikTok. And then somehow or another, between presidencies and try to cherry pick a Biden that had a relatively peaceful period. Okay. Like, what are you going to do? In the last 2 years and 7 months, Trump did this. It's a change, okay? And it's 3 fucking %. Not 9%. Not fucking closing down small businesses. Not shutting down.
Now?
Yes, now we can.
Okay. So,
I had nothing to do with anything.
No, you didn't. It was my headphones. But quick question for Ben, because I mean I'm just a simple person, and you're saying this is the highest inflation since 2023. That means in 2023 inflation was no. Yes or no?
Trump got into office.
And who was the president? Who was the president in 2023? Same chair in 2026. That's gonna be the cause of inflation, you dumbass nigga. It don't have nothing to do with the president.
You're about to fuck up my brain for the day. But let me go back to what I was saying. When Biden left office in 2024, inflation was at 2.9%. And if you know how to do math, 3.8 is higher than 2.9%. I would think you know that, right? Now, Trump got into office January 20th, 2024, right?
Oh, would you look at that? We had the same federal.
The president
doesn't control the economy. He doesn't even hold the purse, right? So all these things that you guys like to blame, I don't even like Biden. I'm not going to blame him for high inflation in 2023. I'm not.
I just want you to make a little bit of sense. You think Jerome Powell is the reason the inflation numbers are going up, and you don't think it's because
he's not the reason.
But no, but you mentioned though we've had the same Fed chair now, and that hopefully when he gets out in 2026, some things will change. Isn't that what he just said? Which clearly states that you think inflation
that the president is not the fault.
Fed chair.
Yes.
I can attribute 2 major things Trump did. The stupid,
well, you just believe anything. The tariffs were being illegal. And if you support a company that makes billions of dollars, the
birthday for dumbass people to go out there and help her, right? All you guys do is suck corporate dick. And you don't even understand how corporations are ruining the economy. They're ruining America, but you think it's Trump. And he's trying to save your dollars and your bottom line. You don't get it.
I think that you don't understand the meaning of the money. Just because they are rich, you want to take their money. It has some kind of consequences, actions and reactions.
I don't want to take their money. I want to pay people a living wage.
These actions, each one of them in economical point of view, especially in economies like United States, each one of them has meaning. For example, if you are with the capitalist, then you cannot overtax the billionaires. You can support the people who are.
And this is the problem. Niggas like you are the problem. Niggas like you are the problem. I don't care about Jeff Bezos, right? They pay a lot of taxes. We're not talking about that. What I'm talking about is people that work for them, getting slave labor. And if you're going to raise the cost of living, you have to raise the wages. You have to pay people a living wage. So keep the cost of living down or bring.
I was saying that actions and reactions need to have some kind of similarity and meaningfulness. For example, when you are defending the capitalism and liberalism, everybody's tax is being counted like how it is and how it was. And the level of predictability comes to the measurement. For example, the Federal Reserve cannot change the inflation rate out of something, out of nowhere. This could damage the
Yes, they can.
economy.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Somebody with that expertise to discuss this with you. Just pronounce
Peter, the fact that you're saying the Federal Reserve can't do that and they just tried to subpoena Jerome Powell because he did that, you don't know what you're talking about. No. He's doing it.
That's why they try.
And they're trying to hold him accountable. So, Peter, you saying that they can't do that, that's what they've been doing. Of whatever they should have done. They're doing it. They're doing it. And you're over here telling me, oh, you want to take rich people's money. No, I don't want to take rich people. No one, I never said anything about overtaxing them, you dumb fuck. I said they're ruining the... Bro, a tariff is a good thing when this country pays tariffs. Why do you think all the companies move their bases to other countries? So they don't have to pay the tax that American companies have to pay. Bro, no, it's not diversifying, you fucking idiot.
Yo, get this immigrant off my stage.
Yo, this is what I'm saying, yo, America, everyone from other countries think that you should pay for their lifestyle. They want you to pay for their jobs, right? Inflation is at an all-time high, and they don't give a fuck. He's trying to tell me it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's Trump's fault, but it's okay.
It is not okay, but it needs to be discussed in non-political discussions and with the experts who have...
Peter, this needs to be discussed with people that live in America, not a motherfucking immigrant. We don't need you to talk about our economy. You don't know what you're talking about. You just said the Fed chair cannot change the inflation rate at any given time. And yet...
Sorry, you can't remove me too because I have never seen my mom for the last 2 years. I cannot stand something.
No, you should bring her up. Let's hear more of us.
Wait. You said that you haven't seen your mom in 3 years and that's why you're not going to insult her?
I cannot stand, yes, I cannot stand that. I would leave or she would leave. You can't remove me.
What does that have to do with not seeing
Are
your
y'all
mom?
serious right now, Matt and Beaver?
You know, I brought you up with that.
He dropped me.
But he said he hasn't seen his mom in 3 years. What the hell does that have to do with anything?
Call me racist. But you called me and you want to stay on the stage.
Because I said motherfucker?
No, Peter, that's just an expression. She's not talking about
This why you can't talk American shit with non-Americans.
No, but Peter's funny. He just doesn't know that it's special.
He don't know shit. You're right.
I was with the economic
Peter, don't take
What the fuck?
He's not talking about your mother.
Yo, hey, Peter, I'm not gonna. I can't do this shit, bro. I can't stand men sometimes. Like, it's just you gotta swing the dick in my face. I know you have a dick, Peter. I see. You're a man. You don't have to swing your dick in my face, bro.
Peter, she meant no disrespect. It's just a figure of speech. She's not talking about your mother.
I didn't say you can't. I said you shouldn't. We don't want to talk about our economy with you. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, well, Peter, what if she was talking about the situation in Iran and it would piss you off?
But you're making points I didn't make. You're talking about taxing the rich. Don't let me finish. She's a fucking dickhead. I don't want to talk anymore. Fuck her. Fuck you, bitch. Nigga, shut the fuck up. You interrupted me, you son of a fucking... Listen. Fuck you. Fuck your mom.
Whoa, doctor, he hasn't seen his mom in 3 years. What the hell? What would you say?
Well, I hope he sees her soon. Go see your mom. But fuck her at the same time. I don't care what you came here with, you fucking immigrant. And guess what? I didn't come nowhere, bitch. I was born here. And so was my mom. And so was her mom. And so was her mom. And so was her mom. But we didn't come nowhere with shit. You fucking bag-packing, fucking hummus-eating, fake-ass, Aryan son of a fucking biscuit-eating, bulldog-ass Negro.
Never thought I would hear the day that Peter would be called Negro. Wow.
He's not motherfucker.
Right now. So is it fine for the Americans to speak now?
Well, then you should shut the hell up, then.
Are you fucking serious? You don't talk to an American like that, please. Okay? So
you just became legally an American. You're not even American.
But I'm an American, right?
No. Is that what makes you an American? Or can I be African if I move to Africa? Can I be Chinese if I move to China? Can I be Chinese if I move to China then? Can I be Chinese?
American, right?
No, you're not. You're legally. You're under.
Same shit y'all Americans do, right?
But you're not an American though. You should know that. We should change. Here's what I believe. If
roll with it.
Well, if you were an American, you would know that we don't drink tea in the morning. That's
Back to now. This is an American stage speaking. Am I allowed to speak?
No. So what we should think about in America, guys, is that when we think about immigration, legal immigration, illegal immigration, it doesn't matter. You know, I don't care if they're peacefully coming or non-peacefully. They're taking over my culture. I don't want that, guys. I want us as Americans to, and you know what culture? This is the disrespect. Immigrants will come in and say, my culture of food and yelling is better than your culture. Our culture is innovation. Our culture is true free market capitalism of working hard, right? This is our culture. Our culture is Henry Ford. Our culture is Thomas Edison, right? What is your culture? What weird, backwards African booty scratching, ooga booga place did you come from?
Cry me a reaver.
That's what I thought.
Ignorant idiot.
Tell me what culture you came from, you ooga booga.
Be done? Okay. Back to some adult conversation. Jesse left. I was gonna just you things, but
I didn't leave. I was fucking removed by a racist diving bastard.
Who the fuck would remove it? I'm a bit loud in there, man. What did he say to her? Thank you. Sorry.
Not the Timu version.
You mentioned that inflation, that Trump improved the inflation after he took over from Biden. That is wrong as well. Biden left Trump at an inflation rate of 2.8 or 2.9%. Now it's back up to 3.8%. However, like I said, I'm enjoying this conversation. This
in your chat as well. And everyone, I want you to do is a little step with me. Type in Google who sets the inflation rate. In the United
So you're going to say, look at how bad this is, and it's like it's some hit piece, but you think people can't fucking realize and remember that the interest rates under your buck broken Obama Biden was fucking shit, right? He shut down, he fucking wrecked the economy. You know why? Because you guys profited off of it. You guys fucking closed businesses. You impacted fucking millions and billions of fucking people on the planet. And then you sat there and said, you told Americans, oh, this isn't real. You guys just don't understand economics. Well, I'm going to tell you the same thing you told the American people. You don't understand economics. And you're selectively trying to manipulate stats, which, you know what, fair to your dumbasses, very easy to do. But you, on the other hand, want to select a period to go ahead. So let's take a bigger one had the highest inflation rates. Careful, I'll ask for one.
You're not a fucking
Careful.
I know that you feel like you're all powerful when you get
I'm not all powerful, dude. I know you worship me like a god. I know I'm your white Sandy. Okay, so now we got that straightened out. Which one had the highest inflationary period? Which one? Tell me. Come on. It's really easy. You have two choices. You have a 50-50 shot at getting it right. It's A, Biden, or B, Trump.
He's got to run. He's got to run.
Now he's got to run. Now you got to run.
Go back to that booty scratching African country.
Hold on.
All right, Keegan, that's enough.
Two house league notes. One is Venice or resident. Yes. DES residents. You actually get some space here. But I just want to be transparent. That's literally what is still on stage.
Well, no, that's fine. I'm not packing him up too hard. I'm allowing it to be lube before I slap it in. So, Ben, I'm still waiting for that answer.
No, I'll get it.
I know. You're pretending you have a job. Okay, so again, we all have meetings. We all have jobs. Oh, finally. Okay.
Second point I was going to make. Jassie's your birthday. Is that what I heard?
It was on Saturday.
Oh, happy birthday. Everybody wish Jassie happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Jazzy.
Thank you so much.
Hey, I just wanted to clear that up. Ben is our resident. Yes, I let him do his thing or whatever, you know.
We need him. I'm not gonna lie, we need him.
Well, because it shows the ignorance,
Yeah.
stupidity. That's why I have him up here. I want to know. If it was somebody else, I probably would have tossed him a long time ago. Just let everybody know.
Well, there's better arguments to be made on why the Trump administration is doing a bad job. The arguments, though, against the economy, when we just had a global pandemic and we had the country shut down, as Viking said, which is correct, is we shut down millions and millions of small businesses around this country. That's going to have an effect on the economy, whether or not you want to see it. It's going to be long-term effects. We know that it's going to take years and years for recovery. So instead of having the argument of the economic side of their administration, I think the better argument is how has he done with the immigration side? Has he deported? Has he done mass deportations? What does mass deportations truly look like? And do you think that he's doing a good job at that? And I ask anyone who's still in support of the Trump administration, do you think mass deportations have happened? If they have not happened, do you think they will happen? And what does that truly look like? Go ahead.
Can I
Keegan, as it relates to your question, I'm sorry, yeah. So, Keegan, as it relates to your question, I think that he has not done mass deportations. And I think that he's coming against like certain structural issues, and it's like the Democrat, the liberals coming into the country. And I think he's done a stellar job as it relates to that. I think people have fallen back from even attempt. How do you feel about legal immigration? Do you think it's necessary? Do you think that it's integral into having America maintain its dominance in the world, or do you think we don't really need it?
with all legal immigration. I mean, that's crazy. Even the most strictest countries, like Japan, still allows a form of legal immigration. So I'm not against fully legal immigration, but I am against this idea that just because you're a legal citizen does not mean that you came here ethically, does not mean that manipulated the system. A lot of these H-1Bs applicants, right? They manipulate, they use fake shell companies to then get green card, to then go through the immigration process. So we have a system that has rewarded people who are manipulating our immigration system. That's our fault. I want to make that very clear. You know, when Indians cheat the system, it's their culture. I get it. And it's our fault for allowing our system to be cheated. But so I'm against this idea that all this legal immigration is a good thing. That we just want legal. No, we want reformed immigration in this country. We want people to stop exploiting our systems, exploiting our government welfare systems that we've put in place for American people, who've been here for generations, who have gone through actual hardships, served in our country's military, who have died on the fronts, who have gone through all sorts of financial struggle, from literally their family going from the Great Depression to the recession in 2008 to the COVID. I mean, truly, people have gone through actual financial burden that we want to help now. I'm fine with forms of socialism, forms of like government assistance, but for American people, not these immigrants who come in here legally and then just are able to utilize our systems to their benefit. So I'm not for this. I want a reformed idea of it. So go ahead, John.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, you know what, Black Americans, not me, but they were asking for reparations and shit. I think white people should have given it to them.
Man, shut the hell up about that.
Well, I'm just saying, now you've got non-Americans getting that money and they're not benefiting you guys. At least we would have benefited America, you know? I'm just saying, it's kind of funny to me that all the immigrants are getting money now.
It's not a race thing.
It's not. I made it.
Yeah.
I made it one.
I got the right. Bring a pony into the interview.
Don't be you just stick out their ass.
So,
I'm not gonna stick up my ass. Maybe you do.
If we're like, alright, I think that to limit immigration, it would like hamper us. It wouldn't help us. I think that we improve our system. Absolutely, there's no question about that. You raised some valid points, but you know, like if you take away an Elon Musk, he came here illegally, arguably. You know, he definitely, you know, didn't come and under the guise like he's an immigrant, right? Like, I'm talking about some of the most consequential people in the history of the world. Like, you know, no less than Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. Like, you know, the immigration was integral. You know, like, we can just go on and on and on.
But Anthony, and I agree with your idea that there are immigrants who have shaped our country. I mean, look at freaking Alexander Hamilton, right? I mean, he wrote half of the Federalist Papers. I understand he's been in America anyways, right? And Jeff Bezos was, he's an American. He's a second generation American. So that, I don't know what that really point is, other than that, yeah, I mean, grew from a single mother, but he's also, I think he was adopted by his mother, remarried. Anyways, I don't know the full story of it. But these stories of individuals, I'm fine. If you're from India, but your parents are doctors and venture capitalists, and you guys made it, then we also need to take the other 30,000 Indians, or 100,000, or 200,000 Indians, or we need to take the 100,000 Mexicans as well. No, I say no to that, because their benefit is the benefit of these neo-capitalists who say we would rather pay cheap labor here in America than the American civilian. We would rather pay cheap labor, exploit the individual who are willing to live in the slums of America because the slums of America is better than their best in their country. And I say no, because that's him, because he's a legal immigrant. He runs away, he cries. Oh my gosh. But you realize, and someone who's a 911 operator talked about it, they go, actually, welfare checks are being used by illegal immigrants to just make sure their kids are okay when they're with them, when they're sick. Because they know that then they can get, because they don't have health insurance, they get a free ambulance ride and go into the ER. So they use welfare checks. Think about this. They use our police to escort them to hospitals when their children are sick. And it's all paid for by us, the taxpayer. So, like, these individuals are exploiting, even if they're legal, they like to exploit our systems. They don't get health insurance because they don't have good jobs. They're getting paid crap and no money at all. They're working on farms, and I get it. Like, I feel bad for the farmers who can't afford good labor because of a lot of regulations that they have to deal with. But there's a lot of issues, and I'm not saying I know all the solutions, but I do not like what we're doing right now.
So Keegan, there's overlap in your ideas, Mike. There's stuff that you said that I agree with, and I just within the conservative, there are people that believe that the United States doesn't need immigrants. There are people that have pushed that belief system. There's a rift within, you can argue MAGA in general, and MAGA specifically and conservatives in general, about whether or not the United States needs immigrants. I was wondering what side you came down on. I wasn't sure based on certain comments you made. Now you've made it clear that you have no problem with high quality immigrants coming to the country, and that's cool. So we really don't disagree. But there are definitely conservatives that are delusional, that think that we don't even need high quality immigrants, when that's one of the secret superpowers of the United States. If you look at the countries with the highest outflow of wealthy individuals, number one would be UK, and number two would be China. When you look at the destination for those people, number one would be Dubai, and number two would be the United States. So we do benefit greatly when we get those wealthy individuals that love that American lifestyle and love the freedoms of America. It bodes well for us when they bring their riches to this country, and it helps in a ton of different ways. So, and when you look at our top universities and you look at what the graduating class looks like, you can see the impact that those high quality immigrants are having on our society. But you have people that feel like, no, we don't need them. We're fine, and they're just ignoring reality, in my humble opinion.
And that's a good point. That's why I supported H-1B, but not to the extent that they were doing it. It's always going to be somebody to corrupt something good, and I think that's what's going on here, right? Like, you had high quality immigrants coming, and then they started letting refugees come, right? People with no quality just escaping oppression or whatever, and that's not always good, right? But it's like a humanitarian effort. I don't know, man. It's a double-edged sword. I don't like immigration. I don't like talking about it, rather. I think people should just apply to come here the right way, just like they require Americans to do when we move to other countries, because they really do. And we have to, I don't know if you guys watch 90 Day Fiancé, you can't stay in that country more than 90 days, or else they're going to deport your ass, right? So, I just think it should be a process that people have to follow, and a vetting process too, and we'll be better off.
I definitely agree with you. I definitely, think that we shouldn't, and we need to reform our system. Our system it doesn't work. The current system is overwhelmed. Number one. Number two, it incentivizes people coming here illegally. If they know for true, we get the our common country with illegal immigration. And then the benefits that were paid out, it was just crazy. Like, it made no sense. The resources that were just used on those people, it just made absolutely no sense. And then, now we have these people, these organized protesters that are going against ICE, that are trying to do their jobs. Like, all of this stuff, it's, you have people that literally hate America, looking for ways to destabilize America. That's all this bullshit is about. You got a bunch of Marxists trying to fuck up America from within. America's too strong to be attacked militarily, so they came up with the bright idea of destroying America from within.
And when do you think all this race talk started happening? Right after Wall Street.
Bruce?
The race war stuff.
I don't like any race war talk. Like, I'm not aware of race war talk.
Well, you know what I mean. The pitting against each other of the races happened right after Occupy Wall Street. White liberals wanted an answer for why their mortgages were going under, and that was the answer.
So
it wasn't that Wall Street is responsible.
Wall Street
then employed the media to do their bit.
From my perspective, a lot of the racial stuff, it happened after Obama. It was an unintended rebound effect from Obama in the Obama years. And, like, I think when Obama was running for office, that's peak Obama. That's the absolute best of Obama. The idea of Obama was so much better than the actuality of Obama. Like, that's where, like, I would trace a lot of the racial issues to was the Obama administration. That's where, I would trace it back to. That's where a lot of this nonsense started. You mean to be off, Mike? Do you want to say something?
No, I don't. Sorry, I'm reading something in relation to what you were saying.
Corey, what's up, champ? How you doing, man? I hope all is well. Good to see you.
Man, I like how you put that. That Obama, the campaigning was great in how he went about, obviously winning the election, what have you. He did all the right things. He did a great campaign, probably one of the best in history. And then, of course, him himself was obviously charismatic and obviously, as we know, a great orator. It could really fire up the base for his group. But then when it came to showtime and actually producing, in my opinion, I think like yours too, he ended up just being a big flop. Is that kind of like you're in the same sentiment? Yeah, okay. So it's unfortunate because there's a lot of potential. I thought there was a lot of potential, but when things went sour, I guess he kind of did go racial, and I do think we're feeling a little bit of the reverbs or the rebound on that. I'm with you on that.
Yeah, man, 1,000%, bro. And it's so unfortunate. Like, as a human being, I do find, a reason to empathize with him. But, like, I think that I thought he was smarter, man. Because the way he campaigned, everything he said was so spot on. And then to come into, to actually get into office and then to racialize everything. You know, like it was so bad, man. And I understand and I see it happen. I see it. I've seen it happen in other situations, but the blackity black mindset, it's infectious, man, and it's problematic. And this, you know, like you have people so obsessed with race, so obsessed that when you have like Supreme Court justices that say, well, you know, race should not be a factor in lawmaking. It shouldn't be a detriment. You shouldn't make laws that go against people on the basis of race. You shouldn't also make laws that are perceived to be beneficial to people based on the idea of race. You know, like you have people that are perfectly fine. Hell yeah, I agree 1,000%. There shouldn't be laws that are detrimental to people on race. That's abhorrent. That's evil. That's terrible. But then when you flip it, you say there shouldn't be laws that are beneficial to people based on race. Then they have a problem with that. Then they think that's a bad idea. That's terrible. That's wrong. There definitely needs to be laws that are beneficial. That's bullshit. And it goes against the ideals of this country. And you know, like having a problem with the dude like Clarence, it's so terrible. She is demonstratively stupid. She, you know, but people will sit down and pedestalize this chick. Put her up. You know, like there's so much wrong with the world right now. You know, we're in the upside down.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to your point, Anthony. I agree with it in the sense that you said the race stuff was kind of a rebound effect from Obama. But I think it's a little bit of a mistake to characterize it as a rebound simply because a rebound implies a reaction. Whereas, have you heard of the Bethesda emails? Yeah, so you understand that this was a preconceived notion to start infighting amongst racial groups to, you know, stoke flames and cause, you know, a reaction that would favor them.
Anthony, may I ask you a question, please, sir? I don't remember. I'm really bad with names. I know it was like 2013 when President Obama, like the Eagles Act or something like that, but it was allowing where like news agencies were allowed to like spin narratives where they could kind of change the truth and make it seem what they want. You know, and then we started like around 2013 getting like all this different version of media because everything was spun with a narrative. Do you think that had anything to do with like the racial divide that you're talking about?
Like the racial divide that I'm talking about, it came from like when Obama started with the whole, you know, if I had a son, he would look like Trayvon's. When like that Harvard professor that was detained by the police because somebody called and said that he was breaking into his house, like, you know, Harry Louis Gates, whatever. The way Obama handled that stuff, like, see, here's the thing with Obama. You know, he went into office with so much promise. What ended up happening was Obama was a disappointment to black people. Obama was also a disappointment to white people. There were people that felt that, black people that felt that Obama should have done more for black people. They legitimately feel that way. And it's embarrassing and it's dumb, but there are a lot of them. And then there are people, white people, that feel like Obama ran. He was asked, if you lost this election because, would it be because of your race? response was, no, it would be because I failed to convey, a series of ideas that gave the people enough hope and inspired them to vote for me. He immediately eviscerated the idea that it was about race. And then he went into office and, became a blackity black. He had, Al Sharpton. Listen, bro, I understand that you felt insulted that this guy is asking you for identification to, for law enforcement and provide him with the badge. Not get detained, not get handcuffed because you're obstinate and refusing. That doesn't make any sense. If I'm talking, if I'm talking to a young black man, if I'm talking to a young white man, guess what? I'm giving them the same exact advice. I'm going to tell them to be cooperative with law enforcement. I'm going to tell them to be respectful. I'm going to tell them to effectively communicate. This is what I'm going to tell them. It doesn't matter their race. I'm not going to tell a young black kid that you have to be twice as good, because that is affecting them with a sense of inferiority at the gate. I am going to give a young black person and a young white person the same exact advice. Now, is the world necessarily race neutral? Does racism exist in 2026? It sure the fuck does. But who gives a fuck? There are variables I can control, and there's variables I can't control. So I'm going to focus my attention on the variables I can control. All that other shit is fucking noise to me. And we got people that, they're race hustlers. And it's really unfortunate because in the so-called community, they have bought into a lot of the racial hustle. So that's where I'm at with it.
I agree. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I voted for Obama while I was in Iraq with an absentee ballot in 08. I had high hopes for him too.
It's a small, quiet stage. I would love for you to tell me, thank you for coming up, Nathan. I respect it. Respect you. Thank you for coming up. Is there something that I said that you disagree with? Let's talk about it.
I heard a little bit what you said. I had to take off my earpiece for a second. But, yeah, man, I think you said some great things. But I was talking to my white coworkers at the time and things like that. But Barack Obama was a letdown. I mean, I literally had white people that I was talking to, say, hey, we elected him. He was supposed to bring people together, help out the black community in certain type of ways to make it better, help out America to make it better. And, I think the greatest lesson to it is that be careful who you vote for in their background. And just because they're just a black-skinned person doesn't mean they have the history or the understanding. It's not knocking them as like they're just an evil person. No, they just don't understand that the history, now lineage and stuff like that, it matters. And more that I'm learning more about it, Barack Obama have taught me that, because he's not the same experience living in the mainland, to be honest with you. So and then he went to Indonesia.
I don't want to interrupt you, Nathan. The only reason, I want to kind of have a dialogue. So I don't want at points I might just want to address something you're saying. So there's an idea that you're pushing right now that I understand why you're pushing it, but I fundamentally disagree with it. I feel like if you have somebody that came from outer space, they're a human being, they're black, and they came from outer space, and they had no point of reference for anything. And, you just explain to them the rules of engagement in America, without knowing any of the history, that person could be wildly successful in this country. The knowledge of this history, the lineage, what black people have gone through in this country, I don't feel that it's necessary for anything. I'm not against people learning their history. Learn what you want to learn. Focus on what you want to focus on. God bless you. But I'm trying to see where it's like, it's integral. Like, the ideals of this country are based on it being a colorblind society. Everyone has an opportunity. We're human beings, we're fallible, we have, preconceived notions, we have prejudices, but and that's the nature of life. But if I have a company and I'm not gonna, cater to black consumers, then that's my loss. It's not their loss. There's other companies. That's the beauty of capitalism. I go to a bank and they mistreat me because of my black skin. I go to a different bank and get what I need to get. And the bank that mistreated me is going to lose out on my business. And that's how they suffer. Like, I'm just trying to,
something else that came to my mind, something you talked about, family, right? Remember, Barack Obama didn't come from a two-parent household. He came from a single mom household, so that's that. Different, Donald Trump, Donald Trump is a first-generation American, but he's a lot older. But then he was raised by his father and mother, right? Yeah, so that's the thing. So it's things to, what I'm saying is things to learn from it. What we can see from Barack Obama, he came from his father, very successful. He saw the success from it. He was raised in New York City. You know what I'm saying? That kind of on about it, how important New York City is. And from his time period growing up there, playing a big part. But, I think that we just have to learn from these situations. In the next president, I hope that you just, you vote for that president and push for that president for the right reasons, not because, some, non-policy type person who just talking about, we can't do it without any type of real policies backing that shit up. Like, what are we talking about? And that's a letdown. I mean,
so Nathan, what I was going to say is this, right? Between black people, you have, a diversity of people. You have black immigrants that come from different countries. And if we're going to have a candid conversation in this, mixed race environment, we're having a candid conversation. You'll have black immigrants that are critical of black African Americans. They'll say stuff like, black African Americans are lazy. You've heard immigrants say stuff like that. Am I misspeaking, Nathan? Have you ever heard that?
Yeah, I hear it a lot.
You hear it a lot? Okay, cool. So the perception is that black Americans, they don't want to try to achieve. This is what some black immigrants are saying. And they're saying, that they can come to this country with nothing. They can build, something rather quickly. They'll be able to exploit opportunities they could never exploit in their home country because they're willing to work hard and achieve stuff. And then you'll have, obviously, black Americans who'll say